Chapter 1. In the year 1503 of the Marine calendar, a young man clad in a Navy uniform and draped in a Navy coat ambled down Malenfando Street. Passers-by on either side greeted him with cheerful smiles, to which the young man responded with equal warmth. He finally came to a halt before a grand house, casually opened the door, and sauntered inside. The interior was remarkably unremarkable, exuding a minimalist charm that mirrored the homes of ordinary folk, save for the absence of any signs of life. On the central table lay several photographs, one of which depicted a robust man with striking purple hair, though merely an image. It emanated an aura that only the perceptive could discern. Surrounding this photograph were a few others, placed face down, as if concealing something significant. The young man slowly lifted the photographs, gently dusting them off before respectfully placing them back in their original position. He gazed at the photograph for an extended period. There was nothing extraordinary about it, just a typical family portrait. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the young man was absent from this picture, yet his expression suggested that he had somehow become intertwined with the familial warmth it represented. In a hushed tone, the young man murmured, "In a few years, do not worry, although we have never met. I will take good care of your father. I am determined to prevent that tragedy from occurring. He has suffered enough. He should bear no more pain. I am prepared to make that individual experience the world's anguish. Starting with some petty scoundrels to reap a bit of benefit, I have thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding your demise. Vermin and extortionists, such filth should never inhabit this world." At that moment, his gaze fell upon another frame, within which resided the image of the renowned former Marine Admiral Ze Fa, a man of courage, decisiveness, and kindness. He embodied the very essence of marine justice, safeguarding the peace of the seas during a time when lives were at stake. Yet his life was marred by tragedy, with his wife and son murdered by pirates in just a few years. Another calamity loomed on the horizon. Contemplating this, the young man's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly. This young man is the protagonist of our tale. Named Grihowen, he was once a boy rescued by Ze Fa during a mission at that time. Our hero had just traversed into this world of pirates, possessing a golden finger, yet lacking the skill to wield it proficiently. When pirates attacked his village, he found himself in dire straits, compelled to confront them with his rudimentary abilities. Ze Fa happened to pass by and, noticing the boy in peril, intervened. The pirates, fearsome to most, were no match for Ze Fa, known as Black Arm Ze Fa, a figure whose prowess was rivaled only by the likes of Admiral Sengoku, who had yet to ascend to the rank of fleet admiral. While on a mission at sea, Ze Fa stumbled upon signs of pirate activity on a small island. Upon investigation, he encountered pirates raiding a home. Amidst the chaos, he spotted a small boy bravely standing in front of an injured elderly woman, unwavering in the face of danger. This sight momentarily stunned Ze Fa, not due to its peculiarity. After all, who would expect a child to challenge pirates? It reminded him of his own childhood, and having recently endured the loss of his family, he felt an immediate connection to the boy and resolved to save him. Upon being rescued, our protagonist was utterly exhausted. Succumbing to unconsciousness, awakening the next day at noon, he was besieged by an overwhelming hunger that urged his weary mind to rouse. As Hoenn awakened, he glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively becoming vigilant. Perhaps his movements were too abrupt, for the door suddenly swung open, revealing a formidable man with a mane of purple hair. Accompanied by a secretary bearing a tray of food, the man approached with a smile, saying, "Child, you must be hungry. Here is something to eat. Afterward, you should rest. We've had a doctor examine you, and there are no major concerns. If you wish to go somewhere, we can arrange for a ship to take you there. Of course, this world is fraught with danger. You might consider staying at our base, the safest place in the world." Ze Fa's tone was laced with allure. Hoenn tilted his head thoughtfully before replying, "May I accompany you? I have nowhere else to go. I am an orphan, surviving on the charity of the villagers. With the arrival of the pirates, my village has been reduced to ashes, and I have nothing left to cling to." With that, his eyes narrowed, and a sudden aura emanated from him. Momentarily taken aback, Ze Fa chuckled, "Very well. I too live alone. You may come with me." The young man then declared, "I want to grow stronger, to protect those I care for. I cannot allow tragedies like what befell my village to occur again." Upon hearing these words, Ze Fa's already gentle gaze softened further. He smiled at the young man, saying, The path to strength is arduous and fraught with challenges. Are you prepared for that? The young man contemplated retorting, but suddenly recalled that he was still a child, adjusting his tone to one more fitting for his age. Do not underestimate me. I am an adult now. Zephyr erupted into hearty laughter, and the secretary shared in the mirth. Stepping out of the room, Zephyr's jovial demeanor evaporated as he turned to his secretary, instructing, verify whether this child has any remaining family and conduct a thorough background check. The secretary paused, then incredulously asked, Admiral, you cannot be considering taking this child in? Given your current situation, Admiral Sengoku and the others are quite apprehensive. Reflecting on his unique circumstances and the concern of his old friends, Zephyr felt a warmth in his heart. He waved dismissively. It is merely a child if he is of good character. Let him stay with me after all. I am alone now, and I shall soon step down from my position, allowing the younger generation to take the reins. Upon hearing this, the secretary's eyes dimmed momentarily. In this perilous world, the existence of a man so gentle yet powerful was a rare treasure. Most were consumed by the relentless struggle for survival. Yet this man, who should have known happiness, had lost his wife and child at the pinnacle of his career. Life had been cruel to him, and had he the foresight of the trials Zephyr would endure, his heart would have ached even more. Observing the secretary's somber expression, Zephyr smiled gently, patting his shoulder before returning to his desk to address the accumulated paperwork. After all, he was still an admiral of the Navy and had duties to fulfill. Once the secretary departed, Zephyr's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at the family portrait on his desk. Slowly, he turned the photograph face down, striving to avert his gaze from the memories that brought him sorrow. For now, all he could do was immerse himself in work, hoping that Huon's arrival might herald a turning point in his life. At this moment, our protagonist is not idle. What could he possibly be doing? Although he lies in a state of unconsciousness, it is not an ordinary stupor like all travelers of fate. He has been forcibly imbued with fragments of the original owner's memories. During his unconscious state, he has become aware that he has entered the era of the Pirate King, a time when the strong tower over the weak, rendering them as inconsequential as blades of grass. Upon being rescued and gazing at the man with violet hair draped in the so-called cloak of marine justice, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. Though he could not immediately place it, it was only after his consciousness faded and the memories of two worlds began to intertwine that he comprehended the truth. The man who had saved him was none other than the current Marine Admiral, Ze Fa. Furthermore, the original owner had perished long before the protagonist's arrival, and it was precisely at the moment of that death that our protagonist traversed into this realm. Reflecting on this, our protagonist, Huon, could not help but feel a surge of relief. He hastily called upon his system, certain that he possessed a golden finger. Just before losing consciousness, he sensed a tremendous power coursing through his fist, accompanied by mechanical sounds announcing system connection. Life in Jeopardy experience system package activated in advance. Now, as he awakens and summons the interface once more, a luminous screen manifests before his eyes. To his dismay, it presents no elaborate operations, only a singular message. Due to the immense energy expended during the world traversal, the system has provided a substantial amount of energy, resulting in its collapse and complete obliteration. Therefore, the only gift the system can bestow upon the host is a single package. Observing a small package appear in the corner of his vision, Huon feels a wave of incredulity wash over him, while others either possess nothing or wield extraordinary golden fingers that accompany them throughout their growth. His golden finger is merely a one-time offer. However, if this golden finger proves inadequate, he will not accept it, for his arrival here was purely by chance. This reflects the folly of his inexperience. He fails to consider that, having arrived in this realm, he cannot return. Whether he accepts it or not matters little. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, on a foreboding bridge, an elderly woman wipes the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief and exclaims, "Oh my, that was terrifying. I finally managed to trick him. That little rascal nearly exhausted me. I can only hope he survives in that world." Indeed, this was an unforeseen circumstance. Our protagonist was initially enjoying a peaceful slumber when he was abruptly roused upon awakening. He found himself lying on a bridge, not just any bridge, but one teeming with a throng of dazed individuals passing by the site startled him. Earlier, the elderly woman had exhibited a peculiar expression as she handed our protagonist a bowl of soup given the circumstances. Even a fool would recognize the gravity of the situation. How could our protagonist simply acquiesce? He immediately erupted into tears, throwing a tantrum. It is a truth universally acknowledged that every deity occupies a lofty position. However, during our protagonist's outburst, the elderly woman appeared slightly embarrassed. What was the cause of this? It turned out that our protagonist's soul was remarkably pure, unlike the murky souls of those on the bridge. Such a soul was not meant to be here yet. The little demon had led him to this place, where souls had no avenue of retreat. It is imperative to understand that every realm has its own rules, and violating those rules can lead to dire consequences. To compensate the protagonist, the elderly woman agreed to disclose a reasonable condition after some contemplation. The protagonist hesitated to request anything extravagant, merely wishing to return to his original world. However, the elderly woman smiled wryly and replied, "It is too late." Upon hearing this, our protagonist's heart sank, and he hurriedly inquired, "Wait, what do you mean it's too late?" The elderly woman explained, "Time has elapsed, your body has already been cremated, there is nothing left." Shocked, the protagonist erupted into tears once more. Despite her best efforts to console him, the elderly woman's gentle words failed to uplift his spirits. Finally, she said, "I possess an unknown item, though I am uncertain of its use. Its power is indeed formidable. If I activate it, it should suffice to breach the barriers of this world, enabling your escape." Upon hearing this, the protagonist, without a moment's hesitation, activated the item with a swift motion. The once dim world opened a narrow rift, and our protagonist was thus drawn away. Observing the tricked protagonist, the elderly woman's spirits lifted considerably. Of course, she was aware that while the item was known as a boundary-breaking talisman, it harbored countless uncertainties. No one could guarantee its successful activation or its ability to transport him to his desired destination. On the other hand, her motivation was to hastily send him away, gradually expelling the tumultuous thoughts. Hewen's mind returned to reality as he gazed at the displayed information. He softly murmured the command to open the package, and as it unfurled, 3 items emerged: a mighty fist, an X5 permanent training card, and finally, a fruit. Contemplating the mighty fist, Hewen recalled the sensation that had surged through his fist during his confrontation with the pirates. It must have been the system's protective mechanism, allowing him to experience the power of the mighty fist. Suddenly, he found himself astonished by the realization that this sensation bore a striking resemblance to the legendary strength exhibited by Tsunade, a prominent character from a certain anime. Excitement coursed through him as he thought of his most formidable ally, Admiral Ze Fa, renowned for his prowess in fist combat, and a legendary marine hero, Garp, who is similarly famed for his fists in this world. He need not fear when fists meet blades. It is the fist that prevails, provided one possesses the powerful haki. In this era, Ze Fa stands as an exemplary figure. Unlike those affluent individuals who wield technology to alter their fates, while the impoverished rely on genetic mutations to seize control of their destinies. To compete with the vicious pirates is a feat not achievable by mere ordinary souls. Next, the second item is known as the Training Time X5 card. Upon meticulous examination, Hewen discovered that this item multiplies training time by 5, implying that a single day of earnest practice for him equates to 5 days of training for others. However, one should not place excessive faith in this. Some individuals remain mere soldiers throughout their lives, while those unreasonable characters often ascend to power in just a few years. Moreover, there are those empowered by fruits, who rampage unchecked with their abilities, exemplified by the infamous Yellow Monkey, an adversary of Ze Fa. Reflecting on this, Hewen calculated how much time remained before he would face formidable foes and monstrous entities, causing his heart to tense with apprehension, particularly troubling with the memories of those deceased, all of whom were notorious pirates, including those who had escaped from Impel Down, each one a harbinger of terror, were it not for his lack of mastery in training techniques and suitable conditions for cultivation. Hewen would have eagerly commenced physical training at this very moment. In this world, physical prowess is the foundation of everything, albeit not an absolute truth. Yet, It is worth noting that those powerful pirates, who among them do not possess astonishing physical capabilities? Take, for example, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. Although age has begun to reveal the toll on his body, diminishing his strength during the Marineford War, he still bore the brunt of all that came his way. Similarly, our General Ze Fa, in his 70s, battled against asthma, latent injuries, and psychological scars, rendering his already frail body even weaker. Nevertheless, even in such a diminished state, he was still able to exchange blows with the Yellow Monkey during his peak. Lastly, regarding this fruit, our protagonist pondered the various fruit designs in the world of One Piece, but found none resembling this one, fearing that consuming it might lead to unforeseen calamities. Although the prevailing notion in the One Piece universe states that there are no useless fruits, only useless individuals who can guarantee that our protagonist will not turn out to be a failure. Reluctantly, he decided to stow the fruit away, refraining from using it until he could ascertain its nature. In his mind, he believed that to utilize any item, one must first possess sufficient strength, and during such a sensitive period, suddenly acquiring a special ability would only arouse suspicion. But he understood the importance of discretion. Thus, he did not dwell on the fruit, even if its power was formidable, potentially rivaling any other. Perhaps in the future, he might discover a fruit more suited to his capabilities. Having navigated through these complex thoughts, our protagonist began to reflect on his current predicament. What era was it now? Judging by Ze Fa's melancholic expression, it seemed likely that some unfortunate event had already transpired. He glanced at his slender arms and legs, feeling a surge of emotion as he realized that even if he wished to prevent the forthcoming calamity, it was already too late. However, since the event that would eventually overwhelm Ze Fa had yet to occur, he felt no urgency with his advantage. Even if he were to face that rotund adversary later, he believed he would not be at a significant disadvantage. Should the situation become dire, he could always resort to consuming the fruit and engage in a mutual demise. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Such an outcome would be a mark of failure. Having been granted a second chance at life, he intended to savor it fully. Thus, for the sake of a splendid future, it would be best for that individual to meet their end. Suddenly, he contemplated whether a naval training program had been established. If so, with his connections, he should be able to gain entry. That place is a cradle for naval elites. After all, the future leaders of the Navy and the core of its power predominantly hail from there. It is evident how formidable this institution is. The pillars of the Navy are Ze Fa students. It is widely accepted that those who do not inspire envy are mediocre. In his past life, he had encountered numerous analyses concerning Ze Fa, some of which he found credible. For instance, it is a common sentiment among those who are not part of the Navy that they wish for its strength to be recognized internally. However, one cannot dismiss the existence of some unsavory dealings. The death of Ze Fa's wife undoubtedly stirred the factions within the Navy. If such a figure could be slain, what fate awaited the families of the rank and file? Thus, unbeknownst to our protagonist, a bloody purge was unfolding both internally and externally. A consensus reached among the higher echelons of the Navy. The adage ignorance is bliss proved true, as the results were astonishing, revealing a multitude of traitors within. Externally, those who defied maritime laws were cast into the depths of the sea prison. Internally, anyone with ties to the outside, particularly those of dubious character, was summarily eliminated, while those deemed untouchable were meticulously recorded by the higher-ups, awaiting the opportune moment for eradication to prevent future repercussions. He felt that the eventual voyage led by Ze Fa might have stemmed from various reasons. Could a mere so-called Whitebeard too easily sever Ze Fa's arm and annihilate a ship full of elite Marines? Such an endeavor is no trivial matter. Undoubtedly, some undisclosed events transpired. It is noteworthy that during the Marineford War, Garp effortlessly struck the immortal bird Marco from the sky, rendering him unable to utilize his fruit powers, all without employing haki. Thus, while age may diminish strength, such regression has its limits. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Hiwen's spirits lifted, and he quietly resolved to protect this elder. Those familiar with this chapter of history are well aware that while this incident did not drive Ze Fa from the Navy, it shattered his spirit, as if that were not enough. Further complications arose when the world government extended an olive branch to Whitebeard II, the very individual responsible for severing Ze Fa's arm. This action ultimately severed Ze Fa's ties to the Navy. He did not believe there were no dissenters within the Navy regarding this matter. Even Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, could not intervene, highlighting the fear that Ze Fa inspired among those in power. Gazing out at the azure sky, the protagonist mused that the most effective way to resolve issues is to eliminate them at their roots. Whitebeard II, if you consider yourself formidable, let us clash and see whose strength prevails, yours or my advantages. This would certainly prevent the emergence of any second-rate figures among the warlords of the sea. Equally, he yearned to uncover the identities of those nefarious individuals who incited such turmoil. They must be prepared for the consequences of their actions, with everything now settling into place, having traversed numerous challenges. He finally arrived at the Marine headquarters, Marineford. This base houses 16 vice admirals and occupies a central position along the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabeti Archipelago, Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariawa. It is encircled by the Gates of Justice, creating a whirlpool current exclusively for government use, linking the judicial island of Eni's Lobby and the underwater prison of Impel Down. The island, viewed from above, resembles a crescent moon, and aside from military installations, it also features residential facilities for the families of Marines. The headquarters is constructed in reliance on the mountainous terrain. Undoubtedly, from an external perspective, Marineford already exudes an incredible majesty. However, once one ventures inside, the vastness of its internal world becomes apparent. After traversing the military facility area, one arrives at the quaint township that serves as a residence for the Navy personnel. The streets of this township are bustling with life, predominantly inhabited by the families of the Navy, and it is imperative that the living facilities cater to both the residents and the leisure-seeking sailors. In this township, the liveliest establishment is undoubtedly the tavern. Here, upon the completion of their missions, Navy officers return to unwind, seeking solace from the pressures of their duties. After all, those who embark on missions can never be certain if they will see the dawn of another day. Thus, the tavern becomes the ideal venue for relaxation, where individuals boast of their bravery and recount encounters with notorious pirates, often exaggerating tales of how they vanquished them, of course, with the consumption of copious amounts of alcohol. Disturbances inevitably arise. Hence, Marineford is also home to a particularly crucial unit, the Navy's gendarmes. This remarkable profession is dedicated to managing errant sailors, and whether one is a high-ranking officer or a mere soldier. The sight of them instills a sense of fear, as no one wishes to be taken away to the dreaded confinement of a small, dark room. A most unpleasant experience indeed, as for Ze Fa. The Admiral, upon the arrival of his vessel in Marineford, arrangements had already been made for him to utilize a dedicated passage, ensuring he would not intermingle with ordinary ships. Once he passed through the gates of Marineford and entered the Navy's inner sanctum, Ze Fa had matters to discuss with the Navy's Supreme Commander, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, regarding the recent mission. Additionally, Ze Fa wished to express his desire to resign from his position as Admiral to pursue endeavors he truly yearned for. He instructed his secretary to escort our protagonist to rest, while also taking him to the market to procure some daily necessities and garments in preparation for the future. I could see that moment. The Fleet Admiral's office was already bustling with a significant number of personnel. Upon Ze Fa's entrance, he was met with the sound of crunching sunbait. It was evident that the source of this noise was none other than the offbeat Vice Admiral Garp. Given Garp's formidable reputation, being a hero, others had little recourse but to tolerate his antics. This time, Garp had yet to become the white-haired figure of later years. He was still a strikingly charismatic middle-aged man. However, one could discern from his demeanor that his unorthodox style would remain unchanged by age, for he was inherently a jester. Beside Vice Admiral Garp sat a robust man adorned with frog-eyed spectacles. With his bushy hair, a neatly braided beard, and a seagull perched atop his head, it was clear that this was the future illustrious Fleet Admiral Sengoku. However, he was merely an admiral at this juncture. The office was not particularly spacious, accommodating only these two figures, while a cadre of admirals draped in the Navy's justice cloaks stood before the table. Seated behind the desk was an elderly gentleman. Yet he bore none of the typical frailty associated with old age. With a prominent M-shaped mustache and a robust physique, he exuded an aura of formidable authority, crowned by a large plaque of justice behind him. This was none other than the current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Aku. The Assembly was engaged in serious discussions regarding critical matters. Upon Ze Fa's entrance, aside from select few, all others greeted him respectfully. The Navy operates under a stringent hierarchy. Ze Fa acknowledged their greetings with a smile, casting a glance at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Before Ze Fa could speak, a bag of sunbae appeared before him, undoubtedly the work of Vice Admiral Garp, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey, Ze Fa, this is the latest flavor. Come, try it." Were it not for their long-standing friendship, Ze Fa might have responded with a swift punch, reminding Garp of the consequences of his antics. Instead, he resignedly accepted the bag of sunbae. Expressing his gratitude, while ignoring the disapproving glares from Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Sengoku, Garp, with a carefree wave of his hand, remarked, "No worries. I'll leave those unruly subordinates to you from now on." Clearly, Garp had caught wind of some developments. Ze Fa chuckled and addressed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, saying, "Sir, you are aware of my current state of mind. I cannot continue to fulfill the role of Admiral, since Garp is here, and his accomplishments have long warranted a promotion. Why not elevate him to the rank of Admiral and allow me to step down for a while to pursue endeavors I'm passionate about?" Observing the melancholic expression on Ze Fa's face, Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt a pang of sorrow. His most capable subordinate. It pained him to witness such circumstances. This not only dealt a severe blow to the Navy's reputation, but also reflected poorly on Sengoku himself, ringing alarm bells for the Navy that necessitated the allocation of resources to safeguard the families of its personnel. Many families have been relocated to Marineford, contributing to its current bustling atmosphere. A spark of inspiration lit up Fleet Admiral Sengoku's eyes. He had long contemplated this idea, and Garp's agreement was all that was needed. If Garp consented, the 5 elders of the world government would be considerably easier to negotiate with. With this thought, Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was visibly startled. Suddenly, the sunbae in Garp's hand seemed less appealing. Garp, with a quick glance at those present, exclaimed, "Oh dear, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore," and promptly dashed out of the Fleet Admiral's office. Garp had successfully evaded the situation under the pretext of needing to relieve himself, eliciting chuckles from the onlookers who were accustomed to this routine. This was not the first time Garp had declined a promotion to Admiral. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, exasperated, muttered, "That old rascal." It was evident that this formidable man, capable of matching wits with the notorious Pirate Rocks, was not one to take such responsibilities lightly. His refusal to ascend to the rank of Admiral stemmed from a desire for freedom, cleverly using a restroom excuse to extricate himself from the situation. At this point, Fleet Admiral Sengoku cast a helpless glance at Ze Fa, stating, "Ze Fa, as my subordinate, I fully empathize with your feelings. However, at present, there is no one who can take over your position. You'll have to endure and continue serving as Admiral for the time being. Rest assured, we will fully support your endeavors, so pursue them without reservation." Hearing this, Ze Fa felt a wave of gratitude. Observing the conflicted expression on Sengoku's face, he replied, "Very well, I shall do as you say. However, please do speak to Garp. He cannot continue to be so willful that he is part of the Navy and should shoulder responsibilities. For now, we will proceed as we are. While the Navy's strength at this moment is undeniably formidable, one might argue that although high-end capabilities are abundant, the mid-tier and lower-tier forces are not particularly robust. However, the overwhelming superiority of the advanced forces compensates for the gaps between the intermediate and lower tiers. Moreover, the initiatives undertaken by Ze Fa are entirely understandable, as they represent a significant contribution to the future development of the Navy, garnering widespread admiration for his endeavors, due to a consensus reached among the upper echelons of the Navy. Ze Fa naturally emerged as the head of the elite training program, dedicated to nurturing talent within the Navy. It is acknowledged that high-end combat capabilities require gradual accumulation. Yet there is a strong belief that, under the meticulous guidance of Admiral Ze Fa, the mid-tier and lower-tier forces will swiftly be enriched within the Navy. Simultaneously, the Navy has embarked on a recruitment era, aiming to attract a plethora of capable individuals. those who possess kindness, a broad perspective, and a willingness to contribute to stabilize maritime order. Furthermore, Admiral Ze Fa himself serves as a highly valuable emblem of strength during this era, as the public generally reveres the powerful. His recognized prowess ensures that those under his tutelage are likely to achieve great success, resulting in a fervent enthusiasm among applicants. The inaugural elite training program serves as a benchmark. Entry is not simply a matter of desire, but rather contingent upon rigorous evaluation, reflecting the Navy's commitment to its own standards. Indeed, the elite training program has successfully supplied a multitude of talents to the Navy, with many of its future elite members being Ze Fa's fraught GS, including the somewhat overlooked smoker, the White Hunter. Few would have anticipated the emergence of figures such as Borisolino and Sakazuki within this inaugural cohort. Naturally, in subsequent years, an array of eccentric individuals infiltrated the Navy's upper ranks, presenting considerable challenges for Admiral Ze Fa's educational endeavors. During meetings, one could observe the Navy's internal dynamics resembling those of a syndicate, with various characters congregating. However, these are matters for another time. T present, our protagonist, T1, remains somewhat bewildered while trying on various outfits. Although young, T1 has undergone some foundational physical enhancements, appearing less frail than before. Consequently, his previous garments now fit poorly as he dons new attire and gazes at his reflection. He is pleasantly surprised to discover that he is quite handsome. With a touch of vanity, he muses that once everything is settled, he must ensure that his benefactor, Admiral Ze Fa, is well pleased. What should he do? Lacking any particular skills aside from cooking, he decides to prepare a delightful meal to impress Ze Fa. Upon returning home after attending to his duties, Ze Fa had intended to invite He-Won to the naval mess for dinner, but upon seeing He-Won diligently working in the kitchen, with a spread of 3 dishes and a soup already prepared, he felt a sudden wave of warmth wash over him, a sentiment of home that rekindled the heart of this wounded man. Upon Ze Fa's arrival, He-Won eagerly urged, "Come, taste my culinary skills. Living alone necessitates learning such things. If there are no objections, allow me to cook for you." Coming back to his senses, Ze Fa smiled, his gaze softening as he regarded He-Won as they shared the meal. Ze Fa suddenly proposed, "I have an elite training program. How about you join as an auditor? I will be quite busy in the near future and unable to attend to your needs, but having you by my side would put my mind at ease." He-Won considered this and found it agreeable. After all, being alone anywhere felt the same, and by serving his benefactor well, he could eventually find himself among the Navy's upper echelons at that moment. He-Won's heart swelled with unspoken delight. Unbeknownst to him, a joyful expression crept onto his face. Observing this, Ze Fa discerned his consent and chuckled. "You are still young. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, I will assess your abilities. I noticed that during your confrontations with pirates, you relied on strength, but is it innate or derived from a devil fruit? Speaking of which, I almost forgot to ask, have you consumed a devil fruit?" As for He-Won, he had not considered his own latent potential. Although he had never encountered a devil fruit, he felt confident that a product of the system would not be subpar. Thus, he replied to Ze Fa, "No, I have never consumed a devil fruit, and my abilities feel rather innate. Yet I have always struggled with hunger, so I refrained from exerting myself too much in earnest." He noted that his extraordinary strength did not deplete his energy. Yet he had not utilized it previously, seeking an excuse for this sudden emergence of power to avoid drawing suspicion. From this, it becomes evident that our protagonist, He-Won, is quite the cunning strategist. Meticulously contemplating solutions to various challenges that on a sunny morning at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the training grounds echoed with the enthusiastic shouts of the elite training program as cadets counting off. 1, 2, 3, 448, 449, 450, 451. Upon hearing the last voice, the expressions of all present turned peculiar. However, discipline dictated that they maintain composure, regardless of the myriad questions swirling in their minds. This unexpected voice belonged to none other than our protagonist. He-Won, a remarkable individual who, at merely 11 years of age, had entered the inaugural elite training program. One may wonder how he became a student in the Navy's first training cohort. The tale is lengthy. Previously, Admiral Ze Fa, who serves as the head of the elite training program, had inquired whether he would wish to join for preliminary training, primarily to establish a solid foundation for him. But he when asked, "Which session is this of the Navy training program?" This question left Ze Fa momentarily perplexed. What did he mean by which session? It had not even commenced yet. With a smile, Ze Fa responded, "This is the first session. Do you wish to attend? However, you are quite young, and thus, you can only be an auditor there. Not overthink it. Your tenacity is commendable. Moreover, your commitment to protecting the weak aligns perfectly with our Navy's principles of justice. This is merely an early training opportunity to prepare you for the rigorous training to come." Auditor. This notion left he when feeling quite disheartened. What did it mean to be an auditor? Did he not deserve to be a full-fledged student? Observing Hewen's crestfallen expression, Ze Fa regarded it as typical childish disappointment and explained, "This session is highly anticipated throughout the Navy, featuring renowned individuals or those who have made a name for themselves on the high seas. Most of them are somewhat older, and I cannot hold you to the same expectations. Consequently, your time in the training program will be considerably extended at A." Now it made sense that Hewen recognized that his age was indeed quite young. Disregarding his past life as age, which would render him an old man by comparison. The critical factor was that his body had yet to fully develop, and his physical condition might not match that of his peers. Hence, Ze Fa preferred to have him start as an auditor to learn and train himself, with plans for him to officially join the elite training program once he matured a bit more. This demonstrates just how high Ze Fa's expectations were for Hewen. Ze Fa smiled warmly at Hewen's delighted expression, feeling as though he were truly witnessing the joy of an 11-year-old child. Throughout their journey, Hewen had often appeared quite mature for his age. One might wonder how a child could possess such depth of thought. Ze Fa then advised Hewen, "Rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will conduct a simple assessment of your physical abilities. Although you are an auditor, I will tailor your training intensity based on your capabilities to enhance your physical condition. That I observed your combat encounters with pirates. Although somewhat inexperienced, your physique suggests you possess unique abilities. I wish to explore whether we can develop them further, as it is essential to grow stronger to protect yourself and those you care about." Upon hearing these words, Hewen couldn't help but recollect the individuals in the village who had cared for him, now fallen victim to the invasion of pirates. If only he had become stronger sooner, such calamities might have been averted. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he began to dread the assessment he would face the next day. What was he to do? Should he reveal some of his hidden abilities to garner more attention from others? Or should he continue to bide his time until he was powerful enough to sweep everything aside? Ultimately, Hewen came to the conclusion that since Ze Fa was already aware of a portion of his strength, he might as well showcase it without reservation. This way, he could receive the most accurate guidance from Ze Fa, the commanding officer. However, he wondered if it would be excessive to display all of his abilities. What if Ze Fa couldn't handle it? Such thoughts were merely the musings of a young boy, failing to consider the vast experience Ze Fa had, having traversed far more paths than he had. The following morning, Ze Fa rose early and pulled Hewen from his slumber. After they had completed their morning routines, the two made their way to a small training ground, which was entirely devoid of other individuals that, of course, as a vice admiral, Ze Fa had the authority to arrange such solitude. Observing the empty space around him, Hewen gained a deeper understanding of the privileges held by a vice admiral. At that moment, Ze Fa smiled and said, "Come, let me see the abilities you showcased last time. Based on your talents, I will tailor your training. Such a gift would be a pity to waste," Hewen responded. "Very well, Vice Admiral Ze Fa. Are you prepared? Am I to be instructed by a mere child? What should I be called?" Ze Fa replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Despite Ze Fa's serious demeanor, Hewen was brimming with joy and called out again, "Father!" Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile graced Ze Fa's face. His eyes softened as he addressed Hewen, "Come, child, let us engage in a serious match." Before Ze Fa could finish a sentence, Hewen suddenly leaned forward, his feet moving swiftly as he charged at Ze Fa, delivering a punch to his abdomen. However, with a resounding thud, Hewen found himself sent back to where he began. That a dark mark appeared on Ze Fa's abdomen, leaving Hewen utterly astonished. He thought, "Is he using hockey even in our spar?" Ze Fa chuckled and remarked, "Child, I cannot recount how many battles I've faced, far more than the roads you have traversed. Today, I shall impart to you your first lesson. Never underestimate any foe, for even minor oversights can lead to grave consequences, potentially costing you your life. He felt disheartened, pondering, I am just a child with no abilities. Only 11 years old, still with small limbs. How can you truly engage me, being a naval vice admiral? Observing Hewen's glum expression, Ze Fa unabashedly shouted, Stop dawdling. Come at me, or I shall punish you severely. At this, Hewen was startled into action, immediately leaping forward to attack Ze Fa once more. This time, their skirmish took on a semblance of a proper bout, though it was clear to any observer that Ze Fa was holding back. A mere finger from him could have sent Hewen flying. After a morning of rigorous testing, it was indeed an honor for Hewen, unlike others who would not have the privilege of personal assessment by a vice admiral. Hewen's evaluation was precise, steering clear of common inaccuracies that Ze Fa's direct involvement illustrated the genuine regard he held for Hewen. Throughout the morning, Ze Fa assessed Hewen's physical abilities, speed, and tactical acumen, gradually gaining insight into the young boy's potential and the trajectory he should pursue in the future. As their training concluded, the two meandered homeward. During their walk, Ze Fa provided feedback on Hewen's performance and pointed out minor errors, offering invaluable advice on combat that Hewen desperately needed. Gradually, they left the training grounds and arrived at the bustling market. Ze Fa decided to take Hewen for a stroll, intending to see what necessities they might acquire for the household. Previously mentioned was Ze Fa's struggle to cope with significant emotional burdens, relying on work and alcohol for solace. However, with the sudden addition of Hewen to his life, he recognized that his previously carefree habits could no longer persist. Without a moment's thought, Hewen dashed into the market and exclaimed, Father, what would you like to eat? I could prepare anything for you. Ze Fa laughed heartily at the playful remark and replied, No need for trouble. How about we dine at the naval cafeteria? Hewen shook his head vehemently, stating, Forget it, that's just communal dining. Unless absolutely necessary, let us avoid competing for mediocre fare. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Ze Fa was thoroughly amused by Hewen's enthusiasm. It had been ages since he had laughed so heartily. Very well, child. Gather what you need. I shall wait here. I am not well versed in such matters. Once you are finished, we shall return home, as I eagerly anticipate your grand feast. When Hewen emerged from the market, Ze Fa's eyes widened in surprise at the quantity of goods the young lad had procured. Without hesitation, Ze Fa took some of the items from Hewen, and together they returned home. Once inside, Hewen felt liberated. Gazing at the abundant ingredients without a hint of urgency, a joyful smile spreading across his face, he mused, Though the future may be fraught with challenges, we must learn to savor life. And what better way to begin than with delightful cuisine? Thus, a sumptuous feast soon materialized under Hewen's adept hands. When the meal was ready, he called Ze Fa over, who was taken aback by the spread before him. He couldn't help but wonder if this boy had once worked as a chef. Given his culinary prowess, the final dish graced the table. The duo began to eat, and in no time, the table was left spotless. Both their bellies rounded with satisfaction, they slumped back in their seats, unwilling to move. Observing this scene, Ze Fa felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite being a high-ranking naval officer, he spent most of his time either managing affairs or battling enemies, seldom indulging in the joys of life. Only at home, in the company of his wife and child, could he truly relax and embrace his humanity. Thus, confronted with this scene, Ze Fa felt a bit sheepish, offering a shy smile, as he watched Hewen's face light up with happiness. Ze Fa couldn't help but envision a bright future ahead, assured that with this boy's care, life would surely flourish. Meanwhile, Hewen, now thoroughly sated, lay back, not wanting to move an inch. As the saying goes, a full belly leads to drowsiness. Having trained all morning without sufficient rest, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Once he had tidied up the remnants of their meal, he settled onto his bed, reflecting on the events of the day and drawing conclusions. After concluding his thoughts, he closed his eyes and began his afternoon nap. Upon waking, twilight had descended, marking the time to prepare for dinner. One cannot deny that the people of the pirate world possess formidable appetites. Having consumed so much at midday, they still managed to feast again in the evening. In truth, he was a person of remarkable discipline. After dinner, he began to outline a structured plan for his future in the elite training program. This plan revealed how meticulously he would organize his life, maintaining a consistent routine. His mornings began with cooking, followed by training sessions. After a full day of training, he would return for dinner and post-meal. He would continue his studies, retiring to bed promptly at 9 o'clock. His training hours and rest periods harmoniously complemented each other. He would look upon this plan with great satisfaction. Although he possessed a unique ability that allowed him to train at 5 times the normal rate, he had discerned that a typical training regimen should encompass 7 hours daily, regardless of how the conclusion was reached. If one were to cultivate for 10.5 hours, would that equate to training another for 7.5 days? Upon pondering this, he felt it was quite plausible, and he would soon understand after tomorrow's training. With this thought in mind, he tidied up and prepared for the following day's trial training. After dinner, Ze Fa was diligently reviewing the personal information of the trainees, swiftly verifying most of their details. After all, the day had already been wasted, and in less than a month, the Navy elite training course would commence. This formidable individual toiled in his study until the early hours, examining the materials he had prepared. Ze Fa felt immensely satisfied, yet perhaps it was just an illusion. He sensed 2 strands of hair unexpectedly fall from his head. Upon the break of dawn the next day, after he would prepare breakfast, he ventured out to train. When Ze Fa arose and discovered the breakfast on the table, he felt a surge of happiness. Observing the note left behind, Ze Fa realized that this young lad had begun to earnestly apply himself. This was indeed beneficial, allowing him to commence his adaptive training. Thus, unbeknownst to them, a month swiftly passed. During this time, our protagonist, engaged in extensive experimentation and training. Discovering that what he had previously asserted was entirely feasible, he was able to meet his own standards ahead of schedule, after a day of training. The allotted time had been exceeded. The subsequent training sessions remained effective. This revelation filled Hewan with joy and excitement, as it would narrow the gap between himself and those future prodigies. In the subsequent 2 years, the majority of individuals would progress at a rate that surpassed what used to take decades. Consequently, apart from necessary rest periods, Hewan devoted all his time to physical training. Ze Fa observed the protagonist's dedication with great satisfaction, for in Ze Fa's eyes, Hewan was inherently ambitious and self-disciplined. Who wouldn't cherish a child so outstanding? Although the training sessions were somewhat delayed, Hewan was certainly not a man incapable of discerning between subtleties. Every day, he continued to prepare meals punctually, ensuring that Ze Fa, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was well taken care of. It was indeed curious how such a formidable man, despite his busy schedule, always returned home on time to dine with Hewan, sharing intriguing experiences and broadening Hewan's horizons. Occasionally, he would inquire about the challenges Hewan faced during training and would offer alternative solutions, providing him with additional insights. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between the two deepened, evolving into a genuine father-son relationship, their connection resembling a chain that firmly bound them together. Throughout this month, Hewan's training was exceedingly rigorous, leaving no moment unutilized, and he gradually adjusted to the intensity of his regimen. Through his relentless efforts, what could have been accomplished in 5 months was achieved within the span of just 1 month under Hewan's fervent practice, reaching a level equivalent to that of a Navy soldier. He had mastered several fundamental movements and training essentials, thus gaining a modicum of confidence for the upcoming Navy elite class. However, he remained aware that the individuals in that class were all exceptional talents. Thus, Hewan did not let his guard down, continuing to train diligently each day. Previously, during meals, Ze Fa had briefly introduced some foundational aspects of the Navy, mentioning the Navy 6 styles. The requirements for the Navy 6 styles were exceedingly stringent. And through his understanding, Hewan quickly grasped this principle. Estimating his training pace, he figured he would need nearly a year to meet the most basic qualifications for the Navy 6 styles, which were crucial and typically mastered by Navy officers rather than ordinary individuals. Despite the monotony of training, Hewan never relaxed his pace. Occasionally, he would feel fatigued, yet under Ze Fa's guidance, who was not only a Navy admiral, but also the foremost educator in the pirate world, Hewan adeptly adjusted his mindset during training, rectifying his mistakes one by one. Moreover, Hewan discovered the importance of correct modifications to his training methods, which would enhance his efficiency and accelerate his progress. This realization filled him with excitement. Each morning, even before dawn, Hewan could be seen running alone in the Navy town. When he reached deserted areas, he would begin his physical exercises. After completing his training, he would return to the town, purchasing some snacks from various food stalls to prepare breakfast for Ze Fa. Subsequently, Hewan would rush back to his residence to arrange Ze Fa's breakfast before embarking on his planned training by noon. Hewan would return early to prepare the necessary ingredients. He vaguely recalled reading in a book that practicing self-control could be achieved through cooking. How exactly was this training conducted? While reading, he had come across a statement indicating that a great chef, each time they prepared the same dish, would produce identical flavors because they meticulously controlled the cooking time, seasoning, and even ensured that each ingredient was cut to uniform sizes. Consequently, all the dishes would taste the same. He would believe this was an excellent method for novices to practice control. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he decided to give it a try. Each day while cooking, he strictly regulated the process, ensuring uniformity in the size of the ingredients, the timing of seasoning, and the heat level. Gradually, he would realize that although the improvements were subtle, they nonetheless contributed to his growing precision and control, which thrilled him. As he continued to cook, he became increasingly meticulous in his approach. Furthermore, due to his adherence to the cooking steps and procedures, the meals he prepared became more delectable. This pleased Ze Fa immensely, as he enjoyed the delicious meals while observing his adopted son training earnestly. Ze Fa was thoroughly satisfied, yet he soon pondered the potential consequences of indulging in Hewan's culinary delights daily. He worried that if he spoiled his palate, he might struggle to endure the bland fare during future voyages. Resolute, Ze Fa decided to keep Hewan close, ensuring he wouldn't be away for extended periods. This decision stemmed not only from the deliciousness of Hewan's cooking, but also from Ze Fa's genuine regard for Hewan as his own kin, unwilling to let him face the world alone. After all, Hewan was his last family. Should anything happen to him, Ze Fa would undoubtedly regret it deeply. Naturally, this profound affection was something Hewan could not yet comprehend. He remained unaware that his future had already been intricately woven by his recently acknowledged adoptive father, Admiral Ze Fa. Had he known earlier, he would have felt elated, as he had been ruminating on how to justify staying by Ze Fa's side to shield him from impending calamities. With this newfound understanding, a reason would indeed present itself. However, our protagonist, Hewan, remains oblivious to these matters. Each day, he experiments with various culinary styles from our glorious celestial empire, contemplating the methods to recreate them. Admittedly, while these dishes may differ somewhat, alternatives can certainly be found, and with a bit of ingenuity, he can produce delicacies reminiscent of his former life. Thanks to Hewan's efforts, the diverse cuisines of our celestial empire have regained their luster in this world. During this period, a month has quietly passed, and the elite naval training program is about to commence. Throughout this month, Ze Fa has conducted extensive preliminary screenings of the naval personnel who registered. He meticulously analyzed the information of each applicant, discerning those with potential, and organized the data of these promising candidates. This is no simple task, considering the vastness of the Navy, although the number of recommended individuals is small. The sheer number of departments and bases involved is staggering. However, as this is the inaugural session, serving as a trial period, not many will be retained for the elite naval training program. Only the cream of the crop within the Navy will be selected. Following his analysis, Ze Fa submitted the personnel information to the highest naval authority, Marshal Cunning. Moreover, Ze Fa's intent in presenting the personnel to Marshal Cunning was clear. He hoped the Marshal would verify whether these individuals were truly loyal to the Navy. After all, if the individuals he trained turn out to be spies, it will be tantamount to crafting garments for others. Marshal Cunning was well aware that the Navy possessed its own intelligence network. Otherwise, relying solely on that unreliable CP would leave them with no secrets at all. Although these intelligence departments may not be as formidable as the CP agents of the world government, they should not be underestimated. Through diligent investigation, these intelligence units have unearthed individuals previously overlooked, revealing various discrepancies in their backgrounds. Previously, the distant reach of authority made investigation difficult, but now, with individuals close at hand, some hidden troubles are inevitably brought to light. For such individuals, Marshal Cunning would dismiss them outright. In cases where spies were discovered among the upper echelons of the Navy, they would be assigned to perilous missions or executed discreetly. One should not underestimate the Navy. Upon uncovering the backgrounds of these individuals, they would seek justifications to issue warnings to ensure the smooth recruitment and training of new personnel. Ze Fa submitted a request to Marshal Kong for a contingent of seasoned veterans to serve as instructors for the elite naval training program. These veterans, having survived in this chaotic world, undoubtedly possess exceptional skills. Thus, Ze Fa established an officer training corps to instruct the new recruits. All instructors hold at least the rank of second lieutenant, a rank that, in this era, is not as commonplace as it later becomes. After thorough preparations, everything was in place, awaiting the commencement. On this day, under clear skies and gentle breezes, the elite training square designated for the naval program was set. Ze Fa specially invited Marshal Kong and General Zhangguo to attend the opening ceremony of the elite naval training program, essentially lending prestige to the event. Of course, it is worth noting the conspicuous absence of the somewhat erratic Vice Admiral Karp, who, having previously embarrassed Marshal Kong, was now keen to avoid the Marshal's gaze. Thus, he was not invited to this occasion. The speeches delivered by leaders followed a familiar pattern, filled with lengthy discourses that, while impassioned, left the audience drowsy. Only when Marshal Kong announced, "I shall say a few more words," did the attendees perk up, realizing the conclusion was near. As he proclaimed, "In the end, your ranks will be elevated, and you shall not lack in status or honor, provided you graduate successfully and earn the recognition of General Ze Fa." The crowd stirred with renewed enthusiasm. The atmosphere transformed, igniting excitement among the ranks as Marshal Kong's remarks finally shifted to substance. Following this, General Zhangguo motivated the attendees, after which Ze Fa took the stage. Observing the eager faces before him, he smirked and instructed, "Instructors, bring forth the equipment and distribute it to them." The group of naval personnel below paused in surprise as a contingent of veterans emerged from either side of the training field. Unceremoniously tossing training apparatus onto the ground, a loud crash echoed, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, both General Zhangguo and Marshal Kong wiped their brows in relief, with General Zhang remarking, "Isn't this a bit excessive for the first day of training?" This was not due to any softness in General Zhangguo's heart. He understood the immense expectations placed upon these elites. They must undergo rigorous training to achieve the desired outcomes. The current display was merely a preliminary demonstration of what lay ahead. Ze Fa chuckled, offering no explanation to General Zhangguo. Instead, he glanced at the eager recruits and declared, "Beloved young men, your days of hellish training commence now. I hope you relish that moment." It dawned upon them that they had been duped with the initiation of the elite naval training program. The atmosphere of the training ground shifted dramatically. What they had anticipated as an introductory day to prepare themselves for the upcoming demanding regimen quickly escalated into an onslaught of rigorous training. Intensive physical training compelled these so-called naval elites to adjust their mindsets in preparation for the arduous days ahead in the elite naval program. Days passed in a haze, and no one knew the extent of the challenges faced by these naval elites. Under the watchful eye of Admiral Ze Fa, these recruits began to emerge as nascent embodiments of strength. However, Ze Fa remained unsatisfied with these initial results. After all, these individuals were the cream of the crop selected from the entire Navy. Thus, he resolved to intensify their training regimen, which only exacerbated the physical and mental fatigue of the elite recruits. Nevertheless, this period proved to be an optimal time for honing both physical prowess and mental resilience. Within this secure environment, free from genuine threats, it served as the perfect setting for them to consolidate their learning. Hence, it was aptly dubbed a true training paradise. Once they grasped this reality, they dedicated themselves to relentless training day and night. Knowing that such opportunities were scarce, they recognized that successful training here would lead to lofty positions upon their return. Their experiences in the elite naval program would serve as a foundation for future promotions, and none wished to squander this chance. Moreover, they understood that the overall training was overseen by Admiral Ze Fa, a man who would not tolerate any form of slacking, should anyone jeopardize their future due to personal negligence. They would surely regret it for the rest of their lives. Even under the intense training conditions, No one uttered complaints of fatigue. Once physical training concluded, they began to cultivate their survival skills. Without prior warning, they were cast onto a deserted island, tasked with surviving for half a month to a month. Does this not sound reminiscent of wilderness survival? This was an era devoid of large carnivorous creatures. Yet it remained perilous. Even a tiny spider could spell doom. And where, one might ask, is this place? In a world of pirates, the occurrence of scientifically implausible events is commonplace, and everyone has become accustomed to it. Just gazing upon the scientifically unfathomable sea kings in the ocean is enough to understand this reality. Admiral Ze Fa. The training they undergo is merely child's play. What truly frustrates this elite group is the conclusion of each training period when Ze Fa, under the guise of a personal assessment, resorts to delivering a thorough beating to each of them. Such bouts, while seemingly harsh, are remarkably effective methods for gauging individual strength through combat, given that their opponent is none other than Admiral Ze Fa himself. The lessons imparted through these sparring sessions are invaluable, as he elucidates the shortcomings they exhibit during their encounters. This is the inaugural Navy training program. The higher-ups place immense importance on this cohort of trainees. Thus, Admiral Ze Fa personally supervises their training for the majority of the time. Any mischief or insubordination is met with a friendly reprimand from him. However, despite this rigorous oversight, there are still those who try to cut corners, among whom is the future-renowned Admiral Ze Fa. Ironically, even while engaging in such underhanded tactics, his abilities continue to ascend steadily, leaving Ze Fa quite dissatisfied. In his view, had Ze Fa committed fully to his training, his prowess would be far greater. This discrepancy may well serve as a point of contention between the two in the future, although Ze Fa later critiques Ze Fa's physical abilities as lacking, suggesting an excessive reliance on his devil fruit powers. Such criticisms are relative. After all, during the events at Subtly Archipelago, Ze Fa displayed a fearsome capability, effortlessly dispatching supernovas with a mere kick. Among these trainees, there exists a wealth of potential talent, each capable of absorbing Ze Fa's teachings with remarkable aptitude. Unbeknownst to them, their abilities are steadily advancing. Following each training assessment, data is compiled and presented to Ze Fa. Those who fail to meet the established standards face severe repercussions, despite the fact that these Navy recruits are the elite of the military. 4 of them ultimately find themselves dismissed by Ze Fa. The higher echelons of the Navy harbor high expectations for this group, and they have not disappointed. During the training, Ze Fa not only focuses on enhancing their physical capabilities, but also instills in them a sense of teamwork and strategic combat thinking. While watching the anime One Piece may evoke a sense of fervor, it is far from time to showcase individual heroics. One may withstand the onslaught of thousands, but such instances are rare. In battles against ordinary pirates, the disparity in combat effectiveness between a well-coordinated unit and a disorganized one is monumental, underscoring the paramount importance of teamwork. Throughout this process, Ze Fa enlists seasoned veterans from within the Navy, those with extensive experience in troop deployment and tactics, to train these elite recruits, thereby elucidating the intricacies of naval warfare. Simultaneously, he subtly guides their ideological development, fostering a deeper loyalty to the Navy and its mission. Ze Fa cannot afford for the students he has painstakingly cultivated to become traitors. Ultimately, the adage remains, a master can only lead one to the door. The journey of self-cultivation lies within, with the entire Navy keeping a watchful eye on this cohort of elite trainees. The pressure on them is immense, as each absorbs knowledge like a sponge, striving to convert these nutrients into personal strength. After a year of rigorous physical training and comprehensive skill development, all participants have made significant strides. For instance, those with devil fruit abilities have expanded their powers considerably, moving beyond mere usage to uncovering the myriad applications of their fruits. Moreover, throughout the training, Ze Fa identifies the deficiencies in their utilization of the devil fruits and establishes corresponding requirements. He instructs these users to engage in counter-training against those whose abilities might negate their own, thus preventing scenarios where they become vulnerable to counteraction. Simultaneously, he emphasizes the importance of not becoming overly reliant on their powers. For those focusing on physical training, a year of relentless honing and the establishment of sound training habits greatly facilitates breakthroughs in their physical prowess and body control. Some participants even awaken hockey. prompting Ze Fa to teach them the rudimentary applications of this formidable technique, a remarkable achievement, considering that many of the future powerhouses will undoubtedly be adept at Hackai. In summary, this year presents an unparalleled opportunity for these seasoned Navy personnel and newly inducted maritime warriors, characterized by an enriching training environment, guidance from formidable oceanic strongmen, and ideological education, all of which bolster their sense of belonging to the Navy. The fruits of their labor have not gone unnoticed by the Navy's upper echelons, who regard Ze Fa's training as exemplary. Consequently, the Fleet Admiral formally appoints Ze Fa as the chief instructor of the Navy's elite training program. However, as the saying goes, one must eventually test their mettle. Thus, the time has come for Ze Fa to assess the results of their year-long training that he arranges for the members of this elite training program to undergo trials on a perilous, deserted island. The outcomes of this graduation test will directly correlate with the rewards they may receive in the future. To incentivize the trainees for this examination, Ze Fa procures a Zoan-type devil fruit from the Navy headquarters storeroom, igniting a palpable excitement among the recruits. What is a devil fruit? It is one of the shortcuts to becoming a formidable force upon the seas. Despite its inherent weakness against seawater, it remains a coveted prize for many. In auction houses, even the least expensive devil fruits fetch prices exceeding 100 million berries, especially the Zoan variety, which is relatively user-friendly. While its growth potential may be limited, the ability to enhance one's strength is crucial for survival in the treacherous waters. On another sun-soaked day, a colossal warship cuts through the waves, undeterred by the tumultuous waters. Such a grand vessel is a rarity indeed, for its owner is no ordinary individual. It belongs to Admiral Ze Fa. The materials and design of this ship reflect meticulous craftsmanship, as it must withstand the trials posed by pirates who are anything but trivial. From within the ship, the sound of cracking wood resonates, followed by a swift hiss that a man then speaks. Ze Fa, rest assured, I can already sense the strength of these youngsters after your training. With you and me around, what could possibly go awry? Have some confidence. My brother, there will be no troubles. The familiar cracking sound returns, and Ze Fa, observing Garp's demeanor, feels a sense of exasperation, thinking to himself that it is precisely Garp's demeanor that causes him concern. Nearby, Cunning finds the situation amusing. Having grown significantly over the past year, it is evident that youth is synonymous with rapid development. Given the unscientific heights of individuals in this world, it is likely that Cunning's stature will be impressive in the future. Upon hearing laughter, Garp glances at Cunning and queries, "What are you laughing at, little Cunning? Do you think I'm wrong? Are you eager to taste my beloved iron fist?" Taken aback, Cunning thinks, "What do your personal matters have to do with me? Why am I being dragged into this?" He quickly responds, No, I was merely contemplating what delicious meal I should prepare for you tonight." The mere mention of food instantly revitalizes Garp. This old man seems to care for little else. How did these two come to know each other? Interestingly, during one of Garp's visits to see Ze Fa, he happened upon mealtime and found Cunning in the kitchen diligently preparing lunch. Garp was taken aback, wondering when Ze Fa had acquired a child in his household. Initially, he assumed Cunning was a hired caretaker, but upon reflection, this child seemed far too young for such responsibilities. Thus, he sought out Ze Fa to inquire about the matter, who informed him that this was his newly adopted son. Upon hearing Ze Fa's words, Garp felt a wave of surprise. Everyone knew the events of that year, and the impact on Ze Fa had been particularly profound. Reflecting on this, he said to Ze Fa, "This is your child. Why did you not mention it to us? I have not known this child for long, yet I feel an extraordinary connection with him, which is why I decided to take him in. I have been quite busy lately, and thus did not have the chance to discuss this matter with you." Ze Fa replied, gazing at He-One with warmth in his eyes. Garp, the older man, glanced at Ze Fa and then at the busy He-One in the kitchen, suddenly realizing that Ze Fa was indeed serious this time. Curiosity piqued, he observed He-One when He-One finished cooking and emerged to find an unfamiliar man in his home. He was momentarily taken aback, for Ze Fa rarely entertained his subordinates at home. Turning his head, he pondered, "Why does this man look so familiar?" As He-One's gaze fell upon him, Garp couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, He-One instantly recognized him as the legendary hero Garp from stories, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. in the Navy. These two were renowned for their prowess in combat. The Black Arm Ze Fa and the Iron Fist Carp. It seemed fortuitous that someone capable of teaching him a few skills had arrived. Seeing Hewen's peculiar gaze fixed upon him made Carp feel somewhat uncomfortable. He then exclaimed, "Little one, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a dashing hero before?" At this, Hewen's lips twitched as if he had not heard the comment, and he asked, "Father, who is this man?" With a smile. Ze Fa responded, "This gentleman is the illustrious hero Carp of the Navy." Feigning surprise, Hewen said, "Oh," and the conversation halted, leaving Carp feeling quite awkward as he inquired of Hewen, "Do you not know who I am? Are you not in awe of my reputation?" Hewen looked at Carp curiously and asked, "What is there to be in awe of? Are you a general? Do you eat people with no rank greater than your father's?" "I am a normal person, not a cannibal," Carp retorted. "Is your fame greater than my father's?" Hewen pressed. Carp pondered for a moment before replying, "We enlisted together and are very good friends. Our reputations are quite similar. After all, your father is a general, so his fame should be slightly greater." Hewen then asked, "So, are you my relative?" At this, Carp rolled his eyes and replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I do not know you. Don't go making false connections." Hewen then chuckled mischievously, saying, "You are neither a cannibal nor a greater officer than my father, and you are not my relative. Why should I be in awe?" This infuriated Carp, who almost lunged at Hewen, but was stopped by Ze Fa, who chuckled and asked, "Did my son say something wrong?" Carp thought for a moment and realized that Hewen had not misspoken. Yet he felt a strange discomfort in his heart. Through their brief exchange, Hewen had already discerned Carp's temperament and cheerfully suggested, "Since we have a guest, why not sample my cooking?" Carp initially intended to decline, but the aroma wafting from the kitchen proved irresistible. He haughtily huffed, "Do not think you can placate me with just one meal. I am not so easily fooled." Seeing Carp's demeanor, Ze Fa found it both amusing and exasperating. "At your age, why are you quibbling with a child?" he remarked. Carp snorted in response and took a seat at the table, picking up his chopsticks to dive into the meal. Once he took his first bite, he couldn't stop, and soon the table was alive with laughter and conversation as they feasted. Before long, Carp and Ze Fa had devoured a bountiful spread of dishes. After this, Carp was left without retort. From that day forth, whenever he had the chance, he would visit Ze Fa's home for a meal. As the saying goes, a man is easily swayed by a generous meal after so many visits. Carp, with his thick skin, felt somewhat embarrassed and offered to teach Hewen a few techniques. Hewen cheerfully accepted, realizing that few others received such special treatment. Over the course of a year of study and training, Hewen's strength grew remarkably, and under the direct guidance of Ze Fa and Carp, it would be peculiar if he did not become powerful. What Hewen lacked was merely experience in combat. Originally, Ze Fa had not intended to bring Hewen along, but the child persisted until he obtained Ze Fa's consent. Carp, who had been summoned by Admiral Sengoku for assistance, was meant to aid in training the Navy's new recruits. However, due to the multitude of tasks requiring his attention, Sengoku had delegated much of the responsibility to Ze Fa, who had been focused on training the Navy's newcomers in recent years. Consequently, they decided to enlist Carp, who hoped to take advantage of Ze Fa's training trip to enjoy a few meals at his home. However, upon learning that Hewen would also accompany them, Carp immediately became reluctant and hurried onto Ze Fa's ship to lend a hand, claiming it was to assist when, in truth, he was likely just enticed by the prospect of food. As noon approached, Carp looked at the sun outside and cheerfully asked Hewen, "What do you plan to eat for lunch today?" "Kid," with a grin, Hewen replied, "On such a fine day, if we catch some fish, I will prepare a spicy fish head for you." Though Carp had never encountered this dish, the name alone suggested it would be a grand feast. Filling him with even more excitement, he promptly greeted Ze Fa and dashed outside, eager to catch a few large fish to satisfy his cravings. Seeing Carp's enthusiasm, both Ze Fa and Hewen exchanged helpless glances. The truth was, Carp was a formidable figure, one you could not hope to contend with, and he was as stubborn as a mule. The only one capable of managing him would be the future Granny Crane, who is now known as Aunt Crane, tirelessly attending to her duties as Sengoku's aide while overseeing various affairs. In recent years, as the age of the fleet admiral increased, he began delegating some responsibilities to Sengoku. Before long, Carp returned to Ze Fa's office, beaming and holding two large fish, much to He-Wen's astonishment. With no recourse, as the lowest in rank and unable to contend with him, He-Wen resigned himself to fate. When He-Wen lifted his gaze and met Ze Fa's equally expectant eyes, he realized that once again he would be toiling in the kitchen at noon. Ultimately, He-Wen prepared a sumptuous lunch for them, and after they had eaten their fill, they went about their own business, leaving He-Wen alone to survey the messy table with a resigned smile that a couple of days later, the Navy's grand ship finally arrived at the designated deserted island. Observing the eager expressions of the elite naval recruits, Carp and Ze Fa exchanged knowing glances and smirked. "Enjoy your excitement now. Soon enough, it will be your time to suffer." Upon arrival, Ze Fa instructed that each elite recruit be given a signal flare, to be used in the event of emergencies or situations they could not handle themselves, allowing them to send out a distress signal. In the midst of a dense jungle, a small figure emerged from behind a tree, spitting on the ground and exclaiming, "What the hell are these things? So many bizarre species and strange currencies." He-Wen's journey had been anything but calm. He encountered swarms of bees the size of fists, packs of wolves and rhinoceroses as large as elephants, all of which were merely the basics. If they were on the ocean, the wondrous sea creatures lurking beneath the waves would have devoured them all. He-Wen moved cautiously, weaving through the gaps in various places along the way. Of course, given his current abilities, he was not yet equipped to delve deeply into the island, limiting his movements to its periphery. Throughout this endeavor, he consistently engaged in battles with some medium and small-sized beasts to cultivate his combat experience. Moreover, our protagonist, He-Wen, was certainly not the kind of fool who failed to grasp the situation. He refrained from confronting beasts that were stronger than himself or those that appeared ordinary but possessed terrifying strength. Through these encounters, he applied the teachings imparted by Ze Fa and Kapu, as well as the survival knowledge shared by some veteran sailors in the Navy, demonstrating that practical experience indeed yields true understanding. Nothing was as simple as he had envisioned. Naturally, it was still a matter of his insufficient rank. Had he achieved a level akin to that of his adoptive father, Ze Fa, he would have had subordinates to handle such matters, sparing himself the need to worry. It would have been even better if his team included several capable individuals in these domains. Unbeknownst to him, nearly half a month had already elapsed during this graduation training, which was scheduled for a total of 1 month, and throughout this period, everyone was experiencing rapid growth. The island had already been previously surveyed by the Navy, and the particularly formidable beasts had been exterminated, leaving behind only those whose strength slightly surpassed that of the Navy itself. Thus, as long as 2 individuals collaborated, they would not encounter significant difficulties. After all, these were all elite members of the Navy, with the exception of He-Wen, who, as a former reclusive nerd, was only experiencing true combat for the second time in this world, though one could hardly classify it as combat. It was merely an opportunity for him to hone his survival skills. Suddenly, a gigantic spider appeared, its body enormous, comparable to that of a cow. Strangely enough, this behemoth crawled silently upon the tree, making not a single sound. One must acknowledge that, regardless of the world, spiders are the most exceptional predators. Moreover, one must commend the colossal trees of the Pirate King world for their unwavering stature. The spider leaped down to attack He-Wen. Prior to this, He-Wen seemed to sense the impending danger, leaning forward abruptly to evade the spider's strike. However, the spider's assault did not cease. Its 2 front limbs, resembling broad-bladed knives, sliced horizontally toward his waist. He-Wen, unperturbed, gracefully leaped to the right side of the spider, seizing the moment as the creature's attack momentarily faltered, delivering a powerful punch that struck with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, one of the spider's legs shattered, causing it to writhe in pain. Its knife-like limbs then swung downward once more. Observing the impending attack, He-Wen executed a roll to evade the strike, pivoting to deliver a series of blows to the remaining legs. After a few strikes, the enormous spider could no longer maintain its footing, collapsing onto the ground with a tremendous thud. Witnessing this, He-Wen smiled and approached to finish off the massive arachnid. One could tell that He-Wen's nonchalant demeanor indicated that this was not his first encounter with such a situation. Through his trials, he had matured significantly from his early. Could there be any distinct gains from these places? where the paths are either rugged mountain trails or the lairs of ferocious beasts. It remains a mystery as to who instilled such audacity in Hewan. Perhaps his earlier cautiousness had rendered him somewhat bored, thus igniting that damned spirit of adventure within him that not inquire about the absence of others. After all, this is an island, with everyone pursuing different directions and facing diverse challenges. Moreover, Hewan intentionally avoided mingling with a group, relishing the thrill of solitary exploration. Naturally, as he journeyed onward, he encountered many peculiar sights, including fruits he had never seen before but deduced to be non-toxic. This impulsive individual, unable to resist temptation, plucked one and tasted it, only to discover that it was exceedingly sour, so much so that it nearly made his teeth ache. This experience imparted a modicum of wisdom, although he had employed the methods taught by seasoned veterans to ascertain the fruit's safety before tasting. He had not anticipated its extreme sourness, a lesson learned. Hewan resolved to refrain from indiscriminately sampling unfamiliar items in the future, regardless of his ability to gauge their potential harm. Ultimately, he reached his intended treasure-seeking destination. Yet the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Time and again, he found nothing, leaving him somewhat bewildered. It is said that those destined for greatness often stumble upon gold coins along their journeys. Yet as a time traveler himself, he felt he could not disgrace the reputation of his kind. However, throughout this journey, he had encountered naught, and on several occasions, he had narrowly escaped with his life, which left him questioning the fairness of it all. Hewan had initially considered taking a break and lingering in one place for a few more days, when suddenly a location flashed into his mind, his final destination for treasure hunting, which he had always felt held some significance. His astonishment, he did indeed discover something. Following the customary belief that treasure is often hidden in caves beneath steep cliffs or in places frequented by wild beasts, he ventured forth, convinced that such treasures awaited him. Of course, these notions were merely the fantasies of a reclusive individual. In this world, the true treasures were often associated with the mythical devil fruits. Upon arriving at this location, Hewan was met with the sight of a corpse still adorned in tattered samurai attire, kneeling reverently on the ground. It was evident that this individual had been deceased for a considerable time. What remained was merely a pile of bones that crumbled to dust at a touch. He surmised that the owner of these remains may have succumbed to suicide. His conclusion stemmed from the fact that the posture resembled that of a warrior he had read about in books. Before this skeletal samurai lay a gleaming katana. Gazing upon this blade, Hewan felt a surge of astonishment. After a year in the Navy, he had encountered numerous valuable items, including those collected by his adoptive father, Admiral Ze Fa, whose possessions were anything but ordinary, often treasured by notorious pirates. The spoils of battle belonged to the victors, who claimed the belongings of the vanquished as their own. Yet, in comparison to these trophies, the katana held a certain allure that piqued Hewan's curiosity. As previously mentioned, Hewan had discovered a samurai sword at his last stop, a blade that exuded an extraordinary aura, seemingly instilling confidence in its wielder. The front of the sword bore the inscription He Shou, while the hilt was engraved with 9 characters: Bing, Lin, Do, Zhijie, Zhen, Lai Zai Qian. This revelation left Hewan momentarily dazed. He had set out merely to clear his mind and seek treasure. Yet here was a precious item appearing before him so effortlessly, evoking an almost surreal sensation. He mused to himself. Perhaps he too could be considered one of the fated children of destiny in this realm, enjoying luck comparable to that of protagonists in other tales, having acquired such a formidable sword with such ease. It is amusing to reflect on how one can be so ungrateful. Moments ago, he lamented his lack of fortune, and now, having obtained a treasured sword, he finds himself lost in contemplation. Upon deeper reflection, he began to recall the source of those 9 characters and their meaning. In his past life, these words conveyed the essence of valiant warriors standing in formation, unflinching in the face of adversaries, bravely advancing towards them. This imbued him with a sense of encouragement and fortitude. Thus, Hewan realized that this sword indeed provided him with courage and confidence, elements of a spiritual nature that undeniably exist. This sword could be deemed as one that inspires valor. As he reveled in this realization, Hewan withdrew the sword with reverence and stowed it away carefully. He glanced back at the deceased samurai, pondering that perhaps this individual had faced insurmountable challenges or succumbed to an incurable ailment. Ultimately choosing to isolate himself on this desolate island to quietly conclude his life without burdening his family, T1, with no malice intended, thought to himself, this individual must have had a fragile spirit. Reflecting on his own experiences, he felt he had endured far more hardship and fright than this man. The key, he mused, was to remain calm. Otherwise, one might wear oneself down. Despite his wandering thoughts, Hewen's actions remained resolute. In his belief that the deceased deserved respect, he dug a grave in the earth. Placing the remains of the samurai within, covering them with soil, he then sought a suitably sized stone from the nearby valley. Using his newly acquired Hisho sword to carve a slab, which he placed at the head of the grave, inscribing it with the words "grave of the nameless samurai." Given the urgency of the moment and the simplicity of his means, this was the best he could offer. After all, having taken something from another, he felt a responsibility to acknowledge the consequences in his heart. He harbored a deep sense of reverence for the deceased. He paid his respects with 3 profound bows at the grave before turning to leave. Though he departed, a lingering sense of melancholy accompanied him. After all, if this warrior had perished, he had indeed died far from home. In the future, Hewen mused, he might find himself in a similar predicament, and at best, he would have someone to bury him. Shaking his head, Hewen dismissed these chaotic thoughts, reminding himself that he was but 12 years old. With powerful connections as a member of the Navy, that he was confident that he would not meet an untimely end, for he still had countless beautiful moments ahead to savor. He could not allow such musings to disrupt his life. Nevertheless, as he gazed upon the remains of the fallen samurai, the passage of time had rendered the circumstances of his death inscrutable. The sight of such a body lying in desolation inevitably affected our protagonist. In the ensuing 4 or 5 days, he finally ceased to evade confrontation, boldly engaging formidable foes in battle. Although this reckless approach to combat honed his experience, it also inflicted some injuries upon him. Fortunately, his physical condition had significantly improved over the past year. His intense training had compensated for the many distractions, equating to more than 6 years of training for others. His recovery capabilities had also seen considerable enhancement. In the end, as the final moments approached, Hewen fought with unwavering determination until the very end. To the conclusion of the naval graduation examination, battered and bruised, he returned to the grand ship of the Navy. Initially, he had anticipated that his performance would at least earn him praise from his adoptive father. However, upon seeking out his adoptive father, he was met instead with a resounding display of affection that felt more like a reprimand. Witnessing this scene, the ever-amused Vice Admiral Karp erupted into laughter, doubling over and rolling on the ground in exaggerated mirth. His unabashed chuckles echoed through the temporary office of Ze Fa, spilling out into the corridors of the naval vessel. Passers-by, bewildered by the uproar and unaware of the context, exchanged curious glances, speculating about the commotion within the office. Consequently, our protagonist, Hewen, found his face flushed with embarrassment at the sound of such laughter. Observing Ze Fa's irate countenance, Hewen cautiously offered an apology, saying, "Father, I merely wish to challenge myself. I cannot always rely on you for protection. I aspire to become a man of stature, one who can safeguard you in the future. Let us not harbor anger, as it is detrimental to health." Listening to Hewen's words, Ze Fa felt a swell of satisfaction within, reflecting, "What a fine child! Truly my son, always considering my well-being. Yet this island is fraught with peril. I cannot allow this boy to roam freely." Despite his internal musings, Ze Fa's exterior remained stern, and he continued to admonish Hewen, stating, "You little rascal, after only a year of training, you dare to join those who have trained for much longer on the island for assessments? Is this not sheer folly? Return and prepare to face the consequences." Realizing he had genuinely upset Ze Fa, Hewen's countenance fell, uncertainty washing over him as he gazed at Ze Fa, his expression resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. Sensing a pang of regret, Ze Fa wondered if he had been too harsh, fearing he might instill a lasting fear in the boy. Thus, he cast a discreet, yet fierce glance at Karp, the incorrigible old rogue. Yet Karp, seemingly oblivious, continued his antics, prompting Ze Fa's irritation to mount as he summoned his formidable observation haki. Karp, catching the glint of Ze Fa's gaze, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He cleared his throat to draw the attention of both He-1 and Ze Fa. Addressing Ze Fa, Ze Fa, your adopted son is still quite young. Is it truly appropriate to chastise him so sternly? Besides, he has not disappointed you this time. Grant him another chance. Perhaps he will behave more prudently in the future. By the way, during the month He-1 has been away, I have scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. Initially pleased by Karp's perceptive remarks, Ze Fa's expression soured upon hearing Karp's increasingly absurd commentary, and he promptly interrupted. Declaring enough, should there be a next time, I shall deliver a sound, thrashing, this. He-1 exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Karp, only to find Karp winking at him with an air of smug satisfaction. As if to say, remember to express your gratitude, young lad. I expect a lavish meal in return. To Karp's brazen demeanor left He-1 exasperated, and he could only blink in acknowledgement, observing Ze Fa's gradually softening expression. He-1 realized he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. However, if he were to learn that he had merely been intimidated by Ze Fa, his reaction would undoubtedly be one of astonishment. Suddenly, Karp exclaimed, "Ah!" and, noticing the sword at He-1's waist, said, "He-1, bring that sword over. Let us take a look." Upon hearing Karp's request, Ze Fa quickly registered the unexpected presence of such a sharp sword. He had been so preoccupied with He-1's well-being that he had overlooked the weapon at the boy's side, which appeared to be of excellent quality. Karp took the sword, lightly tapping it before swinging it through the air with an air of seriousness. Addressing He-1, "We shall keep this sword for now. The two of us will examine it further." Startled, He-1 feared that Karp was intent on claiming his prized possession. Looking at Ze Fa with a pitiful expression, Ze Fa, initially taken aback, quickly understood He-1's sentiment and found it both amusing and perplexing. Meanwhile, Karp, upon perceiving He-1's reaction, became incensed, shouting, "You insolent brat! Do you think I would covet your sword? I possess far superior items in my collection. We are here to assist you in discerning the nature of this blade, which is remarkably sharp. Where do you think your thoughts are straying?" Karp continued, "I had intended to offer you a scabbard for your sword, as I happen to have an extra. However, your expression has wounded my feelings, and I have decided against it." This outrageous display left He-1 momentarily speechless, but recognizing Karp's playful demeanor, he knew the old rascal could be appeased. If he played his cards right, he might still secure the scabbard for his sword. He-1 tentatively raised 3 fingers, proposing, "How about I prepare you 3 sumptuous meals?" Karp, incensed, retorted, 20 meals. Taken aback by the audacity of the demand, He-1 thought, "I am not a professional chef." After a moment's contemplation, he raised 2 fingers and replied, 5 meals. This only further fueled Karp's ire as he exclaimed, "Are you squeezing toothpaste? It is unacceptable to bargain in such a manner. Anything below 10 meals is out of the question." Seizing the moment, He-1 quickly agreed, "Deal." Karp, sensing an inexplicable feeling of being duped, had initially planned to gift the sword to He-1, but now he was merely negotiating for a favor. As the two continued their playful banter, Ze Fa remained contemplative, examining the sword in silence. Noticing his adoptive father's lack of response, He-1 instinctively turned to Ze Fa, who, along with Karp, had ceased their commotion. Ze Fa addressed He-1, "You may leave for now. Karp and I have a matter to discuss. Return shortly, and I will ensure Karp provides you with a suitable scabbard." Understanding that the two had pressing matters to discuss, He-1 respectfully excused himself, mindful of the decorum expected within the Navy, and exited, closing the door behind him. As He-1 departed, the expressions of the 2 men turned solemn. Ze Fa began, "This is an exquisite sword. It is evident that its previous owner was no ordinary individual. According to our records, its master was a crucial bodyguard to the daimyo of Ueno. Yet, how did such a weapon end up on this desolate island, so far removed from Ueno?" While Karp also held some curiosity, he was less concerned and reclined on the sofa, squinting at Ze Fa. "It matters not. Unrest within Ueno is not unexpected. Such occurrences are commonplace, and in the end, it is our young lad who benefits." He added, "By the way, as a prominent admiral of the Navy, you are not intimidated by those samurai from Ueno, are you?" Unfazed by Karp's provocative taunts, Ze Fa focused instead on a different concern. He replied, "I am not worried about that, but I do fear the implications of internal gossip. External factors hold no significance for these naval hardliners. In fact, they may even elicit contrary effects at times. These traditionalists within the Navy are exceedingly concerned with their dignity. Should one cause them to lose face, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, the internal unity within the Navy is often beyond one's imagination. However, absolutes do not exist. Some individuals always prefer to bully the weak. This situation is akin to the katana acquired by He-1, which is far from ordinary. Although its classification remains undetermined, its reputation stands on par with the so-called supreme swords. The reason it has not yet made the list is simply due to its recent forging, emerging unexpectedly after the renowned blades were ranked. Adding another sword to the collection would clearly be inappropriate. Thus, this katana remains outside the realm of the celebrated blades. Of course, this information is merely hearsay. Yet, the existence of such rumors suggests that there may be truth to them. Recently, according to naval intelligence, this sword has not been seen in the land of Wano for quite some time. Thus, when He-1 came into possession of the sword, both Karp and Ze Fa were astonished to find it had somehow ended up on this small island. Particularly considering it had eluded discovery during extensive naval patrols. One cannot help but remark upon He-1's extraordinary luck. Ultimately, this renowned katana was effortlessly claimed by him. Upon hearing Ze Fa's words, Karp burst into hearty laughter and assured Ze Fa, "Fear not, Ze Fa, for we are all your comrades. No one would dare to snatch away any of us, for they could not bear the consequences of offending our esteemed ranks." Hearing this, Ze Fa felt a swell of happiness. After all, these old friends still held him in high regard. With a smile, he replied to Karp, "Rest assured, my only concern is that I have devoted my energies to the education of the Navy's youth over the years, neglecting trivial matters. However, should any fools come knocking, I shall ensure they learn that I, Black Arm Ze Fa, am not to be trifled with." Observing Ze Fa's renewed vigor for the sake of his adopted son, Karp felt a surge of joy, realizing that the ambitious Ze Fa of old had perhaps returned, albeit unknowingly. Once the training concluded and all personnel gathered to present their hunting trophies, it was more accurate to describe the trophies as parts of the beasts they had hunted. Due to the enormous size of some creatures, only the smaller teeth could serve as evidence of their endeavors. As Karp and Ze Fa surveyed the impressive array of their comrades' spoils, they felt immense satisfaction, reminiscent of the youthful exuberance they had shared when they, alongside Sengoku, first joined the Navy. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and the grand ship had returned to Marine Ford. Upon disembarking, Karp vanished from sight. Ze Fa was not surprised. Earlier, they had communicated through Karp, who had reported the situation to Admiral Kong and relayed the news to his contemporaries, Admiral Sengoku and Aunt Hina. Naturally, this was merely a simple exchange of information. They all believed that no one would dare to challenge these prominent figures within the Navy. Those who managed to rise above the tumultuous pirate world were no ordinary individuals. Underestimating them would inevitably lead to one's own downfall. Particularly within the Navy, should one truly offend Admiral Sengoku, they would find themselves in dire straits, much like how the pirate King Roger was ensnared, perpetually pursued by Sengoku and Karp. When Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku received this news, their astonishment was not directed at He-1 acquiring the sword, but rather at Ze Fa's deep regard for the B.O.Y.I.T. was evident from Karp's words that Ze Fa genuinely considered He-1 as his own son, prompting the higher-ups in the Navy to reassess their views on He-1. Previously, they were merely aware that Ze Fa had taken on an adopted son, but none knew the extent of Ze Fa's commitment to this boy. However, with the revelation of this situation, perspective shifted. After all, the Navy had previously wronged Ze Fa, and now he had a child he genuinely wished to care for. They would undoubtedly treat He-1 with newfound respect, and previously hidden benefits would now fall to him. Meanwhile, our protagonist, He-1, was at Karp's home, preparing a sumptuous dinner for both Karp and Ze Fa. After spending so much time at sea, where fish was the predominant fare, the two had grown weary of it and desired a change in flavor, prompting He-1 to prepare a fresh feast. However, He-1 was not oblivious. While he did not mind the opinions of others, he was particularly attentive to Karp. Thus, he first requested the sword's scabbard, gazing at Karp's collection with eyes brimming with admiration, unable to resist its allure. Observing He-1's reaction, Karp could not help but roll his eyes. Teasing him, "Look at you, this is all you've amounted to. among my entire collection. This scabbard is merely one of many ordinary pieces. You look like someone who has never seen anything of worth. Truly a disgrace to your adoptive father. Ze Fa, T1, treating Carp's mockery as if he had not heard it, remained indifferent. Carp, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Once he felt satisfied with his admiration. He turned to Carp, noticing Carp still miffed, and promptly sought to appease him. A mere scabbard was hardly worth severing ties with Carp. After all, one never knew when they might need the formidable Carp's assistance in the future. As he approached to soothe him, Carp, the ever-petulant child at heart, ignored him, turning his head away. T1 understood it was time for action. He retreated to the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal, promising a plethora of benefits, soon managing to placate Carp. Time flew by, and 2 days passed swiftly. Today, under clear skies, a robust man stood on an outdoor platform in the elite training grounds of the Navy, none other than Admiral Kong. It was once again time for Admiral Kong to deliver his performance, passionately reciting his motivational platitudes. However, the audience seemed immune to his rhetoric until he announced the rewards, at which point they perked up. Upon revealing the names of the top performers, it came as no surprise that the first was none other than the future Admiral Sakazuki, followed by the future Admiral Borsellino, known as the Yellow Monkey. When the final name was called, Hiwin, the crowd erupted in laughter. The tale of Hiwin's escapade to a deserted island had spread throughout the Navy. After all, being Ze Fa's adopted son was already astonishing enough. And this latest incident only added to the intrigue. Our protagonist, unfortunately, lacks self-awareness and consistently seeks to develop in a low-key manner. Yet, how could that ever be possible? Consequently, Hiwin can only respond with a resigned indifference, hoping that time will eventually erase all. Thus, this young man inadvertently gained a modicum of fame within the Navy. Initially, it was anticipated that Hiwin's ranking would not be the last. However, he remains unconcerned with such matters, as he is merely an auditor in the elite naval training program at this stage. Being still young, he has numerous further training sessions ahead in the elite naval class. Hence, this thick-skinned protagonist pretends not to hear the laughter of the crowd. Observing Hiwin, who bows his head in silence, Ze Fa cannot help but chuckle inwardly, for this is a deliberate act on his part, aimed at teasing Hiwin and causing him to lose face in public. However, there is no malice in this. It is merely playful banter, revealing a hint of childlike spirit in Ze Fa. Once the laughter subsides, everyone takes the stage to claim their belongings. Not every individual feels entirely satisfied with their prizes. Nonetheless, it is of little consequence. Even if some do not require these items, they can be exchanged within the Navy for equivalent goods. For instance, at this moment, Sakazuki has opted to exchange his prize for a renowned blade for self-defense. At this juncture, the students of the elite naval training class are brimming with excitement. Following Ze Fa's training, the promises made by the Naval High Command have been fulfilled one by one. For example, after completing their training, the lowest rank they would attain is that of a captain, while Sakazuki and Bo Lu Sa Li Nua have even achieved the rank of major. Additionally, this group of students has been rewarded with a technique from the Navy's 6 styles. As this batch of students departs the training camp, they are promptly assigned to ships by various rear admirals or vice admirals, allowing them to earn military merits and further hone their management skills. The capabilities of these students have garnered widespread recognition, especially as the Navy faces a generational gap. There is a collective hope that these individuals will mature swiftly to fill the vacancies left by aging personnel, injuries, and fatalities. It can be said that this group has been cultivated with immense care and effort by the Navy. With the conclusion of the first elite naval training session, a brief interlude ensues, an invaluable period during which the two enjoy some quality time together. While it may be termed pleasant, it is merely a slight reprieve compared to the intensity of prior training. During this period, the Naval Headquarters submits several promising talents to the Air Marshal for verification before handing the data to Ze Fa for preparation. Thus, Ze Fa's leisure time is not particularly abundant. Nevertheless, during this interval, he continues to train Hiwin, engaging in frequent sparring sessions. Combat experience is an invaluable asset, and our protagonist, Hiwin, possesses decades of life experience. He has developed a coherent ideology that enables him to analyze and synthesize various matters effectively, thereby learning from these experiences. Through his duels with Ze Fa, he swiftly absorbs the knowledge imparted by Ze Fa, applying it to draw broader conclusions. His keen intellect, coupled with his inherent discipline and diligence, earns him Ze Fa's high regard. It is precisely due to Ze Fa's acknowledgement that he faces even more rigorous training expectations. While others are required to complete a single unit of work, Ze Fa demands that he accomplish 2 to 3 times that amount. The training enhancements serve as a significant boon for He-1, rendering him capable of enduring such demands. Eventually, the second batch of trainees arrives at the naval headquarters in Marineford, heralding the commencement of the next elite naval training program. However, with prior experience, Ze Fa approaches this new group with a sense of familiarity, no longer feeling the tension of the initial session. Simultaneously, he brings along young He-1, who, having previously received accolades, now holds the rank of Private First Class and is assigned to assist Ze Fa as his new secretary. This role involves aiding Ze Fa with various personal matters, effectively serving as his life consultant. Ze Fa is quite pleased with this arrangement, for having a son nearby allows him to supervise He-1's training closely. Fulfilling his responsibility as a father, He-1 is equally content, as this marks his first step towards the life he aspires to lead. However, it is merely a beginning, and he must continue striving toward his goals. The elite training program soon commences, and throughout the training process, Ze Fa constantly reflects on his educational methods for the new recruits, making adjustments to any previous shortcomings compared to the last training session. This one exhibits a greater degree of scientific rigor. Moreover, due to his age, He-1 continues to undergo repetitive training. Now a year older at the age of 12, he has inexplicably grown taller than the average child. Perhaps owing to the Navy's excellent provisions, his own rigorous exercise, and inherent advantages. What benefits does this bring to He-1? Firstly, it is due to the expansion of the body that strength and speed can be harnessed more effectively. Moreover, during this training, He-1 awakened his armament haki, which brought immense joy to Ze Fa, for only those who have awakened haki can truly become formidable warriors. It is well known that the Navy relied on the 6 powers in the early stages, but later depended on haki. Secondly, Ze Fa himself is a master of haki. After all, the title Black Arm did not come about by mere chance. Point 1 can easily deduce this. Furthermore, upon utilizing armament haki, one's offensive and defensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. Initially, this form of armament haki was referred to as armament hardening, and upon its application, both weapons and relevant parts of the body would turn black. However, consider that He-1, prior to having armament haki, already possessed terrifying power with his mighty punches. Now that he has awakened armament haki, it amplifies his offensive strength while simultaneously bolstering his defense. Since acquiring this katana, He-1 has also begun to develop techniques for his mighty punch, applying them to this blade. This idea had long been in his mind, but he lacked the conditions to experiment. As most of the Navy's gear is merely standard issue and incapable of withstanding the enhancements for Mighty Punch, in practice, He-1 discovered that the Mighty Punch demands exceptionally rigorous physical conditioning. It requires a blend of one's bodily strength and the technique of exertion. Despite the numerous inconsistencies, the results are astonishing. Over the past year or two, He-1 has continually summarized his usage of the Mighty Punch. And with prior knowledge of armament haki's general application, adjusting the two has become exceedingly convenient. When armament hardening is applied to a weapon, employing the techniques of the Mighty Punch to strike an opponent with ferocity can yield devastating results. During practice with Ze Fa, He-1 shared this technique, which Ze Fa tried. Although the effects of the Mighty Punch were remarkable, Ze Fa's power surpassed He-1's by several magnitudes, leading He-1 to wear a peculiar expression. Observing Ze Fa's application, He-1 confirmed that he was indeed a novice in this system. Despite Ze Fa's strength being several levels above his own, it raises a question. He-1 is still a beginner. It seems that the system endowed him not only with certain techniques, but perhaps also a portion of enhanced strength. Thus, although it defies logic, Ze Fa did not delve deeper, assuming that He-1 simply possessed a higher talent in this regard. However, only He-1 knows the truth. As a child, he had no such innate talent and initially struggled to lift heavy objects. Yet, when fully exerting the Mighty Punch, he felt no strain, upon careful calculation. He deduced that the energy released by the mighty punch is 25 times his total energy. In contrast, an ordinary person employing the techniques of the mighty punch could only exert 3 times the power. This revelation astonished He-Won, yet he kept it to himself, burying the matter deep in his heart for fear of drawing attention, especially with the existence of the notorious scientist Vegapunk, known for his human experimentation. Considering the later developments involving Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with numerous clones of him, it becomes evident that he too is a scientific madman. Thus, one must acknowledge that maintaining a low profile is indeed the path to survival in this world. During his time watching the anime One Piece, he had a particular fondness for the character Virgo, whose entire being radiated armament hockey, a striking purple-black hue that captivated many young girls. Leaving the single-minded, he went utterly smitten. Once, during training, he inquired about this aspect from Ze Fa, who looked at him oddly before earnestly explaining, "It is somewhat my fault for not elaborating on this. Have you not heard that hockey has a finite capacity? In battles between experts, the outcome often hinges on a fleeting moment. If one lacks hockey while the opponent possesses it, a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. Conversely, those who employ hockey recklessly are often the fools who perish on the battlefield. For when equally matched, the contest becomes one of endurance. The stronger one's stamina, the greater the likelihood of triumph. If your hockey depletes faster than that of your opponent, all you can do is rely on your innate abilities to endure." Simultaneously, Ze Fa emphasized to He-Won the practicality of armament hockey. It serves not merely as a means of offense, but also poses a threat to those with Logia-type devil fruits. Once a Logia user transforms, only armament hockey can affect them. The basic form of armament hockey can be elevated further, allowing one to manifest it in a flowing form, enveloping their weapon or exterior, effectively donning an armor that inflicts damage without direct contact with the enemy. However, this also results in the weapon and body turning black upon use. Upon hearing this, He-Won experienced a moment of enlightenment, finally grasping the advanced application of armament hockey. He had previously viewed it as rather abstract from the anime. Listening to the esteemed Admiral Ze Fa's elucidation, He-Won instantly comprehended the practical implications. With this insight, He-Won eagerly asked Ze Fa, "Is this referred to as flowing sakura?" Taken aback by He-Won's inquiry, Ze Fa responded, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "It is merely a higher application of armament hockey. Flowing sakura is simply a term used by some. You may call it whatever you wish, as interpretations vary among individuals." Enlightened by the educator's explanation, He-Won finally understood. He then inquired, "Father, is there an even more advanced form of armament hockey?" Originally, He-Won had asked this casually, but Ze Fa chuckled and replied, "My child, it seems you truly remain unaware of my capabilities." With that, Ze Fa led He-Won away from the Navy's small training ground to a location near the sea. He then clenched his fist and struck forward with great force, as if wielding the martial prowess of a master from a wuxia novel. Instantly, the ocean ahead parted before the might of his punch. He-Won stood in awe, realizing that this was indeed the method of employing advanced armament hockey. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Ze Fa, who, upon witnessing He-Won's adoration, felt an overwhelming sense of pride and joy. After a hearty laugh, a moment of a father proudly showcasing his achievements before his child, Ze Fa instructed, "Train diligently, my child. I will guide you well." He-Won nodded fervently, assuring, "Father, you can rest assured. I will train earnestly and not disappoint you." With that, the father and son strolled leisurely back to their home. As the current session of the Navy Elite Training Course had yet to commence, and Ze Fa wished to spend more time with his child, as time flew by, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the year 1494 of the CU calendar, and the 3rd session of the Navy Elite Training Course was drawing to a close. Predictably, He-Won was delighted to meet one of the future Navy admirals, Kazan. However, at this moment, this future admiral was merely a trainee, exhibiting a laid-back demeanor, donning a cap and glasses that hinted at his status as a troubled youth. Finally, He-Won grasped the sentiment expressed in a saying he had seen online. Ze Fa truly has it hard. Initially, he could not fully appreciate this, but seeing the myriad of unruly trainees before him, he began to understand. Hiwan has already become immune and is capable of nurturing a group of troubled youths into future naval elites. Ze Fa's task is equally formidable. The training sessions are monotonous, yet now, Hiwan has grown weary of participating in the final examination. After attending once or twice, the prospect of a third attempt holds no allure for him. As for treasure hunting, it has merely become a hobby. After his initial experience, he believes his luck has been exhausted, and he no longer anticipates discovering any remarkable treasures in future endeavors. Consequently, when it comes time for the third graduation test, Hiwan opts to remain in the cabin, seeking Ze Fa's guidance on training-related queries. Ze Fa, observing Hiwan's earnest demeanor as he poses his questions, feels a sense of helplessness. Although he is a high-ranking admiral of the naval headquarters and seldom engages in military affairs, he remains perpetually busy. Meanwhile, Hiwan, being just a child, has ample time on his hands after training, often seeking him out for advice, leaving Ze Fa with little time to spare. Initially considering passing him off to Garp, Ze Fa realizes he has not seen that fellow in some time. Thus, feeling helpless and concerned that Hiwan might cause some trouble, he decides to keep him close to this juncture due to the relentless accumulation of daily training. Hiwan has attained a considerable level of strength. While he may not surpass the strongest, he can certainly manage against those weaker than himself. However, among his peers, he is a veritable monster. Thus, Hiwan has begun to conceal his true abilities, refraining from showcasing his full strength. Yet the crux of the matter is that Ze Fa, who frequently spar with him, can sense the nuances of Hiwan's prowess. Even the limited strength Hiwan displays is enough to leave Ze Fa both satisfied and exasperated. Though Hiwan is merely 15 years old, his height and strength rival those of an average adult. In fact, he has even begun to employ certain combat techniques during his battles, indicating that he is intentionally cultivating his own fighting style. Through careful observation, Ze Fa deduces that what Hiwan lacks is the most critical experience, bloodshed. Despite the child's seemingly mature demeanor, he is still only 15. Should he be released into the fray like others? Ze Fa fears that his youthful exuberance might lead to unforeseen complications. If that were to happen, there would be no one to support him in his old age. The thought of this promising child facing such peril weighs heavily on Ze Fa, leaving him in a state of distress, scratching his head in uncertainty. With no viable solutions at hand, he contemplates seeking assistance. Fortunately, among their group is Sengoku, a sharp-minded general. If Garp were to ponder over these matters, he would likely doze off on the spot. Yet, should you enlist Garp to accompany you on the battlefield, he would have no issue with that. This is not to say Garp is foolish. Rather, he believes that if a problem can be resolved through action, there is no need to deliberate. Upon peering out the window, Ze Fa notices a figure tirelessly training. Unbeknownst to Hiwan that his adoptive father is currently troubled about where to send him for further training. At this moment, Hiwan has also mastered the observation haki, which adds to Ze Fa's frustration that he has yet to fully instruct Hiwan in the 6 styles of the Navy, yet Hiwan has already learned 2 forms of haki. As previously mentioned, the final type, Conqueror's Haki, is not something just anyone can acquire. It is a gift of fate. The awakening of his observation haki had its roots in the first elite training session of the Navy, where Hiwan, in an effort to evade the movements of a giant spider, had brushed against the threshold of this ability. However, at that time, he was preoccupied with treasure hunting and overlooked its significance. Now, having completed his awakening, Hiwan has begun to integrate haki training into his regimen, yielding remarkably favorable results. The 2 types of training do not hinder one another. He can train while simultaneously enhancing his haki reserves, a twofold benefit. If he maintains a consistent training schedule, Hiwan will be able to accumulate haki reserves, alleviating any concerns about exhaustion during future battles, which brings him immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ze Fa remains troubled about how to address these matters until the assessment concludes. In a flash, Ze Fa rushes to Sengoku's office at that moment. Sengoku is engrossed in administrative duties. Upon seeing Ze Fa, he expresses surprise and inquires, "What brings you here, Ze Fa? Have you encountered a problem during training? Do you require my assistance?" Taken aback by Sengoku's concerned demeanor, Ze Fa quickly realizes that his old comrade has become overly sensitive. Thus he chuckles and replies, "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you are being overly perceptive. Do not overthink it. There is nothing to worry about, just a minor personal matter. Personal matter, Sengoku is momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's thought, he comprehends and asks, "Is something amiss with your son? Does it necessitate the attention of a high-ranking admiral from the Navy?" Ze Fa, feeling somewhat awkward, admits, "What can I hide from you? I am troubled about his training." Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately inquires, "Is there an issue with his training? Does he require a devil fruit? If so, let us submit a report to Admiral Akainu and secure a suitable devil fruit." Sengoku is aware of Ze Fa's fondness for his adopted son, and this is no secret among the higher echelons of the Navy. Ze Fa, shaking his head, responds, "It's not that. It's just that he is progressing at an astonishing rate and has already met my standards. Therefore, I believe he should be sent to some special places to broaden his horizons, which would greatly benefit his strength. However, I am uncertain about where to send him for optimal training, so I seek your counsel." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart relaxes. Initially fearing that Ze Fa had summoned him for a significant issue, he now finds himself amused by Ze Fa's anxious expression. This moment, Sengoku remembers a location where the Navy's deployment is due for a rotation, and they can send someone to oversee the transition. However, when that location is mentioned, Ze Fa hesitates and questions, "Isn't that a bit against protocol? Given Hewen's current strength, it may not meet the necessary standards." Standards? Who determines what is or isn't acceptable? That is for us to decide, Sengoku asserts with conviction. Moreover, some of these matters pertain to you. By the way, Ze Fa, please fetch Hewen for me. I have some important matters to discuss with him. Upon receiving the message that Sengoku wishes to see him, Hewen is puzzled, wondering, what does the Admiral want with me? What is my connection to this? Ultimately, Hewen arrives at Sengoku's office, brimming with questions. "Can I trust you, Hewen?" Sengoku asks. Upon hearing this, Hewen fears he is being asked to serve as a spy, which contradicts his long-standing principles of staying under the radar. However, he refrains from questioning why. As Sengoku has a notorious history of sending his adopted son to act as a spy, Hewen is apprehensive that Sengoku might develop a habit of sending his adopted son to infiltrate, which would place him in a precarious position. Before long, Sengoku notices the unease on Hewen's face and asks, "What troubles you? Are there any difficulties?" Hewen responds, "Is there any difficulty? Even if there is, I have no way to refuse." Facing the imposing presence of Sengoku, I feel utterly helpless. Observing Hewen's seemingly resolute demeanor, Sengoku is astounded, thinking, am I merely asking him to assist with a few minor tasks? Why has it escalated to this extent? Given his current strength, while he may not be able to win a fight, in 2 years' time, he will be more than capable in the heart of Sengoku. Although he felt a peculiar sensation, he still gravely addressed our protagonist. Hewen, saying, "The perpetrator who once inflicted harm upon the Ze Fa family has been found. However, as you are aware, given your teacher's temperament, despite enduring such profound sorrow, his heart remains unforgiving. Therefore, your task is to..." At this point, Sengoku ceased his discourse, making a subtle gesture as if to slit a throat, then looked at Hewen and, with a smile, remarked, "No one can harm our naval kin without facing repercussions. Whoever that individual may be, I shall demand retribution." Upon hearing such imposing words, Hewen began to comprehend the righteous authority that radiated from Sengoku. Although Sengoku maintained his smile, there was an unsettling gravity to it. Instantly, Hewen's mind raced with thoughts, and as he recalled the objective of this endeavor, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Silently, he mused, at last, the moment has arrived. It is time for me to collect a bit of interest." Having concluded his thoughts, he nodded solemnly at Sengoku, who then imparted a few additional instructions and presented Hewen with a transfer order. At this juncture, Sengoku had elevated his rank to second lieutenant, ensuring that upon arrival, he would encounter fewer complications, for a second lieutenant is indeed a bona fide officer. Upon exiting, Ze Fa inquired of Hewen, "Did your uncle Sengoku assign you any tasks? If you find it unmanageable, inform me in advance, and I shall speak with Sengoku." Observing the concern etched on Ze Fa's face, Hewen could not help but smile joyfully, responding, "Father, fret not. I shall handle this matter." With that, he took Ze Fa's hand and departed. After Ze Fa escorted Hewen home, the door to Sengoku's office creaked open. The astute strategist leaned out, casting a glance at the father and son, sharing a moment of warmth, which further solidified his resolve to nurture Hewen's potential. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each reflecting its own beauty in that moment. Hewen returned home with Ze Fa, who incessantly reminded him of various precautions along the way. Though it left Hewen feeling somewhat overwhelmed, he also felt a comforting warmth in his heart, for who does not appreciate such concern? Eventually, the father and son enjoyed a lavish dinner. In the following 2 days, Hewen diligently packed his belongings. He would accompany the naval ship tasked with the mission, requesting them to transport him to the infamous Impel Down. This notorious prison had garnered significant attention, and in a previous life, Hewen had meticulously studied its layout. Assuming that all related facilities and equipment would now be in place, he resolved to explore thoroughly in hopes of discovering opportunities for personal growth. Nonetheless, despite these aspirations, Hewen faced a more pressing dilemma. Within the confines of this naval prison, where might he find a suitable environment for training? Surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, leading Hewen to feel quite vexed. Furthermore, only those deemed serious offenders by the world government were qualified to reside within these walls. The prison was teeming with fearsome beast-like guards, each possessing distinct characteristics. Impel Down consisted of 6 levels, famously referred to as copper walls and iron bastions. However, it was not entirely devoid of escapees. History had recorded 2 notable figures who had managed to break free: the infamous pirate captain, Don Quixote del Flamingo, and the architect of Impel Down, Magellan, who wielded the powers of the pushing fruit and later became one of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. These 2 individuals were undeniably remarkable in their own right. Hewen reminisced about how many had admired these characters in his previous life. Given the circumstances, he felt certain that his forthcoming days would be anything but tranquil, thus amplifying the need for prudence as he undertook his mission. However, Sengoku was confident that with Hewen's social acumen, he would undoubtedly thrive within the prison's confines, for Hewen had already demonstrated exceptional interpersonal skills during his initial training sessions, garnering the affection of most participants. As the naval ship approached Impel Down, Hewen gazed in awe at the imposing gates of justice, marveling at the grandeur of this place, which was not meant for just anyone. Numerous naval officers were stationed outside, and beneath the surface, a school of sea kings swam. Each room was equipped with visual transponder snails for surveillance, rendering this location virtually impenetrable. In the pirate-infested world, the existence of this prison served as a bulwark against evil, safeguarding the lives of ordinary people outside. For if just one of these criminals were to escape, it could precipitate a bloody catastrophe. Within the prison, there were 6 tiers of authority. The highest rank belonged to the warden, followed by the deputy warden, chief guard, assistant chief guard, and the various ranks of prison guards, each overseeing different categories of offenders. They employed numerous methods to manage the inmates, as the influx of pirates committing crimes was substantial. No prison, no matter how vast, could accommodate them all. For pirates, this place was hardly a sanctuary. Upon Hewen's arrival, he was subjected to a series of stringent inspections, and only after these procedures were completed did the gates of justice slowly swing open. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the monumental atmosphere of the prison, truly deserving of its reputation as one of the 3 great structures. Let us set aside the notion of escape for now. Consider its location, the calm belt, a place where even the desire to leave may be futile. With the gates of justice sealed, one could only wander aimlessly within, thus having relinquished any thoughts of escape. Those within the prison essentially led lives of idle waiting. Of course, for those lacking strength, even securing basic sustenance was no guarantee. As for Hewen, he found himself in a position where, as a second lieutenant, he could accomplish little. His current role was merely that of a liaison officer for the Navy station at Impel Down. His responsibilities would primarily involve information relay. However, to dismiss his role as merely that of a liaison officer would be a grave underestimation. Within the confines of Impel Down, one constantly faced various crises. Inmates frequently harbored fantasies about the outside world, which was hardly surprising in a realm dominated by pirates. They often engaged in outrageous acts, such as jailbreaks or riots, necessitating someone to quell these disturbances, sometimes employing rather ruthless means to instill fear in these desperate souls. The irony however, lay in their ability to forget pain once healed. They would inevitably return to their reckless behavior. Upon Hewen's entry to the 4th level of Impel Down to submit relevant documentation, he encountered a familiar face, one that he knew well. Though the sentiment was not mutual, this individual would later become renowned as Shiryu of the Rain, the second in command of the Blackbeard Pirates. Hewen was taken aback by this unexpected meeting with someone who would later gain infamy. The current incarnation of Shiryu bore little resemblance to the dark, brooding figure he would become over 2 decades hence. While he still appeared somewhat pallid, his demeanor was decidedly more cheerful and sunny. It made Hewen curious about the experiences that had shaped him over the years, that in the future, Shiryu's reputation would be marred by indiscriminate slaughter, a key point of contention with the then-warden. Magellan. His bloodthirstiness knew no bounds, as he would even turn on his comrades. Such behavior piqued Hewen's curiosity that it was evident that future high-ranking naval officers would pale in comparison to Shiryu's prowess. Yet, Hewen pondered why Shiryu possessed such a volatile nature. This intrigue weighed heavily on Hewen's mind. Curiosity often yields consequences, and while he was uncertain of what lay ahead, his heart was tumultuous. After completing the necessary reports, Shiryu noted the gaze Hewen directed at him, akin to that of an observer scrutinizing an exotic specimen. Feeling discomfort, he addressed Hewen. "Hey, Navy kid, do you have any questions or anything you need to inquire about?" Hewen sensed that perhaps he had been a bit abrupt, so he smiled and said to Shiryu, "I've been diligently training in the art of swordsmanship lately, and as you too are a swordsman, I hope we can find the time to engage in some meaningful exchange." However, at this moment, Shiryu was merely a warden within the confines of Impel Down, not yet the renowned chief warden he would become. Being a young man, he inevitably exhibited the arrogance that often accompanies youth. Upon hearing Hewen's words, Shiryu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "With your level of skill, you dare to suggest an exchange? Surely, you must be overestimating yourself." Observing the nonchalant expression on Shiryu's face, Hewen chuckled softly and chose not to say anything further as he turned to leave Shiryu's office and proceeded to his assigned quarters. It is worth noting that Hewen was not under the jurisdiction of the Navy outside of Impel Down. Rather, he had a rather unique position directly under the Navy headquarters. His primary responsibility was to report the internal conditions of Impel Down to the external Navy. Serving as a vital bridge of communication between the 2.1, might wonder why Impel Down does not report directly to the outside. The answer is quite simple. There's a fear that internal issues might arise, leading to collusion against the station Navy outside, thus necessitating a supervisory role. This position is, therefore, exceedingly important, and those stationed here generally possess considerable strength. Perhaps no one anticipated that the Navy would dispatch a seemingly newly minted young man to serve within the depths of Impel Down. Shiryu, despite his earlier thoughts, held a certain regard for Hewen. Although Impel Down was an independent entity, it still relied heavily on the Navy's support, especially considering the presence of over 8,000 Navy personnel stationed outside, a force that even surpassed the number deployed during the infamous Buster Call. This military presence would be invaluable during times of large-scale pirate unrest. Furthermore, the upper echelons within Impel Down had received some discreet intelligence regarding the new Navy ensign. Hewen, due to these circumstances, the attitude towards Hewen within Impel Down was notably favorable. Consequently, with the exception of the 6th level, which was sealed off by the world government, all other levels were open to Hewen. In fact, connections had already been established by the Navy for Hewen, ensuring that as long as he did not rebel against the Navy, he would be supported internally regardless of any issues that might arise. Among the various levels, Hewen particularly favored the 4th level. This level was the coldest, devoid of the monitoring snail devices, making it a rare sanctuary where Hewen could truly relax. However, the pirates within this level were formidable. Starting from the 3rd level, the bounty on pirates typically exceeded 50 million, a stark contrast to the later era when bounties in the hundreds of millions became commonplace in that time. The pirates were genuine fugitives. Thus, if Hewen wished to train effectively, he would have to begin from the lower levels. Once Hewen settled into his new environment, he committed himself to rigorous training within the prison. You may not have witnessed the sun at 4 in the morning within Impel Down, for it seems there is no sun. But at that hour, you would undoubtedly see a determined individual training relentlessly. our protagonist. He won. Following the customary 3 daily communications regarding external matters and confirming that everything was in order, Hewan devoted all his remaining time to training. There were formidable figures present who could offer guidance. And occasionally, he engaged in sparring sessions, acutely this time. The deputy warden of Impel Down, Magellan, was a close friend of Admiral Sengoku, and both were powerful individuals who shared mutual respect. Sengoku did not conceal matters from his friend, as certain events had breached everyone's limits, encapsulated in the familiar adage, misfortunes should not befall one's family. Magellan was also aware of the situation surrounding Ze Fa, and, with Sengoku's backing, chose to turn a blind eye to Hewan's future endeavors. Such matters were not trivial. The severity of the situation aside, while Ze Fa had become less involved, he still had his own faction within the Navy. Those individuals had long expressed dissatisfaction with the circumstances faced by their former superior. Ze Fa was known for his fair treatment of his subordinates, and to quell the rising tensions within the Navy, the higher-ups reached a consensus that those connected to Ze Fa would pay a blood debt. Thus, a plan for revenge was laid before Fleet Admiral Cunning, who ultimately approved it, allowing Sengoku to devise a strategy, with Hewan tasked to handle the aftermath. Consequently, a highly efficient Navy operation was set in motion. The Navy first mobilized its intelligence division to identify the pirates responsible for the slaughter of Ze Fa's family. Then, they justifiably incarcerated these individuals within Impel Down. Finally, arrangements were made for them to discreetly vanish from the world. Initially, Sengoku had been concerned about who would be suitable for this task, but fate intervened when Ze Fa approached Sengoku, who then seized the opportunity to assign the task to Ze Fa's adopted son. Hewan, upon hearing of the plan, Magellan deemed it a minor affair, as it was quite normal for a few less individuals to be present in Impel Down. Without a second thought, Magellan disclosed the location of the cells housing the crew responsible for Ze Fa's family's demise. Thus, within the depths of Impel Down, a covert slaughter began. Regardless of location, strength reigned supreme. Only those who possess power earn the respect of others. Therefore, Hewan's training was nothing short of frenzied, resulting in a remarkable surge in his abilities within a mere 6 months. At this juncture, Hewan began to encounter a slight plateau in his progress, and though it appeared trivial, it significantly impacted him. To overcome this hurdle, Hewan recognized the necessity of undertaking actions that would stimulate his growth and ensure his continued advancement. What could provoke such stimulation? Engaging in life-and-death battles. Naturally. However, one must choose their opponents wisely, such as the targets Hewan faced in Impel Down. First, he sought out a vice captain from a pirate crew, a man in his mid-30s. Sporting a scruffy beard, wearing a tattered hat, and clad in the standard attire of a prisoner, complete with heavy shackles and bearing numerous injuries. Yet, despite his battered appearance, the defiance in his expression prompted Hewan to smile silently. Thinking, I hope you can still find a reason to smile after this. Before long, the vice captain was brought to a clandestine arena, specially prepared for Hewan's duel by the influential figures within Impel Down. Outside this arena, numerous guards patrolled the vicinity. Among those present in the duel was a familiar face to Hewan, the aforementioned Shiryu of the Rain. Interestingly, despite Hewan's lack of social grace, Shiryu, a man of considerable status, found himself begrudgingly engaged in conversation with Hewan, who relentlessly pursued interaction. Ultimately, the two faced off in a private duel. The outcome of this encounter remains undisclosed, but following this clash, Shiryu frequently sought out Hewan for further bouts, leading to genuine life-and-death confrontations, during which Hewan often sustained injuries. Returning to the present, after the release of the pirate crew's vice captain, Shiryu, cigarette in mouth, cast a casual glance at him and remarked, "If you manage to defeat the previous opponents, I shall grant you the opportunity to leave Impel Down the next time the gates of justice open." What do you say? Originally, Shiryu had intended to witness the plight of the captured pirate vice captain, well aware that in Impel Down, one could only enter, never exit. The vice captain of the pirate crew, not one to be easily fooled, spat disdainfully on the ground after listening, and said, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you think I would believe your words? A bunch of cannibals who leave no bones behind. Although I am unaware of the tricks you are playing, I harbor no illusions about escaping this place. However, since you have released me, in return, I shall ensure that this young lad before me is truly dispatched." After hearing his arrogant declaration, Shiryu suppressed the murderous intent surging within him, nodded, and with a smile, remarked, "I hope your body is as resilient as your mouth. Here, a weapon for you. The rest is up to you, Cowan." With that, the head jailer brought over a table and a chair, settled himself, and prepared some hot tea. Watching the contest unfold between Cowan and the Pirate-S vice-captain, Cowan surveyed his opponent. He narrowed his eyes, recalling that the vice-captain had a bounty of approximately 35 million berries. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary, but this would serve as a perfect opportunity to gauge his own strength. While every encounter with Shiryu had been exhilarating, they always ended before a decisive conclusion. Today, however, he intended to truly vanquish his opponent. When the pirate saw that his opponent was a mere boy like Cowan, he was momentarily stunned, then broke into a sinister grin, saying, "A brat who has even sprouted hair, yet dares to challenge others? Well then, little one, you'd better brace yourself for the inevitability of meeting your demise beneath my blade." And no sooner had the words left his mouth than the pirate lunged forward, swinging his sword at Cowan. Caught off guard, Cowan did not anticipate such a treacherous attack from this unscrupulous pirate. In truth, the vice-captain's strength had been underestimated. Cowan, still youthful, had forgotten the lessons Ze Fa had imparted, which would surely infuriate him if he were present. Faced with the powerful blow, Cowan sidestepped just in time, avoiding the strike. Yet he knew better than to underestimate a man who had survived in the treacherous waters of the sea. He swiftly retaliated. Aiming for the pirate's arm, that a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, but the vice-captain was no novice. With a wealth of combat experience, he chose not to dodge, but instead clashed blades with Cowan's weapon. The moment their swords met, a resounding clatter of metal echoed through the air, and the vice-captain felt a tremendous force reverberate through his blade, nearly causing him to lose his grip. It was no surprise, for they were unaware of Cowan's true capabilities. Even Shiryu, a master swordsman, had suffered a significant setback during their first encounter. This only underscored the terrifying nature of Cowan's strength. In an instant, the vice-captain distanced himself from Cowan, regarding him with a look of incredulity. Thinking, "I never expected this young lad to possess such skill," he promptly shed his earlier disdainful demeanor, now treating Cowan as a genuine rival. Observing the ready pirate, Cowan smiled and said, "Is that all the strength you possess? If so, you should prepare yourself for death." Despite his bravado, he tightened his grip on the sword, engaging in a brief exchange to gauge each other's abilities. Cowan began to comprehend the vice-captain's true combat prowess, while the pirate realized that Cowan was far from the simple child he initially appeared to be. Thus began their genuine duel, exchanging blows that sparked flames upon contact. The air stirred with the intensity of their battle, causing the tea in Shiryu's cup to ripple. Suddenly, the vice-captain exposed a flaw, and Cowan seized the opportunity to strike downwards. In that moment, a cold smirk crept across the pirate's lips. Sensing danger, Cowan's heart sank. Realizing the precarious situation he was in, the vice-captain twisted and charged from the side, prompting Cowan to adapt, attacking the pirate's leg in a bid to trade injury for injury. He thought, "If I am to suffer, so shall you." With a fierce resolve, Cowan landed a blow on the vice-captain's leg, but in turn, received a cut on his arm. The wound, though not severe, was enough to leave him with a sense of urgency. The pirate, now hampered by his injury, found his mobility severely compromised, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Shiryu, observing Cowan's ferocity, was taken aback by his ruthless determination, which ultimately led to the vice-captain's downfall. As the saying goes, a single step can determine the entire journey. Although Cowan had sustained a wound, the impact on the pirate was far greater. Both combatants bore injuries, yet Cowan maintained a solid advantage. Shiryu, relishing the spectacle, sipped his tea and puffed on a cigarette, reminiscent of a spectator in an arena witnessing a fierce clash between beasts. Despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, Shiryu's hand never strayed far from his renowned blade. Raijin, revealing his readiness to intervene should the need arise. After a brief yet intense skirmish, Cowan ultimately severed the vice-captain's head. Initially tense, he grew increasingly confident as the battle progressed, wielding his weapon with finesse. Due to the disparity in their weaponry, the pirate's sword shattered early in the confrontation. Yet Cowan, intent on honing his swordsmanship, was in no rush to conclude the fight, seeking to push himself to new heights through rigorous combat. Observing this, Shiryu tossed another blade to the vice-captain, and the two resumed their fierce confrontation. At this point, it became evident even to the simplest observer that the pirate was merely serving as Cowan's sparring partner. The more he contemplated this reality, the more infuriated the vice-captain became. The intensity of their blows escalated, but his injuries had already begun to take their toll. Gradually, the once fierce pirate lost his edge. Having sustained numerous strikes from Cowan, and his body bore the marks of battle. Ultimately, weakened by blood loss from his many wounds, the vice-captain found himself at Cowan's mercy, a blade poised at his throat. Faced with death, he finally comprehended fear and began to submit, but it was too late for regrets. Having chosen the path of piracy, he had to accept the consequences of his choices. As Cowan leaned closer to the now powerless vice-captain, he whispered with a smile, "I send my regard to your family on behalf of my adoptive father, Admiral Ze Fa of the Navy, that I hope you find joy with them." Upon hearing these words, the once notable pirate's eyes widened in shock. Without further ado, Cowan delivered a swift, decisive blow, ending the pirate's life. In an instant, the vice-captain felt himself soaring, spinning through the air before collapsing to the ground, left bewildered by the uncanny resemblance he bore to that very moment. Before he could comprehend the situation, he had already lost consciousness. Shiryu observed the skirmish, which, although minor, marked the first genuine attempt by this little fellow, Cunning, to eliminate a pirate. For a master like Shiryu, such an event might seem trivial. However, encouragement was still warranted. Thus, he softly clapped his hands in applause for the victor. Despite their continuous exchanges, unexpectedly, a bond formed between the two, leading them to become friends. This individual was among the few whom Shiryu acknowledged within this vast prison. Following the conclusion of the battle, Shiryu called out to the outside, and soon two guards clad in hoods entered. Upon their arrival, Shiryu instructed them, "Take him and dispose of him on the second level. Treat him as refuse and repurpose him." After hearing their superior's command, the two guards slowly disposed of him into the depths of the second level. Once they carried the corpse away, the outcome was all too predictable, for that level housed several formidable beasts. Such was the ferocity of Impelled Down. Even the deceased were not spared, as they were unceremoniously thrown into the second prison. What kind of place was the second prison, you may ask? It was home to a host of ferocious beasts, aptly dubbed the Beast Prison, where the creatures were not akin to our domesticated animals. Nibbling on mere scraps, these beasts feasted upon human flesh. At this juncture, allow me to introduce some of these guards' monstrous companions. This level contained an array of different savage beasts, including the cockatrice, the man-faced lion, and the poison scorpion, with the leader being the Sphinx. The prisoners confined to this level were acutely aware that they would inevitably become the beast's sustenance, leaving them with little choice but to surrender without resistance. First, let us discuss the cockatrice, known as Basilisk, a creature born of a chicken and a snake, a perplexing union of two disparate species. This beast, once unleashed, would indiscriminately consume humans, thus its confinement to the second level. Then there were the charming little scorpions, named Pazuru scorpions, who fought in a rather amusing manner, stacking their bodies together, appearing from a distance like a centipede, all while bearing potent venom. The man-faced lion, Manticore, bore resemblance to a statue from Cunning's past life known as the Sphinx. However, this creature was far more malevolent, capable of devouring human remains and mimicking human faces. Notably, these beings possessed a semblance of human speech. Finally, the grand boss made his entrance. The man-faced feathered lion, Sphinx. This formidable creature bore the visage of a weathered middle-aged man, reminiscent of Cunning, possessing an almost unnatural strength, and was also capable of human speech. Primarily tasked with guarding the staircase, given such a configuration, one might wonder how anyone could escape. Yet, in a curious turn of events, these beasts vanished effortlessly when the world's beloved son, Luffy, arrived, and thereafter they were scarcely mentioned again. It's astonishing to think that whenever Luffy ventured forth, everything around him seemed to lose its intelligence, and these ferocious beasts of Impelled Down were no exception. During Cunning's time in the second level, no one had dared to attempt an escape for years. Yet upon Luffy's arrival, hordes began to flee. The absurdity of this situation was undeniable. Ultimately, Cunning did not need to concern himself with the conclusion of this matter, as it was beyond his influence. Thus, after the body of the pirate vice-captain was discarded here, he ceased to intervene further. In subsequent training sessions, various self-styled outlaws became Cunning's sparring partners. During this time, Shiryu occasionally felt the urge to engage and would partake in bouts with him. Initially, Cunning was no match for Shiryu, but his rate of improvement was exponential. Gradually, the two even reached a stalemate at times. However, some peculiar occurrences transpired during their clashes. Cunning noticed that Shiryu would often enter an excited state during combat, one that seemed to render him somewhat uncontrollable, disregarding the surrounding circumstances and recklessly charging forth. At first, Cunning overlooked this behavior, but as their battles progressed, he sensed something amiss. Shiryu became excessively fixated during their duels, unable to discern his environment. Should he feel that anything hindered his combat, he would swiftly eliminate it with a slash. After several encounters, Cunning finally confirmed that Shiryu had a problem in this regard. In private, he communicated his concerns, but Shiryu remained oblivious, believing his behavior entirely normal. Thus, Cunning initiated another round of sparring, reminding Shiryu to remain aware of his surroundings. Initially, Shiryu heeded this advice, but during the decisive moments of their battles, it became evident that he was completely disregarding the fight, exhibiting a rather frenzied demeanor. Faced with such a situation, what could they do? Both were rather exasperated, left with no choice but to consult the vice warden of Impel Down, Magellan. By the way, we have yet to thoroughly introduce another individual, the pharaoh-like Hannibal. How shall we describe him? He is diligent, yes, and possesses a sense of justice. Yet his numerous flaws, particularly his insatiable lust, are his most glaring shortcomings. He is the type who becomes utterly entranced by beautiful women, and he stands as one of the two honest men in the pirate world. What does it mean to be an honest man? Simply put, it means one cannot keep secrets. One of these honest men is the renowned Bartolomeo, a subordinate of Kizu, who always dons a large belly apron. Wielding a hefty axe while boasting about his own integrity, readily spilling any information when questioned, the other is none other than Hannibal, but we shall address Bartolomeo in due time, in the future. Hannibal dreams of becoming the chief warden of Impel Down. However, one must ponder. If you wish to attain such a position, you must keep such ambitions to yourself. How can you expect to succeed if you cannot control your tongue and constantly blabber? Otherwise, one must wonder why Magellan consistently reprimands this foolish individual. Nonetheless, Hannibal is reliable. When addressing Shiryu's issues, Cunning brought him along, for 3 heads are better than 1. Of course, in this world, there is no Zhuge Liang. But there is a figure named Cunning. Within Impel Down, Cunning had few he could trust, just these few individuals. They huddled together, whispering plans to resolve Shiryu's predicament, yet the complexities of Shiryu's issues were far from simple. Initially, seeing that no one could find a solution, Shiryu was nonchalant, prepared to let things be. However, Cunning firmly informed him that if he did not address this now, his mindset would gradually shift, being entrenched in a dark abyss. Maintaining a flicker of light within was already a challenge, and with his bloodthirsty tendencies, neglecting the issue would eventually lead to an insatiable monster emerging within him. Observing Shiryu's stiff demeanor after Cunning's warning, everyone found it rather amusing. However, laughter aside, they had no viable solutions. At a crucial moment, the somewhat eccentric Hannibal posed a question. What if, in the future, Shiryu were to leave Impel Down and join the Navy? Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone fell silent. Not because it was a bad idea, but rather because it was a particularly fitting solution to Shiryu's problems. Only in the light could Shiryu's nature be gradually corrected. Yet the crux of matter was that everyone recognized Shiryu's potential. Allowing such a formidable individual to depart from Impel Down would be a significant loss for the prison. Listening to their discussion, Shiryu suddenly felt bewildered. Wasn't the aim to resolve his issues? Why did it seem as though they were planning to expel him from Impel Down? What could he possibly do if cast out in the Navy? As he observed the consensus reached by the gathered crowd, Shiryu suddenly felt a wave of discomfort surge within him, pondering, "This bunch of fellows truly does not regard me as an outsider. They have reached an agreement without my consent. Consequently, the esteemed Shiryu spoke up. Hey, what are you lot discussing? Why must the issues concerning me be resolved by the Navy? Can't they be addressed here and impelled down? The crowd turned a glance at Shiryu, and to their surprise, they realized that this towering figure seemed to be somewhat lacking in sound judgment. How had they not noticed this before? At this moment, they were all collectively working to resolve his predicament, yet he remained oblivious to it. Soon, someone spoke up. Magellan, the deputy warden of Impelled Down, he suppressed a tumultuous churn in his abdomen and cast a bemused glance at Shiryu before saying, "Brother, I am at a loss as to what you are thinking, but are you perhaps jesting with us? Do you not comprehend the nature of this environment? It is rife with criminals. The offenses committed by these individuals are grave enough to warrant multiple executions. Here, to put it bluntly, those who manage to maintain a level-headed demeanor are truly resilient souls. Your situation is markedly different. You inherently possess a bloodthirsty nature, and your temperament is particularly susceptible to the surrounding influences. Each day, as you confront these inmates, the negative emotions within you can easily be provoked. Even if you suppress them, harboring them internally will only exacerbate the situation over time, making them increasingly difficult to control. Should your mindset falter, it would lead to significant troubles, and I am certain you would not wish to find yourself in an irredeemable state a decade or two from now. Would you?" Magellan, with his ominous foresight, was indeed correct. Who could have foreseen that over 2 decades later, this very individual would become the second commander of the infamous Blackbeard pirates? At that time, due to Shiryu's indiscriminate killings, Magellan had imprisoned him within the depths of Impelled Down. In such dire circumstances, Shiryu's fate was beyond alteration. His character had become irreparably hardened, shaped by prolonged exposure to a callous environment, contrasting sharply with the camaraderie they shared now, where they supported one another as steadfast friends. Moreover, Magellan was reluctant to dispose of his friend. For what we have seen, he placed great value on relationships, even when Shiryu later exhibited troubling behavior. He did not execute him. Instead, he chose to confine him, ultimately arranging for Shiryu to join the Navy, much to Shiryu's bewilderment. However, this was not an immediate course of action, as they had only recently come to this realization. They needed to conduct a more thorough investigation. If the situation were not as dire as initially feared, Impelled Down would prefer to keep Shiryu there. Shiryu agreed to remain for the time being, hoping to find a resolution. Days passed, and our protagonist, He-Won, continued to grow stronger at an astonishing rate, even astonishing Magellan that he believed that in the vast expanse of the sea, He-Won would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself. Upon hearing Magellan's praise, He-Won humbly smiled and discreetly asked Magellan to keep this information confidential. Initially, Magellan thought He-Won was merely being modest. However, after He-Won's explanation, Magellan came to understand his intentions. Empathizing with him that in this world, not everyone yearns for the spotlight or aspires to be a grand hero. Some prefer to remain inconspicuous. Much like He-Won, recognizing that survival is paramount, the careless encounter with one of the 4 emperors could spell disaster. Though the notion of the 4 emperors had yet to emerge, nevertheless, Magellan believed that such a time was not far off. Young men like He-Won, filled with dreams of the sea, would not be content to remain stagnant. It must be said that Magellan possessed a prophetic insight, as he saw right through He-Won. Soon, an incident would occur that would leave Magellan regretting his foresight. Setting aside the future, let us focus on He-Won's current circumstances, which were quite fulfilling. While on the Navy's side, Ze Fa found himself missing him dearly. He sought opportunities to visit, but was hindered by his responsibilities, leaving him in a quandary, perpetually pondering how to see He-Won. Despite his yearning, Ze Fa was a man of principle. He would see to the completion of his tasks. Yet, faced with an unending workload and his beloved Fraught absent, he sought to distract himself, thus subjecting his subordinates to rigorous training. Unbeknownst to these trainees, they believed Ze Fa, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was merely raising the bar for them, so they endured the intensified training with a mix of pain and pleasure. Little did they know that Ze Fa's desire would soon be realized. Not long after, fortune smiled upon him, as he personally visited Impelled Down to see his protege. This was not a casual visit. A significant event had transpired within the prison, one so monumental that the Navy had issued a long-awaited extermination order. The issuance of such an order was rare in the world of pirate anime. And this particular occurrence was purely coincidental, one that Hewan would unwittingly encounter. Upon encountering the situation, Hewan felt an urge to slap himself. Why had he been so foolish as to seek out this matter? His curiosity led him to a shocking revelation. An individual sought by the world government had vanished without a trace. This tale, long and intricate, unfolds further. Who could have anticipated that within such a brief span since the onset of piracy, one would stumble upon a historic event? It was none other than the miraculous disappearance of Bondrewd, the world destroyer, from the 6th level of Impelled Down. Now, let us continue from where we left off. During the time spent in Impelled Down, day by day, he went diligently engaged in training without fail. Now at the age of 16, it was 1496. This year rings a bell, does it not? In just a year and a half, the notorious pirate king, Joel D. Roger, would be captured, plunging the entire seas into chaos. But he understood the urgency to seize this opportunity for training. Fully aware of the abundant resources at his disposal, he aimed to become a renowned master of time management, utilizing every moment wisely. During this period, he chose to disregard other distractions, such as pursuing romantic interests, firmly believing that a heart devoid of such distractions would allow for greater focus in battle. Despite being merely 16, Hewan had already garnered the respect of most within the confines of Impelled Down, where strength was the ultimate currency. Daily, he could be seen traversing the various floors, confronting unruly pirates with ease. When faced with formidable opponents, he would enlist Shiryu as a referee and lead the pirate into a private chamber for a duel. Regardless of the outcome, in the days that followed, those pirates would never be seen again. In Hewan's words, battling these nefarious pirates allowed him to unwind, as he felt no remorse for taking their lives, given their grim prospects within these walls. Anyone sent to Impelled Down should relinquish any hope of survival. Each day, countless pirates were delivered to this fortress, with many being unceremoniously tossed into the 2nd level, becoming fodder for the beasts within. Rather than allowing them to meet such a fate, Hewan preferred to utilize them for his own growth. Consequently, when confronted by the majority of these vicious pirates, Hewan would engage them directly, ultimately ending their lives, after which a cleanup crew would dispose of the bodies. Throughout this process, he absorbed invaluable combat experience from these seasoned marauders who had navigated the treacherous seas for years. This helped to offset his relative inexperience in battle. While sparring with Shiryu, the two friends refrained from going all out, as their friendship transcended such necessity. Meanwhile, the residents of Impelled Down sought ways to temper Shiryu's bloodlust. Each time they clashed, it was Hewan who facilitated Shiryu's release of pent-up negative emotions. Gradually, Shiryu's turmoil began to diminish, though it had not entirely vanished. This was likely due to his previous lack of proper psychological guidance, as he had been overly fixated on enhancing his strength, which led to issues with his mindset. Nevertheless, he was undeniably talented, ultimately rising to become a formidable force upon the seas that, of course, during their bouts. The once carefree Shiryu found himself challenged by Hewan in ways he had not experienced before. There were moments when Hewan would catch him off guard, leaving Shiryu flustered. As a result, Shiryu felt compelled to intensify his training to maintain a competitive edge. However, Hewan delighted in teasing Shiryu, often leading to verbal sparring matches where Shiryu, unable to articulate a retort, would find himself increasingly frustrated. The act of arguing had become addictive. Each time Hewan poked fun, Shiryu would fall for it, leading to prolonged exchanges of banter where he could never quite come out on top. Consequently, Shiryu often found himself brooding, feeling that his foul mood was more a result of Hewan's incessant jibes than his training regimen. With a perpetually dark expression, he appeared as if the world owed him a hefty sum, and his glum demeanor became a source of amusement for Hewan. Ultimately, Hewan's relentless teasing provoked Shiryu to unleash his full fury, wielding his blade, Thunderstorm, to deliver a thorough beating to the chatty youth. As Hewan lay bruised and battered, Shiryu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He looked at Hewan and said, "Little brat, let's see if you dare to speak out of turn again. If I hear any more gossip about me, every time we meet, you'll get a taste of my fist." With that, Shiryu lit 2 cigars and swaggered out of the training room. Despite his grim facade, Shiryu was unaware that the longer he spent with He-Won, the more his mindset shifted. He became less aloof and, at times, even displayed the emotional exuberance of youth. Such moments brought joy to those around him, as comrades needed to care for one another. Moreover, He-Won, in his idle moments, began to play matchmaker, realizing that apart from training, one needed to adjust their mindset. Otherwise, prolonged neglect could lead to issues akin to Shiryu's. Thus, he sought to stir the pot by acting as a go-between for potential pairings, a notion only He-Won could conceive in the daunting realm of Impelled Down. One day, a considerable number of newcomers arrived at Impelled Down. He-Won recognized a few familiar faces, including those who would later confront Luffy during his infamous breakout. Among them was a woman named Suddy, who appeared destined for a more significant role. He-Won recalled that she seemed interested in Magellan. The image of such a robust man alongside a petite woman sent shivers down He-Won's spine. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and a sly grin crept onto his face. Witnessing this expression, those present felt a chill, foreseeing that He-Won was up to something again. They quickly interrupted him, leaving He-Won feeling utterly stifled. Finally, let us take a moment to acknowledge the familiar faces now present. Among them was a diminutive figure resembling a mascot, known as Saldeus. With a comedic disposition akin to He-Won's, he exuded a slightly restrained charm. Another notable presence was Domino, a serious-looking blonde beauty clad in a crisp uniform, already donning glasses. Indeed, beautiful individuals can make anything look good, leaving He-Won nearly wide-eyed with admiration. Yet, as the saying goes, a rose with thorns, that He-Won ultimately shook his head at Domino's stern demeanor. Although he appeared to be lost in thought, it was merely a fleeting moment. One could have predicted that He-Won, with his whimsical nature, would contemplate such peculiar matters. After many years, Impelled Down finally welcomed a fresh influx of newcomers, including several women, much to the delight of the older men. While there had been female soldiers in Impelled Down, He-Won's matchmaking antics had significantly thinned their numbers. Consequently, he had offended many of the prison's inhabitants, including those who fancied themselves formidable, who sought out He-Won for duels under various pretexts. The outcome was predictable. He-Won would best them, and he learned that if one sought a sparring partner, plenty of reasons could be conjured, with the current circumstances providing an ample excuse. Ultimately, the induction of these individuals transpired rather unremarkably, devoid of any of the anticipated events that everyone had been eagerly awaiting. However, each time He-Won observed Xiao Suddy and Magellan together, he could not resist teasing them. Initially, one might assume that Magellan, having been single for an extended period, would possess a thicker skin, but only those who had interacted with him knew that he was, in fact, somewhat repressed. Moreover, in the presence of outsiders, he was particularly prone to blushing. In contrast, Xiao Suddy was remarkably poised and did not exhibit any signs of awkwardness. This led to He-Won's playful jests at Magellan's expense, which invariably resulted in uproarious laughter directed at Magellan, leaving him flushed and embarrassed. Eventually, this seemingly honest yet secretly bashful older man could no longer contain himself and decided to take matters into his own hands under the pretext of proper training with He-Won. However, as the saying goes, what one does is seen by heaven. Retribution may not come immediately, but when it does, it arrives in full. He was uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, but he consistently aimed his strikes at He-Won's face, left and right, leaving He-Won with a battered visage. Furthermore, Magellan, the deputy warden of Impelled Down, found himself increasingly drawn to this behavior. As if he were becoming addicted to beating He-Won, he resolutely dismissed this notion. Yet the thrill of striking He-Won was undeniably exhilarating. In the ensuing days, He-Won endured a blend of pain and pleasure. On one hand, he witnessed significant improvements in his abilities, while on the other, his resilience against blows had greatly enhanced. Consequently, He-Won developed a newfound confidence in his strength. To put it colloquially, He-Won was beginning to feel a bit inflated, but reining him in would prove rather simple. Not long after, an incident occurred that left He-Won thoroughly embarrassed. Catching everyone off guard on this particular day, He-Won, as per his usual routine, established communication with the Navy outside, confirming that all was well before planning to explore the depths of Impelled Down for anything he might have overlooked. As he wandered, he arrived at the second level of Impelled Down. known as the beast level. Interestingly, the beast here recognized He-Wen. Even the chicken snake acknowledged him with a nod. Amused by the sight, He-Wen waved back. Upon reaching the staircase, he spotted a certain immobile figure, the human-faced lion. After greeting it, He-Wen observed the creature glance sideways, and upon recognizing him, it wagged its tail in acknowledgement before promptly rolling over and falling asleep within moments. Watching the slumbering lion, He-Wen chuckled and shook his head, continuing on his way. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed something amiss. There was a brick protruding from the ground. What kind of place was this? Impel Down, of all places. Who would dare cut corners during construction here? Did they wish to be tossed into the second level to become fodder for these ferocious beasts? If one were to perish in the third level of the hunger hell, at least they would leave behind a layer of ash. But in the second level, there would be nothing but bones left. What would become of them? Humph. Merely a meal for the beasts. This thought only heightened He-Wen's excitement as he pondered which audacious individual had created such a situation. Fearless and bold, this suited He-Wen's tastes perfectly. Faced with this scenario, he kept silent, glancing around to find no one else nearby, save for the sleeping lion. Thus He-Wen pried the brick loose, only to be taken aback by what he discovered. Good heavens! It was not negligence in construction, but rather someone had daringly dug a tunnel within Impel Down. Gazing into the dark tunnel, He-Wen, feeling a bit overconfident, did not hesitate to leap in and began his exploration. It must be said that fortune favored He-Wen. He encountered no unforeseen incidents along the way. Quietly advancing through the passage, he silently calculated the distance, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally halted upon sensing a faint light ahead. Although He-Wen was brimming with overconfidence, he was no fool. He could discern that something was unusual about this place. There was a faint murmur of conversation, indicating the presence of multiple individuals inside. After considering his options, He-Wen rummaged through his belongings and managed to locate a surveillance phone bug. A peculiar contraption indeed that in this world, phone bugs came in all shapes and sizes. And He-Wen possessed this particular one for a long story. Originally intended to monitor He-Wen and prevent him from slacking off at work, it also ensured that communication between the inside and outside of Impel Down remained normal. Periodically, designated personnel would retrieve the footage from the surveillance phone bug. This was a commendable measure, though it bore no relevance to the current situation. He-Wen activated the surveillance function, meticulously documenting the events unfolding before him. At that moment, He-Wen scrutinized the scene, and his eyes widened in surprise. This group of individuals was clad in prison garb. It was evident they were inmates. And who else could they be but pirates? He observed them reveling in what appeared to be a party within an expanse roughly the size of several football fields. Point one need not question how He would discern this. Merely glance at the cups filled with a yellow liquid they held, the contents of which remained a mystery. This rowdy assembly boasted about their glorious pasts, regaling tales of punching Wayno and kicking carp, and cannonballing through Marineford. If it were truly that simple, the world would already be in chaos. He, when unfazed by their boastful chatter, found himself puzzled by one thing. How had these individuals arrived here? Were they solely reliant on this tunnel? As he recalled certain narratives regarding Impel Down, a particular character sprang to mind, rendering the situation less perplexing. That it became evident that a thorough investigation into the recent and even long-term disappearances of pirates in Impel Down was warranted. After concluding his thoughts, he went prepared to leave the area to avoid exposing his whereabouts. He meticulously erased any traces of his presence. Continuing the narrative, he would deduce that the origin of this place was significant. The passage leading here was not singular but interconnected, undoubtedly leading to the enigmatic level 5.5 of Impel Down. Given the gravity of the situation, he would refrain from making any noise, uncertain about what other events might transpire within the prison. There were numerous routes leading to this location, and should he inadvertently stir up trouble, it would jeopardize everything. Therefore, he would resolve to delve deeper into the intricacies of Impel Down on his own, seeking out those concealed locations that even the surveillance phone bug could not uncover. Ultimately, through his probing, he would identify several entrances and exits, some of which were guarded while others appeared abandoned. This suggested that some inmates were likely unaware of these exits. Despite uncovering numerous entrances, the lack of information regarding the personnel within left Ewan hesitant to explore further. Subsequently, he sought out his friend, Yuji Shilio, and together they ventured into the archives of Impel Down to investigate the records of individuals who had mysteriously vanished over the years, as well as the relevant data on the prisoners he had encountered. To their surprise, their inquiry revealed a troubling truth. Numerous significant figures had been incarcerated in Impel Down, only to inexplicably disappear years later. The prison could not confirm these vanishings. However, the general belief was that they had perished, leading to their records being altered to reflect their deaths. Whether they had truly died remained uncertain, as no one had definitively witnessed their demise. Consequently, Hewen requested access from the archive guards to investigate these individuals' information. Watching Hewen's series of actions, Shilio was left bewildered, yet he won, with a serious demeanor, advised his friend, "Prepare yourself, my good friend, for we may soon find ourselves quite busy," leaving Shirlu, who was left bewildered. Hewen returned to his residence within Impel Down, armed with the gathered materials. He played back the recordings captured by the phone bug, and by cross-referencing the personnel information that had gone missing over the years in Impel Down. He was astonished to discover that 65 individuals were among those who had inexplicably vanished from this prison. This revelation took Hewen by surprise. After careful consideration, he deduced that the current leader was not the familiar figure everyone knew, but rather Ivankov, the renowned queen of the underworld. However, according to the current timeline, this individual had yet to be apprehended, suggesting that the pirates' presence here was purely coincidental. Fortunately, when Luffy later wreaked havoc in Impel Down, the destruction was monumental, catching everyone off guard. Uneasy, Hewen resolved to investigate further. Finally, on a moonless night with a gusty wind, he donned the stealth attire he had prepared and stealthily descended from the 5th level of Impel Down, known as the Frozen Hell, eventually arriving at the so-called 5.5 level. His arrival nearly led him into peril, for as he traversed the passage, he unexpectedly encountered a pirate stationed there. What was going on? During his previous reconnaissance of this passage, no one had been stationed here. Had the pirates already established security measures? With a mind full of questions, Hewen concealed himself and waited in silence. After an indeterminate period, a swaying pirate approached the one stationed there. The unsteady pirate spoke first. "Jimmy, I'm here to relieve you. There are some good things waiting for you inside." Upon hearing this, the pirate named Jimmy broke into a cheerful grin. They exchanged brief words, and Hewen quietly sifted through the information, diligently noting anything of value to aide that moment. Neither was aware that their conversation had been recorded by a significant figure within the Navy. Yet, still lacking crucial information, Hewen was reluctant to depart and decided to continue eavesdropping to see what else he could glean. Once the two pirates completed their exchange, Hewen intended to leave, but at that moment, the pirate named Jimmy, who was supposed to be a banquet, said to the inebriated pirate, "Our captain is quite the enigma. Have you heard how he came to be here?" Upon hearing this, the drunken pirate chuckled and replied, "Have you heard about the individual who opened up this level?" Jimmy paused for a moment and responded, "I've heard of them, but didn't that person recently leave Impel Down?" Hewen's heart raced with cold sweat upon hearing this. That it appeared that someone had quietly escaped from what was known as the most secure fortress at sea, unbeknownst to the world. After noting their dialogue, Hewen perked up his ears in anticipation, curious about what might unfold next. Just as he settled his nerves, he overheard the two pirates continuing. "The one who opened this level is no ordinary character. He was originally imprisoned on the 6th level, but later escaped. Not long after, he stealthily returned to the 6th level of Impel Down." Upon hearing this, the pirate named Jimmy was taken aback, realizing that the 6th level was indeed that notorious place. Just as they reached this point in their conversation, the inebriated pirate suddenly covered Jimmy's mouth, sensing that his drunken stupor was dissipating. He leaned in close to Jimmy and whispered, "Brother, are you trying to get us killed? That's not a place to speak of lightly. Just pretend you know nothing." Jimmy quickly understood and replied, "Thanks, brother, that I get it now. Let us have a proper drink together some other time." The drunken pirate chuckled and said, "Sure, no problem." After exchanging farewells, Jimmy prepared to leave tea that moment. It was uncertain whether Hewen had simply overindulged in dinner or was reeling from the shock of the revelations. Inadvertently, he let out a burp. Normally, such a sound would go unnoticed, But in the vast emptiness of the passage, it was a perilous misstep. The noise could travel far and wide. The two pirates, having just concluded their discussion and ready to part ways, immediately turned their heads towards the direction of the sound, their faces filled with suspicion. This startled Cunning, who began to sweat profusely. He looked around frantically, searching for a way to conceal himself, but found no viable options. At that moment, the two pirates staggered closer, and Cunning quickly devised a plan. Gripping his weapon in one hand, he quietly mimicked the sound of a rat squeaking with the other. This unconventional maneuver left the two pirates momentarily bewildered. One of them, named Jimmy, remarked, "Oh, it's just a mouse that I thought someone else had come in and scare me half to death." The other nudged Jimmy and said, "Go enjoy the party. I'll keep watch here." Ultimately, they departed with laughter, leaving Cunning in a state of relief, gradually making his way out of the passage. In that tense moment, Cunning had been prepared to ambush the two pirates, fully aware that the risk of exposure was no longer a concern. He had realized that something significant was about to transpire in this place. An escape. While prison breaks typically would not raise eyebrows, given the notorious reputation of Impel Down, the fact that a significant number of those escaping were from the 6th level, a place shrouded in the government's secrets, was alarming. The potential chaos that could ensue from so many individuals breaking free weighed heavily on Cunning's mind. Thus, he hastened back to his quarters within Impel Down. This situation was beyond the capabilities of a mere junior officer like himself to handle. Simultaneously, Cunning summoned Magellan and Shirley. Initially, he contemplated bringing Hannibal, the flamboyant little man, into the fold but thought better of it, wary of Hannibal's susceptibility to temptation, fearing that his plans might inadvertently slip from his lips. Cunning recounted all he had witnessed in the cavern to the two that upon hearing his account, an amusing scene unfolded. Both men were momentarily stunned, then began to rub their ears in disbelief before exchanging astonished glances. Finally, Magellan spoke first, addressing Cunning. "Brother Cunning, you can't be serious that we're in Impel Down. How could there be a hidden layer? Such a thing is impossible." Following suit, Shirley added, "The likelihood of such an occurrence is lower than the sky falling. This grand prison, Impel Down, was constructed with the utmost care and effort by countless skilled artisans at great expense. How could it be so easily compromised from within?" Observing the countenance of disbelief on the faces of the two individuals, Cunning chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he presented the footage he had captured within the passageway for their scrutiny, as they gazed at the projected images of the phone worm on the wall. Cunning observed the shifting expressions of his companions with amusement. Their faces transformed dramatically, akin to a changing mask, shifting from pale to dark. However, due to Shirley's exceedingly somber complexion, the alteration was less discernible. Yet, this was hardly a moment for levity, as the urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon them. Consequently, the three men engaged in a fervent discussion within the confines of the small, dimly lit room for 4 arduous hours. No one knew the specifics of their deliberations, but upon concluding, the relaxed demeanor of Magellan and Shirley as they exited Cunning's chamber did not invite further speculation. However, upon returning to their respective quarters, their expressions swiftly turned grave. Magellan instructed his aide, recall all personnel currently on leave and intensify the patrols in Impel Down. Additionally, release the chicken snake. They will be tasked with overseeing the 2nd level henceforth. With that, Magellan continued to issue orders, expedite the reassignment of some of the blue guerrillas guarding the 1st level into a mobile unit, prepare for a potential large-scale drill within the prison in the coming days. Afterward, he cautioned his subordinates to remain vigilant, as an exercise could commence at any moment. Initially, Magellan's commanding presence left his unfortunate assistant in a state of anxiety, fearing that their next course of action would entail leading the guards into battle against the pirates. Gradually, as the conversation progressed, the aide realized that it was merely a preparation for a drill, allowing him to exhale in relief. He had intended to advise the formidable figure of Impel Down to refrain from irrational exuberance. Once the aide departed, the seemingly relaxed office atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension as Magellan silently lit a cigar, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to his own quarters, Shirley sought out the awakened animal fruit users on the 4th floor. Ensuring they were well fed, he also arranged for the awakened bull-headed individual from the 3rd floor to join him. while simultaneously intensifying his training regimen in preparation for any unforeseen events that might arise. After these two individuals departed, Hewen changed into more comfortable attire and sauntered to the data storage room to search for potentially relevant information. He also requested permission from Magellan to access the 6th level. Once he had perused the materials, he summoned Shilio, and together they ventured to the long-forgotten 6th level of Impelled Down. There, cross-referencing their findings with the initial data, they discovered that several notorious pirates had inexplicably vanished from this level. Among them was the so-called World Destroyer, Bondiwald, a formidable character indeed. While investigating the circumstances of their disappearance, Hewen noticed that several tiles on the ground differed from the others. Although the surface appeared smooth and unblemished, there was a distinct looseness to these particular tiles compared to their surroundings. Furthermore, fine fragments of soil surrounded them, leading Hewen to the conclusion of who might be responsible for this anomaly. In the original narrative, there existed an individual we have mentioned previously, Mori, the leader of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, renowned for his prowess with the push-push fruit and his remarkable longevity. It was likely that he had already departed. This realization left Hewen with a throbbing headache as he pondered how the man, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, had managed to escape. The 6th level of Impelled Down was now undeniably compromised. Without needing to articulate his next steps, Hewen feigned casual observation of the 6th level's conditions. Fortune favored the observant, for he indeed uncovered some discrepancies, despite the raucous shouts of the inmates. Their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Why such optimism? It was evident that they knew someone had managed to escape, a notion that was quite alarming. The inmates within this level likely received clandestine messages from those who had fled. Given these circumstances, Hewen maintained his guise of conducting a routine patrol. Yet internally, he understood that a significant uprising could erupt here in the near future. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such scenes in pirate-themed anime, suggesting that his presence had inadvertently instigated a butterfly effect. Ultimately, Hewen feigned ignorance, disregarding the prisoner's foul language, and strode purposefully toward Shilio. Upon exchanging a knowing glance, they silently ascended to the upper levels. However, Shilio's heart sank as he sensed the gravity of the situation. After leaving the 6th level, they wasted no time in hastening to Magellan's office. Magellan, who had been casually enjoying his cigar, suddenly felt a chill as he observed their hurried entrance. Realizing that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated, he turned his attention to Hewen, hoping the young man might have a solution. After hearing Hewen's report about the disappearance of the notorious old pirate, Magellan's expression shifted to one of alarm that moment. He was far from the unfazed figure he would become 2 decades later. He was, in fact, slightly rattled, as the reputation of this individual was formidable. Sengoku had once remarked that this man could match the strength of an emperor all on his own. After Hewen and Shilio departed, Magellan fell into deep contemplation, while the duo began to sift through the list of individuals who had mysteriously vanished over the years. Hewen led Shilio back to the various openings he had previously examined, leaving the latter astonished at the numerous passages they encountered. Could it be, Shilio pondered, that our daily patrols have merely been for show? How could so many extensive tunnels remain undetected? What a significant oversight this is. At this moment, in a desolate location, Magellan conducted an assessment of the newly recruited individuals, determining their capabilities before promptly assigning them to their respective positions. This delighted the newcomers, who were pleasantly surprised by the attention they received from the second-in-command of Impelled Down. They felt a profound sense of loyalty, akin to a soldier who is cherished by his commander. However, only Magellan was aware of the turmoil that had transpired during the recent crisis, and he pondered how many of these individuals would remain by the end of it. This realization sparked a wave of regret within him. As these elites had been painstakingly selected from outside, that if possible, he resolved to take extra care of them. Subsequently, Magellan provided them with an explanation of their training regimen and reinforced his expectations, ensuring they could swiftly acclimatize to their roles and harness their strengths. In the days that followed, Hewen diligently monitored the pirates within the corridors, intercepting their communications and even cross-referencing information about those who had vanished, relentlessly verifying the pirates' claims. Eventually, after gathering sufficient intelligence, Hewen summoned Magellan and Shiryu to his quarters, presenting them with the corroborated information. Upon reviewing it, Both men were taken aback, unable to fathom that their prison harbored so many infamous death row inmates from the Grand Line. Among them were countless notorious pirates, with over 500 million in bounties, not to mention Bondewald, the old rascal, whose low bounty was no match for his extraordinary prowess. Faced with such a situation, the three of them realized that the current predicament was beyond what Impelled Down could handle alone. Even if they managed to resolve the issue, the overall strength of the prison would undoubtedly suffer, rendering them incapable of intimidating the formidable pirates within. Furthermore, a more pressing concern loomed: those hopeful pirates in the 6th level, who awaited their potential rescue, represented an additional volatile factor. Should they cause a stir, the entire prison could be at risk. Thus, Cunning promptly advised Magellan to contact the Navy headquarters, for their assistance was urgently required. After deliberation, Magellan reluctantly acquiesced to Cunning's suggestion, recognizing it as the most viable course of action under the circumstances. Without further ado, Cunning reached out to Admiral Sengoku at this juncture, within the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Admiral Sengoku was engaged in a small meeting to address various matters. The words "justice reigns supreme" loomed behind him, impeccably clean. That moment, his secretary approached him, holding a red, special transponder snail, which he handed to Sengoku. Without lifting his head, Sengoku inquired, "Who is it? What do you need from me?" Observing the transponder snail's display, Cunning felt a wave of resignation wash over him as he responded, "Admiral Sengoku, it's me, Cunning," upon recognizing the somewhat familiar voice. Sengoku raised his head, his demeanor instantly brightening. It was evident that Cunning was flourishing in his current endeavors. Sengoku let out a hearty laugh, rising to usher everyone out of his office. Once alone, he turned to Cunning with a smile, asking, "What brings you here, Cunning? Is everything I entrusted to you completed?" "Almost done. Just one last task remaining. Capturing the main culprit, the captain. The others have been dealt with as per regulations," Cunning replied. Hearing this, Sengoku was thoroughly pleased, finally able to provide an account to his old friend. In truth, he understood that the child's prowess was not merely about having Cunning eliminate them, but rather a means for Sengoku to assess Cunning's growth. Based on the feedback over the past 2 years, Cunning had evolved significantly. One could not help but deem this child a genius. Reflecting on the influx of capable young recruits joining the Navy over the years brought Sengoku immense joy. Who wouldn't feel elated to have such promising successors? However, observing Sengoku's inexplicable delight, Cunning felt somewhat bemused. Nevertheless, seeing his superior in high spirits made Cunning happy as well, prompting him to seize the opportunity to relay the pressing matters at hand. Upon informing Sengoku of the situation, the Admiral's previously cheerful expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. The gravity of Cunning's report was undeniable, presenting a challenge beyond his immediate ability to resolve. What could he do but seek the counsel of his superior, Fleet Admiral Kong, to address the issue? Upon receiving Cunning's briefing, Kong was equally perplexed, realizing that such matters could not be resolved unilaterally. Consequently, he summoned all high-ranking officials within the Navy for discussion. Meanwhile, on a bustling island in the East Sea, a middle-aged man dressed in shorts leisurely strolled about, enjoying a beer he had pilfered from a tavern. Suddenly, his transponder snail rang, prompting him to glance at it and promptly hang up. Within a mere 2 minutes, it rang again, and he dismissed it once more. When the third call came through, the man, now exasperated, answered the call, but on the other end of the line was a man with an explosive hairstyle. Sporting sunglasses and a small braid under his chin, none other than Admiral Sengoku. He bellowed, "Kapu, you rascal! How dare you ignore my calls? Do you want a beating?" Despite Sengoku's fury, the man remained unfazed, chuckling, "Calm down. Sengoku, take your time to explain. I'm on vacation, and you can't reach me anyway. It'll drive you mad." Sengoku, infuriated by Karp's nonchalant demeanor, felt an urge to smash the transponder snail, shouting, "This is a top-secret mission. If you don't return, prepare for dire consequences." With that, he hung up without waiting for a response. As Karp stared at the now silent transponder snail, curiosity piqued within him. He mused, "Has that rascal Roger been unusually quiet lately? What calamity has befallen us again? Look at this, my old comrade is quite vexed. Alas, it seems that a single day of tranquility eludes me. There is no choice but to return to the naval headquarters." At this moment, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, two individuals are seated. One is the formidable Granny Tsuru, who has since earned great renown, and the other is our esteemed Admiral Ze Fa, who, at this time, has yet to retire. Having just overheard the conversation between Garp and Sengoku, the middle-aged woman, Granny Tsuru, bursts into laughter, and upon witnessing this scene, Ze Fa cannot help but let a smile creep upon his lips. Only that unpredictable Vice Admiral Garp could provoke such a reaction from the renowned strategist of the Navy. However, the two share a sense of schadenfreude, as their relationship is one of the most mutually understanding among the group. Observing Sengoku's demeanor, one can only surmise that when Garp returns, a thorough reprimanding is undoubtedly in store. Truth be told, Sengoku is not a particularly magnanimous individual. Seeing the two reveling in merriment, Sengoku, with a resigned expression, silently supports his forehead with his hand to the sight of Sengoku's exasperation. The two cannot contain themselves any longer, and a wave of hearty laughter erupts from the office, drawing curious glances from passers-by who are left wondering what transpired within. After a day of tense mobilization, the majority of the Navy's elite forces have returned to the naval headquarters at Marine Ford T. This moment, a rather peculiar warship, resembling a dog's head, sways its way through the Justice Gate of Marine headquarters. Upon sighting this vessel, everyone on the road immediately stands at attention and salutes. It goes without saying that such an eccentric occurrence is rare within the Navy, as this ship belongs to none other than our heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Upon disembarking, Garp, clad in oversized shorts and large slippers, nonchalantly drapes a justice cloak over his shoulder, appearing as though he has just awakened from slumber, and ambles towards the office of his friend, Admiral Sengoku. Upon arrival, he finds the office completely deserted and, while picking his nose, inquires of Sengoku's secretary, "Where has that old coot Sengoku gone? He hastily summoned me back only to vanish himself. Is he toying with me?" The secretary, sweating profusely, can only smile apologetically at Vice Admiral Garp, stating they're currently in a significant meeting in the main conference room of the naval headquarters, and you are approximately half an hour late. Garp, still unconcerned, is urged to hurry, lest Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong unleash their tempers once more. However, Garp, unfazed, wears a nonchalant expression, chuckling dismissively as he strides confidently toward the conference room. Upon entering, he kicks the door wide open, causing every head to turn in surprise at the audacity of the individual who dared to disrupt the meeting in such a manner. Yet, upon recognizing the infamous Vice Admiral Garp, all return their gazes to their previous tasks, pretending not to have seen him. For others, the fear of Garp is palpable. However, his few friends and colleagues, including Ze Fa, are not intimidated in the slightest, exchanging smiles as they regard Garp, who seems unconcerned with the matter at hand. Observing Garp's comical demeanor, they realize, perhaps for the first time, how adept he is at lightening the mood, while Granny Tsuru looks on with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Only Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku, seated at the head of the table with expressions fraught with irritation, glance at Garp with barely concealed fury. Initially, Garp revels in the attention, but as the atmosphere shifts back to business, his delight wanes. He attempts to speak, but the sight of the enraged leaders before him prompts him to quickly suppress his annoyance and obediently take a seat. Seeing Garp behave rather dutifully, the two leaders decide to temporarily spare him, understanding that he remains a vital asset. Nevertheless, their gazes are still laden with displeasure, revealing their barely contained wrath. Admiral Sengoku, managing to restrain himself from delivering a punch to Garp, resumes his previous discourse. After summarizing the situation regarding the events at Impel Down, he intends to make a brief strategic deployment when a series of disruptive snores echoes from Garp. In an instant, a large exclamation mark appears above Sengoku's head, as he angrily glares down at the source of the disturbance, eager to discover which esteemed individual would dare to behave so disrespectfully during his meeting. However, upon identifying Garp as the culprit, Sengoku's temper reaches its zenith, and he angrily hurls his documents at Garp's head. With a thud, Garp collapses to the floor, showing no signs of restraint. Rising to his feet, Garp rubs his eyes and addresses Sengoku. "So, is the meeting over yet?" While I was exploring a small island, I discovered a remarkably delightful tea. Let us go and enjoy some." Before he can finish his sentence, he feels a powerful fist descending from above, resulting in a noticeable bump on his head. The assailant is none other than Admiral Ze Fa, as few in the Navy possess the capability to discipline Garp effectively. Before Garp can even touch his forehead, the booming voice of Ze Fa resonates. "Garp, war is imminent, and you are here fooling around. Do you have a death wish?" Initially, Garp believed there was no cause for alarm, but upon hearing the word war, a formidable aura emanates from him, startling the two vice admirals beside him, who instinctively step back. Observing Garp's newfound seriousness, Fleet Admiral Cunning and Admiral Sengoku feel a modicum of satisfaction. Garp then inquires, "Oh, could it be that Roger is planning to assault our headquarters? The situation seems more dire than a mere execution order." Fleet Admiral Cunning chuckles and replies, "Garp, the events unfolding are far graver than anticipated. If we mishandle this, all the efforts of the Navy could be rendered futile, as the crisis originates from Impel Down." Upon hearing that Impel Down is in turmoil, Garp can no longer remain still. Quickly turning to Ze Fa and asking, "Ze Fa, isn't your child stationed at Impel Down? Is he safe?" Garp is indeed the sort of person who, under normal circumstances, would not inquire about anyone unless they were of considerable importance to him, much like his disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet, when he genuinely regards someone as kin, his protective nature shines through, offering a sense of comfort. Upon hearing Garp's concern for his adopted son, Ze Fa initially feels a swell of happiness, recognizing that Garp truly considers his child as family. However, when Ze Fa hears Garp's subsequent remark, he is filled with ire, as Garp earnestly states, "Ze Fa, if Kurohyge is gone, then how will we have delicious food and drink in the future?" This statement infuriates Ze Fa, who barks back, "Garp, you fool. If you perish, my son is not safe either. You are a harbinger of bad luck. Should you utter such nonsense again, I will make you pay." Unfazed by Ze Fa's fury, Garp waves dismissively and assures him, "What I mean to say is, do not worry. As long as I am here, we shall certainly bring Kurohyge back." Having spoken, the individual spread his hands, pouted, and assumed an expression that conveyed a profound lack of understanding on the part of others. Observing his demeanor, one could surmise that he was intent on driving Admiral Ze Fa to the brink of exasperation. The onlookers, caught in a moment of bewilderment, felt a wave of resignation wash over them as they reflected on the peculiar thought processes of Vice Admiral Garp. At that juncture, Admiral Cunning resumed the conversation. Drawing the attention of the assembly back to the matter at hand, he addressed the gathered vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, stating, "The situation is exceedingly grave. In the 6th level of Impel Down, there are numerous prisoners who have been clandestinely detained by the world government. These inmates have managed to escape their confines and reached an obscure corner. As discovered by our station liaison, I have reported this development to the 5 elders. Though it pertains to Impel Down, it bears significant implications for us in the Navy, as we will ultimately be the ones to clean up the aftermath of any ensuing chaos. We must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, the repercussions of failing to subdue these prisoners will be considerable, as you are all well aware. Thus, we must unite our efforts to ensure that these pirates remain secreted within this vast prison, preventing them from taking a single step outside. Until we receive definitive orders, I instruct everyone to return to their quarters and refrain from disclosing any details of today's meeting without explicit consent. Furthermore, I urge you all to minimize your outings in the near future. Should I discover who has leaked our operational plans, that individual will undoubtedly regret it for the rest of their life." I assure you they gazed upon Admiral Cunning, an elderly figure with slightly graying hair, yet exuding vitality. None dared to underestimate him. The aura he radiated was undeniably formidable. After all, he was a prominent figure within the Navy, having led confrontations against legendary pirates such as Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rocks during their heydays. Once the meeting adjourned, Admiral Cunning retained a few trusted confidants, turning to Sengoku and saying, "Sengoku, you are the most adept thinker among us. Please help us analyze the current situation and determine how we can effectively address these issues within the Navy." Sengoku pondered intently for a moment before he could voice his thoughts. However, he was interrupted by the sound of crunching nearby, followed by the brash suggestion from Garp, "Admiral Cunning, Let's not overcomplicate things. We should just charge in and show them our strength. Such a thoughtless remark could only emanate from Carp. Sengoku, suppressing his irritation, chose to ignore it and continued. Admiral Kong, if the information provided by Hewan is accurate, the situation is exceedingly dire. If we lack a viable solution, we may need to initiate a demon-slaying order. This time, however, it should be issued internally by the Navy to prevent outsiders from knowing. With over 8,000 elite Navy forces stationed around Impel Down, we only need to mobilize a small contingent to join those 8,000. We can leave around 2,000 personnel outside, while the rest enter Impel Down to suppress the prisoners. Moreover, I hope the Admiral can request permission from the 5 Elders for us to engage in combat within Impel Down, as this is crucial for safeguarding the Navy's own security and minimizing casualties. Listening to Sengoku's words, Admiral Kong nodded in agreement, saying, "Your insights are indeed more reliable. Let us proceed as Sengoku has suggested and begin preparations. I will also reach out to the 5 Elders to see if we can directly invoke the demon-slaying order for this operation. By the way, Ze Fa, your adopted son, has spent ample time in Impel Down. It may be wise to bring him back. You should reward him as you see fit, as he has grown into a young man of 16, capable of shouldering greater responsibilities." Ze Fa laughed heartily. Responding, "Let us not rush into that. I believe it's best to wait until this matter concludes before addressing it. This experience will broaden his horizons." Meanwhile, upon receiving the internal Navy notification, he would immediately relay the news to Magellan and Shiryu. Concurrently, a tense atmosphere began to envelop Impel Down. However, the two declared to the public that this was merely a large-scale military exercise aimed at enhancing the strength of their forces, wary of the possibility that the uniquely skilled prisoners might gain advanced knowledge of their plans. During this time, Hewan diligently intensified his training, resulting in significant improvements to his strength, notably achieving the rank of swordsman. This development infuriated the illustrious Shiryu of the Rain, who mused, "How does this brat keep breaking through during our sparring? Has achieving the rank of swordsman become so trivial? Who is responsible for this? Alas, it seems this audacious child has surpassed me, leaving me with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the reality." In future bouts, he would undoubtedly need to exercise greater caution, especially since he would have been utilizing a rather advantageous training method. While others trained for a day, he effectively trained for 6 or 7. Considering how many years had passed since he had traversed into this world, it was alarming that he had effectively amassed decades' worth of training in this short span. Yet from another perspective, Hewan's innate talent was not particularly extraordinary. Achieving such a level of skill after decades of training meant his physical enhancements were merely 3 times that of an average person. Nonetheless, Hewan remained unfazed by this, despite the slower growth in physical strength. The amassed quantity of haki he possessed was truly astonishing, sufficient for him to endure a protracted battle. Thinking of the challenges that lay ahead, Hewan resolved to quietly accumulate his strength and remain a low-profile entity. After all, possessing strength breeds confidence. Regardless of the turmoil outside, Hewan remained unperturbed, adhering to his training regimen daily, unaffected by external events, even as the atmosphere in Impel Down hinted at an impending storm. The situation had evolved significantly. Now, every time Hewan ventured into the corridors for reconnaissance, Shiryu and Magellan would silently accompany him. Whenever he delved deeper for observations, he entrusted his personal safety to these two, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. Consequently, Magellan and Shiryu were also able to obtain first-hand information promptly. In light of the impending operation, they decided to no longer conceal matters from certain individuals and summoned Hannibal to Hewan's quarters. Upon hearing Hewan's account, Hannibal erupted in fury, realizing that amidst such critical developments, he was the last of their small group to be informed. Initially, he had expected a casual gathering filled with banter, drinks, and camaraderie, but the gravity of the news left him astounded. First, he was taken aback, lost in thought, but as he processed the situation, he noticed the calm demeanor of the other 3. It dawned on him that he was the only one kept in the dark about such crucial information. Enraged, he directed his ire towards Magellan and the others, exclaiming, "Why did you not inform me of this matter sooner? Will you take me for a traitor? Without you, I could have uncovered this on my own. Magellan, you are infuriating me. However, when Hewen casually inquired, "Hey Hannibal, what's your recent aspiration?" Hannibal momentarily froze, instinctively responding, "Well, obviously it's to become the vice director." Realizing his slip, his face flushed crimson as he retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Hewen, "Are you mocking me?" And all of them impelled down. "Who doesn't he know that my lips are sealed? I have no affiliation with evil. Behold this posture. It merely lacks two little aides to complete the scene worthy of applause." At this moment, observing Hannibal in such a manner, Hewen could not help but reveal a sly grin at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he interjected with a remark, saying, "Hannibal, my dear brother, did you truly express a desire to become the deputy director?" Thus, Hannibal once again fell into Hewen's trap, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Of course," but before he could finish his sentence, an air of peculiarity enveloped the scene. Mere seconds later, a raucous laughter erupted from Hewen's chamber, and Hannibal's already flushed face grew even redder. Nevertheless, he persisted in his defense, exclaiming, "This doesn't count. Hewen, what are you doing? Such a sneak attack is most unbecoming. You little rascal." Meanwhile, glancing at the crowd beside him, who were doubled over in laughter, Hannibal felt a twinge of insecurity. After all this time, he had failed to suppress his little secret. Would Magellan bear a grudge against him in the future? How did Hewen come to know? He resolved to inquire further on another day. Once the laughter subsided, Hewen reined in the conversation and formally addressed everyone, stating, "Now, the plan we are to implement is one of external laxity and internal vigilance, keeping a constant watch on every layer of prison inmates. This time, we cannot afford to neglect the fifth level that we may need to reinforce our patrols outside to prevent any unusual occurrences. And while patrolling, we must also intensify our inspections to ascertain which pirates' handcuffs or leg irons have been tampered with. In such circumstances, let's not be hasty. Rather, we should discreetly document their conditions to facilitate our subsequent measures, thereby avoiding any potential loose ends." However, turning his attention, Hewen pondered another matter and addressed Magellan, saying, "Brother Magellan, there is one more task you must undertake during this period." Upon hearing this, the group appeared baffled, presuming it to be a matter of great importance. Thus, Magellan cautiously inquired, "Hewen, is there something else we need to address?" However, when they followed Hewen's gaze towards Hannibal, he looked utterly perplexed and asked, "Why are you all looking at me? I am not their mole, that if you keep this up, you shall find yourself friendless." At this point, Magellan and the others comprehended the situation, observing the still somewhat agitated Hannibal. They remarked, "You fool, do you not yet grasp the meaning of this?" Witnessing the amused expressions on everyone's faces, Hannibal felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had likely exercised his brain more today than in his entire life. Yet he remained oblivious to the riddle they had concocted. Magellan, chuckling, said, "Look at yourself and your incessant chatter. The level of scrutiny for this operation has surpassed your wildest imaginings. If you cannot keep your mouth shut, we three shall have nowhere to weep when the Navy comes looking for us." Upon hearing this, Hannibal wore a look of existential doubt, realizing that since his arrival at Hewen's side, his heart had been pierced by countless metaphorical arrows. He thought, "I should have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. How unfortunate it is that I came here. I have heard not a single good piece of news, all of it foreboding, and several of these matters are directly related to me. Why must my fate be so tragic?" Overcome with sorrow, he could not help but feel despondent, observing Hannibal's woeful expression. The others erupted into laughter once more. Switching gears, let's not dwell on the preparations underway at Impel Down. Meanwhile, within the Navy, the fleet admiral had summoned several Navy vice admirals for a gathering. They were presented with the orders issued by the Gorosei, which contained explicit instructions. This time, the Gorosei had entrusted the Navy with full authority to manage the impending conflict. Upon receiving this order, the officers were taken aback, not expecting such swift agreement from the world government. Could it be that the world government had undergone a change of heart? However, since the matter had already been settled, it was no longer their concern. They merely needed to focus on their own duties. In truth, it is not difficult to deduce that the world government, when faced with such issues, found itself rather powerless, unable to amass troops on a grand scale. Should any losses occur in this endeavor, the world government would bear the consequences alone. Rather than risk such losses, it was more prudent to shift the burden onto the Navy, especially since they had initiated the matter themselves. The Navy serves as the front line for the world government. Once this conflict concludes, they could simply reward the Navy, and no matter the extent of the losses, the foundation of the world government would remain unscathed. If one were to observe the world government CP, it becomes clear that these individuals thrive on assassination. However, when confronted with actual large-scale combat, they become insignificant. At this moment, the gaze remained fixed on the Navy, that colossal war machine established primarily to deter nefarious elements. Consequently, the Gorasei convened a small gathering to strategize on minimizing their losses. Ultimately, it was the sword-wielding Gorasei who proclaimed, "If all are in agreement, let us allow the Navy to take the lead in addressing this matter, and we could even use this situation to instigate a demon-slaying order." However, since this incident is a scandal for the world government, we must impose a gag order and deploy numerous spies to secure the area surrounding Impel Down, preventing any outsiders from prying into this information. Subsequently, we shall have CP monitor the Navy's activities. Simultaneously, the Navy commenced its own discreet arrangements. Some mid- to high-ranking officers were covertly transported to Navy vessels outside Impel Down. Due to the mobilization of a significant number of personnel, the Navy headquarters became somewhat vacant, compelling the fleet admiral to remain behind to maintain order. He delegated wartime command to Admiral Sengoku and Ze Fa, who led dozens of vice admirals stationed there. While the vice admiral subordinates arrived at the perimeter of Impel Down under various pretenses. Thanks to the intelligence provided by He-1, the Navy had acquired a detailed plan regarding the escape of personnel from Impel Down. Although their expressions remained inscrutable, the officers were nonetheless startled to discover the presence of the madman, the old Coot Bondi Wald. In truth, upon seeing this name, everyone felt a sense of shock, particularly He-1. He recalled that this individual should have still been encased in ice on the 6th level of Impel Down. Yet now he had stealthily escaped Point 1, could only surmise that perhaps He-1's presence had triggered some form of butterfly effect. Heightening his vigilance regarding these matters, the ocean is a realm of peculiarities, and one can never predict the oddities one might encounter. Thus, each department exercised extreme caution in formulating strategies. The number of individuals who had managed to escape from the 6th level was alarmingly high. And prior to this, many were left uncertain as to whether they had truly escaped or had perished, their records long since obliterated. In response to the varying circumstances, Admiral Sengoku devised appropriate emergency protocols and transmitted them to the fleet admiral. Upon reviewing the information, the fleet admiral confirmed its accuracy and reported the situation to the Gorasei. Despite being the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, the fleet admiral recognized the extensive implications of the matter and deemed it necessary to keep the Gorasei informed. After reviewing the report, one of the Gorasei, leaning against the wall, remarked, "Perhaps we should have CP dispatch more personnel to the area. This way we might feel a bit more reassured." Another Gorasei, wielding a sword, countered, "But if we send CP, who will oversee whom?" Moments ago, one of the 5 elders spoke. "Since this operation plan has been devised by the Navy, let us appoint the Navy as the overall commander for this undertaking. We shall assign CP to oversee the operation, and in doing so, provide them with an opportunity to cultivate their perspectives on warfare, allowing them to witness these grand scenes." The other 4 elders readily concurred with this suggestion, which they ultimately relayed to Admiral Akainu. Upon seeing that CP was to be included, Admiral Akainu felt a wave of trepidation. Yet he recognized that the management of this matter was no longer in his hands. Without hesitation, he promptly informed Admiral Sengoku of this thorny issue, trusting that Sengoku's wisdom would adeptly handle the so-called CP of the world government. As anticipated, Admiral Sengoku did not disappoint Admiral Akainu. Observing the operation plan approved from above, he added a provision for CP9 to oversee the proceedings. This would not disrupt the overarching strategy. Sengoku already had a supplementary draft in mind, merely making slight adjustments to the operational plan. He arranged for these CP operatives to conduct inspections outside the main action framework, citing their lack of experience with large-scale combat and coordination as justification. Their task would be to safeguard the entrance of Impel Down, ensuring that they managed the escape of any other pirates that to this end. A plan was devised for them to leverage the world government's authority to seal off an area of several hundred kilometers around Impel Down, preventing any information regarding the war from leaking. In this regard, they proved to be quite effective. After all, how else could Admiral Sengoku be regarded as a strategic genius? Observe how high his emotional intelligence is. He grants you face while leaving no room for objections, compelling you to comply with his directives. Thus, within the framework of this plan, everyone became an indispensable role, diligently attending to their respective scripts. On the Navy side, due to Vice Admiral Garp's recent idleness, the role of liaison officer was entrusted to him. Garp was frequently seen taking a small boat into Impel Down. After several hours, upon the opening of the gates of justice, Garp would return to the Navy's makeshift command center, laden with supplies. Each time Vice Admiral Garp entered the gates of justice, he invariably brought along a contingent of soldiers, yet emerged alone. Consequently, while everyone was bewildered, no one dared to speak out regarding this situation. Those who found themselves here understood that in such tense moments, silence was the wisest course of action. This was one aspect. At Sengoku's behest, the Navy dispatched a multitude of submarines to patrol the waters surrounding Impel Down. Although there were sea kings providing defense beneath the waves, Sengoku reasoned that relying on his own men was a safer bet. Under Sengoku's meticulous plan, Impel Down was encircled with multiple layers of security, and daily inspections were conducted to monitor for any escapees, given the considerable time that had elapsed since the liberation of the river. A substantial number had been accounted for. However, Admiral Sengoku's plan still required 3 more days, necessitating that the internal personnel exercise utmost vigilance in monitoring the prisoners during this period, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, each time Vice Admiral Garp returned, he brought back not just supplies, but an assortment of prison guard uniforms. These uniforms were of paramount importance. The Navy could not afford to brazenly don their own attire within Impel Down, as that would signal to others that they were aware of impending changes. This explains why the Navy requisitioned a vast quantity of prison guard uniforms from Impel Down, and to distinguish between the guards and Navy personnel, modifications were made to the uniforms. Depending on their rank, Vice Admirals would draw 3 white circles on their arms, while Rear Admirals would have 2, and all other officers would have 1. Navy soldiers would identify their commanding officers by these markings. There is no need to underestimate the caliber of those who made it here. Only individuals with specialized skills would be entrusted with such tasks. The introduction of these markings ensured the uniformity of Navy operations within Impel Down, significantly enhancing the likelihood of mission success at this moment. An unspoken war was gradually approaching, with no one able to foresee the outcome of this unfolding drama. I am the world-renowned pirate, a figure who once plagued the entire world with headaches. Bondewald, the destroyer of worlds. I am the captain of the Ward Pirates. Can you imagine that I fell victim to the scheme of my own rebellious subordinate, leading the CP of the world government to track my movements and ultimately cast me into the 6th level of Impel Down, a desolate place devoid of life? My fruit is a paramecia type, known as the Momo fruit or the multiplication fruit. That IT is no ordinary fruit. It can amplify the properties of objects 100-fold. Whether it be speed, weight, or size, the user can enhance their own speed by 100 times, utilizing this incredible velocity to engage in combat and obliterate everything in their path. Consequently, the world government harbors immense trepidation towards me. But do you think I desired such power? Yes, I did. IT is the only way for my brother and me to thrive. The CP of the world government, these dishonorable individuals, I shall not spare them in the future. I have been confined here for so long. Who will take responsibility for the time that has robbed me of my youth? When I escape, I shall exact a fierce revenge upon you all. I do not speak such grandiloquent words lightly. It is because I have inexplicably found myself in a compartment within Impel Down, where many of my old friends reside. Oh, my astonishment, they too have been inexplicably thrust into this place. Could it be that the heavens disapprove of the injustices I have suffered? As for how everyone ended up here, each person remains somewhat unclear, only knowing that a chubby little fellow with wings pushed a group of us into this predicament. Alas, I shan't dwell on that now. I shall take this time to recuperate, ensuring my body returns to its prime, while perhaps awaiting the arrival of other like-minded companions. Unfortunately, the little chubby one sneaked away not long ago. But before his departure, he assured us that many more friends would soon arrive here, making this a sanctuary for our survival. In the future, we must cultivate this place diligently. However, I cannot shake the feeling that something significant is on the horizon. My eyelids have been twitching incessantly, foretelling an impending event, yet I cannot discern its nature, which vexes me greatly. By the way, the commotion outside has caught my attention. I must find someone to venture out and gather information soon. As the saying goes, the waves of the new generation push against the old, while the latter perishes upon the shore. It has been far too long since I acquainted myself with the outside world, only to discover that there are so many unfamiliar faces out there. Good heavens, it seems that individuals like us are becoming increasingly rare. Even my old friend, Rox, is no longer around. However, some of his former subordinates seem to be faring quite well. Notably one named Newgate, and another whose name escapes me. Such is the plight of aging, where memories fade. Looking at this group of newcomers, so naive and lacking in combat prowess, I cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding for the younger generation. Yet, it appears a traitor has emerged amongst the pirates. Bold indeed. During my era, none would dare to brandish such a title. But why, I wonder, does the current Navy still operate under the command of a Kainu? That old relic, despite his age, has yet to make way for others. Nevertheless, I have heard that the Navy remains formidable. Why do these individuals, who continuously oppose us pirates, keep emerging? The sea is a realm meant for freedom. Once I escape, the first order of business shall be to raise the Navy headquarters to the ground. And I have heard whispers of a particularly formidable figure within Impel Down, someone named Magellan. Let us take a stroll and put him to the test, to truly gauge his prowess. After all, how could this fellow possibly suppress the entirety of Impel Down? I have heard whispers of a personage of considerable stature residing here. If I recall correctly, that young lad appears to be Zephyr's adopted son. This is no trivial matter. According to the inmates within, that youngster is held in high esteem among them. Perhaps in the future, he could be persuaded to join my ranks and become one of my subordinates. The notion of an admiral's son becoming a member of a pirate crew would surely send shockwaves throughout the world. I must seize this opportunity to explore. But enough of such thoughts. I must refrain from dwelling on them any longer. If I continue, I fear I may be unable to resist taking action and departing from Impel Down. Recently, a few old acquaintances from my past have arrived. They are unable to leave this dismal place and can only languish in its oppressive gloom. However, the time for change draws near, and it will be then that they truly witness what it means to be a pirate of the old era. With this in mind, the once renowned pirate scratched his ear casually, resting his legs atop the table as he swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, the liquid gently swaying with the movement. I wonder where this wine was procured. The inmates here are celebrating in line, anticipating their imminent rebirth. Should they manage to escape, the seas will undoubtedly be beset by an even greater storm of bloodshed. Yet, is the future they envision truly as glorious as they imagine? Through meticulous preparations, a substantial number of Navy personnel have discreetly infiltrated Impel Down, clearing out unrelated individuals gradually to mitigate any unforeseen incidents during the operation. They have grouped lesser offenders or those of diminished strength together, assigning dedicated guards to oversee them. Enhanced management protocols have been instituted for levels 4 and above, with personnel discreetly arranged to monitor the inmates on these tiers. Utilizing the rudimentary maps drawn by He1 and others, relevant individuals have been assigned to secure various passageways, employing long-range Den Mushi for surveillance. The careful monitoring of all entrances and exits serves as a precautionary measure against any unforeseen occurrences. With appropriate emergency response strategies established, regardless of personnel movement, their operations remain unaffected. And during these days, Shiryu and he would have been covertly training certain high-ranking Navy officers within Impel Down, imparting crucial knowledge about the entrances and exits to prevent chaotic command during wartime. All high-ranking officers present have received confidential information. This could potentially escalate into a monumental conflict, with authorization to employ the demon-slaying order already granted, and the involvement of the world government looming. The situation may have deteriorated to such a degree that decisive measures become imperative. With no alternative, all must charge forward with unwavering determination. Yet as Admiral Sengoku stealthily infiltrated Impel Down, assessing its structural integrity, he uncovered a significant dilemma. Due to the abundance of formidable individuals within the Navy, including many high-ranking officers, their collective strength is exceptionally potent. Moreover, the escaped prisoners are no mere pushovers. Their numbers are vast, and the extent of their hidden capabilities remains unknown at this juncture. Impel Down may not withstand the onslaught of such power. This prison, built underground, could face catastrophic consequences should any strong adversaries unleash their might. Thus, a strategy must be devised to lure the pirates to the upper tiers. Consequently, Admiral Sengoku worked through the night to draft a new battle plan, one that offers greater assurance compared to the previous one. He expressed satisfaction with this plan, as time is of the essence, and immediate challenges must be addressed. Admiral Sengoku instructed the Navy personnel to fortify their positions across the various levels of Impel Down, avoiding direct confrontations with the more formidable pirates. Instead, they should adopt a strategy of attrition, gradually wearing down the pirates as they are drawn out, employing a layered approach to exhaust their strength. Through this relentless attrition, by the time the pirates escape Impel Down, they may find themselves too weakened to mount any further resistance. In such circumstances, the Navy's elite will have the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess, decisively eliminating the weary prisoners and preventing any damage to this fortress, reputed to be the most impregnable prison in the world. With the issuance of the battle command by Admiral Sengoku, each general was assigned to a suitable position, diligently familiarizing themselves with their orders, well aware that survival in this conflict hinges upon strict adherence to protocol. Soon, a world-shattering battle is set to commence. Once Admiral Sengoku had conveyed his orders, he noticed a man seated in the back row, shrouded in darkness. It was evident that this individual represented Ze Fa. Observing him, Sengoku smiled, contemplating how such an opportune moment could not be squandered. It would be remiss to disregard the chance to involve them in this scheme, given the invaluable opportunities afforded by the prisoners. With that thought, Admiral Sengoku calmly addressed the CP representative, stating, "While your assistance is invaluable, the mission is arduous. I kindly request that you exert yourselves a bit more during this operation, ensuring that you effectively secure the perimeter of the seas. It is crucial to prevent any information from leaking, as the Gorosei also wish to keep these matters under wraps, for any revelation could tarnish the reputation of the world government." Listening to the words of Admiral Sengoku, it was clear that this CP officer was not to be underestimated. In an instant, he grasped the implication behind Sengoku's words and inwardly cursed him as an old fox. It was evident that he was leveraging the might of the world government to pressure them into cooperating with the Navy. Initially, this officer had intended to push forward and vie for some credit, but now, Admiral Sengoku had relegated them to the periphery, assigned merely to the task of picking up the scraps, which offered little in the way of achievements or accolades. Yet, the officer realized that resisting was futile. They were on enemy territory, surrounded by two formidable admirals of the Navy. Moreover, several so-called new stars of the Navy were also present, and most importantly, the Navy was operating under the pretext of safeguarding the world government's military strength from harm, which thoroughly disgusted them. This officer had originally planned to seize this opportunity to probe the internal dynamics of the Navy, to formulate strategies in advance to counteract them. Recently, the emergence of new talent within the Navy had been rather pronounced, and their security measures were exceptionally tight, leaving his faction unable to infiltrate. Admiral Sengoku, seated before the CP officer, observed his begrudging expression and smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent, fully aware of the officer's dissatisfaction. However, at that moment, he was the one in control. Sengoku had already secured his position within the Navy, destined to succeed Fleet Admiral Kong and guard the seas. This occasion was merely an opportunity to polish his reputation. With the Navy already prepared, no one dared to challenge Sengoku with confidence, especially considering the presence of a certain iron-fisted individual, and he believed that the CP officer had received the appropriate notifications and would not dare to provoke him. As he was destined to become the future leader of the Navy, that IT was not just present here. His allies, Crane and Carp, were also in attendance, but a saying circulated across the seas: no one could withstand the assault of two admirals. And here, there were more than just 2.8T that moment. The emerging Magellan, along with a host of formidable figures from Impel Down, showcased their extraordinary prowess. Rumor had it that even Ze Fa's adopted son, He was among them, having gained recognition from the majority within Impel Down, which bolstered their confidence. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each expressing its own charm, regardless of how Sengoku maneuvered through the upper echelons. It bore little relevance to He, the young second lieutenant. Recently, He had been extraordinarily busy, engaged in training and also tasked with leading the stealthy infiltration of various commanders into Impel Down, ensuring they were well acquainted with their positions. This was crucial for effective deployment during future confrontations, as any oversight could be catastrophic given the gravity of the upcoming operation to prevent any leaks regarding the operational plan. 3 days prior to the commencement of the mission, Admiral Sengoku ordered that a portion of the troops who had infiltrated earlier be discreetly assigned to guard all entrances and exits leading to Level 5 of Impel Down, ensuring that not a single individual could enter unnoticed. Simultaneously, all insignificant prisoners of low ability were to be relocated to Navy vessels outside Impel Down. This resulted in a 50% reduction in the prison population, allowing the remaining 40% to roam outside, a tactic intended to mislead the watchful eyes of those on Level 5.5. The Navy also adopted a positional warfare strategy, establishing appropriate controls between each level. These measures could provide excellent defensive capabilities, enabling a well-coordinated retreat in the face of overwhelming enemy forces. During this retreat, they could engage in segmented counterattacks, ensuring their survival, while inflicting significant damage on the enemy. In anticipation of certain ability users, a considerable stockpile of Sea-Prism stone handcuffs was requisitioned from within the Navy and distributed to the guards at Impel Down. The higher-ups were exceedingly furious, unaware of the troublesome situation that had already unfolded. Consequently, they issued a directive to capture any individuals they could, and for those deemed too risky to apprehend, they were to be executed on the spot. Upon encountering a devil fruit user, the protocol was to immediately restrain them with Sea-Prism stone handcuffs to guard against specific ability users. A set of codes was established between the Navy and the guards of Impel Down to effectively differentiate between their own and potential infiltrators. In the face of such a scenario, young individuals like He and Shirlu were undeniably excited. However, those seasoned by the storms of life were filled with caution and wariness. Take Carp, for instance. Usually carefree and jovial, now he displayed none of his usual playful demeanor. It seemed he could indeed separate work from leisure. No one would dare to be lax in the face of such a monumental conflict. It was worth noting that Ze Fa's long-awaited meeting with He had finally come to pass. Ze Fa, a reserved and introspective individual, struggled to express his paternal affection, opting instead for a stern facade as he inquired about He. Yet the tenderness in his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fondness that He could not overlook. Since Ze Fa was intent on displaying a serious demeanor, He obliged him, though his heart brimmed with joy. Who wouldn't be delighted to see a family member? Hence, He prepared a sumptuous meal for Ze Fa, and the father-son duo sat together, relishing their food and nurturing their bond. However, before they could savor more than a few bites, two familiar faces entered He's quarters, Aunt Crane and Carp. Carp, feeling quite bored that day, had dragged Crane along to familiarize themselves with Impel Down. Yet halfway there, he remembered that He was still present and decided to drop by for a visit. Upon arriving at the doorstep, they were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food. Without a second thought, Carp kicked the door open, exclaiming his intent to join the meal. Ze Fa, witnessing Carp's unceremonious entrance, felt a surge of irritation, almost compelled to deliver a swift punch to his head. Seeing Carp embarrass himself in front of the younger generation, Crane's face darkened as she chastised him. However, Carp remained utterly unfazed, his thick skin allowing him to sit down and eagerly sample the dishes prepared by He and Ze Fa. Observing Carp's demeanor, both Ze Fa and He felt utterly exasperated. He invited Aunt Crane to sit at the table and handed her utensils, eager for her to taste his culinary skills. To everyone's surprise, once Aunt Crane took a bite, She couldn't stop herself from indulging further, leading the others to think, if we don't act quickly, we might end up with nothing to eat. In no time, the table was cleared. Witnessing what could only be described as a clean plate campaign, Aunt Crane felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "This is marvelous. I couldn't resist myself." Seeing his culinary efforts appreciated filled him with elation, while Carp, oblivious as ever, chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "What do you think, Aunt Crane? I told you he was an exceptional cook. You believe me now, didn't you? Indeed, he was quite impressive, a remarkable young man that I hear you're Ze Fa's adopted son." Carp continued, "Though I've known about you for some time, we haven't had the chance to meet in person. I owe you an apology. Next time we meet, I'll bring you a gift." Hewen quickly waved his hands, insisting, "No need for that." Witnessing Hewen's thoughtfulness, Aunt Crane felt even more pleased and proceeded to inquire about Hewen's experiences in Impel Down. Such warm and cozy moments are often fleeting. Just as a few days passed, one of the guards at a passageway, engaged in the transfer of prisoners, suddenly sensed something unusual at the corner of the corridor. In an instant, he froze his gaze, signaling to the companion engaged in the handover with him that there was an issue just around the corner behind him. His companion, a perceptive individual, immediately grasped his meaning. The two moved forward with subtlety, while simultaneously engaging in low-toned conversation to soothe any lurking entities in the shadows. It was possible that the hidden figure or object at the corner had already sensed that they were being noticed by an enemy, and felt the approach of someone drawing near. Without uttering a word, he swiftly darted away into the distance. That moment, it became evident that something unusual was afoot, as two pirates quickly divided their tasks. One ran back to report the situation to their base, while the other hastily pursued the individual at the scene. It was clear that this unexpected scenario was not lost on the pirates, who remained oblivious to the fact that they were witnessing the Navy's plan to draw the snake out of its hole. A meticulously orchestrated conflict was about to unfold. The returning prisoner promptly relayed this intelligence, and within 2 minutes, it reached a particular table occupied by a distinctive group of prisoners. Surrounding this table was a cohort of formidable individuals, none of whom could be deemed ordinary. It was evidently the leaders among the prisoners. Notably, at the head of the table sat a man of extraordinary demeanor. His head bore a missing corner, several of his front teeth were absent, and his speech was slightly impaired. Yet, one should never underestimate him. He was none other than Bondivald, one of the notorious pirates previously mentioned. Beside him sat a group of individuals who appeared to be his followers. At that moment, he was indulging in drink, his face devoid of any sign of panic, exhibiting remarkable calmness. From the outset, he had never believed that these events could elude the watchful eyes of the guards and Impel Down. Hence they had been preparing for days, intending to incite a rebellion within the fortress. However, when the moment truly arrived, not a single person felt at ease. Yet these individuals were, after all, desperate fugitives. For them, death might be the ultimate destination, as their heinous crimes rendered them unlikely to ever escape Impel Down. Among them were several infamous pirates, their bounties soaring into the hundreds of millions, even exceeding $1 billion. Yet some might wonder why this old rogue, despite his notoriety, bore a comparatively modest bounty. This was due to the fact that he had been captured long ago and was indeed a figure of considerable underestimation. Few had heard of his renown upon his rescue. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must not judge a book by its cover. In light of this situation, nothing proved more effective than a simple spar between two individuals. The outcome remained uncertain, yet the true leader at the head of the table was none other than Bondivald, the harbinger of chaos in this world. Upon receiving the news, he conveyed the situation to the prisoners below, who were beginning to stir with anticipation. However, not everyone was entirely exhilarated. Some sensed an unusual undercurrent in the air, yet the fervent atmosphere surrounding them ultimately drowned out any rational thought among the prisoners. Having been leaders themselves, their words held weight, effortlessly rallying the somewhat disorganized spirits of those around him. Based on their prior preparations, Bondivald swiftly issued commands. Each pirate with a bounty exceeding $1 billion was tasked with leading a group to free certain prisoners for resistance, while others were directed to the 6th level to liberate key figures, sowing chaos within the prison. The prisoners on the 6th level were those whose identities had been erased by history. He himself would lead a contingent to assault the control room of the Gate of Justice, the crucial nexus of their escape. In that control room lay the greatest lifeline for their flight, the gate of justice. Without it, being trapped in the windless confines of Impel Down would be a nightmarish ordeal for these individuals. Thus, under the meticulous orchestration of these cunning minds, the clash between prisoners and the Navy officially commenced. The prisoners, taken aback by the suddenness of the conflict, were nevertheless seasoned fighters familiar with bloodshed. They promptly geared up. Though their departure was slightly delayed, it was of little consequence. Impel Down was replete with such passageways, and the organized prisoners embarked in batches from various routes that a portion had already set off ahead, utilizing certain corridors to reach significant locations within the prison, stirring chaos to divert attention, thereby blinding the guards to their rescue efforts, thus creating optimal conditions for their escape. As the tumult truly began, the lesser figures were inevitably overlooked. The initial prisoners who had pursued the suspicious individual were now forgotten by the busy throng. He, too, faced a dire fate. Having just stepped out of a corridor, he was swiftly apprehended by the lurking forces of the Navy and clandestinely taken away. In a race against time, they commenced interrogation, seeking to ascertain the genuine information within. Once the personnel were in position, the true contest between the two factions began. Meanwhile, the observing Navy personnel, alerted by the surveillance snail, noted the prisoners exiting from various exits and promptly dispatched specialized units to their presumed destinations for reconnaissance. They aimed to confirm whether any personnel remained behind and positioned a contingent of Navy officers in ambush. Should the prisoners return, they would be met with an unimaginable nightmare: the first small target. The baiting of the snake from its hole on level 5.5 of Impel Down had been achieved. The next focus was level 6, where a minor skirmish was poised to erupt, something unprecedented in historical records. After prolonged gathering, the prisoners' ranks had swelled significantly, yet such a formidable number had seemingly vanished from the records of Impel Down. For an extended period, no one had thought to investigate why resources had been depleting so rapidly. Nor had anyone inquired into the situation. It was only after questioning that he began to grasp the overall circumstances that in the subterranean prison, preserving food and other supplies was impractical. Thus, the turnover rate for consumables such as food was rather swift, often leading to waste before some items could even be utilized. Hence, their demands for provisions were pressing. It is not particularly elevated, and moreover, in the realm of Advanced City, there exists, to varying degrees, a multitude of subterranean creatures, such as rats. They seize the opportunity during moments of solitude to infiltrate the warehouses and pilfer provisions. Consequently, a significant portion of the annual food consumption remains inexplicably unaccounted for, attributable to these rodents, which appears rather unreasonable at first glance. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seems rather plausible. Advanced City, backed by the world government and possessing substantial wealth, is indifferent to such trivial losses. Thus, through a series of coincidences, this situation has come to fruition. This time, no one anticipated the extensive repercussions that would ensue, simultaneously serving as a wake-up call for the influential figures within Advanced City, urging them to prevent the recurrence of such events. However, now is not the moment to dwell on this matter. At this juncture, hostilities have erupted, and a multitude of prisoners have surged forth from the passage. The naval forces and the guards of Advanced City, who had long been lying in wait outside, immediately engaged in fierce combat. At the onset of the skirmish, the prisoners found themselves precariously close to collapse. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, among these prisoners were formidable individuals. As they retreated, they mounted a resistance, wreaking havoc and creating chaos to hinder the Navy's pursuit. Observing the unfolding situation, the Navy opted not to chase aggressively, but instead slowed their advance, gradually herding the prisoners in a singular direction. As the naval forces in other sectors began to push the pirates they were guarding toward a common location, an ominous sense of foreboding crept upon the prisoners. They caught sight of a prominent figure not far ahead. Awaiting their arrival, it goes without saying that those esteemed within the Navy, destined to be recognized as significant players in the future, number only a few. This individual, undoubtedly familiar to us, is none other than the future Marine Headquarters 3 Admirals. Akainu Sakazuki had been waiting there for some time. and upon witnessing the arrival of the majority of prisoners, a flicker of murderous intent glinted in his eyes. Having already consumed a devil fruit, he possessed a robust confidence in his abilities. Observing the influx of prisoners, Sakazuki clenched his right fist lightly and unleashed a magma puncture, targeting the throng before him. The prisoners had never encountered such a scene and were immediately met with a cacophony of wails. Among this group were several leading prisoners, infamous pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, who possessed a modicum of awareness. Realizing the dire circumstances, they contemplated abandoning the individuals accompanying them and attempting to break through in another direction. They had discerned that the so-called naval power user was demonstrating the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit. Such fruits are exceedingly rare and generally confer immense strength, rendering ordinary individuals unable to contend with them. Thus, they began to methodically search for alternative escape routes from Advanced City. However, setting aside the feasibility of their escape, one must consider the formidable figure before them, a person who harbors a profound disdain for evil. Would he allow them to leave so easily? Furthermore, the majority present were merely lambs awaiting slaughter in his presence. After a brief interval, the prisoners, driven forth by the Navy and the guards of Advanced City, had been thoroughly dealt with by Sakazuki and his cohorts. Not a single one of those who had hoped to flee succeeded. It is often said that while ideals may be grand, reality can be quite stark. Once these individuals were resolved, following the initial combat plan, Sakazuki, still merely a rear admiral at this stage, had not yet reached the level of arrogance he would later display. He restrained his temperament and proceeded according to the earlier strategy toward another area currently under siege by the Navy. Sakazuki's battle was but a microcosm of the overall conflict. There is no denying that war is exceedingly brutal. Although the Navy had made ample preparations, they were still vulnerable to the treacherous ambushes of the prisoners. Not every individual bears the name Sakazaki. There exist certain grueling missions aimed at sniping pirates. And a portion of the Navy, alongside the elite personnel of Impel Down, have unwittingly met their demise at the hands of some exceptionally skilled prisoners. Similar scenes unfold in various corners, where the future leaders of the Navy gradually begin to make their mark. They possess formidable strength, systematically eliminating a group of ignorant prisoners before hastily moving on to assist in adjacent areas, thereby preparing for the impending grand conflict. In truth, what the Navy and the guards of Impel Down are currently engaged in is merely the cleansing of the remaining feeble prisoners. The more powerful adversaries will be dealt with by the prodigies among them. Thus, one might occasionally witness an intriguing scenario when those formidable prisoners find themselves confronted by the Navy upon realizing their inability to withstand the onslaught. They are granted an opportunity to escape the encirclement, a flicker of hope igniting within them, as they attempt to avoid further losses to their own strength. It is akin to a group of prisoners, initially elated at the prospect of escape, rushing forward without a backward glance, neglecting their subordinates. Observing their retreat, a Navy officer smirks silently, his gaze growing increasingly steely. He privately muses, "This place is merely child's play. The true peril awaits you above. Be jubilant now." The formidable Hewan instructed Shilio to position himself below, preparing for confrontation. Initially, Hewan felt a slight sense of helplessness when faced with such a formidable foe. However, this concern quickly dissipated as Hewan's strikes clashed incessantly with the attacks of the prisoner leader, both engaging in a relentless exchange. At this moment, the minions accompanying the prisoner leader lacked the same strength. Finding themselves utterly powerless against the numerous Navy forces stationed here, rendered almost to tears, the long-waiting Navy swiftly dealt with the bothersome rabble, cleaning the battlefield before patiently awaiting the next wave of adversaries. With uncertainty looming over the potential for further assaults, Hewan resolved to conclude this battle swiftly. Yet, the reality proved far from simple, compelling Hewan to remain composed. Although he did not gain any significant advantage, he possessed the endurance to outlast his opponent, relying on the vast reserves of his aura accumulated over the years. Engaging in a war of attrition against a skilled prisoner was no easy feat. One had to tread carefully. Nonetheless, for Hewan, this strategy seemed advantageous. After all, while he might not necessarily lose if struck, any hit he landed would yield gains. His regenerative abilities and aura were rather unreasonable. In the face of the intense assault from his adversary, Ewan remained unflustered, steadily holding his ground while occasionally delivering surprise blows to the prisoner leader. The two exchanged strikes, both sustaining significant injuries. And after such a protracted struggle, it had devolved into a test of patience. At this juncture, the prisoner leader also realized that he had unwittingly become a sparring partner for Hewan. It seemed that the tales circulating within the prison about a young man who often used prisoners as practice partners were indeed true, and it appeared that this individual was none other than Hewan himself. Feeling insulted, the prisoner leader intensified his assault on Hewan, unwittingly exacerbating his own aura and physical exhaustion. Regardless, this barrage of attacks left Hewan momentarily flustered. The scene resembled the repetitive swings of Chung Yaojin's famed three axes. As Hewan, akin to a seasoned hunter, quietly sought out the prisoner's weaknesses. Ultimately, after a protracted tug-of-war, Hewan seized upon a flaw in the prisoner's defense, with his right hand gripping the blade. He executed a horizontal slash aimed at the pirate's right shoulder. Upon noticing Hewan's movement, the prisoner was startled and attempted to evade the strike. However, just as he turned, he felt a gust of wind on his left ribs, revealing that the slash was merely a feint. Hewan's left fist, clenched tightly, delivered a powerful punch towards the prisoner leader. The prisoner, possessing keen combat awareness, swiftly applied his armed hockey to his left ribs, fortunate to respond correctly when sensing the impending danger. Nevertheless, the force of Hewan's punch was indisputable. Struck squarely by Hewan, the prisoner leader was sent crashing against the wall, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Observing this, Hewan remained undeterred. He would not lower his guard until he confirmed the prisoner's true demise. For in his first lesson, his teacher and adoptive father, Ze Fa, had imparted a crucial lesson: never underestimate anyone. True to his nature, Hewan seized the opportunity to strike, aiming his blade towards the prisoner embedded in the wall, resulting in a resounding thud. Emerging from the gaping hole, the prisoner was visibly wounded, blood streaming from his waist, indicating that he had failed to defend against Hewan's onslaught. The prisoner leader, clad in tattered garments, gritted his teeth and lunged at Hewan with his blade. Witnessing this, Shilio and the Navy forces watching below exhaled in relief, understanding that the once mighty prisoner leader was now at his last gasp. He could no longer pose a threat to Hewan, marking the latter's first encounter with such a formidable adversary. Previous encounters had been mere training sessions, though there had been bouts of skirmishing. Hewan's real combat experience paled in comparison to these desperate criminals. This battle was a genuine fight for survival, with an opponent whose strength was anything but trivial. Thus, it served as an opportunity for Hewan to assess the fruits of his recent training. As the conflict neared its conclusion, Shilio felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Suddenly, both Hewan and Shilio seemed to sense something amiss. Not only them, but everyone present possessing observation hockey felt a twinge of discomfort. Sensing the abnormality, Hewan swiftly dispatched the already weakened prisoner leader, who could no longer pose any threat that it was far more prudent to address the impending concerns. Shortly after Hewan eliminated the prisoner leader, a towering figure approximately 4 meters tall and immensely muscular approached them. Upon sighting this individual, someone began to search for information on him within Impel Down, subsequently informing Hewan and Shilio, the user of the Hammer fruit. Spear Yale, captain of the Blood Surge pirate crew, possesses the ability to transform his limbs into hammers, enhanced by armed hockey, granting him tremendous strength that he is highly destructive, with a bounty of 440 million berries. A prisoner from the 6th level who mysteriously disappeared, now confirmed to be active on level 5.5, but upon hearing this information, Hewan and Shilio remained largely unfazed, as they understood that only upon the opening of the gates of justice could they escape. Hence, prior to their arrival here, the two had already mentally prepared themselves. Shilio then spoke quietly. "I currently hold the highest rank here. All of you, follow my orders and retreat immediately to the entrance of the power room of the gates of justice. Prepare to defend against any potential intruders and ensure the safety of the power room. This task is now ours. He is beyond your capability to contend with." Upon receiving the command, the Station Navy and the Wardens of Impel Down promptly cleared the battlefield. granting the two individuals the opportunity to confront the formidable adversaries across from them. Undaunted by the strength of their opponents, the duo prepared for battle, with Shiryu taking the lead and Cunning providing support. Within the confines of that small space, they engaged in a relentless clash. The wielder of the hammer fruit was indeed unfortunate. While embarking on his journey to the Grand Line with a band of subordinates, he fortuitously encountered Carp, who was out for leisure. This group of oblivious underlings dared to mock Carp's canine-shaped vessel, an affront that was simply intolerable. Consequently, this seemingly powerful pirate found himself embroiled in an intimate exchange of blows with Carp, ultimately culminating in his being cast into the 6th level of Impelled Down. Prior to this, it was unclear whether he had indulged too liberally in drink or was merely foolish as he attempted to challenge Carp's iron fists with his own fruit abilities, oblivious to the folly of his actions. Once, a man named Green Pepper had aspired to match Carp, but the outcome was tragically disastrous, his years of savings reduced to naught, irretrievable ever after. Initially, he believed he would encounter two relatively easy targets. Yet upon engaging, he swiftly realized the tenacity of these two, one of whom was on par with his own strength as Shiryu's attacks were swift and fierce, forcing him into a defensive stance, while Cunning's assistance prevented him from swiftly overcoming his foes. Nevertheless, the abilities granted by his fruit enhanced his defenses, leading to a temporary stalemate. The damage inflicted by the duo remained within his tolerable limits, yet the current situation allowed him no time for contemplation. He had to quicken his offensive tempo. However, each time he attempted to escalate his assault, he encountered Cunning's obstruction. Observing this individual, who had just emerged from a fierce battle yet remained vigorous against the pirate, it was evident that Cunning still possessed considerable stamina. Trapped in a struggle akin to a stubborn adhesive, he found himself unable to break free and reach the power room of Impelled Down. Much to the dismay of Spear Yalu, as time progressed, the ferocity of Cunning and Shiryu's attacks intensified, their prolonged cooperation resulting in a nearly flawless synergy of techniques. This relentless assault tormented Spear Yalu, compelling him to amplify his own aggression in a bid to conclude the skirmish swiftly. The increasingly violent collisions sent debris flying, while Cunning and Shiryu awaited the opportune moment to strike and inflict damage upon him. Spear Yalu recognized the unsustainability of his current strategy. However, each time he approached the power room, he was met with a barrage of long-range assault from the Navy as he attempted to eradicate these naval threats. He found himself assailed from the side by two blades aimed at him. Ultimately, after prolonged attrition, he became utterly exhausted and fell, defeated, at the feet of Shiryu and Cunning. By the conclusion of this battle, Cunning was already panting heavily. After all, he was still young, and achieving this level of performance had earned him the respect of the Navy members who had merely been observing as time elapsed. Numerous naval reinforcements had arrived, silently observing the clash among the few combatants. They were taken aback by Cunning's prowess. Although he fell short compared to many of the monstrous figures within Navy, his youth suggested a promising future. Moreover, through their clandestine inquiries, they learned that this relatively young man in Navy attire had formidable connections with high-ranking officials, leading them to conclude that he was destined to ascend to the upper echelons of the Navy. Throughout Impelled Down, the various levels systematically eliminated the escaped prisoners, with the majority of the Navy hastening toward the power room of the Justice Gate, that a portion remained behind to continue the purge of prisoners within the corridors, ensuring no one slipped through the cracks while marking areas that would need to be filled in later, just as these individuals gathered at the entrance to the power room on the first level of Impelled Down. A resounding crash echoed through the air. A tempestuous wind swept overhead, causing the Navy and the advancing warriors to shudder, their gazes drawn skyward to witness the roof of the first level being violently upheaved by a powerful shockwave. The immense visual impact left all present in a state of shock, rendering them unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. After all, multiple layers of structures loomed above Impelled Down, yet the current display of force seemed to have obliterated all buildings above the first level. Witnessing such destructive power, anyone with even a modicum of ambition was left in awe of the strength of the combatants above. After securing the defenses of the Justice Gate's power room, a contingent of personnel surged towards the open upper levels, eager to partake in the conflict that moment. It was undeniable that the battle above was incredibly fierce. Nonetheless, the majority of the Navy retained a fearless spirit, rushing headlong into the fray to assist their superiors. Yet no one anticipated the swift arrival of unforeseen events. It was no fault of the Navy's eager reinforcements. Some conflicts are not ones in which participation is readily granted. The once renowned pirates were now being jointly subdued by the Navy and the higher-ups of Impel Down. Cunning followed the main force, meandering upward, maintaining a carefree demeanor that he believed that with so many powerful adversaries above. The escape of these prisoners was unexpected, and thus he remained unperturbed by the unfolding situation that a glance at the ongoing battle revealed that the once mighty prisoners he had witnessed earlier were now firmly subdued by his adoptive father. Admiral Ze Fa, along with Vice Admiral Carp, Admiral Sengoku, and Magellan, rendering them immobile on the grounds of Impel Down. The only one who could still maneuver about was the previously mentioned Momo fruit user, the old rascal, Bondewald. However, even his antics were nearing their end, as Admiral Ze Fa was on the verge of joining forces with his old comrade Sengoku to simultaneously strike at this troublesome Momo fruit wielder. Meanwhile, Carp dispatched the remaining prisoners one by one, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Aunt Crane unleashed her wash-wash fruit abilities, swiftly reasserting control over the subdued prisoners, while Magellan seized the opportunity to unleash his powers, ruthlessly eliminating any prisoners attempting to cause chaos. Observing Cunning and the core naval forces ascending from below, the assembled group felt a wave of relief wash over them. They understood that the arrival of so many could only occur after the thorough cleansing of the lower levels. Magellan, witnessing their approach, felt a surge of joy, as it would allow them to focus on dealing with the elusive Bondewald. Yet the old rascal proved to be exceedingly troublesome, his fruit abilities presenting formidable challenges. It was the clash of the Admiral of the Warring States and the formidable Bondewaldo, a collision of fruit-based powers that unleashed a mere ripple of attack, yet this seemingly simple wave was potent enough to upturn the roof of the first layer of Impel Down. One cannot help but marvel at the sheer strength of the powerful figures within one piece. A mere observation of the Admiral's radiant golden Buddha during battle offers a glimpse into the ferocity of his confrontation with Bondewaldo. This is merely a fragment of the entire battlefield. Witnessing his own side in an absolute disadvantage, the arrival of numerous Navy reinforcements only served to tilt the scales of victory further away from him. Thus, in a state of desperation, Bondewaldo resorted to amplifying the lighthouse in his grasp tenfold, hurling it towards the Warring States Admiral. In the face of such an assault, the Admiral paid no heed, effortlessly deflecting the lighthouse with a shockwave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Bondewaldo, causing a shudder to ripple through all present. Most strained to withstand this oppressive force, while not everyone could endure its weight. Many of the newly arrived Navy members lacked sufficient strength, and the aura carried an ominous potential for self-damage amidst its destructive intent, causing numerous allies to collapse. Those capable of standing against such fierce pressure were undeniably the true titans of the sea, while the weak either lost consciousness or found themselves unable to maintain their footing. At that moment, Shirey managed to remain upright, while Cowan lay prostrate, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming pressure. Observing this formidable aura, the expressions of the Navy personnel grew grave, with Vice Admiral Carp remarking, "This must be Conqueror's hockey. How can this fellow's hockey be so potent?" Ze Fa took over the discussion, asserting, "Even if it is Conqueror's hockey, it matters not. With us here to suppress it, he cannot surpass us." Such individuals inherently harbor immense malice towards this world. If unleashed, the destruction they would bring is unfathomable. Nodding in agreement, Carp acknowledged Ze Fa's assertion that they were indeed the strongest present, and the two hastily resolved to deal with their current adversaries and join the fray against Bondewaldo. It must be noted that the Momo fruit grants unique abilities in combat, differing from common expectations. While it enhances his speed and augments the attack power of objects, it does not allow him to enlarge himself, which proves to be a significant disadvantage against a figure of the Admiral's stature. The conflict between the Admirals of the Navy and the World Destroyers of the Rocks era was particularly riveting, yet it bore little relevance to our protagonist, Cowan, who was fervently struggling against the overwhelming Conqueror's hockey radiating from Bondi Waldo. Shirey, witnessing Cowan's resilience, was taken aback. He had assumed that the intensity of such hockey would incapacitate Cowan. Yet to his astonishment, the man remained conscious, albeit pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, Shirey himself could barely stand against the pressure of that hockey. A testament to Cowan's current strength, it was uncertain when this sense of oppression would cease. And as Cowan lay there, a surge of anger welled within him. What right did this force have to impose such humiliation upon him? Having arrived in this world and experienced so many wonders, forging countless friendships and diligently striving to enhance his own strength, he found it intolerable to endure such disgrace and fatigue that moment. A flicker of tumultuous emotion ignited within Cowan. Perhaps the outcome of this encounter was unforeseen. A man steadfastly attempting to rise from the ground found within himself a burgeoning sense of determination. This emotion gradually stirred his heart, hinting that one day, when it reached a certain threshold, it would manifest in extraordinary ways. Shirey, sensing something amiss, merely glanced at Cowan but did not dwell on it. He believed that Cowan's primary objective was to maintain his mental fortitude, resisting erosion, and finding the strength to rise. Ultimately, Cowan managed to withstand the pressure of the conqueror's hockey, unsteadily rising to his feet, earning the respect of several Navy elites surrounding him. They were astounded by the resolve of such a young individual, recognizing the limitless potential that lay ahead of him. Just as Cowan felt he had stabilized, another wave of formidable pressure descended upon the assembly. They swiftly looked up, eager to discern the source of this new aura, only to be astonished to discover that it emanated from none other than the warring state's admiral himself. The resplendent figure, coupled with this overwhelming presence, seemed to command the very heavens, rendering him an unstoppable force. The two powerful auras intertwined, each vying for dominance, causing Cowan to stagger once more under the intensity of their clash. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his weapon, steadying himself against the ground. As he observed the intersection of these two forces, a yearning sensation welled up within him, illuminating the path of strength he aspired to pursue. In the aftermath of this fierce collision of conqueror's hockey, the first layer of impelled down could no longer withstand the strain. However, there was no cause for alarm within the power room of the first layer. The Navy personnel, sensing the looming peril above, hastily implemented various protective measures for the walls and equipment surrounding the power room. Thus, the sole structure that remained standing amidst the chaos was this very power room. Following the confrontation between the warring state's admiral and Bondi Waldo, their hockey ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Once this clash of conquerors' hockey concluded, the majority of the logistical personnel arrived at the scene to reinforce the surrounding walls of the first layer of impel down, anxious to prevent any further mishaps. The fear of seawater inundating the facility and causing irreparable damage loomed large, as they understood the repercussions they would face from the world government in such an event, which was far from a light matter. This urgency to conclude the conflict stemmed from their desire to avert any unforeseen incidents in high-stakes battles. Victories are rarely determined in mere hours. Typically, the outcome requires days of relentless engagement. However, this instance saw the Navy and the forces of Impel Down rallying their might. The clash continued from day into night and back again, ultimately culminating in victory for the warring states and his allies. The Navy emerged triumphant, having not only thwarted the world destroyer, but also vanquished Bondi Waldo, the wielder of the Momo fruit, a figure capable of leaving a lasting impact, thus departed from this world. While it may seem insignificant to others, for Cowan, it marked a pivotal moment. It signified a subtle shift in the trajectory of history within his understanding. This was also a precautionary measure to ensure no further complications arose in the future, had Cowan not been privy to the inside information. The chaos might have led to the near destruction of Impel Down AS for Cowan, who had initially believed he would play a significant role in this conflict. He ultimately realized that his sole endeavor throughout had been to resist the overwhelming conqueror's hockey from these two formidable men. Only as the battle neared its conclusion did he find his footing, but by then his presence was no longer required on the front lines. Consequently, Cowan was relegated to logistical duties, assisting with various related tasks. Observing his dejected demeanor, Shirey placed a reassuring hand on Cowan's shoulder, offering a smile as he said, "You are still young. The future holds abundant opportunities for you. There is no need to rush. Many challenges await you ahead. Thought he was aware that this old friend was attempting to console him. Yet at that moment, he still harbored an inner turmoil that he found difficult to accept. Ultimately, he transformed this feeling of reluctance into motivation for his endeavors, believing that he would achieve his goals in the future. The conclusion of the war was something everyone had long anticipated. It could be said that the war had already concluded at its inception, at that time. The Navy in Impel Down possessed the advantage of timing, location, and manpower, essential conditions for victory. Moreover, Impel Down had gathered a significant number of skilled individuals, including the likes of Sengoku, Garp, Ze Fa, and Magellan, who served as the mainstay. Figures such as Burgess and Sakazuki had also begun to emerge, while the prisoners on the opposing side comprised only a handful of individuals with any real strength, as they were all former vanquished foes. Why do I say this? Consider the formidable characters who later emerged. Yet at this moment, they had not yet been imprisoned and impelled down, which was one of the reasons why this war was more intense than anticipated. The characters who would influence the later stages of the narrative had yet to appear, such as Douglas Bullet and the Red Count. Those were the truly uncontrollable elements. Currently, among all those in Impel Down, there is only one notable figure whose name would endure through time: Bondewald. This is not to belittle the others. After all, those confined to the 6th level are individuals the world government wished to keep hidden. These were the truths the world government sought to obscure, yet the prisoners ultimately failed, embodying the adage that victors write history. Although the war has concluded, many matters still await them. The end of this conflict does not signify the completion of all things. While the war has indeed ended, its repercussions are profoundly far-reaching. Though the scale of this conflict was considerably smaller than anticipated, the destruction it wrought was no less significant than in previous instances. No one is omniscient, nor could anyone foresee that the war would escalate to such proportions. Thanks to prior control, the losses incurred by the Navy were minimal, and they successfully dealt with a troublesome batch of prisoners. This global crime, which unfolded before the world, was ultimately quashed by the Navy, whose operation proved to be remarkably successful. They preserved the facade of the world government, the Navy headquarters, and Impel Down, while avoiding societal panic, thereby garnering public approval for this outcome. But on the other hand, despite facing the ravages of war that severely damaged the upper echelons of Impel Down, what truly mattered was the resilience of each level of the prison. This prison, too, had endured assaults from the prisoners during the battles, yet the consequences remained within manageable limits for Impel Down. Following this conflict, the number of prisoners within Impel Down was significantly reduced, thereby alleviating the burden on the guards. Simultaneously, this war served as an opportunity to strengthen the collaboration between the newly appointed and veteran guards of Impel Down. Although there were initial setbacks, the results were ultimately satisfying, further solidifying the relationship between Impel Down and the Navy. I almost forgot to mention another party that benefited from this war: the secret organization of the world government. CP.AS, they watched the jubilant Navy personnel and the guards of Impel Down tidying up the battlefield. They were likely the least pleased of all. They may have effectively sealed the periphery. But the true credit for this achievement did not lie with them. The leader of CP, not an ordinary individual, recognized through his observations of the commotion within Impel Down that their role in this war was perhaps less significant than they had imagined. In the face of such formidable prisoners, the only way to subdue them was through sheer strength. This highlighted the weakness of CP in direct confrontations. Their skills in intelligence, gathering, and assassination were exceptional. Yet when it came to large-scale battles, they were often overwhelmed. It can be said that during the planning of this operation, Admiral Sengoku did not specifically tailor his strategies to target them. Rather, he deemed them more adept at handling intricate tasks than the brash figures at Navy headquarters. Thus, after careful consideration, he entrusted these assignments to CP, and as anticipated, the CP leader devised a meticulously detailed plan based on the layout of Impel Down. Utilizing their exceptional observation skills, CP effectively sealed the surrounding seas, and during this blockade, they almost managed to eliminate an albatross regarding that albatross, I need not mention its identity, as I believe you can guess. This was the first instance in years of genuine collaboration among the three parties, And it was precisely this sincere cooperation that prevented any unfavorable rumors from spreading throughout the tumultuous seas. As time passed, this matter gradually faded into obscurity, with those privy to the truth remaining tight-lipped. The situation has now concluded, and the repair plans for Impel Down are steadily underway, while the elite Navy forces have not retreated during this period. Instead, they have intensified their patrols around Impel Down, apprehending anyone attempting to pry into its secrets and bringing them to the prison to fend for themselves. CP has also strengthened its oversight of public discourse to prevent any rumors from circulating, culminating in a secretive consultation among the three factions. Ultimately, these individuals defined the nature of this war and discreetly divided its outcomes. Following their negotiations, it was time for the reporting phase, as the leaders of the three factions gathered in the palace of Mariewa to present their findings to the 5 Elder Stars. These 5 elder statesmen, astute as they were, publicly acknowledged the contributions of all three factions while secretly cursing them in their hearts. Upon reviewing the reports submitted, they realized that the spoils of this war had already been divided among the factions. However, the 5 elder statesmen were not overly concerned with these matters. Their priority was the consolidation of the celestial dragon's reign. They were willing to allow their subordinates a degree of leeway, albeit within limits. After the reports concluded, the leaders departed from Mariewa with expressions of satisfaction. Yet within the palace, the 5 elder stars convened in secret. The first to speak was the sword-wielding elder, who spat angrily at the ground and exclaimed, "These rascals have audaciously taken it upon themselves to divide the spoils behind our backs." One curly-haired elder glanced at the furious elder and chuckled. No need to fret over such trivialities. They are, after all, the ones on the front lines that we, on the other hand, enjoy the fruits of their labor, so these inconsequential matters can be overlooked. However, he soon reconsidered and added, "Yet, it appears they have overstepped their bounds. A measured reprimand may be necessary." Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding elder instantly perked up, exclaiming, "Agreed." This was met with a chorus of agreement from the others, signifying that these cunning old men had reached a consensus. Immediately following a series of corresponding policies articulated by the 5 elderly gentlemen, the next day, Marshal Kong held a report, furrowing his brow as he perused its contents. It was, after all, merely an ordinary document, detailing promotions for several notable naval personnel in recognition of their contributions during the recent conflict, as well as approvals for naval expansion initiatives. The nature of this directive irked Marshal Kong somewhat. When did the world government begin to meddle in the internal promotions of the Navy? They could simply appoint a fleet admiral without overstepping to nominate junior officers, who should be expressing their gratitude towards me. Yet it seemed they had instead become beholden to your whims. Moreover, the headquarters plan for a large-scale conscription was dismissed by the 5 elder stars under the pretext of insufficient funds. Were they truly short on funds? The gold they received annually from the heavens was squandered, rendering those resources utterly wasted. Contemplating this, Marshal Kong felt a pang of sorrow. Engaging in a game of wits with these 5 morally bankrupt old men was indeed a headache. Perhaps it was best to delegate the task to someone more specialized. Thus, he summoned the Admiral Sengoku, who was currently at work, into his office. After detailing the situation to Admiral Sengoku, the latter pondered for a moment and replied, "It appears our previous clandestine allocation of spoils has come to their attention, inciting the displeasure of the 5 elder stars. If we wish to proceed, we may need to humble ourselves before them." These 5 individuals were quite concerned with appearances. As long as their pride was not affronted, they would likely not push too far. Marshal Kong reflected deeply on Sengoku's words and found them to possess considerable merit. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to smile unexpectedly. Observing the smile on Marshal Kong's face, Sengoku felt an ominous premonition, which was soon confirmed when the marshal spoke. With an air of newfound relaxation, Marshal Kong addressed Sengoku. "Sengoku, this time you and I shall go together to meet the 5 elder stars. Furthermore, I shall propose you as a candidate for the position of marshal. Once they grant their approval, we shall begin preparations for the handover. From now on, you shall occupy the chair beneath me." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression transformed into one of complexity. He was uncertain how to feel. If he were to claim happiness, it would be inappropriate, as the current marshal was still sitting before him. that if he felt regret for Marshal Kong, it would seem insincere, considering that he himself was the one slated to succeed him. Ultimately, with a deeply complex expression, Sengoku bowed deeply to Marshal Kong, who, in stark contrast, erupted in a hearty laughter. "Ah, Sengoku, you are indeed the prodigy I have long recognized, the successor chosen by me, Steelbone Kong. This position was destined for you. I have been weary for quite some time. The only reason I have endured was my concern over your ability to handle those old men. Ze Fa is a fiercely proud individual. Had it not been for his elite training program, he would have faltered long. Aide prevent the depletion of naval talent. I had to swallow my pride to persuade him to stay. Yet, unexpectedly, he has demonstrated remarkable prowess in educating his students, resulting in a surge of talent within the Navy over the past few years. The future of our Navy looks promising, but I had intended to wait a few more years. But having heard your insights today, I realize you have grasped how to secure benefits for the Navy while managing those elder stars. With this understanding, I can entrust my burdens to you. Furthermore, the remarks I previously disseminated were intentional. I sought to gauge your character, and I am thoroughly satisfied. Sengoku, I believe the Navy shall not be disgraced under your stewardship." Hearing these words, Sengoku could only bow even lower, expressing, "I am grateful for your trust. I shall not let you down." Marshal Kong, upon hearing his response, rose and patted Sengoku's shoulder, saying, "Go and prepare, Sengoku. Soon, we shall set sail for Mariawa to confront those 5 old men. Of course, be ready. The transition to the role of marshal is not something that occurs swiftly." After acknowledging this, Sengoku nodded silently and departed from Marshal Kong's office. As he exited, he gazed up at the sky outside the window, suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. How is it that he was now preparing to assume the mantle of the Navy's marshal? This inexplicable feeling left Sengoku in a state of disorientation. A man who had steadfastly maintained his convictions during the era of the rock pirates was now experiencing mental turmoil at the prospect of becoming the Navy's marshal, underscoring the magnitude of this revelation's impact on him. Thus, he ambled back to his office in a daze, scarcely acknowledging the greetings of those he passed along the way, until he finally reached his workspace. Upon entering, he found a man lounging in his chair, casually munching on a snack, with a steaming cup of green tea beside him. It was none other than the audacious Vice Admiral Garp, the sole figure in the Navy who could command such familiarity. The secretary standing nearby wore a look of embarrassment. Having intended to intervene, they realized the close bond between Garp and Sengoku made it impossible to do so. Consequently, the secretary could only keep a watchful eye to ensure nothing went missing from Sengoku's office. Upon seeing his old friend, Vice Admiral Garp, Sengoku felt a measure of calm return to his troubled heart. It was likely only such old companions could provide him solace. Noticing the unrest within Sengoku, Garp immediately straightened, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "Sengoku, what troubles you? If something is amiss, just tell me. We can resolve it together. At the new world that is causing unrest." The concern from his old friend warmed Sengoku's heart. He smiled and replied, "Garp, I am an admiral of the Navy. If there is a matter I cannot resolve, what makes you think you, as a vice admiral, can assist?" Upon hearing the conversation shift in this direction, Garp's demeanor soured, thinking, "I was only trying to comfort you. Yet here you are, twisting my words and setting a trap. You old rascal, how cunning you are." With that, he reclined once more, idly chewing on his snack. Turning his attention away from Sengoku, the admiral, refusing to be deterred, smiled and said to Garp, "The troubles have passed. Things should be much easier from here on out. You might soon find yourself on holiday." At the mention of a holiday, Garp sprang up from his lounging position, circling Sengoku with enthusiasm, occasionally making exclamatory sounds, which caused Sengoku to feel a twinge of discomfort, unwilling to indulge Garp's antics. Sengoku raised his voice, "Garp, you rascal. What are you staring at?" Hearing the forceful retort, Garp let out a sigh of relief and settled back down, declaring, "If you hadn't yelled at me, I would have thought you were no longer Sengoku. But hearing your shout reassures me that you are indeed yourself." Upon hearing the dissonant voice of Garp, the serious Admiral Sengoku found himself bemused, his forehead adorned with a frown. With a resigned gesture, he waved away his secretary, who was observing the spectacle, and promptly closed the door to his office. Observing the solemn expression on Sengoku's face, Vice Admiral Karp eventually adopted a serious demeanor as well and inquired whether something was amiss. Noticing Karp's newfound seriousness, Sengoku nodded with satisfaction and conveyed, "The Marshal intends to pass on his position to me. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter." Taken aback by Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Karp burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I knew it, Sengoku. I was puzzled by your earlier mention of vacation. It appears we are on the brink of a transition." Following Karp's teasing remark, Sengoku managed a wry smile and replied, "Karp, while that may be the case, the weight of future responsibilities will rest squarely upon our shoulders." Vice Admiral Karp, unfazed, casually scratched his nose and responded, "What is the problem, Sengoku? With us at your side, nothing is insurmountable. We are your unwavering support. What concerns could you possibly have?" Through Karp's reassurance, Sengoku gradually eased his troubled mind that it is a common plight for individuals ascending to high positions to feel a sense of trepidation, as their decisions can dictate the fate of countless lives within the Navy. Any misstep could yield irrevocable consequences, which explains the cautious demeanor of such individuals. Having regained his composure, Sengoku engaged in a confidential discussion with Vice Admiral Karp. Once their conversation concluded, Sengoku steeled himself and ventured forth to seek out Admiral Kong, while Karp set off to gather his circle of so-called friends. The rationale was straightforward: to enlist the support of these old companions in stabilizing the Navy's internal affairs over the coming years, thereby mitigating any inevitable upheaval that might arise from the transition of power, which could be detrimental to the Navy's future development. Everyone involved was, in fact, quite astute. Following the premature release of this news, it became apparent to all that Sengoku was likely the only viable choice for the future, especially considering Admiral Ze Fa's current inadequacies. However, Sengoku and Ze Fa shared a cordial relationship, alleviating concerns regarding factional disputes among the admirals. Presently, Sengoku, Karp, and Ze Fa seemed to have formed a tacit alliance. Each had their designated responsibilities, one overseeing the Navy's daily operations, another serving as the highest combat authority, and the last managing logistical training. As long as these three domains remained stable, even amidst chaos, the Navy would not spiral into disorder. During this period, with Vice Admiral Karp's steadfast presence, they anticipated no significant disturbances. Eventually, Admiral Kong escorted Sengoku to the Holy Land, Mariehua, to meet with the five elders. Upon learning the reason for their visit, the five elders appeared momentarily taken aback, indicating that Kong's decision was somewhat impulsive, as there had been no prior whispers of such an event. After exchanging glances and contemplating for a moment, the most irascible of the elders, wielding a sword, addressed Kong, stating, "Kong, you must consider this carefully if you are to depart from the Navy. Can Sengoku truly shoulder your burdens?" Kong met his gaze with unwavering resolve, assuring, "Rest assured, Sengoku is the most fitting successor. He embodies the Navy's justice and adeptly manages relations across various fronts. He is indeed an exemplary candidate." That moment, another elder with a bushy beard interjected, "Very well, we understand. We shall deliberate further on this matter. You may take your leave for now." Kong nodded, recognizing that the decision was beyond their immediate control, and exited Mariehua alongside the apprehensive Sengoku. Meanwhile, within the assembly of the five elders, one remarked with a chuckle, "Kong truly seems to be making a significant sacrifice. He is indeed prepared to relinquish his authority." Another elder with curly hair smiled and added, "He has served in the Navy for many years. It is only fitting he take a step back." However, the bearded elder proposed, "Let us proceed as follows. We shall allow Sengoku to ascend as the Navy's marshal, but grant them a transitional period to temper the Navy's momentum. Subsequently, we can position Kong within the world government, bestowing upon him a high-ranking role, thereby demonstrating our magnanimity." The curly-haired elder, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is a splendid strategy. It will ensure that our loyal subordinates continue to serve us diligently." Simultaneously, seizing the opportunity presented by their power transition, they contemplated arranging for personnel to infiltrate the Navy, establishing a network of internal support. Observing that no one opposed his proposal, the bearded elder declared, "If there are no objections, then this plan shall be enacted." Agreed X4. Subsequently, the sword-wielding elder asserted, I believe we can implement this plan immediately. For now, let us grant the Navy a taste of success. Summon someone to draft the following announcement. Former Admiral Sengoku has been promoted to the rank of Navy Marshal for his distinguished service. While Admiral Kong has retired from the position of Navy Marshal due to personal reasons and has been reassigned to the Holy Land Mariehua as the interim commander of the entire fleet, dispatch this order to the press, ensuring it is featured prominently as tomorrow's headline, and send it to the Navy headquarters this afternoon. Let this transfer of power be made public, compelling them to await the conclusion of this upheaval before proceeding with the transition. Barely had these two left Mariehua when they hurried back to the Navy headquarters. Shortly after their return, they received an edict from the five elders. Initially, they believed the matter was settled, leading to a sense of relaxation. Sengoku even hosted a banquet for Admiral Kong that evening. However, upon the following day, when the news spread across the Grand Line and the Four Seas, both Admiral Kong and Sengoku sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This event, which was meant to unfold quietly, was now being broadcasted with great fanfare. Consequently, all eyes were now focused on the internal power transition within the Navy, an exceedingly unfavorable development that thrust the Navy into a precarious position. After some contemplation, Admiral Kong turned to Sengoku and asked, Sengoku, do you have any viable solutions? This situation is quite challenging to navigate. Sengoku gently rubbed his forehead and replied, this is likely the doing of the five elders. In the near future, they may attempt further infiltration within the Navy to that point. We must do everything in our power to maintain internal stability, and we should remain as discreet as possible to avoid any unnecessary complications. Kong nodded, understanding that this was indeed of utmost importance, and then looked at Sengoku, asking, do you require my assistance? If necessary, I would not hesitate to intervene to support you. The five elders may be attempting to undermine our authority. At this juncture, it was clear that Admiral Kong, being of Navy origin, did not wish to witness the Navy's strength diminished. Faced with such overt schemes, he sought to lend his support to help the Navy navigate through the impending turmoil. However, Sengoku shook his head, stating, I'm afraid that won't suffice, Admiral Kong. All eyes are currently fixed upon you, that I hope you can maintain your position within the Navy for a few more years to assist in safeguarding it. This way, we can conduct certain matters discreetly, and once everything is in order, we can seamlessly execute the transition. Upon hearing this, the empty marshal felt that it was indeed a viable solution, that he promptly replied, very well, I shall send a letter back to the five elders, temporarily remaining here to assist you in maintaining order. However, Sengoku, you must also empathize with the difficulties of an old man like myself. Recently, I would like you to take charge of some pertinent documents and administrative affairs. By the way, I have heard that Carp has recently acquired an abundance of fine tea. Could you bring me some on a future occasion? I wish to indulge in the pleasures of life. This moment. General Sengoku found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the once imposing empty marshal had shed his former gravitas. Unburdened, he now resembled a mischievous old child, brimming with joy. However, it dawned on Sengoku that the responsibilities awaiting him were far from light. With this thought, he felt a headache coming on, as it seemed there were numerous troublemakers within the Navy still waiting for his guidance. With this in mind, he resolved to ensure that Admiral Ze Fa would diligently educate the naval elites from the outset to prevent any misalignment in their development. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to our protagonist. Hewan. After enduring the trials of the previous war, he was reassigned under the pretext of needing new communication personnel for advancing the city, thus emerging from the confines of advancement. Ze Fa, his adoptive father, was quite pleased with the results of this period of training. After all, war serves as the ultimate test of one's capabilities. During the last conflict, Hewan withstood immense pressure, charging forward without bringing shame to his adoptive father. Particularly under the formidable onslaught of the two opposing forces conquerors hockeyed, he stood resilient and ultimately prevailed. Moreover, General Ze Fa established personal connections with the influential figures within the advancing city, confirming that Hewan had not been idle but had been diligently training and was well regarded by these prominent individuals. He actively participated in various affairs within the city, notably being the first to detect the signs of an impending uprising and proposing sound recommendations to avert greater losses during the conflict. Consequently, the Navy had ample grounds to recall him from the advancing city to the Navy headquarters. Furthermore, due to his remarkable contributions during the war, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant at the tender age of 17. A testament to his significant accomplishments, Hewen's return brought a growing smile to Ze Fa's face, infusing the household with a newfound warmth. During the years when Hewen was absent, General Ze Fa seldom returned home, as the lack of any lively presence rendered the already cold abode even more desolate. Thus, he had relocated to his office, finding it more convenient for work, as it made little difference being alone there. However, with Hewen's return, the home gradually became livelier. Each day, he savored delicious meals prepared by his son, and upon returning from work, there were those eagerly awaiting his arrival, a sensation that Ze Fa had not experienced in many years. Once Hewen had settled his affairs, Ze Fa appointed him as his personal secretary and instructor at the Navy Elite Training Camp, a task not particularly challenging for a general. The following day, on the training grounds of the Navy Elite Training Camp, General Ze Fa was in his office addressing various training-related matters. Meanwhile, on the training platform stood a flamboyant man, adorned with a baseball cap and a wine-red suit, draped in a white cloak of justice. However, this individual bore a peculiar trait. He had a slight dark complexion. Considering darkness, who might come to mind? Without a doubt, this individual is Shiryu of the Rain, the future warden of Impel Down. Ultimately, he could not escape the clutches of Magellan, who informed Admiral Ze Fa of the situation. Following this, Admiral Ze Fa personally assessed Shiryu's capabilities and potential for future development. After confirming Shiryu's prowess, he submitted the relevant documentation to Admiral Kong and subsequently brought this man, who would eventually be known as Shiryu of the Rain, out of the confines of the prison. Of course, this came at a significant cost. The Navy had to provide substantial material compensation in exchange for Shiryu's release. Given his current standing, Shiryu had ascended to a mid-level position within Impel Down and had indeed shone brightly during the recent conflict. To prevent disillusioning this newcomer within the Navy, it was ultimately decided to bestow upon Shiryu the rank of lieutenant colonel. He was to collaborate with Ze Fa in conducting rigorous training for a select group of Navy elites, also serving as their swordsmanship instructor. In essence, Shiryu had become an invaluable assistant to Admiral Ze Fa. With the addition of this capable and composed individual, Ze Fa found his workload significantly reduced, allowing him to devote more attention to devising methods and techniques for training these Navy elites. Shiryu's presence was not merely for leisure. He was entrusted with the crucial responsibility of training this cadre of future Navy elites, a task he approached with great enthusiasm. After all, these individuals could hardly be deemed weak, and the opportunity to engage in daily combat was a welcome means of venting frustrations and alleviating pent-up emotions. Thus, time passed swiftly for both Magellan and Shiryu as they adapted to their new environment, alleviating the tension that had accompanied their previous encounters with criminals. The stark contrast between the dark, damp, and crime-ridden confines of Impel Down and the daily vistas of sandy beaches, ocean views, and pristine naval uniforms was indeed striking. Both men invested considerable time to acclimatize to this new lifestyle. During their adjustment period, Magellan encountered an awkward predicament. Unlike others who possessed their own unique skills, he found himself relying on simple attacks, slashing with a knife or delivering powerful punches, lacking any grand flair or impressive techniques. This left him feeling frustrated, particularly as he aspired to develop a signature move of his own. He envied the likes of Zoro, who fought with such flair and creativity, weaving intricate techniques and even reciting poetry to elevate his own prestige. In contrast, Magellan's combat style seemed rudimentary and uninspiring, leading to a growing concern over his diminishing hairline, a problem he felt he could not openly discuss for fear of embarrassment. He confided in his friend Shiryu, hoping to gain insights or suggestions for crafting his own techniques. Through their tireless collaboration, they managed to conceptualize a few techniques, albeit still in their infancy, while they lacked the rigor of actual combat. The emergence of a personalized fighting style signified a new level of prowess for Magellan, while integrating his formidable mastery of armament hockey and his keen perception of observation hockey. He imbued his techniques with greater potency. The next step was practical application. In the midst of this, Magellan even coaxed Admiral Ze Fa out of his office for a sparring session in a secluded area, aiming to refine his skills with the input of these two formidable experts in hockey and swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away as they engaged in this improvement process, but ultimately, Magellan's skills began to take shape. He found himself struggling to devise an appropriate name for his new technique. After much contemplation, he settled on Mountain Breaker, a name he may have borrowed from a game or anime from his past. Regardless, having a name was certainly better than none at all. With this title in mind, he executed his technique, enveloping his weapon in hockey. During this period, he also mastered the intricate application of armament hockey, a feat that brought him considerable joy. Subsequently, Magellan derived two additional, straightforward techniques that were practical in nature. Should he wish to expand upon his repertoire, he could build upon these foundational moves, which he regarded as accessible skills. Initially, he had considered employing more flamboyant techniques, but Admiral Ze Fa's stern lesson quickly disabused him of that notion. After demonstrating the power of a straightforward, hockey-enhanced punch, Ze Fa shattered Magellan's elaborate techniques with ease, sending him flying several meters backward. This experience enlightened Magellan. In the eyes of true powerhouses, extravagant techniques often proved impractical, with simplicity and raw strength being paramount. Ultimately, through extensive practice and reflection, coupled with insights from seasoned veterans, Magellan began to forge his path. He chose to forego the extravagant and flamboyant techniques, opting instead for the simplest postures over a 2-hour period to unleash his skills. His swordsmanship had already ascended to the level of a swordmaster. The two techniques he employed were quite straightforward. The first, dubbed half-moon slash, was inspired by the formidable strikes delivered during the War of the Skies, utilizing an eagle-eyed precision to generate powerful slashes. This technique created immense destructive force through sweeping motions. The second technique, known as cross slash, was equally simple. As its name suggests, it is primarily intended to sever the enemy's retreat, allowing him to execute two rapid strikes that compounded damage, leaving his adversaries vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. This technique also held potential for further development in the future. In addition, during the training sessions, he dedicated his spare time to practicing various other techniques, which proved to be immensely beneficial, particularly the renowned Marine Six styles. For instance, the Storm Leg enhanced the richness of He Wen's offensive capabilities, while the Iron Block bolstered his defenses. There were numerous other techniques, such as Paper Gun and Moonwalk, all of which could swiftly elevate He Wen's strength. However, mastering these techniques and applying them effectively in combat presented a significant disparity. Currently, He Wen was primarily proficient in their application, yet his performance in actual battles remained lackluster, a matter he would need to address in the future. Of course, this was not meant to dampen He Wen's enthusiasm. His growth, in comparison to the tumultuous developments within the pirate world, was slightly delayed. Consequently, he trained even harder to compensate, striving to survive and protect those he cherished. With unwavering determination towards his aspirations, He Wen remained steadfast in his efforts, not daring to slacken his resolve. Additionally, he possessed one invaluable treasure, the mysterious devil fruit. Initially, he believed this seemingly familiar fruit was one he had previously encountered. However, after thoroughly examining the comprehensive catalog of devil fruits compiled by the Marines, he found no match for the one in his possession. This revelation left He Wen's mind in a state of confusion, uncertain of its true nature, which led him to hesitate in consuming it. Nevertheless, the priority lay in enhancing his strength, particularly his physical prowess, an aspect that everyone must prioritize. The significance of physical conditioning is exemplified by Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, who is impervious to ordinary harm. Another example is the nearby Admiral Akainu, whose title of Steel Bones speaks volumes. Even as their powers slightly wane with age, these formidable figures continue to possess unparalleled abilities. He Wen's decisions resonated with Admiral Ze Fa and Shiryu, as their perspectives on such matters were crucial. After all, the Marine Elite Training Program was a closed affair with no one to impart experience, a group of individuals navigating uncharted waters. The ensuing time was monotonous yet ordinary, and as time passed, everyone's strength steadily increased, with batches of new recruits entering the Marine Elite Training Program. The Marine Corps held these new trainees in high regard, routinely assigning them to ships post-training for practical experience, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Navy. During this period, he actively assisted Admiral Ze Fa in contemplating training methodologies, having lived through an era of information explosion in his previous life. He was well-versed in the plethora of opinions and ideas that proliferated online. Once an ordinary person, he now served as an instructor in the elite training program, making the implementation of those theories considerably easier. Not all of He-Win's suggestions were flawless. Many were flawed. However, he did present an idea to Admiral Ze Fa that piqued the latter's interest, something previously overlooked. This notion pertained to fisherman karate, although the technique's potency was dismissed by high-ranking officials like Ze Fa. They held significant utility for mid-level officers, providing an additional means of combat against formidable foes at sea, which was crucial. Yet, the pressing concern was not how to confront enemies, but how to locate fishmen to serve as instructors. A matter of great importance given the historical lack of interaction between fishmen and the Marines. Perhaps Ewan was overthinking. After hearing his suggestion, Ze Fa shook his head and remarked, "You may not fully grasp their nature. They harbor an extreme animosity towards humans. Thus, even if the fishmen possess formidable strength, they are unlikely to join the Marines." Reflecting on his adoptive father Admiral Ze Fa's admonition, Ewan pondered and then slapped his forehead, realizing how premature his thoughts were on the fisherman issue, which would require considerable time to address. Furthermore, the complexities surrounding the fisherman dilemma were extensive, potentially leading to numerous complications, and he currently lacked the capacity to manage such troubles. He had always adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary attention, and with this in mind, he resolutely cast aside his thoughts. After some contemplation, he addressed Admiral Ze Fa, stating, "Father, while it may be impossible to enlist those powerful fishmen into our ranks, we must enhance our personnel's combat capabilities against the merciless pirates at sea. These individuals, after all, are accustomed to drifting upon the ocean, living as nomads. Thus we must approach them with caution." Upon hearing He-Win's explanation, Admiral Ze Fa considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement, recognizing the validity of He-Win's perspective. Consequently, the two engaged in a new round of discussions within Admiral Ze Fa's office, meticulously planning for the upcoming training sessions within the Navy. Naturally, the efficacy of the plans devised for the future remained uncertain at this juncture. However, a more comprehensive training of the Navy will undoubtedly enhance their strength significantly as the new year approaches. People have smoothly navigated through another year in the naval residential town. There has been a continuous stream of shoppers during this time, all preparing to welcome the coming new year with festive goods. The array of items is dazzling, and in this naval town, one can observe the radiant smiles of happiness and joy on everyone's faces. This place can be described as the safest sanctuary. No one can breach the naval headquarters under the watch of such a formidable military presence without sustaining harm. Consequently, the inhabitants here live in considerable comfort. He, too, experienced a modest enhancement of strength following the conclusion of the recent training session, which left many in his circle feeling somewhat abashed, for in such a brief span, his prowess had reached enviable heights. Taking advantage of this time, he wished to unwind and fully immerse himself in the festive atmosphere of the impending new year. To this end, he sought out his adoptive father and requested several days off to prepare for the New Year's celebrations. When the moment of the new year arrives, at the Olis Square in Marineford, a large clock stands to the west, known as the Ox Clock, which boasts a profound historical significance. Long ago, it was the bell from the warship named Ox Roes, later removed and placed at the naval headquarters in Marineford. According to the customs of the naval headquarters, it is struck 16 times each year. The first 8 strikes express gratitude for the past year's safety, while the subsequent 8 are prayers for smooth sailing in the year to come. Hence the total of 16 strikes, often referred to as the 16 o'clock. Does this sound familiar? This very clock was once struck by Luffy during the Marineford War, in memory of the fallen pirates and his brother. The grandson of Carp rang the Ox Clock at the Marineford headquarters, striking it 16 times, thus heralding a new AIT was still early, but this incident later became regarded as a disgrace for the Navy. Had he encountered it, the outcome might have been different. As the chimes echoed, people stood in silent prayer, hoping for a year filled with happiness and fulfillment. With their aspiration for the future, the 16 bell tolls concluded, and life resumed its normal pace. Point one might have expected the new year to commence peacefully and beautifully. However, the sudden appearance of a small boat sent a wave of alarm throughout the naval headquarters. No one anticipated that, before the year had even concluded, they would encounter such an event. That a thick fog had enveloped the sea, and at the outer perimeter of Marineford, searchlights illuminated the waters to monitor passing vessels. At a nearby sentry post, a soldier suddenly spotted a small boat approaching from a distance. The naval personnel at the port were rather astonished. How could there be any vessels entering Marineford amid such dense fog? They signaled to the distant boat using the Navy's standard flag signaling, hoping for a response. However, after a considerable time, there was still no movement, and the small boat continued its unsteady approach toward the gates of Marineford. This behavior raised alarm among the sentry personnel, prompting them to observe with binoculars. Just as one observer discerned the attire of those aboard the boat, he was so startled that he dropped his binoculars to the ground. Seeing his comrade's reaction, the nearby sailor also sensed something amiss. He immediately activated the alarm, which reverberated throughout the entire perimeter of Marineford, summoning every sentry to alertness. Witnessing this scene, a senior naval officer, a rear admiral, was taken aback and promptly connected a call to Admiral Sengoku's office. Meanwhile, the alarm echoed throughout Marineford, yet no one truly knew what was happening. Upon receiving the alert, Admiral Sengoku promptly led a group of personnel to the vicinity of the naval perimeter. Initially planning to celebrate the new year, he felt a jolt of anxiety upon hearing the alarm, and given the lack of a reasonable explanation at the scene, he hastily activated all alarm systems. Sengoku was seething with anger. Upon arrival, he was determined to ascertain the situation, and if it turned out to be a false alarm, he would ensure that the responsible naval soldier faced severe punishment. However, as Sengoku arrived at the scene and spotted the owner of the small boat through his binoculars, his pupils dilated in shock, and he bellowed, "Damn it! How did you end up here?" The man in the small boat slowly straightened up, revealing a radiant smile, and shouted towards the group above, "Long time no see, Sengoku." At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Sengoku's forehead, clearly visible in the frigid winter air. He could no longer afford to ponder much further. Subtly gesturing with his hands behind his back, a nearby sailor immediately understood the signal and swiftly turned to head back into Marineford. Shortly thereafter, the alarm from within Marineford intensified, ringing out with a ferocity far greater than before. Upon hearing this sound, all naval personnel, regardless of their current tasks, immediately set aside their duties and rushed toward the sentry position at the gates of justice as a multitude of elite sailors arrived. The area around the gates of justice became crowded, and the gates slowly began to open. A warship emerged from the gates, and although there were only a few individuals aboard, their formidable presence indicated that they were far from ordinary. Recognizing familiar faces, the owner of the small boat laughed heartily. "Carp, Sengoku, Ze Fa, long time no see. I've come specifically to find you." Upon hearing this, the brows of those present furrowed slightly, uncertain of what this individual intended to stir up at the naval headquarters. Clad in a burgundy trench coat and wearing a distinctive pirate hat, his mustache curled like two hooks beneath his nose, his arrival left the Navy in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he their sworn enemy? They hadn't even dispatched troops to capture him, yet here he was, arriving at their doorstep. Furthermore, none of his crew accompanied him. He had come alone to the naval headquarters. Was he seeking to throw himself into their grasp? Admiral Sengoku spoke up. "What is your purpose for coming here? What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the owner of the small boat unleashed a potent wave of conqueror-esque hockey, far surpassing anything witnessed during the earlier events in Dressrosa. In an instant, those Navy personnel perched atop the walls began to collapse one after another, while the remaining powerful sailors felt a chilling dread. Despite the intensity of this individual's presence, those standing opposite him were no mere underlings. One of them remarked, I never imagined you'd have such a wild day. Since you've come, you might as well not leave." The man replied with a smile, "Having come here, I had no intention of departing, but I also dislike being the center of attention, so I suppose I'll have to clear out some of the onlookers first." As he spoke, he casually clasped his hands together and gestured toward the crowd, as if inviting them to restrain him. This action left not only Sengoku and the others perplexed, but also those strong naval officers who remained unaffected by the conqueror as Haki. Bewildered as to why he would unleash such power simply to avoid the gaze of so many. Upon witnessing his demeanor, none of the individuals present relaxed their vigilance. Instead, they exuded an aura of formidable power. Arming themselves with heavy shackles, they advanced towards the man opposite them, who made no attempt to resist, complying obediently as they fastened the handcuffs onto him. With an air of familiarity, he engaged in conversation with the high-ranking officers of the Navy. Once the Marine Admiral Sengoku observed that they had securely restrained the man, he ordered his transfer to the temporary prison located in Marineford. Meanwhile, the Fleet Admiral Kong, having received the news, sat in silence in his chair. Realizing that this matter was beyond his jurisdiction, he could only expedite the reporting of this information to the five elders, leaving the burden of decision-making to them. After all, his own tenure as Fleet Admiral was nearing its conclusion, and he was reluctant to be troubled by such matters, especially with Sengoku and others present to alleviate his concerns. The five elders, upon receiving this information, were struck with a sense of numbness. What had transpired? This should have been a time of universal celebration, yet such events unfolded instead. The world government and the Navy initially sought to keep the matter under wraps, but the following day, explosive news broke across newspapers. The pirate king Joel Roger had surrendered to the Navy. It turned out that the man who had approached the Navy was none other than the pirate king himself. Faced with the deluge of this news, the Navy had no choice but to publicly acknowledge that they had detained Roger that moment. The Navy personnel were equally bewildered, uncertain of the circumstances. The fright they had endured over the past 2 days far outweighed the exhilaration of capturing the pirate king. Nevertheless, they had to take action. Thus, they decided to temporarily detain him and later transfer him under heavy escort to Impel Down. Those with keen instincts sensed that a true era of upheaval was imminent. The ramifications of this incident were profound. The Navy was incapable of making decisions independently and had to defer to the five elders representing the world government. The Navy could only wait in silence, hoping that during this interval, the pirate king would not present any further complications that if he were to act, the personnel at naval headquarters might not be able to contain him. Observing his cooperation, it seemed he truly intended to surrender, but the notion of the pirate king voluntarily turning himself in was exceedingly bizarre. Everyone recognized that something was amiss, yet could not discern the nature of the issue. Ultimately, this sensation left the elite Navy officers feeling profoundly unsettled. However, there was no recourse. The situation had solidified, and thus, the formidable Navy warriors could only begrudgingly accept it. The news spread widely, and ultimately, the entire world became aware of the situation. One afternoon, upon returning home, Admiral Ze Fa informed Cunning of the developments. The two exchanged perspectives on the matter over dinner. In contrast to Cunning, who had become adept in certain affairs, Admiral Ze Fa occasionally chose not to conceal every detail and would share trivial matters with Cunning. He would also seek Cunning's opinions, as sometimes Cunning's insights proved enlightening. Upon hearing the news from Admiral Ze Fa, Cunning was initially taken aback. After glancing at the calendar, he suddenly realized that the year had indeed arrived. From this year onward, life would no longer be tranquil, for it marked the beginning of the so-called Great Age of Exploration. The commencement of this era signified that the Navy's prosperous days were drawing to a close. And in the future, they would likely have to deal with the aftermath of these chaotic events. Consequently, conscription would become essential, and the training camps would surely need to expand. Thus, he would have to remind his adoptive father, who was wholly focused on education. The eventual fate of the individual who surrendered to the Navy was already preordained, a public execution to demonstrate the authority of the Navy and the world government. Of course, his death would usher in a period of turmoil across the seas. Everyone would scheme to vie for that singular position, as it was the only one available, while the number of pirates surged like an unending tide. Subsequently, Cunning shared some relevant information with Ze Fa. Upon listening to Cunning's analysis, Ze Fa raised an eyebrow, surprised that the young Cunning possessed such insights. In fact, the higher-ups had already devised a plan regarding Joel Roger, and the outcome aligned closely with Cunning's predictions. The pirate king must die. Upon hearing Cunning's analysis, Ze Fa felt astonished yet ultimately satisfied, believing his adoptive son to be exceptionally gifted and exceedingly suitable to inherit his legacy. Little did he know that the current Cunning was merely a vessel with the body of a pirate world inhabited. His soul hailed from another realm. In that world, the tale of the Pirate King was already widely known, and the public was well aware of how Roger would be dealt with. Once all matters were settled, Cunning returned to his room to contemplate the subsequent events, and whenever he recalled certain amusing moments, he couldn't help but chuckle. To summarize the situation, the Pirate King Roger was already suffering from a terminal illness and had an unborn child. What followed was a truly astonishing turn of events. The former arch-rivals, Roger and Vice Admiral Garp, found an unexpected kinship, leading Roger to entrust his child to Garp's care. Garp, unabashedly, accepted the child as his own grandson, which was clearly an attempt to exploit the legacy of the Pirate King. Naturally, the conclusion was already known. Everyone understood that the fate of the child would not differ significantly from that of his father. Ultimately, it was Garp, who had raised Roger since childhood, who took the matter to heart. But there was little he could do, as the child was obstinate. However, that was a tale for another time. Cunning was still far from encountering those events and preferred to let things unfold naturally. Now that this matter had come to light, future events were inevitable. At this juncture, Cunning should prepare accordingly to avoid being ensnared in these turbulent waters, for they were bottomless abysses. Once drawn in, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Resolutely, he decided that regardless of what transpired henceforth, even if marine ford were to be breached, he mustn't speak carelessly. This place is indeed cursed. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolutely refused to leave the naval training camp, determined to remain hidden there until the year 1520, the time of the Great War, before contemplating other matters. Simultaneously, he needed to keep a close watch on the naval commander Ze Fa, ensuring that he did not recklessly lead his forces into unnecessary drills. Once they were assigned to other ships, there would be ample time for training. For now, it was best for them to diligently strengthen their foundational skills. Satisfied with his plans, he went tidied up and retired to bed, considering it a brief respite for himself. Unbeknownst to he, as he slumbered, the true course of the future world remained concealed from him. His perception of safety was, in fact, a reality unknown to others, and thus various fates awaited him. Within a couple of days, the five elders finally reached a conclusion, which fell well within Hewen's expectations. The news of the Pirate King's execution had emerged, and the site of his execution, as chronicled in history, was set in Rogue Town in the East Sea. Once this news spread, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire world. Different individuals reacted in their own distinct ways. Some felt joy at the demise of Roger, while others mourned his passing, and a few even contemplated accompanying him in death. The world was enveloped in an inexplicable state where various factions surprisingly maintained a semblance of unity, with no one daring to make a move, as if the world was suffused with love and peace. However, the astute were aware that the calm before the storm was merely a aide. Behind the scenes, tensions brewed. The Navy, fearing any unforeseen incidents, quietly recalled all their elite personnel from the field and began preparing the execution platform in Rogue Town. In an undisclosed location, a formidable pirate crew took residence, boasting a significant number of members, among whom were several distinctly powerful presences. The bow of a uniquely designed colossal ship, a massive golden lion's head, was intricately carved. Do not mistake it for a mere culinary delight. On board resided a man of impressive stature, his thick, slightly curled hair radiating a faint golden glow. He carried two long sabers at his waist and held a cigar in his mouth. It is needless to say that this man was the notorious captain of the Flying Sky pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion. Once a remnant of the Rocks pirates, Shiki had experienced considerable success, even at one point leading a crew of over 10,000. However, luck was not on his side. He had once clashed with Roger, the Pirate King, who was soon to face execution in a monumental battle. Despite possessing an overwhelming advantage, he was utterly devastated by a sudden tsunami. Not only did he suffer defeat in that battle, but he also endured severe injuries. A ship's rudder had pierced his head, rendering him unable to wield the formidable conqueror's haki. That cursed rudder could not be removed without peril. Any miscalculation during the extraction process could lead to catastrophic consequences, including the loss of life. Otherwise, his strength would not be diminished to a mere 80%. This notorious naval confrontation was famously dubbed the Battle of Itfer. Although his power had been somewhat compromised, it did not detract from his overall might. As previously stated, possessing Conqueror's Haki does not render one invincible. It is merely one of the prerequisites for becoming a formidable force. Upon catching sight of the newspaper thrown down by the messenger seagull, he was instantly filled with rage. His furious voice echoed beyond the confines of the pirate ship as he bellowed, "Impossible! How could those worthless Navy scoundrels possibly capture the great Joel D. Roger, I refuse to believe it. I must seek the truth. I am certain Roger was coerced. I will rescue him." This legendary figure, Shiki the Golden Lion, was not one to be trifled with when angered, and his many subordinates remained acutely vigilant, fearing that their hot-headed captain might cause trouble. The Navy was on high alert, especially with plans for a transition of the fleet admiral and the recent occurrence of Roger's surrender. If Shiki were to instigate chaos, it would undoubtedly provoke the already tense Navy to take decisive action against him, serving as a warning to other troublemakers. Consequently, his subordinates were exceedingly anxious about the situation. Nevertheless, it seemed that Shiki had resolved upon a certain course of action. Meanwhile, in a recently opened tavern in the Sabati archipelago, a man and a woman sat across from one another, silently sharing drinks. Beside them lay the freshly printed newspaper, containing identical content to that which Shiki had perused earlier. The execution of the pirate King Joel D. Roger in Rogue Town. That moment, the man abruptly finished his drink, crumpled the newspaper in his hand, and rose to leave. In an instant, the woman seated opposite him stood and swiftly placed her hands on his shoulders, forcefully pushing him back into his seat as she said, "Listen to me. Stay here and do not go out or cause any trouble. Your captain has already taken care of most matters for you. Do not add to his burdens. Let him navigate these remaining days in peace." The man remained silent, his teeth clenched tightly, lost in memories of joyful days spent with friends, days that would never return. As these thoughts crossed his mind, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. The woman beside him, witnessing this, felt a pang of heartache, yet there was little she could do. Their shared understanding was that as long as they remained here without causing trouble for the Navy, it was a mutual agreement. Provided he did not instigate any disturbances, the Navy would be disinclined to pursue them. This despondent figure nursing his sorrows in a bar was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the disbanded Roger Pirates, known by the monikers Dark King and the right hand of the Pirate King. Accompanying him was the illustrious Shiku. Additionally, one could not forget the future figure who would dominate an entire theatrical saga, the inheritor of the title demon, Douglas Bullet, who stood on par with the legendary Rayleigh. Confronted by his most trusted yet faith-shattering comrade, Bullet found himself at a loss for how to express his emotions. Observing Rayleigh's current state, which bordered on madness, it was likely that he too would soon embark on a path of chaos. He had always yearned to create a stir that would shake the world. Yet, those are matters for another time. His ambitions had certainly not materialized, or else the events of the theatrical saga would not have unfolded as they did. There were the other crew members of the Roger Pirates. Yet they remained tight-lipped about the situation. The pain they felt was something only they could comprehend. Many others, connected to Roger in varying degrees, had set sail, driven by their hearts after seeing the latest newspapers, resolved to pay their respects to this friend or foe. After all, he was a king of the seas, a figure deserving of respect, whether as a friend or an adversary, as these individuals arrived. The atmosphere in Lowtown grew tense. It was inevitable. Each was a future heavyweight, none to be underestimated. Instantly, their presence intensified the pressure on the Navy station in Lowtown, compelling them to mobilize greater forces for the impending events. In truth, the Navy itself was uncertain, their actions merely a precaution to ensure that nothing uncontrollable would transpire. Turning now to the Navy's reaction prior to the execution, it was perhaps best epitomized by the ever-unpredictable Vice Admiral Garp. The relationships others had with Roger were clear. One was a criminal, the other a law enforcer. The Navy had never been overly concerned with the Roger Pirates, but due to their overwhelming strength disrupting the balance of the seas, Sometimes great power became a source of original sin. Only Garp, a man of occasional whimsy, took Roger's case to heart. Their bond, forged from the fires of mutual respect, had evolved from adversaries to friends. Yet both understood that their differing allegiances necessitated that this camaraderie remained buried deep within their hearts. That on this day, Vice Admiral Garp, under the pretense of inspection, set sail on his dog-headed ship, accompanied by a few of his closest subordinates, wobbling away from Marine headquarters in Marineford towards the ominous Impel Down. That it was undoubtedly understood what his intentions were. Not long after his departure, the gates of justice swung open once more, this time with 3 individuals following closely behind. Those 3 were none other than Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Ze Fa, and our protagonist, Cunning, who was particularly intrigued by the historical events unfolding during this period. It was he who had persuaded both Admiral Ze Fa and Admiral Sengoku to join him. Cunning approached his adoptive father, candidly informing Admiral Ze Fa of Garp's potential clandestine meeting with his friend, the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Ze Fa quickly grasped Cunning's concern. He feared that Garp might act irrationally, jeopardizing the Navy at a critical juncture. Observing Cunning's earnest assurances that his concerns stemmed from a desire for naval safety, Ze Fa chuckled, not particularly worried, as he understood Garp well. However, unable to withstand Cunning's persistent entreaties, he reluctantly agreed to inform Admiral Sengoku of the situation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku found it quite curious. After all, no one had considered such a possibility. Yet, the strategist in him reflected and found it plausible. They were all friends of Garp, having joined the Navy around the same time. Based on his understanding of Garp, while he would not assist Roger in escaping, it was entirely possible that he might cause some unforeseen complications. Thus, Sengoku called for Ze Fa, and the two deliberated for a considerable time, deciding to investigate whether such an occurrence could take place. Cunning, who had proposed the matter, was eager to see for himself, driven by curiosity. Consequently, 3 men, each with distinct motives, conferred quietly. Garp's friends were concerned he might act rashly, while the young Cunning simply wished to observe the unfolding drama. Eventually, Garp's dog-headed ship reached Impel Down, and upon recognizing a familiar face in Magellan, he wasted no time in granting Garp access. Following Garp's request, Magellan arranged for the pirate king Joel D. Roger to be brought forth, allowing the two to meet in a sealed cell. Just as this arrangement was finalized, Magellan received news that 3 esteemed guests had arrived at Impel Down, leaving him bewildered. What is happening today? Why does everyone seem to be converging here? He wondered. Without delay, he hurried to the main entrance to greet his old friends. Upon seeing the 3, Magellan felt a sense of joy. They had previously assisted him during the most trying times of Impel Down. However, their request left Magellan momentarily stunned. They wished to eavesdrop on Garp's meeting with Roger, which struck him as rather awkward. Did these 2 groups harbor some unresolved conflict? Sensing Magellan's discomfort, Sengoku quickly clarified. We are merely here out of caution, fearing that Garp might make a blunder at a critical moment. Blunder? Magellan was perplexed. Wasn't Garp here for a special purpose? To interrogate the pirate king? Why did Sengoku's words suggest a different reality? Suddenly, Magellan remarked, I sincerely apologize, Admiral Sengoku. Due to the fact that Vice Admiral Garp insisted on a solitary confinement chamber, our facility has been treated with specialized materials, rendering surveillance impossible. We are apprehensive about any pertinent information leaking out. Only those conducting the interrogations within can glean any intelligence. Upon hearing this revelation, both Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Ze Fa exhibited a slight change in countenance. They had not anticipated that the usually boisterous Garp would harbor such cautious intentions. With no other recourse, the individuals had no choice but to wait outside the prison, poised for any potential confrontation. Standing nearby, the well-informed Cunning remained unfazed, fully aware of the current predicament. After all, Roger was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. His intention to enter was merely to entrust his yet unborn child to Vice Admiral Garp for safekeeping. While the anxious crowd awaited outside, the atmosphere within the chamber presented a stark contrast. The 2 men sat facing each other across a door, and no one could have anticipated that these once proud figures would meet under such circumstances, evoking a sense of life's inherent drama. In this dimly lit environment, the walls bore the marks of age, with patches of moss clinging to the corners. The ambience was dark and damp, conveying a profound sense of despair, and a few candles flickered on the wall sconces, their feeble light illuminating the entire cell, somehow amplifying the desolation of the atmosphere. It was Vice Admiral Garp who broke the silence first, mocking Roger with, "Roger, I wager you never imagined you would find yourself in such a place." Once the illustrious pirate king, hearing the subtle taunt in his old rival and friend's words, Roger remained unperturbed, bursting into hearty laughter as he replied, "Garp, after all, this is not my home. Where would one find such luxury? For us pirates, the ocean is our true sanctuary. The sea is our home. Ha ha ha. Your home. Ha ha. That statement should be directed at someone else. It has little to do with you. You are destined not to perish upon the sea. Everything has been prepared for you in Logtown. Thus, if you wish to be buried at sea, perhaps you should wait for another life. Why have you called me here?" Garp retorted sharply, offering no quarter to the pirate king. Unbeknownst to Garp, Roger had covertly signaled him during the capture, a gesture that had prompted Garp to take the risk of coming here. Unfazed by Garp's biting sarcasm, Roger responded, "Old friend, I knew you would discern my hint, and I am genuinely pleased that you came. I can only place my trust in you now." With that, he flashed a radiant smile. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing that smile, Garp was momentarily taken aback, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he bellowed, "You scoundrel! Who claims you as a friend? I am Navy, you are a pirate. We are not of the same ilk." To this, Roger merely chuckled, saying, "Garp, I am gravely ill and nearing death, but Luffy is expecting my child. I shall soon become a father." "What do you mean you're gravely ill? How could you come to surrender to the Navy? And you say you are to become a father? Is this a jest? Do you realize the consequences of such an admission? Why would you not wish for your child to be born safely?" In that moment, Garp's usual bravado faltered, revealing genuine concern. Ignoring Garp's queries, Roger continued, "Garp, should Luffy bear son, let him be named Ace. If a daughter, then she shall be called, and I wish for their lives to be peaceful and beautiful. I entrust this child to you." With a smile, Roger awaited Garp's response. Garp, drenched in sweat, was suddenly interrupted as the candles flickered and extinguished, only to reignite moments later. In that fleeting instant, Garp seemed to grasp something profound, nodding silently in understanding. Looking at the man who understood him so well, Roger finally smiled and said, "Thank you, my old friend. Garp, take care of yourself. I shall await you in that place." Without turning back, Garp strode out, but in his haste his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. This ailing man, soon to be executed, held deep affection for his friend. Yet, aware of the conflicting allegiances, he feared that a single misstep could betray the Navy. As he hurried back, Garp pondered how to safeguard the unborn child, a daunting task indeed. After Roger's demise, the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly investigate his final days, and any information regarding the child could easily be leaked. How could he protect this innocent life? Garp's thoughts churned chaotically, intensifying his agitation. Before he could devise a plan, a throng of individuals burst through the door, leaving Garp momentarily dazed. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a chill ran down his spine. Had he not been cautious enough to request a fully sealed cell, their conversation would have been overheard, exposing everything to the Navy. How could he face his dear friend, knowing that such a secret could be laid bare? The thought filled him with dread. Seeing that no one had followed Garp out, the gathered crowd visibly relaxed, realizing that Garp retained some awareness of a situation. However, Cunning, from a distance, wore a sly grin as he regarded Garp. Noticing Cuning's smirk, Garp felt a wave of discomfort and preemptively shouted, "Cunning, what are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen an old man before? Watch yourself, or I'll deal with you later." Before he could finish, Admiral Sengoku's fist collided with Garp's head, leaving a sizable bump in its wake. Still seething, Sengoku shouted, "You imbecile! If it weren't for Cunning's insights, how long would you have continued to keep us in the dark? Do you have any idea how worried we have been about you?" Hearing Sengoku's furious words, Cunning couldn't help but feel a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. Thinking, "Boss, you are blatantly selling me out here. I've already incurred Garp's wrath. What will happen when we return?" The sins of the old man are manifold. Upon contemplating this, Hewen gazed at Admiral Sengoku with a look steeped in resentment, causing the Admiral to shiver momentarily, for he understood that perhaps he had spoken too freely. Yet, he could not bring himself to admit his faults. Instead, he turned away and resumed reprimanding Karp, feigning ignorance of Hewen's presence. One could hardly blame him, for he and Karp, both of the same naval cohort, shared a similar thickness of skin. It seemed that Sengoku, too, felt that further educating Vice Admiral Karp was a futile endeavor, for the root of the problem lay elsewhere, specifically at Karp's doorstep. Thus, Admiral Sengoku abandoned him, turning his back and walking deeper into the confines of the cell. Noticing Sengoku's movement, Vice Admiral Karp instinctively attempted to intervene, but Admiral Ze Fa swiftly grasped the collar of Karp's uniform, pulling him back. With a serious expression, Ze Fa admonished Karp, saying, "Karp, this is not the time for foolishness. Sengoku has his reasons. Do not exacerbate the situation. He is already quite irate. If you provoke him further, you shall await his wrath." At this, Karp felt a tremor in his heart, recalling past instances when Admiral Sengoku had dealt with him sternly, a wave of desolation washing over him. He cursed Roger inwardly, thinking, "Damn you, Roger, it is all your fault. Otherwise, I would not be in such a predicament." Meanwhile, Sengoku entered the cell, confronting the fearless pirate king, Joldita Roger, a man he knew all too well. That Sengoku's countenance darkened as he spoke with a grave demeanor. "Roger, I do not wish for you to create any further discomfort for us in the days to come. Karp is my friend and will be my ally in the future, should you attempt to meddle in his affairs or harbor any ill intentions. I assure you, I will make you regret it. Trust me, I am a man of my word." In that moment, the man named Sengoku exuded a weightiness unlike his usual jovial self, imposing as a mountain. Yet the man before him was no ordinary foe. With a smile, Roger replied, "Sengoku, rest assured, I have no intention of ensnaring Karp." Upon hearing this assurance, Sengoku felt an inexplicable unease, as if an impending calamity loomed. Yet, recognizing that Roger was on the brink of execution, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and chose silence, merely casting a fierce glare at Karp as he exited. Karp dared not utter a word, trailing behind Sengoku with a dejected demeanor. Observing this scene, Hewen wore a satisfied expression, finally witnessing this grand spectacle. Typically, the old rascal Karp would invade his home, compelling Hewen to cook for him and occasionally subjecting him to his loving education. While the lessons proved effective, Karp's iron fists were undeniably painful. Had it not been for the enhancement of his abilities over the years, Hewen would have endured even greater suffering during their sparring sessions. Naturally, Karp was a petty individual, and Hewen could not allow him to perceive his glee. Thus, he feigned a look of deep sorrow, though it was a most insincere expression. Now, Vice Admiral Karp would surely face a tumultuous reception upon his return to Marineford. One cannot deny that he was a resilient man. Despite the relentless questioning from Admiral Sengoku and Ze Fa, he stubbornly remained tight-lipped, resorting instead to trivial excuses about how he and Sengoku had not seen each other in a long while and how they missed chatting. In essence, he adopted a defiant posture, challenging them to act against him. Ultimately, the two admirals relented, recognizing that as long as Karp remained in their midst, they could impose sufficient constraints on him. After calculating the situation, they reasoned that he had not committed any egregious errors, and every time he had, it was they who had come to his aid. Eventually, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective quarters. That it was late, and had it not been for this matter, they would have likely retired for the night, for not everyone possessed boundless energy. Following these events, Admiral Ze Fa's opinion of Hewen, his adopted son, underwent a subtle transformation, and on their way back, the two engaged in continuous dialogue, exchanging their thoughts on the matter at hand. Ze Fa took the initiative to address Hewen regarding this recent incident. "It is imperative that we keep it between us four. Furthermore, ensure you minimize outings and focus on enhancing your training. The era of Roger is drawing to a close, and we are uncertain of what lies ahead." Listening to his adoptive father's insights, Hewen recognized the depth of his perspective. After all, achieving the rank of admiral required not only strength, but also emotional intelligence. Accordingly, Hewen nodded and replied, "Father, rest assured, I will remain at our naval training camp. rigorously training the recruits. Additionally, I will inform Shiryu to intensify his supervision of the new recruits to prevent any laziness." Admiral Ze Fa nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. He was quite pleased with Shiryu's arrival, having personally evaluated the young man and recognized his capabilities. Although Shiryu sometimes appeared indifferent, he was genuinely attentive to his responsibilities, demonstrating a commendable seriousness in his endeavors. Finally, Ze Fa addressed He-won. He-won, I shall temporarily entrust the training camp to you and Shiryu. I have other tasks to attend to and will not be in Marineford for an extended period. Upon hearing his adoptive father's words, He-won was taken aback. Given the current circumstances, he could hardly fathom what required the attention of his father, who had long since stepped away from active duty as an admiral. Curiosity piqued, He-won asked Ze Fa, "Father, if all goes smoothly, you should refrain from leaving Marineford for the time being, especially since that matter is about to unfold." Ze Fa raised an eyebrow at He-won's comment and chuckled. "Do not worry. That affair is merely a triviality. The real events have yet to arrive." Listening to Admiral Ze Fa's words, which bore a hint of mystery, He-won furrowed his brow. There was something more to this. And after pondering for a while, he felt he grasped part of its essence, but could not fully comprehend it. It felt as though something elusive flitted through his mind, just out of reach. This unsettling realization abruptly dampened He-won's spirits. Extinguishing his earlier delight, he found himself at a loss, unsure of his next course of action, and he gazed up at his adoptive father, seeking assistance within his capabilities. Observing the bewilderment on his son's face, Admiral Ze Fa burst into laughter, saying, "You usually carry yourself with such maturity. I have worried that you bear too great a burden for your age. Yet, seeing your expression now, I am reminded that you are still but a child." Upon hearing Ze Fa's words, He-won rolled his eyes, for the adage held true: a child never grows up in the eyes of their parents. In a world teeming with infamous pirates at the tender age of 12 or 13, such as that renowned child from CP9, whose name eludes him, Rob Lucci, was it famed for his exploits over the past 8 centuries. But ultimately, it was merely a hollow title not worth dwelling upon. The father and son found themselves engaged in conversation deep into the night, unwittingly losing track of time. Upon returning home, they each attended to their nightly rituals before retiring for the evening. For tomorrow would bring its own set of obligations, as foretold by Admiral Ze Fa. It was not long before this individual, under various pretexts, departed from the Marine headquarters at Marineford with his subordinates. Following suit were Vice Admiral Garp and others, who also took their leave from Marineford. Ultimately, even notable figures within the Navy, including Admiral Sengoku, along with 3 newly emerged anomalies, exited the headquarters. Some of them slipped away discreetly, while others made a grand exit. Among these 3 naval anomalies, renowned for their reputation, they set sail with their fleets to patrol the seas, ensuring that calm would prevail in the 4 seas amidst the unfolding events. However, discerning observers understood that these individuals had been dispatched to instill fear in others. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a conspiracy loomed over the Marine headquarters of Marineford. It remained unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey. And only time would reveal the patience of the hunters. Should any slip-ups occur, those lying in wait would pounce like sharks scenting blood, ferociously devouring their adversaries. Although the higher-ups had vacated the Marine headquarters, the presence of the vacant marshal ensured that the formidable strength of the Navy was still palpable, deterring ordinary miscreants from approaching that of course. There were those undeterred by danger, who cautiously ventured closer to probe the Navy's internal dynamics. However, any bold move would be met with swift retribution. Did they think the cannons on the outer perimeter were mere decorations? Occasionally, Captain He-won would lead a contingent on minor skirmishes, essentially providing inexperienced recruits with valuable combat experience. Lest they falter in the future elite training sessions as days passed, inexplicably, Captain He-won began experiencing unsettling nightmares. Was this a forewarning? Consequently, he heightened his vigilance, though not exceptionally strong, perhaps due to the profound cleansing of his soul during his arrival. His training in observation hockey progressed at an impressive rate, even surpassing that of his armament hockey training that he typically refrained from using more than one technique in battle, preferring to resolve conflicts swiftly. And more often than not, His opponents were merely mid-level or low-tier adversaries. The true high-ranking foes were handled by several genuine powerhouses, leaving him to contend with mere minions. Observing this, Hewan felt a sense of satisfaction. The more he concealed his capabilities, the happier he became. In his view, the adage "the bird that sticks its head out gets shot" resonated deeply in the pirate world. One should not assume superiority. For many were far more formidable, and the extent of powerful individuals hidden within the Holy Land, Mary Geos, remained a mystery to all. Thus, Hewan shunned reckless undertakings, even if they promised great accolades or favor from superiors. He was content to stand in the shade of a great tree. Moreover, he had already fostered a good relationship with the next marshal, who happened to be his classmate and colleague. What was there to fear? With this realization, Hewan felt a surge of relief and embraced a more liberated lifestyle. He indulged in food whenever he pleased and trained at will. This newfound freedom inadvertently led to a subtle breakthrough in his mindset. Unnoticed by him, but startling to Shiryu, who was training nearby. The speed of Hewan's improvement was astonishing. It seemed he had made significant strides in a short span, a talent that was both admirable and intimidating. Fortunately, this individual was an ally. Times Shiryu would overhear Hewan lamenting softly about the slow pace of his progress and the dangers of the world, which irked him to the point of wanting to deliver a sound beating. Blissful days, however, are fleeting. Although Hewan sought to relax his mind, he understood that enjoyment and training were not mutually exclusive. It was merely a matter of a more relaxed mentality. Since arriving in this realm, every day had been a struggle for survival, and now that he had finally come to terms with it, he felt it would be a shame not to enjoy life. He even contemplated dragging Shiryu along to share in life's pleasures. Upon witnessing Hewan's attempts to coax him into enjoying life, Shiryu ignored him, secretly cursing his dark ambitions. Did Hewan not realize how hard he had worked on his own training? With his rapid advancement, he was nearly catching up to Shiryu. Surely, if he did not exert himself more, he would soon be surpassed. Was Hewan's intention to lead him into complacency while he seized opportunities for advancement? Such cunning, regardless of Shiryu's thoughts, Hewan remained oblivious to his concerns. However, a peculiar atmosphere had settled over Marineford, an unsettling sensation whose origins were unclear until one fateful day, upon arriving at the training grounds. Hewan overheard individuals discussing matters that piqued his curiosity. Upon listening, he was struck with alarm. The situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Something momentous was about to transpire. What to do? He needed to escape Marineford swiftly, as the impending events threatened to devastate this place. But what justification did he have to leave? He resolved that he could not remain idle. Contemplating the situation internally, thus, he sought out the appropriate authorities to request a military order for his departure from Marineford. He had even prepared an excuse, fabricating a need for a temporary absence due to personal matters. Unfortunately, the official informed Hewan, "I regret to inform you, Lieutenant Hewan, that due to exceptional circumstances, you're likely aware Marineford is currently under martial law. All officers, regardless of rank, must remain on standby within Marineford and cannot depart. Should you have urgent matters requiring your absence, you may seek Admiral Sengoku or Admiral Ze Fa, and they may grant you permission to leave." "Very well, I shall explore alternative means of departure. My apologies for the disturbance, Major, and thank you for your assistance." With a resigned shrug, Hewan saluted the major officer and took his leave. In truth, Hewan had been at Marineford long enough that his identity was no longer a secret to many. This familiarity allowed the official to speak so candidly. Hewan acknowledged the reasoning. Marineford was indeed in a state of heightened alert, a time rife with uncertainty, and it was only normal to remain on standby for any unforeseen events. With this in mind, Hewan sought out his comrade, the unabashed Vice Admiral Garp, who often teased him and indulged in his provisions. Now was the time for Garp to step up. He hoped to see if this Vice Admiral could assist him in exiting Marineford. However, upon seeking him out, Hewan discovered that Garp had also made his own departure at such a critical juncture. With so many absent during Roger's impending execution, it was alarming that no personnel were stationed at Marineford. The absence of vigilance raised suspicions of potential espionage within the Navy. How could such a pivotal moment allow an individual to exploit the situation? That individual, of course, was none other than the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion, a user of the float fruit whose formidable strength was legendary in historical accounts. His arrival had wreaked havoc, nearly toppling the entire Marine headquarters before he was ultimately subdued. The gravity of his power was not to be underestimated. Now, with no allies by his side, he found himself in a precarious situation. Though his own abilities had seen some improvement, he questioned whether it would be sufficient in the face of such overwhelming strength. Is one truly destined to accept their fate? For reasons unbeknownst to me, as I ponder this, a sense of melancholy washes over me. However, upon reflection, I realize that I have a reliable ally by my side. It would be prudent to give him a heads up, albeit without revealing too much. Otherwise, it might appear as if I have embedded a spy within the Flying Sky Pirates, which would be most inappropriate. Indeed, I must devise a method to subtly inform or remind this future Rain Shirley. This notion has caused considerable distress. For our protagonist, He-Won grapples with how to convey this message, uncertain of the best approach. Sometimes, inspiration strikes like a flash of lightning. If seized, it is deemed an idea, but if missed, it becomes merely a dream. Remarkably, it was by chance that I stumbled upon this solution point one day, as He-Won returned to his abode. He passed by a household where several children were engaged in role-playing games. Among them, a young boy was dressed as a firefighter, extinguishing imaginary flames. This sparked an epiphany in He-Won, revealing an alternative course of action. Elated, he hurried home to devise a plan, meticulously reviewing it multiple times until he was confident in its accuracy before presenting it to Shirley, seeking his counsel. Initially, Shirley, who was deeply engrossed in his endeavors, was far from pleased to be summoned. Upon hearing about He-Won's seemingly unreliable scheme, his frustration only intensified. Anticipating this reaction, He-Won smiled enigmatically and remarked to Shirley, "My dear Shirley, our Marineford has been rather tumultuous of late. I am merely taking precautions. You must have faith in me. Should any issues arise, I shall bear full responsibility. You will assume all responsibility. Have you considered the strength of your connections? Your words are mere nonsense." Shirley retorted, exasperated. Ultimately, he had no choice but to cooperate with He-Won's plan. The plan itself was rather simple, akin to the drills often conducted in companies. Yet, in the world of pirates, orchestrating such a drill was no trivial matter. It required the consent of others. Once granted, the execution would be straightforward, but He-Won and Shirley deliberated for hours before finalizing the details of this performance. First, He-Won needed to obtain Admiral Ze Fa's military command. Fortunately, such a command existed. A vague order would suffice. Ze Fa's desk contained one, albeit it was merely a guise. Only He-Won would dare to utilize it. Without delay, He-Won ventured to this naval town, aware that should war break out, the town would be left unprotected. Thus, he could not stand idly by while the townsfolk suffered, and he resolved to provide them with basic protection. He located the town's actual overseer, an elderly man, a former naval officer who had earned significant accolades and possessed an intimate understanding of internal naval affairs. Concerned about the Navy's decision to release him, they entrusted him with the management of the town. Upon presenting He-Won's military order, which was ambiguous and merely stated that no one should obstruct or violate regulations related to the elite training class, the elderly man, possessing a strong sense of obedience, instantly grasped the situation. He smiled at He-Won and said, "Since this is a command from Ze Fa's child, we shall comply. However, should any unforeseen events arise, you must bear the responsibility. It is not a burden I can shoulder." Observing the old man's crafty demeanor, He-Won couldn't help but chuckle inwardly that, old man, when the time comes, you will be grateful to me. After exchanging pleasantries, filled with formalities akin to two cunning foxes engaging in a game of wits, Shirley stood by utterly perplexed, pondering, who am I? Where am I? Why can I not comprehend what these two are discussing? Once this matter was settled, the focus shifted to the naval headquarters, a place He-Won found easier to navigate. Armed with a legitimate military order, this order, originally prepared by the Air Marshal for Admiral Ze Fa, had been left in Ze Fa's office. As a frequent visitor, He-Won was well aware of its existence, and, seizing the opportunity while Ze Fa was absent, he devised a plan to procure the order for his own purposes. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, he sought out the previous officer in charge. "Greetings, Commander." Here is a military order from the Naval Training Camp. I require the Navy's cooperation to temporarily allocate 2 transport ships for use in the elite training classes exercises. The officer, upon reviewing the order, smiled and, without hesitation, acquiesced to all of He Wen's requests, permitting the temporary borrowing of 2 large naval transport vessels. With preparations complete, He Wen departed the naval headquarters in high spirits, returning to the elite training camp to commence his bustling endeavors. Shortly thereafter, from a small door adjacent to the office, a group of men emerged. Point 1. Munching on rice crackers, loudly inquired, "Ze Fa, what mischief is your troublesome child up to now? Why does he need 2 large transport ships? And is he not using the Air Marshal's training order for something nefarious?" "Silence, Carp. If you cannot speak wisely, refrain from uttering nonsense," Ze Fa bellowed at Vice Admiral Carp. Yet, this did little to quell the curiosity of those present, including Admiral Sengoku, who no longer regarded He Wen as a mere child. Instead, he saw potential in the youth and queried Ze Fa, "Has your boy uncovered something of significance? Surely you haven't disclosed anything to him in secret." "Ze Fa, that would be a violation." Ze Fa, poised to explain, was interrupted by Carp's incessant chatter, igniting the tempers of both M and I. In a fit of rage, they each delivered a punch to Carp's head, causing 2 large bumps to emerge. Standing behind Carp, the 2 men flexed their wrists, and with no one to hinder him, Ze Fa awkwardly remarked, "Sengoku, after all, the boy has grown. He certainly has his own ideas. Alas, he no longer confides in me." Which is quite disheartening. Upon hearing Ze Fa's words, Carp and Sengoku exchanged exasperated glances, internally cursing, "How shameless! Who does not know that you boast about your precious son at every opportunity?" It's infuriating, despite the banter. All understood the gravity of the situation, and curiosity about the nature of He Wen's upcoming drill and its potential impact on future events grew, with hopes that this young lad might deliver unexpected surprises. Admiral Carp, munching on sunbae and sipping freshly brewed tea, remarked casually. Meanwhile, Admiral Ze Fa chuckled and shook his head. The group departed from the office, but just as they were leaving, Admiral Sengoku glanced back at the naval officer within the office, who seemed too intimidated to even breathe, and said, "You have done exceptionally well. If that rascal He Wen requires assistance, simply cooperate with him without revealing our ongoing matters in Marine Fort." The officer, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Admiral Sengoku and his companions, immediately saluted and assured him, "Rest assured, Admiral Sengoku, I will fully cooperate with all of Lieutenant He Wen's affairs and ensure the completion of the assigned tasks." Hearing his somewhat anxious declaration, Carp and the others exchanged smiles but remained silent, merely patting his shoulder as they passed by, saying, "Keep it up, young man. We have high hopes for you." After this, they exited the office, heading towards an undisclosed room. The encouragement from his superiors filled the naval officer with immense pride, instantly invigorating his spirits. On their way back, the group engaged in light-hearted banter. With Carp being the first to speak, he directly asked Admiral Ze Fa, "Ze Fa, is that little brat of yours reliable? I have a feeling this task will end in disaster." Ze Fa rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage with Carp's foolishness, and instead turned to Admiral Sengoku. "Sengoku, what do you think of He Wen's idea?" Sengoku, non-committal, nodded. "Indeed, he's quite a thoughtful child. After all this time, this method is the most unique I have encountered. Communication flows effortlessly among those who can converse, whereas trying to reason with a brick wall will be the gravest folly of your life." As Ze Fa and Sengoku deliberated, Carp, ever the mischief maker, decided to stir up trouble, resulting in a swift punch from the 2, sending him crashing to the ground, motionless. This brought a sense of tranquility back to the 2 admirals, who then proceeded to assess He Wen's proposal. This evaluation was of utmost importance, as both men had weathered many storms and were not easily daunted. Nevertheless, they harbored their own concerns, yet upon reviewing He Wen's plan, they felt they had stumbled upon something noteworthy. Firstly, He Wen's drill did not involve strategic deployments and would not impact operational plans. Furthermore, such drills could enhance an individual's capacity to respond to emergencies, making it a highly meaningful endeavor. Additionally, should any irreversible incidents arise in the future, this could serve as a contingency evacuation plan, This evacuation plan would not only encompass the relocation of all families within the Marine headquarters from Marineford, but could also act as an exemplary model for the Navy's emergency evacuations. Consequently, both Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Ze Fa held considerable expectations for Hiwin's drill, viewing it as an excellent opportunity for Hiwin to shine once more. After all, if he could leave a lasting impression on Sengoku and the others, his future would be boundless, a sentiment that some might deeply resonate with. However, Hiwin himself remained devoid of grand aspirations, his ultimate goal being mere survival. Of course, there was one notable exception, Admiral Karp, who, relying on his formidable strength, often disregarded others. While everyone else busied themselves, he leisurely sought amusement and created mischief. Upon completing his tasks and returning to the Navy elite training camp with a headquarters cooperation order in hand, Hiwin was met with a look of disbelief from Shirley, who stared at him as if he were a monster. "I can't believe you actually managed to procure this. How could someone so unreliable secure such an order? Have you really gained such power within the Navy?" Shirley questioned. Visibly frustrated, Hiwin rolled his eyes at the overly cautious Shirley, who bore little resemblance to the decisive individual he would later become and impel down. He felt a stark disconnect between the two personas that he then reassured Shirley. "Rest easy. Cooperating honestly with me will present no issues. This, in my view, is a remarkable endeavor. Sometimes it proves more practical than some theoretical simulations. If we succeed, I shall propose to the Marine headquarters that this evacuation drill be adopted as a template for future scenarios." Despite Hiwin's fervent assurances, Shirley could not shake off his lingering doubts. Ultimately, he succumbed to Hiwin's relentless persuasion, agreeing to assist him in testing the plan, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Hiwin should it falter. Witnessing Shirley's decision to support him warmed Hiwin's heart, as he realized that his only reliable allies were his companions. To express his gratitude, Hiwin prepared a lavish meal for the two of them to strengthen their bond. Naturally, the drill required thorough preparation, and after some planning, they reached an understanding with the local authorities in the Navy town. Given that Marineford was a military stronghold, it could be bluntly described as a barracks where everyone was expected to adhere to its regulations. The acceptance of military orders was considerably higher here than elsewhere, which motivated everyone to earnestly collaborate on this exercise. In the end, the results of the drill were fairly satisfactory to Hiwin. However, they still fell short of his anticipated goals. Afterward, Hiwin persuaded them to conduct regular drills. As the days progressed, Hiwin's drills became increasingly proficient, and despite still being somewhat distant from their objectives. When the corresponding alarm sounded, they were able to make swift and correct decisions to safeguard their lives and property. This brought Hiwin and his companions a sense of fulfillment. The conclusion of the drill did not signify the end of this matter. The future would gradually unveil what lay ahead. Currently, all actions taken are in preparation for the future, the nature of which can only be truly comprehended by those in positions of power and those who have endured the ravages of war. One day, as the bustling populace went about their affairs, they were suddenly struck by an inexplicable darkness that enveloped the sky. This unforeseen change caught the vigilant attention of the naval sentinels. Upon discovering the source of this unnatural dimming, they were astonished to realize that a number of unidentified islands had inexplicably descended from the heavens, due to inertia and certain unknown physical properties. The descent of these objects accelerated, creating sparks from friction with the air. When these islands finally landed upon the expansive square in front of Marineford, a thunderous roar erupted instantaneously, filling the plaza before the gates of justice. The naval personnel on watch, upon closer inspection, were taken aback to find that these islands were teeming with pirate crews, prompting an immediate alarm from the sentries. In a matter of moments, a considerable number of naval officers transitioned into a state of readiness, and the alarm at Marineford once again rang out. A mere 6 months having passed since the notorious pirate king Joel D. Roger had surrendered himself there, this alarm signified yet another invasion of Marineford, and the realization struck the gathered crowd with a wave of panic as people rushed about in disarray. Regardless of their usual composure, the sound of the alarm indicated that the situation was far from trivial, and the atmosphere of fear swiftly permeated the entirety of Marineford. Paradoxically, the upper echelons of the Navy remained eerily calm, a strange tranquility that sent shivers down the spines of those who observed it. In the office of the Chief Admiral, Admiral Kong stood quietly by the window, surveying the chaos outside, while a few familiar figures lingered behind him. Among them were Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Ze Fa, Vice Admiral Tsu, and Vice Admiral Garp, all of whom watched intently as Kong pondered the unfolding situation. Their expressions were notably serene, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous scenes beyond, their eyes betraying a mix of eagerness, excitement, and even a tinge of regret and sympathy. Remarkably, there was no trace of the anticipated fear. Why was that? The answer lay in the fact that when the news of Roger's execution was announced, the Naval High Command had anticipated a wave of upheaval across the world. Consequently, the Intelligence Division of the Navy had been activated quietly, and in their efforts to ensure the safety of this execution, they had even deployed long-buried pawns from within the ranks of the formidable pirate crews. These pawns, as the term implies, were individuals who, if left unutilized, would appear to be ordinary citizens, teachers, soldiers, officials, or pirates, but when called upon, they became the Navy's most formidable assets. The intelligence relayed to them came from a mid-ranking pirate within the flying pirate crew, who risked exposure and death to convey critical information to the Navy's intelligence chief. This message was meticulously transmitted through layers of command until it reached Admiral Kong's desk. Upon receipt of this intelligence, Kong, alongside his advisors, devised a plan, leaving the surrounding pirate observers largely unscathed. They then made a grand departure from Marineford, traversing the seas and even the Grand Line for inspections, before covertly returning. Upon their return, they remained undetected, patiently awaiting this very day, which had finally arrived. The warmongers among them were eager to engage. With Vice Admiral Garp leading the charge, he addressed Admiral Kong, saying, "Admiral, it is time for us to take action. Only a character like the Golden Lion Shiki could hurl such objects down upon our headquarters. I can hardly contain my desire to confront him at that moment." Admiral Kong turned to Garp with a cryptic smile, responding, "Garp, weren't you just mentioning that Ze Fa's young apprentice was up to something? Well, let us see if what he has concocted proves effective. IT will serve as a light-hearted prelude for our impending battle." Upon hearing Kong's words, Admiral Ze Fa appeared slightly embarrassed, yet Garp showed no such reservations. Filling the office with his hearty laughter, Sengoku, standing nearby, remarked with amusement, "Ze Fa, today we shall see if your protege can bear the weight of responsibility. We shall see if your orders hold any merit." "Ha ha, HAS," the camaraderie flowed. Ze Fa's usually stoic demeanor flushed with mild embarrassment, eliciting good-natured laughter from those around him. Though Garp's mirth was the most boisterous, this moment of levity, however, was merely a prelude to the serious preparations ahead, a means to ease their minds in anticipation of the forthcoming conflict. Moreover, should this operation be executed flawlessly, the Navy would eliminate yet another formidable pirate, alleviating the pressure that had mounted since Roger's demise, thereby allowing the Navy to flourish during a relatively stable period. Over the years, the seas had been anything but tranquil, and the Navy had suffered considerable losses, with aspirations of recuperation following this battle. The Navy understood that they could not afford significant casualties. Nevertheless, capturing the Golden Lion Shiki would undoubtedly require some sacrifice. Initially, the commanders deliberated on strategies to minimize losses, yet they found themselves at a loss as to how to achieve that while maintaining the element of surprise. With the knowledge that they had spies among the pirates, it was equally plausible that the pirates had infiltrated the Navy, and one could ascertain the extent of such infiltration at that juncture. Admiral Kong issued his orders. "Garp, Sengoku, and Ze Fa, prepare yourselves. When the time is ripe, you three shall strike simultaneously, capturing Golden Lion Shiki in the shortest possible time while minimizing our losses. Let the remaining rabble be dealt with by those stationed at headquarters. They have grown complacent, having not faced true battle in some time. This encounter will serve as a much-needed wake-up call." With that, Admiral Kong fell silent, and the astute strategist, Miss H, chimed in, "Indeed, Admiral Kong is correct. Those stationed at headquarters believe themselves to be superior due to their assignments, yet they have not faced the true peril of combat against pirates. It is time they witness firsthand the mettle of those who risk their lives in battle." Let them test their strength against this band of pirates. Others nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal to Aunt Crane's words. Subsequently, everyone departed from the office, heading to their respective posts, preparing for the imminent clash with that accursed Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion. With matters concerning the Navy headquarters concluded, it was time to reflect upon the sentiments of the pirates in the present day. Initially, had the pirate king Roger perished, the Flying Sky Pirates would have lost yet another rival. Simultaneously, many within the pirate ranks were survivors of the previous Battle of Itver, harboring a modicum of trepidation towards Roger's crew. With Roger's demise, the remaining scoundrels were hardly a match for these formidable individuals. Upon receiving the news, a wave of pirates hastened to Shiki's office to congratulate the renowned figure of the pirate world. However, contrary to expectations, when the formidable Golden Lion laid eyes upon the information, he unleashed a sudden assault around him. This left his subordinates bewildered, scrambling to evade the onslaught. Some even pondered if the helm atop their captain's head had driven him to a state of madness. Once Shiki regained his composure, the pirates returned to the room, where he had begun to calm, his eyes vacant as he muttered, "Impossible, impossible! How can this be? My lifelong rival. Why has it come to this?" At that moment, one of his subordinates, a young man with blue hair, cautiously prodded him. "Captain Shiki, isn't Roger's execution a rather favorable outcome for the Flying Sky Pirates?" Yet, the once arrogant Shiki appeared somewhat disoriented, his lips ceaselessly murmuring. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle to contain his emotions, Shiki erupted in fury, shouting, "No, I must save him! Roger, you cannot die. I have yet to face you in a fair duel. As your enemy, you cannot succumb to the Navy in such a disgraceful manner. Surely, they have employed some nefarious scheme, and I shall rescue you." The proclamation of saving Roger left all present in a state of confusion. The blue-haired assistant gently nudged Shiki and inquired, "Captain, do you have a detailed plan? With our limited numbers, a direct assault on Impel Down is utterly unrealistic. We should consider heading to Navy headquarters or capturing a group of Navy personnel to ascertain the situation before devising a comprehensive strategy. This would ensure both safety and the realization of your intentions." However, Shiki was already in a fervor, bellowing at his subordinates. "Enough! I have made up my mind. We will lead our fleet to attack Navy headquarters. We will rescue Roger. Now prepare yourselves. In 2 days, we shall set sail for Marineford." This sudden declaration left everyone stunned, as if petrified. Was he truly so reckless as to initiate a war? This was a battle after all. In recent years, aside from the Pirate King, who else had reached Navy headquarters? Was this merely a jest? Yet, none dared to oppose him, for he was ruthless, and disobedience often led to dire consequences. Thus, all present reluctantly vacated their seats and returned to their ships. When they relayed the situation to their crews, one pirate could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Captain, does this mean we are embarking on a journey from which we cannot return?" The captain, equally resigned, replied, "What escape do you envision? This island offers no refuge. We are left with the choice of waiting for death or accepting our fate. Choose wisely." Upon hearing this, the pirate hastily shook his head, asserting, "Boss, I was wrong to doubt you. I will prepare. We shall head to Navy headquarters in 2 days." That he lamented, contemplating the futility of their predicament, realizing that their paths led only to demise. As his crew departed, the captain's eyes flickered with an uncertain gleam, hinting at some clandestine scheme. It seemed no one was a fool. The obvious path to destruction was recognized by many, prompting some to prepare their own escape routes. Of course, the fates of these individuals varied greatly, and we shall not delve into their stories, merely noting the prevailing circumstances. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The Flying Sky Pirate Armada had assembled a considerable number of pirates, who, according to prior arrangements, reached their designated islands. Then, Shiki, a man endowed with the powers of the float fruit, activated his abilities, lifting the ships into the air, rendering them invisible to prying eyes. Once all had gathered above Navy headquarters, Shiki unleashed his power, causing the islands to plummet towards the Marineford below. The Golden Lion's intent was simple. If the Navy thwarted his approach by sea, he would assault them from the skies. On the largest of the islands, Shiki brandished his twin swords, one of withered wood and the other of cherry blossom steel. His eyes glinting with madness and bloodlust, he bellowed toward the ground. "Roger, I am coming to save you." Amidst this chaos, some pirates were not averse to heights, while others were paralyzed by fear as they neared Marine Ford. The blaring of alarms pierced the air. The Navy had finally detected their presence, albeit rather late. The coastal cannons atop the fortifications of Marine Ford roared to life, unleashing a barrage upon the descending islands. The sound of explosions erupted, echoing across the battlefield as fragments of islands were obliterated, and pirates rained down into the sea, meeting their grim fates in an instant. The confrontation unfolded. Those pirates closer to the shore hastily propelled makeshift rafts toward land, while those farther out faced despair, resorting to casting their ships into the sea and steering toward the Navy's plaza. War is inherently bloody. Once it commenced, close-quarters combat became inevitable that a group of pirates braved the Navy's cannon fire, storming a turret. Suddenly, the turret fell silent as a Navy ensign and his subordinates engaged in a desperate struggle against the fierce pirates, particularly against the leading figures among them. Ultimately, the Navy's superior skill prevailed. As the ensign plunged his sword into a pirate's chest, the sound of impact reverberating as the pirate spewed forth a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in a final grimace. The ensign, too, bore significant wounds, kneeling and gasping for breath as he surveyed the battlefield, overwhelmed with despair. Once surrounded by dozens of subordinates, now a young lieutenant possesses quite a gift for oratory. Under his inspiring words, the morale of his soldiers has markedly surged. Many, despite enduring the heartache of lost comrades, gradually make their way to their designated positions. Soon, the roar of artillery once again fills the air. But this is merely a fragment of the battlefield, a small microcosm. Countless individuals have already crumbled, never having even faced the initial onslaught of the pirates, and some have fallen permanently. Such is the nature of war. Death is the inevitable fate of both these soldiers and the pirates. Amidst the chaos, blood and flesh are strewn about, and even those who can no longer fight may still lunge desperately at the pirates. With a forceful shove, they push their adversary against the wall, both tumbling down together, leaving a scene marred by carnage. Observing this brutal spectacle, the notorious pirate captain, Shiki the Golden Lion, remains impervious, his countenance betraying no emotion. His eyes reflect a profound indifference. To him, the losses incurred are merely a squandering of expendable pawns. As long as true combat power remains intact, he can summon as many men as he desires in the future. Perhaps the overwhelming manner of Shiki and his crew's arrival initially intimidated many of the Navy, rendering them somewhat hesitant in their strategy. They lack the ferocity of the desperate pirates. Yet elite forces remain elite. A temporary setback does not signify an ongoing defeat. Although the Navy's front line has indeed begun to recede, the arrival of several vice admirals from the headquarters swiftly stabilizes the situation. These officers promptly adjust their formations according to their ranks, systematically targeting the pirates. Gradually, the disparity in casualties begins to widen, particularly on the pirates' side. Witnessing the dire circumstances for his crew, Shiki furrows his brow and exclaims, "They are truly pathetic. They cannot even breach the Navy's most basic defenses. How can we rescue Roger now?" He then turns to his motionless subordinates, letting out a scornful huff. Shiki waves his hand, commanding them, "You all need to get in there and provide support, or we will lose all our men." The pirates around him, no fools, realize the peril of their situation. They are at the Navy's headquarters, a place rife with powerful figures. To charge forth blindly would be tantamount to seeking death. However, under Shiki's watchful gaze, inaction equates to certain doom. Reluctantly, they steel themselves and advance, bolstering their numbers and strength. Consequently, the Navy temporarily finds itself at a disadvantage. Yet this moment calls for the emergence of a hero. Suddenly, a figure dashes forth, roaring, "Look out!" He unleashes a massive wave of sword energy that slices through a segment of the battlefield. Along its path, it topples countless pirates, claiming many lives. Just when everyone assumed this powerful strike had exhausted itself, to their astonishment, the force continued unabated toward the heart of the battlefield. Recognizing the impending danger, The pirate leaders quickly rallied together to counter this assault, as they cannot afford to suffer losses so soon after gaining the upper hand in an instant. 4 or 5 pirate captains launched their own attacks to neutralize this strike. Although they successfully deflect the blow, their expressions reveal their discontent. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary strike would necessitate the collective effort of so many to counteract it. Realizing this, the pirate captains instinctively rush toward the origin of the strike, intent on eliminating this troublesome disruptor. Unbeknownst to them, this location is a cleverly laid trap. Yes, they arrive at the point of origin. They are ambushed by a barrage of fierce attacks, catching them completely off guard, resulting in several casualties among their ranks. The techniques employed by their assailants are varied. Some wield blades, while others utilize the Navy's 6 styles. Each fighter has developed their unique combat style, but a few individuals stand out. One man, adorned with a helmet and a cigar clenched between his teeth, possesses squinty eyes and a mane of vibrant hair, from which extend 6 appendages resembling tiny hands. It is evident that he is a master of life restoration. Each of these appendages wields a knife, complemented by the 2 blades in his hands, resulting in the emergence of a formidable 8-sword style swordsman. This individual not only excels in physical prowess, but also possesses considerable mastery of hockey, exuding an imposing presence as he stands. Beside him are 2 others. One has a receding hairline, slicked back, with 2 small mustaches beneath his nose, his demeanor stern. The other has small eyes, a jovial smile, and notably thick lips, presenting a notably amiable first impression. These 3 are later renowned as Vice Admiral Demon Slayer, notorious for their repeated engagements in the Demon Slayer operations, signifying their exceptional caliber. They are known as Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Firemount. Notably, Flying Squirrel later becomes the commander of the G1 naval base. To provide some context, all branches designated with a G are stationed in the Grand Line, which starkly contrasts with the hundreds of so-called branches in the East Blue. The branches in the East Blue are limited in rank, with the highest being merely a colonel, while those in the Grand Line boast vice admirals. Even the traitor Virgo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who infiltrated the Navy, was the commander of the G5 base. This illustrates that such a position is not suited for the faint of heart. The elite forces from the headquarters arrive to provide support. The morale of the Navy surges once more. Both sides continue to pour their forces into the fray, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. This moment, both factions await the other to falter, hoping to exploit any opening that may arise. Each side exhibits remarkable patience, allowing their subordinates to engage in combat, resulting in a stalemate where the strengths of the Navy clash with those of the pirate captains for approximately 3 hours, from dawn until afternoon. Upon receiving news of the Navy headquarters being attacked, the elite vice admirals stationed in the Grand Line are immediately alarmed. They dispatch their most capable subordinates, accompanied by elite personnel, back to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The number of Navy personnel swells, gradually encircling Shiki and his pirate crew. Ultimately, it is the pirates who first buckle under the pressure. After all, they are not fighting on their home turf, but rather in the enemy's domain. Observing his side's dwindling fortunes, Shiki's expression turns one of resignation, muttering a curse at his subordinates. Realizing he has no other choice, he decides to enter the fray himself, fully aware that defeat is inevitable. Just then, Shiki's eyes narrow, as if he has spotted something intriguing in a corner of the battlefield. He notices an interesting individual. This person is darting along the periphery of the combat zone, intermittently launching attacks with a large blade or fist against the pirates, while simultaneously protecting his fellow Navy soldiers. Despite possessing such formidable power, he deliberately avoids the central conflict, remaining at the very edge of the clash between pirates and Navy. As he continues to intervene, an increasing number of Navy personnel find themselves safeguarded by his efforts. Those who survive soon realize they have a powerful ally at their side, providing them with a much-needed source of strength. Meanwhile, the Navy gradually began to rally around him, under the pretext of assisting the commander in safeguarding the justice of Marineford and eradicating the vile pirates in a corner of the battlefield. A large crowd had gathered, though it was unclear when this had occurred. The individual at the center of this gathering was none other than our protagonist. He won. His initial plan was to linger at the periphery, surviving desperately without drawing attention to himself in the heart of the conflict, thereby avoiding becoming a pawn for others while still being able to combat pirates and protect some of the less formidable Navy personnel, as well as safeguarding Marineford itself. However, to his surprise, the number of individuals around him began to swell. Plans often fail to keep pace with changes, and he won, engrossed in dealing with the pirates. Initially did not notice the growing crowd. That be why the time he did, a significant number of Navy personnel had already gathered around him, gazing at him with eyes filled with awe and admiration. This left He-Won in a rather awkward predicament, as this was far from his expectations. Shouldn't this individual be in the Navy's elite training class? Why was he here instead? The answer was simple. Hadn't it been mentioned earlier that he had organized an emergency evacuation drill? When chaos erupted in Marineford, he had commenced preparations for retreat with the elite trainees under his guidance. Acutely that moment. The naval headquarters was in utter disarray, and He-Won's appearance somewhat alleviated the turmoil. Initially, when the chaos began, they had arrived at the Navy's small town, which was located at the rear of the headquarters. It was crucial to prevent any disorder from spreading here that He-Won decisively led his team to commence the evacuation, first relocating them to the sea to temporarily distance them from Marineford. After all, during this period, he had not yet returned the 2 large transport ships he had rented from the Navy, making them available for his use. His foresight minimized the damage to the entire Navy town, and the once reluctant elite trainees began to view He-Won with newfound respect, as did the town's administrators. Who could have anticipated that such a troublesome situation would ultimately contribute so significantly to preserving their lives? Initially, the elite trainees of the Navy training camp had felt that this situation had nothing to do with them, and even complained that it interfered with their training. Each of them wore an expression of great reluctance. And had He not been their instructor, they might have been unmanageable, given their lofty pride. Meanwhile, the town's administrators were exasperated by He-Won's repeated drills for this so-called evacuation, as it led the townsfolk to entertain unnecessary thoughts and disrupted the normal functioning of the town. Many people approached these administrators to voice their grievances, leaving them overwhelmed. However, He-Won, holding military orders, paid no heed to their concerns and insisted on executing his command, which ultimately proved to be crucial when danger loomed. When He-Won and Shirley stood up to lead the crowd, the residents of the town visibly relaxed upon seeing the Navy, as their presence assured them that their safety was in capable hands. The arrival of the Navy signified that true strength from within was prepared to take action. Regardless of the various speculations among the crowd, He-Won chose to disregard them and swiftly organize the evacuation, guiding the people towards the transport ships as planned. As the townsfolk began to gather near the 2 transport ships, their initial panic subsided, and they followed the Navy's instructions to board the vessels. After a time, everyone was safely aboard, and the ships set sail, gradually moving away from the battlefield. However, one person remained ashore, and that was He-Won. Originally, he intended to leave as well, but he had previously informed Shirley. This impending battle presents a valuable opportunity for me to gain practical experience. You should take the townsfolk and leave first. Initially, Shirley disagreed, expressing concern for He-Won's safety. He-Won, I know your capabilities. There is no need for you to seek combat. You can already overpower most individuals, but the battlefield is perilous. If something were to happen to you, heavens forbid, I cannot even bear to think of it. I strongly advise against it. Recognizing Shirley's genuine concern, He-Won reassured him, have no worries. I know what I'm doing, that I will only engage in combat at the periphery and will not venture into the heart of the conflict. I'm fully aware of my own limitations. Shirley remained unconvinced, viewing He-Won as reckless. How about we go together? That way, we can look out for one another. But He-Won shook his head solemnly. Shirley, with you here, I feel most at ease. Your strength rivals that of even the vice admirals. The townsfolk aboard those 2 ships are the families of all the Navy personnel. If anything were to happen to them, it would undoubtedly lead to unpredictable consequences for those fighting ahead. Therefore, it is imperative that you protect these ships personally to ensure their safety. As for me, with your presence, I become a surplus. I would rather join the battle at headquarters to alleviate some pressure. This is the moment I seek to hone my skills. Trust me, Shirley. Observing He-Won's resolute determination, Shirley felt powerless. after spending so much time together. He understood his friend's stubborn nature. Since Ewan had made up his mind, further persuasion would be futile. Reluctantly, he shook his head and said, "Take care of yourself. When the war concludes, if you're still alive, fire 3 signal flares along the shore, and we will return." Ewan smiled. "Very well, I will. Now, hurry along. And let me remind you, you're older than I am. If you were to perish, I would surely survive." Having spoken, he did not look back, donned his cloak, and charged towards the naval headquarters, heading straight into the fray of battle. Left behind was Shilio, who remained in place, seething with rage and cursing under his breath. Initially, he would adhere to his own words, steering clear of the central battleground. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the very center had become the focal point of contention between both parties. Thus, prioritizing his own survival, Ewan resolutely opted to remain on the periphery, seeking a vantage point to eradicate the pirates. Yet, as he made his rounds, eliminating foes, he noticed the number of pirates surrounding him gradually dwindling, while the ranks of the Navy steadily increased. Although Ewan had no desire to engage in the heart of the conflict, the circumstances had now rendered that choice moot. The naval soldiers congregating around him carved out a small clearing amidst the chaos. And as this transpired, more and more soldiers joined the fray after vanquishing their adversaries. The numbers surged rapidly, and by the time Ewan realized the situation, it was too late. He could hardly fathom that he had amassed such a following in such a short period, especially considering he was merely a lieutenant. His prowess, however, belied his rank. Despite this, Ewan endeavored to avoid the inner turmoil, instead opting to linger on the outskirts. The oblivious naval soldiers perceive his actions as an effort to expand their encirclement, systematically trapping the pirates. Ultimately, ill-fated, Ewan found himself in the sights of the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, a fearsome individual indeed. He showed no concern for Ewan's identity. Upon verifying the relevant information, a smirk crept upon Shiki's lips as he remarked, "Interesting. So you're the offspring of Zephyr. I had thought the entire Zephyr clan had been wiped out, yet here stand a survivor at this juncture." His most trusted aide whispered to him, identifying Ewan as the adopted son of Zephyr. Realization dawned upon Shiki as he acknowledged, so this young lad, taken in by Zephyr, must possess considerable talent. Today, I shall make an example of you. The youngest prodigy of the Navy. With that, he unsheathed 2 formidable blades and lunged toward the periphery. The one, who had been evasively maneuvering, suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching, prompting him to shout, "Everyone, vacate the area immediately." The surrounding naval personnel were still grappling with the situation when Ewan swiftly sheathed his blades, gripping one tightly before slamming it into the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered beneath him, sending shockwaves that destabilized the nearby soldiers, propelling them away. Just as they stumbled backward, a man wielding dual swords charged at Ewan. Though initially irked, the soldiers soon felt a wave of relief upon realizing that the intruder was none other than Ewan himself. Had he not been there, they might have faced dire consequences. That it was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. Upon encountering him, Ewan's eyes widened in disbelief, internally chastising, "You old fool, preying on the young and defenseless. Lacking in martial ethics. Why must you target me when there are older foes nearby?" Without further ado, Ewan unleashed his armed haki, channeling all his strength into a mighty punch. Shiki, undeterred, charged at Ewan, and where their forces collided, a visible wave of energy radiated outward, sending the nearby soldiers reeling once more. Ewan himself staggered back several paces, barely maintaining his footing, while Shiki only retreated 3 steps, starkly illustrating the vast disparity between Ewan and true masters of combat. Ewan lamented the immense gap between himself and these formidable opponents. Unbeknownst to him, Shiki's sword quivered slightly in his grip, marveling at the young man's formidable strength. What a terrifying power. Could this lad be a monster? It seems he is also a product of the Navy's elite training. Today, I must sever a limb from the Navy, lest the pirates face a formidable adversary in the future. Caught up in his thoughts, Shiki's gaze suddenly shifted towards Ewan, declaring, "Compared to them, you are a genius. Have you ever considered joining our flying pirate crew? If you were to join, I would ensure your training is prioritized, and I would appoint you as my first mate. You truly jest. Who would believe such a claim about the position of first mate? Hewen retorted, even a 3-year-old would find your words laughable. Save your breath. With that, Hewen averted his gaze, gathering his strength in preparation for Shiki's anticipated assault. It was evident to Hewen that a confrontation was unavoidable. Observing that his ploy had failed, Shiki remained unfazed, viewing it merely as a casual remark. He then advanced towards Hewen once more, unleashing a series of swift, slashing strikes with his dual blades, forcing Hewen to draw his own weapon. The ensuing clash was a spectacle of flying debris and chaos. To Hewen's surprise, he found himself able to hold his ground against such a formidable opponent. Yet the disparity in their strengths remained glaringly apparent. With a powerful swing, Shiki pushed Hewen back before swiftly retreating, preparing to unleash his signature move, Lion's Might, Earthquake, aimed straight at Hewen. Suddenly, a lion's head-shaped entity materialized from the ground, ferocious and strikingly lifelike, charging straight at Hewen. This technique was one he was all too familiar with, and without hesitation, he plunged his weapon into the earth and dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the conjured lion's head. Upon impact, the clash erupted into a cloud of dust and debris. The battle raged on, neither side yielding. Shiki, leveraging his superior skill and formidable swordsmanship, relentlessly pressed the attack against Hewen. Meanwhile, Hewen began to tap into his vast reserves of haki, steadfastly resisting Shiki's onslaught. The two became the focal point of the battlefield. It was a sight none had anticipated. A mere lieutenant contending with one of the era's most notorious pirates. When Shiki took to the battlefield personally, a wave of apprehension washed over all present, realizing that the moment they had dreaded had finally arrived. However, instead of charging toward them, Shiki veered towards the edge of the battlefield. Leaving the onlookers perplexed, they speculated that perhaps he had detected something significant, leading them to refrain from intervening as they observed the ongoing chaos. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, an inexplicable cloud of dust erupted, startling them all. Among those most alarmed were the vice admirals of the Navy and the leaders of the flying pirate crew, who were all acutely aware of Shiki's strength, should the Golden Lion make his entrance. These vice admirals would undoubtedly band together to confront him. Little did they anticipate that a mere captain could so thoroughly pin him down. Observing the situation, it is apparent that although this captain finds himself at a disadvantage, he is by no means devoid of combat capability. Naturally, these spectators view the encounter from a distance, rather than as participants at this moment. However, the individual directly facing the pressure of the Golden Lion, Hewen, holds a different perspective. Those familiar with their own circumstances understand that the Golden Lion is indeed formidable. Even with the ship's rudder protruding from his head, his prowess remains unhampered. The naval headquarters has not hesitated to describe this individual as reckless and unrestrained. Moreover, due to Hewen's recent enhancement in strength, he finds himself capable of managing the confrontation, albeit still at a disadvantage. His sole hope is for the return of the older veterans from the Navy. This encounter serves as a valuable opportunity for Hewen to cultivate his resilience under pressure. While other strong individuals regard his current abilities as commendable, they also recognize that he has yet to engage in life-and-death struggles with true powerhouses. To them, Hewen's experience in this regard is markedly lacking, and with the Golden Lion's arrival, he is determined not to squander this chance. Summoning all his strength, he engages in battle with the Golden Lion. The results are unmistakable. Throughout the combat, Hewen gradually adapts to the pressure exerted by the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, the situation remains grim for Hewen. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke as Hewen launches a devastating strike towards the Golden Lion, who deftly evades with the power of his float fruit, countering with a slicing wave. The clash of their techniques reverberates loudly. Faced with the airborne Golden Lion, Hewen can only pursue him using Moonwalk. As their battle transitions from the ground to the sky and back again, Hewen exerts every ounce of his strength, while the Golden Lion continues to exhibit a nonchalant demeanor, occasionally taunting Hewen, a tactic aimed at undermining his focus. Yet, as a master of verbal sparring from the 21st century, Hewen matches the Golden Lion's jests without faltering. Thus, an amusing spectacle unfolds on the battlefield, where this young captain exchanges barbs with the notorious pirate, neither yielding ground. The exchange becomes increasingly riveting as the Golden Lion, initially intending to unsettle He-Won, finds himself outmaneuvered by the captain's wit. Observers, taken aback by He-Won's audacity to confront such a formidable pirate, cannot help but feel a mix of admiration and disbelief. However, the tide shifts as the Golden Lion's patience begins to fray, and it becomes apparent that this captain may soon face dire consequences. As time passes, the remnants of the Golden Lion's tolerance erode, and he unleashes an overwhelming aura directed at in response. He-Won refuses to back down, activating both his observation haki and armament haki. As they engage in yet another fierce clash, the Golden Lion, growing increasingly impatient, recognizes that their crew is already at a disadvantage and that He-Won has impeded their progress for far too long. He is determined to conclude this battle swiftly and return to his true intentions. At this juncture, the Golden Lion resolves to hold nothing back. With a slight leap, he activates his fruit ability, soaring into the air to unleash his most formidable attack, Lion's Might, Thousand Cuts Valley, sending a torrent of blade-like energy toward He-Won. Caught off guard, He-Won struggles to defend himself, relying on his armament haki for protection while attempting to mount a counteroffensive. Gripping his sword, he executes a half-moon slash, sending a colossal wave of energy to collide with the Golden Lion's onslaught. The fierce confrontation culminates in a dramatic conclusion, as He-Won is ultimately defeated. His strike obliterated by the Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley, a wave of attacks crashes down upon He-Won, rendering his defense nearly impossible. In the end, he collapses to the ground, battered and bruised. Yet resolute in his refusal to concede defeat, he struggles to prop himself up with his sword, determined not to succumb to the ground beneath him. This marks the first time He-Won has faced such a crushing defeat since arriving in this world. Even during the battle at Impel Down, he had not found himself in such a dire predicament. He is a person of unyielding spirit and refuses to fall without a fight. Gradually, he leans on his sword, laboriously rising to his feet, gasping for breath as he silently seeks to regain his strength. Despite the grave injuries he has sustained, he endures, steeling himself against the pressure exerted by the Golden Lion. Witnessing He-Won's resilience, the Golden Lion cannot help but admire this young naval officer's tenacity. Although he has not fought with his full strength against He-Won, the captain's latent potential leaves him astonished. As He-Won rises once more, the Golden Lion sheds his earlier nonchalance, adopting a serious demeanor. Addressing He-Won, he states, "You seem to possess some fortitude, so I shall extend to you one final courtesy." With that, he unleashes his signature move, Lion's Might, Earthquake, aimed at burying this naval prodigy. Meanwhile, the surrounding vice admirals quickly sense the shift in the battle and abandon their own opponents, rushing to assist He-Won encountering the impending attack. However, the pirates engaged with them refuse to relent, fiercely clinging to their foes. The vice admirals can only watch helplessly as He-Won faces his doom, their frustration palpable. In their fury, they unleash their full might against the pirates, determined to cleave through their adversaries. With their leader embroiled in combat, they cannot allow these vice admirals to intervene. To do so would risk incurring the wrath of their unpredictable captain. Thus, they grit their teeth, resolutely fighting against the naval officers that it is only when faced with the specter of death that one truly contemplates the myriad experiences that have shaped them. He-Won departs from his original world so abruptly. He lacked both experience and foresight. Yet the trials he has endured in this pirate-infested realm have fostered his growth. Now, standing on the precipice of mortality, he feels an inexplicable sense of unwillingness. Must he truly fade away into obscurity? Those who accompany their loved ones and friends must ponder how to realize their own aspirations and the changes they wish to effectuate in the future, which still await their endeavor. One cannot simply relinquish everything so easily. The unquenchable fury within He-Won's heart blazed fiercely, and his spirit remained heavily suppressed, as if it yearned to convey something intangible, yet was unable to control itself. Although he had previously entertained similar thoughts, he had quelled them, fearing that his mental state might falter. However, now on the brink of death, he questioned the relevance of such concerns and decided to fight with all his might. As the lion's head bore down upon him, He-Won's spirit finally erupted, revealing an astonishing aura that seemed to have manifested from nowhere. This surge of power obliterated the lion's head that was about to collide with him, scattering it into fragments. Simultaneously, the pirates lurking nearby, who sought to ambush E1, collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The indiscriminate nature of this attack also incapacitated several naval soldiers attempting to assist E1, causing them to fall as well. The impact of this unrelenting assault was profoundly felt by all in the vicinity. Of course, the more formidable individuals remained standing, yet their eyes no longer reflected bloodlust and madness, but rather the stark emotion of fear. Could this be the legendary conqueror's haki, a rare gift possessed by only one in a million? The naval vice admirals who had rushed to offer support immediately halted, their expressions filled with horror and regret. They had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe within their ranks. If only they had acted without hesitation to save him. Now, they could only steel themselves and charge forward, even at the cost of their own injuries, to protect this lieutenant. Yes, he when observed the strong naval forces desperately rushing to his aid. The eyes of the golden lion Shiki gleamed with a fierce light. He had not anticipated that this young man could awaken the conqueror's haki under such pressure. It was evident that his potential was indeed remarkable. Consequently, this individual could no longer be allowed to live. At this moment, Hewan was in a daze, his entire body aching to the point where he could not even move a finger. This overwhelming aura did not last long before dissipating, coming and going with great swiftness. Witnessing his previous attack being undone by this newfound power, Shiki wasted no time and unleashed another devastating strike, the cutting wave, propelling it towards Hewan with immense pressure. Unsettled, Shiki advanced, intending to deliver a final, crushing blow to ensure Hewan's demise. The combination of long-range assaults and close-quarters swordplay unfolded dramatically at that moment. With both blades in hand, Shiki unleashed his techniques. The heavens resonating with the thunderous sounds of battle, Hewan now faced a true deadlock. Ultimately, as he could no longer withstand the onslaught, Hewan collapsed, the aura completely dissipating, and both combatants on the battlefield felt an immediate relief from the pressure they had endured. They then comprehended that this naval lieutenant had awakened the conqueror's haki for the first time and was unable to control it effectively, resulting in the current predicament. As Shiki reappeared before Hewan, despair enveloped the onlookers. It seemed certain that this time, Hewan would meet his end. That a wave of melancholy washed over them. Was it truly so difficult for the Navy to produce a genius? Just as Shiki believed he could finally eliminate this troublesome youth, 3 formidable attacks, equally potent, surged towards him. Caught off guard, Shiki quickly withdrew his dual blades to shield himself and utilized the powers of the float fruit to ascend, evading the impending assaults. Yet was reality truly as Shiki anticipated? Of course not. Although he momentarily ascended to avoid the 3 attacks, they relentlessly pursued him, causing even the mighty Shiki to break into a cold sweat. At that moment, Shiki finally acknowledged those who dared to confront him. As he scanned the surroundings and identified the newcomers, his surprise was palpable. His left rear stood a man with purple hair, gritting his silver teeth, eyes gleaming with ferocity, his glasses even shattering under the weight of his overwhelming aura. With the powerful armament haki entwined around his fists, he charged at Shiki as if they bore an ancient grudge. On Shiki's right side, a barrage of cannonballs hurtled toward him, their speed and force astonishing. Without pause, all the cannonballs flew directly at Shiki's face, targeting him with precision. The assailant bore a serious expression, devoid of his usual nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, he resembled a god of war, standing amidst the ruins, coldly observing Shiki. Right before Shiki, a formidable shockwave obliterated everything in its path, relentlessly advancing towards him. In an instant, the notorious pirate Shiki, once a member of the Rock's pirate crew, found himself struck down by these powerful attacks. As he fell, Shiki suddenly tasted blood in his throat and nearly spat it out. But out of pride, he swallowed it back down. That he was a proud man, never willing to display weakness before others. Slowly, he rose to his feet, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the once relaxed demeanor Shiki exhibited during his battle with Hewan had vanished. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shiki slowly opened his mouth, a mocking tone lacing his words. I never expected my reputation to be so great that it would draw out two admirals and an old vice admiral from the Navy. Am I not correct, my old friends, Ze Fa, Sengoku, and Garp? At that moment, Shiki's heart was filled with shock. He had believed these figures to be far from Marineford. Moreover, they had not returned for quite some time. Were the spies he had dispatched truly so inept? It appeared that Shiki was also a bully who feared the strong. He had dared to invade, exploiting the absence of these powerful figures. Yet he had unwittingly stumbled into a meticulously laid trap, blissfully unaware as he plunged headfirst into danger. This time, misfortune befell Shiki, and it remained to be seen how he would escape the encirclement of this intricate web. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air. "Who are your old friends? Silence! I will ensure your demise, Shiki." The usually gentle and considerate Admiral Ze Fa had vanished, replaced by a raging tiger ready to pounce. It was evident that the catalyst for Ze Fa's fury was none other than the injured and unconscious He-1. Initially, Ze Fa had intended for He-1 to undergo some trials, confident that with Sengoku and the others present, he would not suffer harm. However, they had underestimated He-1's power, leaving them unprepared for the devastating blow he had sustained in this brief window of time. The pain of a parent is always profound. And Ze Fa had endured the loss of both wife and child. He had finally found a worthy adopted son. The thought of losing He-1 now ignited an uncontrollable fury within Ze Fa, for he held familial bonds above all else. Ze Fa bellowed once more, directing his wrath at Shiki. "You old fool, how dare you bully the younger generation? Allow me to show you what true suffering is." Admiral Garp and General Sengoku, standing nearby, observed the furious expression of Admiral Ze Fa with a sense of helplessness. To be candid, their old friend Ze Fa, in his current state, was somewhat a reflection of their own involvement. Both felt a profound regret, having underestimated the extent of the injuries inflicted upon He-1 and the depth of the father-son bond share between He-1 and it appeared that these years. Ze Fa's ability to overcome his psychological shadows was inextricably linked to He-1's companionship. Moreover, the group of them should have intervened much earlier, but the unexpected clash between He-1 and the Golden Lion, along with the subsequent awakening of Conqueror's Haki, utterly astonished them. They had initially resolved to step in the moment the Golden Lion made his move, but then reconsidered, viewing it as an excellent opportunity for He-1 to hone his skills. They decided to allow He-1 to train himself, reassured by their presence should any trouble arise. However, fate dealt a cruel hand, and a significant blunder occurred. Sengoku and Garp would never admit to their mistakes. Thus the burden of all errors fell squarely upon the Golden Lion. That moment, the Golden Lion, with an indignant expression, shouted, "Sengoku, you must understand why I am here, and why Roger is to be executed in the weakest of the four seas. The East Blue. This is a profound insult to Roger, a man capable of defeating me. I must rescue him. Insult." Upon hearing this, General Sengoku let out a cold snort and retorted vehemently, "What do you mean by the weakest East Blue? Do you even comprehend? The East Blue is the safest, devoid of wretched pirates like you disturbing the lives of its people, is the most tranquil and comfortable sea." Admiral Garp chimed in. "The peaceful existence of the East Blue should not be disrupted. Thus, I suggest you reflect upon your actions in prison, Golden Lion Shiki." Meanwhile, Admiral Ze Fa, consumed by fury, urgently urged them, "Why waste words on this pirate? Let us subdue him at once, or else Marineford will suffer even greater damage." Upon hearing this, the other two exchanged glances, fully aware of Ze Fa's thoughts, yet they wasted no time. They promptly shed their cloaks, limbered up, and prepared for the impending battle. Garp, with no reservations, addressed the Navy personnel eager to assist. "You all, vacate this area immediately. Swiftly drive those pirates back to the sea. Clear this space for us. The forthcoming battle is beyond your capacity to engage." The naval officers instantly straightened up and saluted, their faces alight with excitement as they rushed to comply. The arrival of these esteemed figures alleviated the anxiety that had gripped the hearts of many naval soldiers and generals. Facing the formidable Golden Lion had already proven overwhelming, and as the situation reached its zenith with his emergence, the presence of these stalwart leaders signified that the time had come for them to clean up the aftermath. The enthusiasm of the Navy invigorated those already engaged in combat. Observing their comrades' elation, the morale of the Navy surged, while the pirates, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of trepidation. Instantly, their spirits waned. Sometimes reality unfolds in unexpected ways. Seeing their leader under siege left the pirate captains in a state of disarray, desperately seeking to extricate themselves from their skirmishes to aid their beleaguered chief. However, the tables had turned. The pirates' urgent actions caught the attention of the Navy's rear admirals, who were determined not to let these pirates escape so easily. They resolved to treat the pirates as they had been treated, ensuring they remained firmly trapped, without interfering with General Sengoku's operations. In the heat of battle, the pirates began to exhibit signs of panic, leading to frequent mistakes in their attacks. A few inadvertently exposed themselves, allowing the Navy to seize the opportunity, resulting in significant losses for the pirates. The Navy swiftly capitalized on this momentum, turning the tide of battle decisively in their favor. The incoming naval soldiers promptly detained the injured pirates, and among those rescued from the battlefield was the gravely wounded He-1, who required special attention. Witnessing this, two vice admirals from the naval headquarters swiftly departed the fray, escorting He-1 towards the rear of Marineford to secure the best medical supplies for his injuries. Observing this situation, the Golden Lion recognized his helplessness and the futility of resistance. Yet, the prospect of surrender sat uneasily with him, spurring him to make one last desperate attempt to alter the course of events. He suppressed his injuries and unleashed his most formidable attacks upon General Sengoku and his allies, realizing that this was not the time for restraint. General Sengoku radiated a golden aura as he activated his devil fruit powers, summoning a colossal Buddha figure, known as the human fruit, mythical Zoan Buddha form. Positioned at the forefront, he was flanked by Vice Admiral Karp and Admiral Ze Fa, who joined forces to unleash a relentless assault upon the Golden Lion. In the past, tales had circulated across the seas proclaiming that no one could withstand the combined assault of two admirals simultaneously, and the current predicament of the Golden Lion exemplified this truth. He found himself in a state of utter disarray, far removed from the audacity he once embodied. Initially, the Golden Lion contemplated a final stand, yet against the might of three admirals, he ultimately succumbed to despair. He had even considered a self-destructive tactic, but as he initiated it, he was violently interrupted by their overwhelming force, leaving him with no choice but to accept his defeat. A vanquished foe possesses no rights. The Golden Lion was soundly defeated and subsequently imprisoned within Impel Down, where he received special treatment, bound in sea stone chains to prevent any unruly behavior. To further dissuade any potential mischief, a plethora of surveillance Den Mushi were stationed in his cell, constantly monitoring his every move. Additionally, to torment him further, they placed surveillance Den Mushi at the port of Lowtown in the East Blue, allowing him to witness the lives of those who toiled from dawn till dusk, under the guise of using a beautiful life to reform him. After all, who among the great pirates was not of resolute mind? To put it plainly, this is nothing short of a retribution for the insolent words uttered by the Golden Lion on that fateful day. However, this time, the plan is to project his own downfall onto the execution platform of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, allowing him to witness firsthand the demise of his lifelong rival. Although the battle ultimately culminated in a victory for the Navy, the humiliation of being dropped from the skies into the very heart of their own headquarters was profound. Consequently, to mitigate the repercussions of this embarrassment, the Navy exerted considerable effort, deciding to enhance their aerial defenses. Admiral Akainu personally commissioned the brilliant inventor Vegapunk to design a bespoke weapon for the Navy, which, after rigorous testing, garnered immense satisfaction, leading to a significant procurement for immediate deployment. Yet, the Navy headquarters had sustained considerable damage, with numerous losses, including a gaping hole in the wall of the Admiral's office caused by an unknown artillery shell. These losses necessitated recovery efforts, and thus, the focus shifted to the pirates. When the Golden Lion was defeated, Admiral Akainu mobilized most of the nearby Navy forces to encircle the Golden Lion's lair. Following orders, the station vice admirals led their teams to the stronghold, successfully dismantling it and seizing a vast fortune, which not only covered the repairs for Marineford but also resulted in a substantial surplus. This windfall ignited a fervor among the Navy personnel, who were also required to set aside a portion for the celestial dragons. Do not inquire why. Simply understand that the Navy serves as an auxiliary to the world government, and surrendering a share of the spoils is customary. After the incursion into Marine headquarters, the Navy had suffered a grave blow, prompting the five elders to make concessions by turning a blind eye to the Navy's actions during this incident to pacify the rest of forces. With the battle concluded, the task of clearing the battlefield commenced, followed by the apprehension of the defeated pirate remnants. At this juncture, the Navy suddenly realized an awkward predicament. The families of personnel stationed in the naval town had inexplicably vanished. This development caused considerable distress among the high-ranking Navy officials, who feared their loved ones had been captured by the pirates. However, Admiral Sengoku suddenly recalled that earlier, Cunning had commandeered two large transport ships from the headquarters, which had yet to return, presumably for this very purpose. This stroke of luck earned Cunning a significant commendation, although he remained better that a fleet of Navy ships was quickly dispatched to search for the missing vessels, eventually discovering them adrift on the ocean surface. The individuals aboard were anxiously gazing toward the shore, hoping to see the three signal flares Cunning had promised to fire, though it seemed unlikely they would witness them at that moment. Cunning was in the ICU, undergoing surgery performed by Navy doctors. Upon the arrival of the warships, the people aboard the transport ships were initially astonished, but when they learned of Cunning's severe injuries and his transfer to the ICU, their hearts sank. Particularly, Shiryu felt immense regret. Had he known, he would have disregarded Cunning's counsel and joined him on the battlefield, possibly aiding him in some way. Now, he could only watch helplessly, with the war concluded. The lives of the families in the small town were safeguarded, prompting all Navy personnel to silently acknowledge Cunning's goodwill. One should not underestimate this group. Those with family ties within the headquarters are no ordinary individuals. This goodwill may prove invaluable at unforeseen moments. As for how the Navy intends to address the situation at Marineford, that remains secondary. The more pressing concern is Cunning's current condition. Following an urgent meeting, a consensus was reached within the Navy regarding Cunning's awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. It must be concealed. Public knowledge of this event would result in severe repercussions for the Navy during this transitional phase. Thus, maintaining a smooth transition is paramount, and the collective agreement is that this incident was merely the result of Admiral Sengoku's use of the Conqueror's Haki. Those privy to the information were bound by the strictest confidentiality, with threats of severe punishment for any leaks. Conversely, the pirates were met with a far less lenient approach, as the Navy took lethal measures to eliminate anyone who knew too much. Do not fault the Navy for their ruthlessness. It is simply that Cunning is of utmost importance. A man possessing Conqueror's Haki is guaranteed future greatness, and thus, the Navy is willing to wield their blades for the safety of their own. Meanwhile, Admiral Ze Fa remained tormented by the serious injury inflicted upon his adopted son, feeling a personal responsibility for the incident, which only deepened his guilt. The wounds to his already fragile psyche began to re-emerge as he witnessed his child lying before him. Had it not been for the presence of his enemies, Ze Fa's heart might have succumbed to despair. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as anticipated. As Cunning's condition gradually improved, so too did Ze Fa's spirit. 3 days passed, and the Navy headquarters remained in a state of frenetic activity, with the ruins of Marineford being progressively restored. Workers toiled industriously, with numerous Navy soldiers lending a hand, all eager to expedite the reconstruction of Marineford. On the third day, Cunning groggily awoke, feeling an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. Every inch afflicted, he was wrapped like a mummy by the doctors, and his mental state remained hazy due to the intense exertion of his powers. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his popularity. The townsfolk owed their lives to him, and many families of Navy soldiers, upon hearing of his awakening, brought generous gifts to visit him. Unable to turn away these well-wishers, Cunning mustered his strength to greet them. Throughout these days, he had not found a moment's rest, and the incessant activity left him feeling as though his very soul were adrift, regardless of the setting. The wounds of the spirit are not easily healed. Yet, due to his unique origin from another world, his resilience far surpasses that of others. Still, the repercussions of wielding Conqueror's Haki had inflicted a series of complications, which would require time to mend. When Cunning sought to assess his gains from this ordeal, he was astonished to discover that not only had he not reaped any rewards, but the awakening of his conqueror's haki also placed him in a precarious position for the foreseeable future, leaving him quite alarmed. This outcome starkly contrasted with his previously cautious demeanor. Before long, his concerns were alleviated by the arrival of a man, his adoptive father, Admiral Ze Fa. After attending to the rebuilding efforts at Marineford, Ze Fa came to check on Cunning, who promptly inquired about his worries. To Cunning's surprise, Ze Fa simply chuckled and assured him that the matter had been resolved, and he need not fret any longer. Cunning, taken aback, asked, "Father, shouldn't this situation have stirred quite a commotion? Why is it that so few are aware?" Amused by Cunning's confusion, Ze Fa entertained him for a moment before responding, "Rest easy, my child. Focus on your recovery. Those who need to know are aware, while those who do not are blissfully ignorant." As the conversation unfolded, Admiral Ze Fa's gaze narrowed slightly, a fierce aura emanating from him as he addressed. He went in a calm, yet assertive manner. "Those who should remain oblivious shall indeed remain so. Forever." Upon hearing this, Cunning began to comprehend the implication. For those within their circle who were privy to sensitive information, a warning was issued along with a confidentiality agreement. For outsiders, however, the solution was straightforward. They would simply be dealt with. The complexity of the situation felt akin to a tongue twister, and Cunning, already preoccupied with his thoughts, found it rather vexing. Eventually, the father and son duo broached the subject of Marineford. Cunning inquired, "Adoptive father, what transpired in Marineford after my fainting spell? I sense your arrival just before losing consciousness. Yet why did you not act sooner?" At this, Admiral Ze Fa's face flushed slightly, and he quickly cleared his throat to shift the topic. We had only just arrived shortly after you collapsed that we did take the liberty of giving that rascal, the Golden Lion Shiki, a proper thrashing to avenge you. This time, do not take it too harshly. We have since deposited the Golden Lion within Impel Down and ensured his adequate care there. Thanks to the camaraderie shared between you, Silu, and Magellan, our request was promptly accepted. I hear they even prepared a special meal for him. Cunning chuckled at Admiral Ze Fa's words, realizing that his earlier investments in Impel Down had borne fruit, as the Golden Lion had offended him and faced retribution from his allies. The thought of the Golden Lion being thoroughly dealt with, and subsequently punished again after being thrown into Impel Down, brought Cunning inexplicable joy. Observing the delighted Admiral Ze Fa, Cunning discreetly wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. After conversing for a while longer, Admiral Ze Fa excused himself, promising to return later that evening to keep Cunning company, to which Cunning cheerfully acquiesced. Once Admiral Ze Fa departed, Cunning began to ponder the next steps he should take. In his view, having awakened the Conqueror's haki, it was evident that he would secure his place within the Navy. The handling of the recent incident aligned perfectly with Cunning's desire to develop quietly without drawing undue attention. He was keenly aware that those who attracted too much notice in this world often met untimely ends, a lesson he had learned through his experiences since arriving in this realm. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of honing his conqueror's haki. Reflecting on the fierce power unleashed during the battles between Roger and Whitebeard, he yearned for that level of strength. Simultaneously, he acknowledged that both his armament haki and observation haki required fortification. It was essential not only to consider the quantity of his reserves, but also their quality. Through his encounter with the Golden Lion, despite being at a disadvantage, Cunning discovered his remarkable resilience under pressure, a trait he resolved to strengthen further. For the time being, his primary focus was on recuperating from his injuries. Without proper healing, all other considerations would be futile. Currently, Marineford was undergoing significant reconstruction. The elite training program within the Navy had been temporarily suspended by higher-ups, and all trainees had been redirected to assist in the reconstruction efforts. Ultimately, the news of the Golden Lion Shiki's incursion into Marineford could not be contained, and the Navy's reputation suffered a considerable blow, prompting many pirates to venture out to pursue their dreams despite the threat of being hunted down. The audacious maneuvers of the pirates had left the admiral stationed at the Marine headquarters in a foul mood, leading them to unleash their frustrations on anyone who crossed their paths. The chaos wrought by the pirates necessitated an increased operational workload for the admirals overseeing the G branch, all in the name of ensuring maritime safety. Additionally, some personnel previously dispatched for support were detained by Marine headquarters. exacerbating the already challenging circumstances of the Grand Line. The Golden Line's disruptive actions had ignited unwarranted ambitions among several formidable pirates, creating a precarious situation that in response, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku, along with Admiral Ze Fa, who typically remained stationed at Marineford, were dispatched by Fleet Admiral Kong to alleviate the tension. They were assigned to patrol the Grand Line and the Four Seas. As the impending execution of Pirate King Joel the Roger loomed, promising a surge of powerful pirates into the region, as time passed slowly. 2 months slipped by, and Hewen's injuries gradually healed during his convalescence. The Navy was anything but tranquil. Mischief makers sought to provoke the Navy during this busy period, unaware of the age-old adage that one should not poke the tiger's den. Anyone who dared to trouble the Navy during this time faced the most severe consequences, serving as cautionary examples in the Four Seas, a blatant display of humiliation for those concerned with their reputations. Under the overwhelming pressure of military might, those with nefarious intentions found themselves compelled to lay low, refraining from any further actions during this sensitive time. Naturally, the distinction between not daring to act and not acting at all was clear. They should not be conflated. Many emerging pirates, alongside remnants of the old pirate era, converged in Low Town during this delicate period, causing significant disruptions to the town's peace. As fate would have it, the time drew near for the execution of Joel the Roger, and the Navy's resolve was at its peak. On that day, Fleet Admiral Kong summoned Admiral Sengoku to his office, stating, "Sengoku, we have nearly prepared for the upcoming transition. The task of overseeing Roger's execution will fall to you. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly. And in doing so, you shall rightfully assume my position as the leader of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku fell into contemplative silence, realizing that he was on the brink of becoming the true head of the Navy, tasked with guiding them through the perils of a new era. Eventually, he spoke, bowing slightly to Fleet Admiral Kong. "Thank you, Fleet Admiral, for your guidance and unwavering dedication to the Navy. I assure you, I shall not let your expectations go unfulfilled as I strive to strengthen our ranks." Observing Admiral Sengoku's serious demeanor, Fleet Admiral Kong chuckled heartily, replying, "Sengoku, I owe you my gratitude as well. You have finally liberated me from the burden of these myriad concerns. Now, I shall have the opportunity to pursue endeavors I have long wished to undertake." The position of Fleet Admiral encompassed not only power and prestige, but also profound responsibility. Navigating the intricate balance of interests among various factions was paramount, yet he had faith in Sengoku's ability to handle it well. Moreover, Kong continued, "There are several crucial matters you must attend to during this period." Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku's expression shifted to one of gravity as Fleet Admiral Kong reiterated, "Sengoku, there are a few points I wish to advise you on. Consider them carefully." Admiral Sengoku nodded slightly, responding, "I am all ears. Please guide me." Admiral Kong chuckled and nodded, stating, "Zhanghua, at present, it seems imperative for you to cultivate a rapport with Ze Fa. His elite naval training program will undoubtedly become the cradle of talent for our Navy in the future. Through these recent operations, you must have perceived that the current youth strength of our Navy is indeed quite remarkable. They are now capable of meeting the demands of future naval engagements. Thanks to Ze Fa's guidance, that it is unquestionable that they will evolve into the backbone of the Navy. You must make judicious use of this training program and actively mentor them to serve our Navy. Most importantly, the overall director of the elite naval training program must always be a member of the Navy. Next, we must focus on those 3 individuals possessing the abilities of the natural fruit. You must remember to nurture them diligently. We have observed these individuals, and they are all endowed with the potential to become admirals. If cultivated properly, your future will be significantly less burdensome." Admiral Kong, indeed a man of wisdom and prudence, offered advice that was not only sound but resonated deeply with my own thoughts. I had contemplated establishing connections among these promising individuals to collectively contribute to the Navy's development. Ultimately, this esteemed figure within the Navy advised, "Nurture Hewen well. His bonds lie within the Navy. Do not let him down. He is still young, and it is not inconceivable that he may one day succeed the position of admiral. However, observe that this young lad appears somewhat fatigued, so you must ensure he is adequately trained." Upon hearing this, General Zhangwa could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Admiral Kong, your words ring true. This fellow is indeed quite lazy that in the future, I shall rigorously train him." Meanwhile, in the garden beneath the Naval Headquarters Hospital, He-Won, accompanied by a beautiful nurse, could hardly fathom the misfortune that awaited him. Initially, he had devised meticulous plans for his future survival, yet it now seemed futile, as the prominent figures within the Navy had already taken note of him. Would his wishes truly come to fruition? As time progressed, the bustling town of Rog in the East Sea became a cacophony of voices, with each individual's arrival bearing distinct intentions. Those who could reach Rog had already done so, while those unable to attend watched the events unfold through real-time broadcasts. This moment, a significant figure had arrived in Rog. The sun shone brightly, and at the port, 2 naval personnel stood guard every 5 steps along the path to the execution platform. Moreover, personnel were deployed atop relevant buildings, maintaining oversight to ensure the safety of this execution event. Certain factions had heeded the Navy's warnings, promising to avoid any disturbances during this time, as the naval officers departed after delivering their warnings. Some restless underlings urged their leader, "Boss, the Navy is so audacious. What shall we do? Shall we not strike back and show them our mettle, or else who will ever take us seriously?" Upon hearing the imprudent words of his subordinate, the leader of the faction struck him on the head, exclaiming in anger, "You fool! Consider the repercussions if anything were to happen. If you wish for your own demise, do not drag us into it. At this moment, if you dare to provoke the Navy, they could annihilate your entire family." Observing the confused expression on his subordinate's face, the faction leader sighed in resignation, reflecting on whether he had been blind to recruit such a dimwit. Perhaps it would be wise to assign him to a desolate location, allowing him to fend for himself, thus sparing himself from further annoyance. Meanwhile, the bewildered subordinate remained oblivious to the fact that his fate had already been predetermined by his watchful leader. Still lost in thought, He-Won beheld the legendary figure he had longed to see. The cheers of the surrounding crowd nearly uprooted the very town of Rog. The naval personnel struggled to maintain order, yet the enthusiasm of the people was uncontainable. Only when Roger was brought forth to the execution platform did an inexplicable silence descend upon the scene to demonstrate the formidable achievements of the Navy and the world government. They decided to broadcast the execution of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. The primary purpose was twofold: to intimidate the audacious pirates roaming the Grand Line and the 4 seas, and to bolster the Navy's reputation and display their strength alongside the world government. Thus, the area surrounding the execution platform was teeming with high-ranking naval officials. Even He-Won, still nursing his injuries, made an appearance. After all, everyone was aware that this event was one of the few iconic moments in the world of pirates. From a high building surrounding the execution platform, He-Won observed the crowd below and soon recognized the formidable pirates of the future. However, he found no justification to apprehend them, as the future remained uncertain. Even with foreknowledge of historical events, he dared not speak out, for doing so could lead to dissection at the hands of the pirate world as scientists, known for their history of human experimentation, a risk He-Won was unwilling to take. Interestingly, amidst the throng, he spotted a young boy, instantly capturing his attention. Upon reflection of his anime knowledge, he recognized this child as none other than the future Vice Admiral Smoker, who would later be known as the man who could not be defeated in his youth, nor in his later years. Presently, he was merely a child, and considering his future appearance, he would be just over 30, bearing scars, with white hair, a cigar in his mouth, and dressed like a prematurely aged man. An embodiment of youthful decay that contradicted his age. Nonetheless, these observations were not the crux of the day. The focal point rested upon the execution platform, where He-Won, fully aware of the day's impending events, stood with his arms crossed, eagerly anticipating the words that the Pirate King would utter. Undoubtedly, he would proclaim that a peaceful world benefited everyone, yet such peace would diminish the Navy's role significantly. The future heralded an era of great pirates, and today's declarations may merely cast a shadow, for those with ambition would ultimately shape their destinies as they wished, as he had predicted. Just as orders were given to execute the Pirate King, a voice from the crowd unexpectedly called out, "Pirate King, is your treasure real?" Having awaited this very question, Roger, on the brink of execution, laughed heartily and replied to the crowd. One Piece truly exists. My treasure lies there. If you wish to claim it, go seek it at the end of this S.E.T. That moment, as he spoke, an ominous premonition washed over the crowd, prompting Admiral Ze Fa to leap into action, seizing the loudspeaker and urgently instructing the executioners, "Hurry, execute Roger. Do not allow him to speak further." The two executioners on the stage were momentarily taken aback, swiftly regaining their composure as they plunged their long blades into Roger's body. Yet by that time, it was too late. The words he wished to convey had already been fully expressed, and even as he drew his last breath, an unsettling smile lingered at the corners of his mouth that a closer examination would reveal that since disembarking at the port of Rotown, right up until his arrival at the execution platform, he had never exhibited a trace of fear. Instead, he was filled with an anticipation for the future. Upon hearing Roger's declarations, those present were instantly thrown into a frenzy, and the same could be said for the countless individuals watching the execution unfold through the transmission of the snail phone. Their previously tranquil hearts became inexplicably agitated. The entirety of Rotown erupted in a cacophony that surpassed even the fervent cheers that accompanied the Pirate King's arrival. Observing the expressions of the crowd now, one could see a profound yearning for the boundless possibilities that lay ahead. For this was indeed the treasure amassed over a lifetime by the Pirate King. Countless individuals had already envisioned themselves in that very moment, possessing those coveted riches. At the helm of the highest naval authority in the vicinity stood Admiral Ze Fa, his face contorted in rage as he cursed, "Damn Roger! Even in death, you managed to stir up such chaos. You scoundrel!" With his keen intellect, Ze Fa had already discerned Roger's intention. He sought to usher in a new era through his demise at this moment. The Navy, having recently endured the tumultuous aftermath of the Golden Line's rampage, was in a transitional phase, unable to muster all its resources to address these emerging issues. Thus, it was clear that the ensuing period would herald a jubilant time for pirates, with countless individuals setting sail in pursuit of the notorious Pirate King's treasure. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of innocent lives would be lost in the process. Ze Fa felt the weight of an insurmountable pressure bearing down on the entire Navy, akin to an impending storm. Consumed by his mounting fury, Ze Fa inadvertently smashed the table before him into splinters. The sight of a Navy admiral reduced to such a state of wrath was a testament to the depths of his anger. However, regardless of his current fury, it was already too late. Those in high positions are expected to maintain a facade of composure. Yet Ze Fa found himself utterly unable to restrain his rage, that in stark contrast. Vice Admiral Garp remained remarkably calm, munching on senbei while the crisp sound echoed in the room. Beside him a cup of freshly brewed green tea wafting steam. Garp's nonchalance stood in sharp contrast to Ze Fa's fury. Upon hearing the sound, Ze Fa's ire only intensified as he spat. "Garp, you scoundrel, get out of here at once." Garp, unfazed, stood up and brushed off the crumbs from his uniform, grinning as he swaggered out of the office. Observing Ze Fa's current state, Garp understood that it was wise not to provoke him further. It was best to find a quiet place to relax instead. Watching Garp, the ever-unashamed old man, escalate matters further, Cunning, standing nearby, could only offer a resigned consolation to Ze Fa, aware of the nuances involved in speaking to someone in such a position. "You need not fret, Admiral Ze Fa," Cunning began, choosing his words carefully. "While this incident may exacerbate tensions across the seas, remember that the tide will eventually settle. In the meantime, we can leverage the existing conflicts to gradually weaken their true strength on the ocean, and our Navy's role should be that of a cunning fisherman." As Cunning spoke eloquently, a glimmer of insight sparked in Ze Fa's eyes. Cunning continued, "Furthermore, this is an opportune moment for our Navy to expand, that we should seek additional benefits from those above us. It cannot always be the Navy bearing the brunt of every situation without reciprocation. There are no easy bargains in this world." He further suggested that the investment in the Navy's elite training program was insufficient and proposed an increase in funding for the training facilities to enhance their capabilities. Ultimately, Cunning's true intentions surfaced, and upon hearing his propositions, Ze Fa could hardly mistake the underlying motives. Cunning was cleverly advocating for increased funding for his benefactor, Admiral Ze Fa. After casting Cunning a knowing glance, Sengoku replied, Cunning, you little rascal, your last few remarks reveal your true priorities. Very well, I understand. Once this tumult passes, I shall allocate a sum to your elite training program for your expenditures. However, you must prepare for an influx of new recruits. The training outcomes must not fall short of previous standards. Surprised by how easily he had secured funding from Sengoku, Cunning eagerly pledged his loyalty, showering the admiral with flattery, which instantly quelled his anger. Nevertheless, Cunning's reasoning was sound. Sengoku contemplated the myriad of possibilities that lay ahead, recognizing that crises often accompany opportunities. Perhaps this was indeed the Navy's best chance to bolster its strength. Moreover, the recent upheaval caused by the Golden Lion had unveiled the limited opportunities available to the Navy's senior officers, some of whom had been progressing too slowly that it was time to assign them to guard the Grand Line, allowing them to strengthen their abilities through ongoing skirmishes with pirates, thereby enhancing the Navy's overall might. With these formidable individuals in place, Sengoku had every reason to believe that the Navy would reign supreme over the vast seas. However, as he regarded the exuberant Cunning, Sengoku suddenly posed a question. Cunning, my boy, are you not tempted by Roger's treasure? It is an immense fortune. After all, leaders often relish testing the loyalty of their subordinates during idle moments. A youthful soul might have been easily ensnared, speaking impulsively without thought. Yet Cunning, with decades of experience from both past and present, recognized the significance of his response, that a satisfactory answer could potentially propel him to great heights in the future. Perhaps sensing Cunning's maturity was somewhat unusual for his age, Sengoku's curiosity was piqued. Nevertheless, Cunning did not hesitate in his reply. Admiral Sengoku, you know me well that I harbor little desire for wealth. My true aspirations lie within the Navy, that I firmly believe in earning my keep. Moreover, the treasure of the Pirate King is not easily claimed, is it not? Is it not perilous to pursue? Cunning emphasized, his gaze unwavering upon Sengoku. Although Sengoku maintained an outwardly neutral demeanor, internally he found Cunning's response quite satisfactory, favoring it over other replies he had received. Sengoku smiled, acknowledging Cunning's perspective. All right, Cunning, I understand. You may leave now. I need to contemplate some matters. I shall inform you later. It seems that today I have successfully overcome a challenge. Upon reflecting on this, I let out a sigh of relief after paying my respects to the great general of the warring states and quickly departed from this temporary office. It appears that this place is rife with controversies, and I shall endeavor to minimize my visits here in the future. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each reflecting their own beauty. For now, let us set aside the worries of the great general regarding the future of the Navy and turn our attention to the current scene in the plaza of Roadtown. As the jubilant crowd gradually dispersed, the venue was left in a state of disarray, with remnants of the earlier excitement scattered about. Naturally, amidst the revelry, there were a few individuals who seemed out of place. Among them were a boy wearing a straw hat and another with a red nose, who, while others celebrated the prospect of the Pirate King's treasure, were instead engulfed in sorrow over the loss of the man they had idolized throughout their lives. Within the tavern of the Sabidi archipelago, a remarkably imposing man sat quietly, nursing his drink. Meanwhile, in the Twin Towers, another man gazed at a video broadcasted by Transponder Snail, rendered speechless, in an unnamed small town. A laborer paused his work to gaze into the distance, lost in thought, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Lastly, in the vast seas, a pregnant woman held a newspaper detailing Roger's execution, silently contemplating before ultimately casting the paper off the cliff. In the heart of the city, the Golden Lion, who had witnessed the entire event, surprisingly felt none of the profound sorrow that had accompanied the death of his dear friend. Instead, he experienced a faint thrill. Observing his expression, one could perceive a blend of excitement and an indescribable sensation. Was he exhilarated by the prospect of the Pirate King's treasure, or had he grasped the emotions his rivals sought to convey? At this moment, he could no longer suppress the rapid beating of his heart, sensing that the future life upon the seas would lose much of its vibrancy without his presence. Thus, he began to secretly devise plans, the implications of which for the future remain uncertain to all. The events surrounding this incident have unfolded with far-reaching consequences, impacting the future rather than the present. Therefore, there is no need for Hewen to dwell on these matters any further. After 3 days, he embarked on a ship back to the naval headquarters. Upon returning to his quarters, Hewen discovered 2 sharp, long knives stored within. He paused, momentarily bewildered by their presence, as if he had encountered them before but could not recall where, causing him a slight sense of frustration. After much contemplation, he remained unable to uncover their origin. Ordinary individuals would not dare venture into this place, and the only person capable of entering his room would be his adoptive father. When Hewen realized that these weapons were likely a gift from his adoptive father, he ceased to ruminate excessively, acknowledging them as a present. Later that evening, after his adoptive father finished work and returned home, Hewen prepared a lavish dinner for the 2 of them. Upon entering, Admiral Ze Fa noticed the sumptuous feast and, with a knowing smile, inquired of Hewen, "How do you feel about the gift I bestowed upon you?" Hewen, thoroughly pleased with the 2 long knives, responded, "Adoptive father, I am extremely satisfied. You truly went to great lengths. These must have been quite expensive," observing Hewen's obliviousness to the true identity of the knives. Admiral Ze Fa chuckled heartily, saying, "Child, ponder once more whose knives these are. You must be familiar with them." Realizing they were not purchased but rather reclaimed from a certain individual, Hewen suddenly thought of someone. Though uncertainty lingered, "Adoptive father, please tell me these knives do not belong to the Golden Lion." Seeing his adopted son finally grasp the answer, Admiral Ze Fa nodded with a smile, confirming, "Indeed, you have finally deduced correctly." It turned out these were indeed the possessions of the Golden Lion. Shikid, Hewen felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Never had he anticipated that the weapons of his rival would be returned by his adoptive father and bestowed upon him as a gift. What could this mean? Admiral Ze Fa, who had spent considerable time with Hewen, had developed a peculiar fondness for observing his clever son in moments of contemplation, and this instance was no exception. Delighted by Hewen's expression of bewilderment, Admiral Ze Fa remarked, "Hewen, you need not harbor so many questions. These knives were requested by me as a reward for your bravery and contributions to the safety of the townspeople during our recent operations." In the end, even the fleet admiral agreed to this reward, so rest assured, utilize them freely without concern. Should you encounter any difficulties in wielding them, feel free to consult Shiryu, as his swordsmanship is exceptional. Though still reeling from the shock of receiving the knives, Hewen understood that if his adoptive father had entrusted them to him, it meant no issues remained, and in claiming them as his own, they were indeed his. Observing Hewen's exhilarated expression, Admiral Ze Fa felt a surge of joy. The happiness of his family brought him happiness as well. Thus, the 2 enjoyed their lavish dinner, both content and satisfied. However, after the meal, Hewen retreated to his room for reflection. He recalled from the anime that during the Golden Lion's escape, it seemed he had bound these very knives to his legs. Hence, did this imply that in the days to come, the Golden Lion would seek him out for a duel? The thought left Hewen momentarily stunned, realizing that trouble might be looming over him. It seemed he had celebrated prematurely. Yet, with the Golden Lion now lacking his legs, how much of his former strength could he still muster? Moreover, as Hewen trained rigorously within the naval headquarters, he pondered whether, when the time came to confront the Golden Lion, the latter would possess any significant advantage. No, he chastised himself. I must not allow myself to become overconfident. Since these knives are now mine, I shall utilize them fully in my training, ensuring I do not become complacent. Resolute, Hewen returned to the training grounds at the elite naval academy at the break of dawn, armed with 3 blades, and commenced an intense regimen of practice. After all, if one does not train fervently, it may very well be their own life at stake in the future. As the days of rigorous training passed, Hewen's strength steadily grew, filling him with immense joy. Now certain that no further disturbances loomed, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, aspiring to elevate his prowess to confront those who would challenge him in the future. Meanwhile, outside the naval headquarters, the world had gone mad with the allure of the Pirate King's treasure, as countless individuals sought to set sail into piracy. Consequently, throngs of people surged toward the New World, leaving the naval vice admiral stationed along the path to the New World utterly exasperated. The most pressing concern remained: what to do about those aspiring to sail who lacked funds. The solution was straightforward: robbery. A band of opportunists, emboldened by their fearlessness, would surely seek to prey upon the weak. It is merely a matter of seizing what belongs to the common folk. Upon the vast ocean, it is invariably the ordinary citizens who endure the hardships and tribulations. Although the naval vessels are ostensibly there to safeguard and protect them, they cannot always arrive in time, that a small fraction of the populace continues to suffer at the hands of ruthless pirates. And by the time the Navy arrives on the scene, the town lies in ruins, devoid of life. The men have been forcibly taken away to serve as pirates, while the women, when these grim tidings reached the desk of the air marshal, his fury was palpable, prompting him to petition the 5 elders for an expansion of the Navy. This time, without fail, they acquiesced. The 5 elders were also beleaguered, inundated with reports from numerous allied nations, many of which had fallen victim to attacks. Such assaults would inevitably impact their revenues, leading to a significant reduction in the heavenly gold they received. That a decrease in heavenly gold would mean less funds for the celestial dragons and the world government to indulge in their pleasures. A situation intolerable to the 5 elders. Moreover, CP0, being directly under their command, would incur losses that would reflect poorly on them. Rather than face such a predicament, it was wiser to augment the Navy's budget slightly, allowing them to bolster their ranks and enhance their capabilities in better serving the world government. Once the air marshal received the orders, he promptly initiated a recruitment drive across the seas. In an instant, countless individuals eager to defend their homes, particularly those whose families have been ravaged by pirates, enrolled in the Navy without hesitation. Concurrently, the Navy established makeshift communication posts on numerous islands, ensuring that any issues could be promptly reported to nearby naval bases for support. These posts were also equipped with a modicum of armament to ensure a more proactive stance against potential invaders. These measures required significant investment from the Navy, yet the returns were evident, with a substantial influx of young recruits, all motivated to defend their homeland. Many promising candidates were sent to elite naval training programs, resulting in a gradual increase in the number of personnel at these institutions. This surge in trainees, however, left instructors like Shiryu, Cunning, and Admiral Ze Fa quite fatigued. Fatigue sparked a notion in Cuning's mind. When he found a moment of respite, he would seek out skilled individuals to alleviate his burdens. The elite personnel at the naval headquarters had their own assignments, and while temporary borrowing could be arranged, long-term requisitions risked drawing the ire of Admiral Sengoku and his peers. Therefore, it was essential to rely on oneself to resolve matters, as others could not always be depended upon. Yet at that moment, Cunning was far too overwhelmed with his current responsibilities to ponder the future. He shook his head with a sigh, realizing the need to focus solely on completing his immediate tasks before entertaining any extraneous thoughts. This busy period would soon pass, and once everything fell into a steady rhythm, a natural calm would ensue. However, the tranquility would only extend to the elite training program, while the naval headquarters remained in a frenzy, anticipating a significant event that could alter the future course of the Navy. The unexpected resignation of the air marshal, which caught many off guard. His appointed successor, as anticipated, was the widely accepted figure, the man renowned for his righteous authority, Admiral Ze Fa, and no longer would he be merely known as Admiral Sengoku. He would now be addressed as the Fleet Admiral. The transition of leadership signified an impending brutal reshuffling within the Navy. The adage, "a new ruler brings new ministers," held true, as the newly appointed leaders were unlikely to retain the old guard. Within the Navy, factions representing Admiral Sengoku's interests would gradually gain dominance over the organization's voice. Conversely, those loyal to the air marshal would seek to resign once Sengoku ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral. If they were wise, Sengoku would not hesitate to grant them a gracious departure. Yet, should any of them attempt to leverage their seniority to provoke this unyielding man, Cunning was certain their fate would be exceedingly entertaining. However, this situation bore little relevance to Cunning, as his adoptive father, Admiral Ze Fa, had long since stepped back from active duty and had been aware of this development well in advance, to preempt any direct conflict with Admiral Sengoku. Ze Fa had informed his former subordinates of the situation early on. Upon receiving the news, some chose to resign, while others wished to contribute their remaining strengths, especially since the current instructors at the elite training program were relatively young and lacked experience. Thus, Admiral Ze Fa retained them, integrating their vast knowledge into the training of the new recruits. thereby mitigating potential losses on the battlefield in the future, as long as these veterans remained diligently within the training camp. They would continue to receive their salaries, for the Navy was vast and prosperous enough not to concern itself with such trifles. Ultimately, their contributions would enhance the Navy's strength, a mutually beneficial arrangement that would also allow them to leave behind a commendable legacy. Time swiftly passed, and a month after the execution of pirate King Roger, the Navy held a grand celebration, a ceremony marking the transfer of power within its ranks. The handover was straightforward. Upon delivering the appointment document symbolizing the authority of the fleet admiral to Sengoku, he officially assumed the title. Cunning and Shiryu stood in a corner, observing the entire transfer of power. After witnessing the event, Shiryu could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia, realizing he had witnessed the dawn of an era. Cunning, noticing Shiryu's expression, regarded him with disdain, as if to say he was naive for being so awestruck. Sensing Cunning's unkind scrutiny, Shiryu turned to him, his temper flaring till he approached Cunning, exclaiming, "What do you know? You cold-hearted individual. In such an exhilarating moment, you feign indifference. Don't tell me you've seen the world. How old are you anyway?" In response to Shiryu's defiance, Cunning merely scoffed, "My adoptive father is an admiral, plain and simple. What more is there to see?" This statement left Shiryu momentarily speechless. Upon deeper reflection, he recognized the validity of Cunning's words. His own father was indeed an admiral, and many of the naval officers emerging from the elite training program were his father's students. The future achievements of these individuals would be remarkable, and among the recruits, the least promising would likely attain the rank of captain. Considering this, Cunning had indeed seen a great deal, and he had even encountered the likes of Bondrud within Impel Down, as well as faced off against the notorious pirate Shiki at the naval headquarters. It was clear that Cunning's experiences were far beyond those one might expect from a newly promoted major. However, Cunning remained unconcerned by these matters. The inauguration speech was akin to all the appointment reports he had encountered, being lengthy and insipid. Yet, after enduring such moments and hearing the words polished by those in high positions, it was indeed extraordinary. Observing the audience, it was evident that none were unaffected by the words spoken by the General of the Warring States. They were utterly captivated, akin to a throng of ardent fans gazing at their idol. From his vantage point, Cunning could even discern a hint of satisfaction on the face of the Warring States marshal atop the platform. It seemed that this individual harbored a strong desire for performance. And after a prolonged wait, Cunning finally heard the marshal utter the concluding words that, in an instant, Cunning shot forth like an arrow, racing towards his training ground. Today, due to attending this inauguration speech, he had squandered a significant portion of his training time, and he pondered how long he would need to train that evening to make up for it. Beside him, Shiryu observed his friend's demeanor with a sense of helplessness. How could one not strive harder when endowed with such remarkable talent? Days passed in this manner, and time since the marshal's inauguration ceremony had elapsed. Cunning, initially believing he could finally focus on training, soon discovered that matters would not unfold as simply as anticipated. Moreover, events transpired with great suddenness, catching Cunning entirely off guard, as he never imagined that the gossip he indulged in could come back to haunt him. On this day, after a grueling training session, as he made his way home in the evening, a black bag was suddenly thrust over his head, followed by a punch that rendered him unconscious. This left Cunning in quite a predicament. He had been contemplating what delicious meal to prepare for himself as a reward for his efforts. Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, a powerful gust of wind swept past him from behind. He prepared to react. A dark object enveloped his head, and given his current strength, he was unable to respond in time, highlighting the incredible swiftness of his assailant. Consequently, he was left in a state of unconsciousness. When he awoke, a full day had passed, and the severity of the blow was evident as he gingerly twisted his aching neck, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Once he realized the surroundings, he was utterly at a loss. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to abduct him within the confines of Marineford, the Navy stronghold. After all, he was one of the instructors in the elite Navy training program, and his adoptive father was none other than Admiral Ze Fa. If the captor were to discover his identity, it would surely lead to unfortunate consequences for them. Fortunately, after being knocked out, he had not been bound. He was merely left at the rear of a speedboat. Cunning patted his body and gasped, realizing the gravity of his situation. He had previously vowed to make his captor pay. But now his own circumstances were precarious. The most glaring issue was that his 3 signature blades had been taken from him, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, Hewen did not succumb to despondency. After a quick assessment of his surroundings, he stealthily approached the unique speedboat. Upon spotting a man, without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his strength and launched a powerful punch toward him. The man ahead, however, had not anticipated such a forceful attack from behind. Yet, in the face of Hewen's full-on assault, the man remained unperturbed. He merely clenched his fist and turned to counter Hewen's strike. The two were immediately propelled backwards by the sheer force of their clash. Hewen was taken aback by the man's strength, while the individual who had just engaged him in combat was equally surprised. Even without utilizing hockey, he had managed to send Hewen reeling. When Hewen finally discerned the man's identity, he was struck by disbelief. It was none other than his old acquaintance, Rear Admiral Karp. This revelation left Hewen perplexed. Karp, being a familiar face, had been the one from whom Hewen had originally obtained his sword sheath. What could Karp possibly want from him now? Was he coveting Hewen's youthful charm? Karp, noticing the look in Hewen's eyes, initially appeared puzzled but gradually became enraged. He was no fool and quickly understood Hewen's implications. In a fit of exasperation, he bellowed, "You brat! How can your thoughts be so impure at such a young age? What on earth are you thinking? I am a normal man." Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Hewen mimicked the later demeanor of Borisellino, pouting his lips and spreading his hands, saying, "No, no, no. How was I to know? You knocked me out and brought me here for what purpose? Besides, I was not thinking anything inappropriate. Do not make unfounded accusations, or I shall sue you for defamation." Seeing Hewen's cheeky demeanor, Karp felt a twinge of regret. This rascal had been in his company for so long. Would he too become a shameless old rogue in the future? However, Karp quickly cast aside such thoughts, for the situation demanded his full attention. Karp's sudden seriousness took Hewen aback as well. He had rarely witnessed this old man in such a state. Whenever Karp appeared earnest, it usually signaled that something significant was afoot. As Hewen contemplated the current moment, he reassured himself that nothing of great consequence was transpiring at that moment. Karp interrupted Hewen's musings, addressing him. "Hewen, have you heard any rumors lately?" "Rumors?" Hewen replied. "I've been training diligently. What rumors could there possibly be? Besides, you know well, Rear Admiral Karp, that rumors are the bane of the elite Navy training program. They focus solely on their training and pay no mind to trivial matters. We are swamped with responsibilities from dawn till dusk. Who has time to concern themselves with such things? Only the idle would pay attention to those." Upon hearing Hewen's explanation, Karp struck Hewen on the head, exclaiming in frustration, "You little brat, you should be paying attention to what matters instead of just training every day. Your abilities are still quite lacking. You ought to be more aware of your surroundings." Hewen, feeling exasperated by Karp's words, replied, "Senior Karp, you know well the circumstances at home. With the warring states marshal in charge, our family is solely focused on how to relinquish his admiral position. We no longer concern ourselves with Navy affairs. Our sole priority is training." Seeing that Hewen still did not grasp his meaning, Karp felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but he thought, no wonder he caught Zephyr's eye. They truly are 2 peas in a pod, completely oblivious to the significant matters at hand. Karp, weary of lecturing the two of them, turned to Hewen and said, "Hewen, a major incident has occurred recently, and I am here to inform you of its significance. Listen closely. This is of utmost importance and pertains to the privacy of a dear friend of mine. Can I trust you, Hewen? Is it really that serious? Has it escalated to this level? What friend has privacy are we discussing? Is someone else's child yours?" Hewen retorted. Upon hearing Hewen's words, Karp's brow twitched in irritation. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he delivered another punch to Hewen's head, declaring, "Let me finish speaking, you little brat. Do not interrupt me." Rubbing his aching head, Hewen took the lesson to heart and focused intently as Karp began recounting the details of the situation. After all, it was not an issue he had caused, and he had no personal stake in it. He merely intended to enjoy the amusing tale. However, as Karp continued, Hewen found himself wanting to curse. Why did every predicament seem to revolve around him? Upon listening to the conversation, Hewen suddenly sprang to his feet, instinctively racing towards the seed. He had no desire to engage in such matters. The repercussions could be monumental. A single misstep could result in his expulsion from the Navy, which was contrary to his own interests. He aspired to navigate a lifetime within the system, not to follow the whims of the erratic Vice Admiral Karp. While Karp was indeed formidable and well-connected, Hewen was still just a fledgling. Vice Admiral Karp, observing this wayward youth attempting to flee, was determined not to let him escape. Anyone privy to his secrets was now bound to him. And indeed, they were inextricably linked. With a swift move, Karp executed a Navy Six-style shave. Appearing beside Hewen and forcefully pinning him down. "Hewen, my boy," he declared, "I am aware of your sharp intellect, perhaps even sharper than mine. Therefore, I require you to remain by my side and offer your counsel." Upon hearing Karp's words, Hewen vigorously shook his head, utterly unwilling to involve himself in such troublesome affairs. Yet, when he suddenly caught sight of a malevolent expression, he shivered, resignation washing over him as he reluctantly nodded. "Very well, Vice Admiral Karp, what tasks do you have for me? I excel in strategizing." Karp, satisfied by this response, nodded in approval, but then earnestly cautioned Hewen, "This matter must not be disclosed to your adoptive father. Understood? I am not coercing you, but should I catch wind of any unfavorable rumors, you shall have cause to worry." With that, he symbolically clenched his fist. Hewen, feeling threatened, was engulfed in a mix of shame and indignation. Yet he found himself powerless. His fate lay in Karp's hands. With a reluctant nod, he acquiesced. Karp, aware of the boy's significant standing in the eyes of his old friend, softened his demeanor and said, "If you manage this issue well, I assure you there will be benefits in store." Benefits? Hewen scoffed internally, recognizing the age-old tactic of offering a sweet reward after a harsh reprimand. Despite his rank as a rear admiral in the Navy, earning a ludicrous salary, he found himself entrusting his future to a mountain bandit. He could only imagine the outcome, and it would surely lead to regret. What could possibly compel Hewen to contemplate leaping into the river? The answer lay in a lengthy backstory. Previously alluded to, the time Vice Admiral Karp ventured to impel down to meet the Pirate King. Roger. Roger, aware of his dwindling days and the impending birth of his child, sought assistance from an old friend. Why not turn to his crew? Because they had weathered many storms together over the years, and he wished not to disturb their newfound peace. Thus, he turned to Karp, his rival and friend, who was known for his deep loyalty and soft heart. Ultimately, the burden fell upon Karp, who resolved to assist. However, a significant dilemma arose. His friend Sengoku, now an admiral, had a different perspective on matters than when he was merely a vice admiral, and one could predict his thoughts. Reluctantly, Karp decided initially to withhold this information from Sengoku, seeking counsel from his other two friends, Antsu and Admiral Ze Fa. Upon hearing Karp's predicament, they too felt helpless. The stakes were high. Should anything go awry, the repercussions were uncertain. That Roger's father had perished at the hands of the Navy, and it was entirely reasonable for the child to seek vengeance against them. The Navy could potentially face a formidable foe, a scenario neither Tsuru nor Ze Fa could accept. Yet, faced with Karp's earnest pleas, they reluctantly set aside their reservations. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Ultimately, friendship triumphed over all, and the two could not harden their hearts against Karp's plight. They realized that the best course of action would be to communicate clearly with Admiral Sengoku, ensuring the child was placed in a location where they could be monitored. However, Karp was dissatisfied with this approach, believing the child's future was bright and should not be confined so simply. He confidently asserted that he would personally educate the child. Yet upon witnessing the skeptical gazes of his companions, he retreated, promising to take the matter seriously. The two understood that it was not the right time to reprimand Karp. At this critical juncture, every possible solution seemed fraught with risk. Thus, the three of them deliberated silently for countless days without arriving at a definitive plan. Yet, time waits for no one. One fateful day, news spread across the seas, a revelation that stunned the trio engaged in discussion. The news was straightforward. It was disclosed that the Pirate King, Roger, had a woman who was about to give birth to his heir. Furthermore, rumors swirled that this child would seek vengeance upon the entire pirate world. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the pirate realm, instilling fear regarding the impending arrival of Roger's offspring. In response, the world government CP agents, acting on the orders of the Five Elders, commenced a large-scale search for expectant mothers. The Five Elders, not content with mere surveillance, dispatched a significant portion of the Navy's elite to investigate the period surrounding Roger's execution, specifically the 10 months prior and subsequent to the event. During this time, any child born would be doomed to a tragic fate, a cruel and bloody reality. Upon hearing this news, the group felt an acute sense of urgency. They had yet to devise a solution, while an unknown individual had already leaked this information, placing Roger's wife in grave danger. Without delay, they realized that if even one of them left the Navy headquarters, they could provide an explanation. But if they all departed, there would be no clarifying their actions to Admiral Sengoku. Panic ensued, akin to ants on a hot stove, as they grappled for a solution. Suddenly, Aunt Tsuru seemed struck by inspiration. She turned to Admiral Ze Fa and said, "I have thought of someone who might assist Carp." The others turned to her eagerly, and without hesitation, she continued, "At this juncture, we must act swiftly. The CP agents are undoubtedly intensifying their search for this woman. Carp must leave immediately to find her and secure her in a safe location. If she is discovered first, all our strategies will be rendered futile." Then, shifting gears, Aunt Tsuru added, "I believe Zephyr's young one could accompany him. That child possesses remarkable intelligence and may prove invaluable." Upon hearing this, Admiral Ze Fa inquired, "Are you referring to Hewen? Can that boy truly bear such a burden? Given his lethargic nature, I have my doubts." Aunt Tsuru shook her head vigorously. "That sentiment is somewhat unjust. While my interactions with your child have been limited, I sense he harbors great wisdom. Trust me, if Carp takes him along, he will undoubtedly assist in resolving this issue. Furthermore, Ze Fa, Carp, do you possess any superior methods to tackle this predicament?" Upon hearing Auntie's words, Admiral Carp's eyes sparkled brightly, as if a multitude of thoughts suddenly flooded his mind. However, Admiral Ze Fa's expression turned somewhat troubled. He was reluctant to involve his son in such matters. He spoke up, saying, "I believe it is best not to involve the young lad. QNT is barely 20. What assistance can he possibly provide? Moreover, I doubt his character would allow him to agree to participate in such affairs." Before Auntie could respond, the anxious Admiral Carp hastily interjected, "Ze Fa, trust me, I will communicate with QN. I'm certain I can persuade him regarding this matter." Observing Carp's palpable anxiety, Admiral Ze Fa, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement, realizing that Carp was not one to be easily dissuaded at this moment. That juncture, and he inquired, "Carp, have you devised an excuse to leave the Navy headquarters? A prominent admiral like you departing would undoubtedly raise numerous questions, so this is something you must consider carefully." Hearing her words, Admiral Carp pondered deeply and recognized the validity of her concern. He recalled an earlier conversation with Sengoku, who had mentioned that upon assuming the role of fleet admiral, he intended to take a vacation. Thus, Carp could utilize this opportunity to address the current situation. However, how could he justify taking QN away from the Navy headquarters? With this thought, Admiral Carp turned to Admiral Ze Fa and asked, "Ze Fa, I have a reason to leave the Navy headquarters, but what about your son? He cannot simply vanish into thin air. That would inevitably lead to complications in the future." Admiral Ze Fa was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that Carp was concerned about QN's situation, which was not an issue for him. He then produced several documents from his pocket and handed them to Carp, saying, "These are some letters of appointment. QN once expressed a desire to seek out renowned individuals from the seas to serve as instructors for the Navy's elite training program. These individuals could be pirate hunters or other adventurers. However, if they sincerely pledge allegiance to the Navy, these letters may serve as a guarantee to alleviate their troubles in this world. Capable individuals are not limited to pirates in the Navy. There are also pirate hunters and various renowned adventurers, many of whom carry burdens of their own. These letters of appointment could assist them in resolving their predicaments and returning to a normal life, making them invaluable to those who aspire towards the light at that moment." As Carp received the letters of appointment, he realized that his two friends had effectively resolved the situation, completing the final piece of the puzzle. Overcome with emotion, Admiral Carp embraced his friends, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The two, observing Carp's fervent excitement, simply patted his back, and soon after, Carp hurriedly departed. Watching Carp leave, he and Admiral Ze Fa exchanged glances, with Ze Fa being the first to speak. I wonder if what we have done is right. The future remains uncertain, in response. And he offered a gentle smile, stating, "Do not worry, Ze Fa. This will not be our concern. It is these younger generations who must face the challenges ahead. Besides, our old friend has never sought our assistance, so consider this a favor in light of our friendship. Furthermore, I do not believe that Cunning, with his current abilities, will be unable to handle them." Indeed, upon hearing his words, Admiral Ze Fa nodded in agreement, though after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "We may need to venture out ourselves. While Carp is taking action, we cannot afford to remain idle." "Oh, is there anything we have overlooked, Ze Fa?" he asked, slightly taken aback. Upon hearing her question, Admiral Ze Fa chuckled and replied, "The world is currently in pursuit of that child's mother. Might the former crew members of Roger's pirate crew engage in some mischief? That is quite plausible. They are not to be underestimated. Let us find an excuse to step out for a while," he suggested. "There is no need for such formality, and a simple warning to the two men in Subtly archipelago, and the fields will suffice. I believe that should be enough. The others lack the strength to interfere with us. They're not to be feared," Admiral Ze Fa declared, suddenly emanating an imposing aura. Upon hearing this declaration, filled with authority, he cast a glance at Admiral Ze Fa, reflecting, "This man has indeed returned. Once appointed as an admiral at the age of 38, do you think he is one to be easily intimidated? He merely values familial bonds more. An admiral remains an admiral, an unparalleled force guarding the world of pirates. Even if this formidable individual refrains from action, he remains a force to be reckoned with." Meanwhile, on the other side, Admiral Carp, known for his fearlessness within the Navy, harbored his own fears. The person he feared most was none other than the man seated before him, Sengoku, the current fleet admiral. This man was not only intelligent, but also cunning, and with his recent elevation to fleet admiral, it was evident that he had become the Navy's pillar for the coming decades. This left the audacious Admiral Carp feeling somewhat apprehensive when it came to speaking untruths before him. Nevertheless, he could not afford to show weakness and boldly confronted Fleet Admiral Sengoku, saying, "Sengoku, you must fulfill your promise. You cannot be a man of empty words." Fleet Admiral Sengoku was taken aback by this, then retorted, "Carp, you rascal, what are you on about? What promise have I made to you? You need to clarify, or you know the consequences." Hearing such a threatening remark from Sengoku only intensified Carp's anxiety. But at that moment, he could not relent. He pressed on, "Sengoku, did you not promise me a vacation? You cannot go back on your word. Now that Roger is gone, may I take a break? Also, can I take Cunning along? He needs to see the world. Being cooped up with Ze Fa in the elite training camp has drained away all the youthful vigor from him, making him as stern and rigid as Ze Fa himself." Realizing the issue at hand, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was left speechless and casually responded, "Fine, no problem. It's just a vacation, right? Take some time to enjoy yourself. Cunning is indeed quite busy, so it will be beneficial for him to have a break. He cannot be confined to his training every day." With Sengoku's agreement, Admiral Carp grinned and turned to leave, but just then he heard a voice from behind. "Carp, do not cause any trouble while you are out. Otherwise, you will put me in a difficult position." Upon hearing those words, Vice Admiral Carp was taken aback, mistakenly believing that the matters he had discussed with Sengoku and Ze Fa had been exposed. Instantly, a wave of cold sweat enveloped him. He understood that Sengoku, now serving as fleet admiral, was no longer the same as before. It was entirely possible that upon learning of this information, Sengoku would take matters into his own hands to eliminate the child. At that juncture, both sides consisted of friends of his, and unless he defected from the Navy, any ensuing troubles would ultimately befall him. Yet at that moment, Vice Admiral Carp could not fathom how to explain himself to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Instead, he awkwardly turned to face Sengoku, who he had anticipated would unleash a tempestuous tirade. To his surprise, Sengoku was merely engrossed in reviewing a mountain of documents on his desk. Beside him, his pet sheep quietly munched on the papers that Sengoku had already graded, while a seagull, its whereabouts unknown, had seemingly flown away. In 01 the room, paid Carp any mind. It was only then that Carp realized he had been frightening himself all along, and it was his own guilt that had led to such a situation. It seemed that an overabundance of inner turmoil was not beneficial. However, he could not allow Sengoku to discern his unease. Thus, he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and said, "Sengoku, I merely went out to relax. How could that possibly cause you any trouble? Do not speak recklessly. Besides, Ze Fa assigned me a task, and I was merely assisting him. What time would I have to create any issues for you?" "Oh, so Ze Fa is also seeking your assistance? Isn't he concerned that you might botch his affairs?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku replied skeptically, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Carp. Hearing this, Carp, who had initially worn a nervous expression, was suddenly consumed by rage as he bellowed at Sengoku. "Damn it, Sengoku! What kind of accusation is that? Do you truly think so little of my reliability? Furthermore, do you believe such trivial matters could possibly stump me? I can hardly be bothered to engage with you." With that, he stormed out of Sengoku's office, slamming the door with a loud bang, as if to retaliate, watching Carp leave in a huff. Sengoku felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, that he had the distinct impression that Carp was deliberately seeking trouble, and a nagging fear lingered in his heart that his old friend might inadvertently bring forth a calamity of monumental proportions. As the evening approached, Sengoku resolved that it would be prudent to visit Ze Fa's residence to summon the lad Cunning for a serious conversation. He held a degree of confidence in Cunning, having previously entrusted him with the perilous task of infiltrating Impel Down, which he had executed with remarkable finesse, skillfully navigating numerous dangers and rendering invaluable assistance. He believed Cunning would have no trouble dealing with Carp. Unbeknownst to him, by nightfall, Cunning had already been captured by Vice Admiral Carp. Sengoku arrived at Ze Fa's home and waited for quite some time, yet Cunning did not appear. It was at this moment that he realized the situation had undoubtedly taken a turn for the worse, though he remained unfazed. However, he could not have anticipated that the circumstances would exceed everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, let us return our focus to Vice Admiral Carp's small boat, where Cunning was conversing with Carp and increasingly sensing that the Vice Admiral was deliberately concealing something from him. Thus, under a barrage of probing questions, Carp found himself compelled to divulge the entirety of the situation to Cunning. Upon hearing their deliberations, Cunning thought to himself, "This is a disaster. It is evident that subordinates are deceiving their superiors. What could be the consequences of such deception? Carp and his friends might be fine, but as a mere junior, I could easily become a scapegoat. Why must my fate be so harsh?" Subsequently, Cunning watched as Carp produced several letters of appointment from his pocket and handed them to him. Upon seeing these documents issued by his adoptive father, Cunning felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In this era, who could predict the thoughts of the powerful fishmen regarding humans? Cunning vaguely recalled that during this period, fishmen were not particularly friendly towards humans. What if he were to become a mere target for them? Nevertheless, he resolved to take things as they came, as these letters might prove unexpectedly useful. Resigned to his fate, Cunning accepted that he could not escape this situation and would have to confront it head-on. With a sense of calm settling over him, Cunning decided to spend the ensuing days on the small boat, either honing his skills or practicing combat techniques in the water, sometimes utilizing the pressure of the water to enhance his physical prowess. Occasionally, he would seek Carp's guidance in martial arts, although he had initially hoped to practice swordsmanship. However, recalling that he had left his sword at home, he felt a sense of helplessness and was left with no choice but to focus on physical training. Later, noticing Cunning's evident discomfort, Vice Admiral Carp could no longer bear to watch. Given Cunning's enthusiasm for training, Carp, albeit reluctantly, resorted to borrowing some weapons from nearby pirates to procure a weapon for him. The pirates at sea were no match for the two of them. They were more akin to bandits. From the pirates, they acquired a significant haul of weapons. Carp placed these weapons before Cunning, encouraging him to choose one that suited him, exuding an air of bravado. Cunning surveyed the subpar selection before him, feeling utterly disheartened. Yet, witnessing Carp's proud demeanor, he could not help but retort, "Senior Carp, what is there to boast about? I have never wielded such inferior weapons." Carp, aware of his shortcomings, pretended not to hear and continued to bask in his own self-satisfaction. With no alternative, Cunning begrudgingly settled for a weapon, selecting a knife that he deemed somewhat manageable after an extensive search among the offerings. Life at sea was undeniably dull, but the time for idle chatter had passed. Both men understood the gravity of their situation. Thus, as Carp pressed forward with fervor, Cunning remained silent, contemplating strategies. The entire world was in pursuit of this woman. The primary concern was to locate her. Only then could they address the other pressing matters. Observing Carp's demeanor, it was evident that he must have already discerned the woman's whereabouts. The next step would be to devise a plan to confront the CP agents of the world government. With a serious expression, Cunning turned to Carp and stated, "Senior Carp, I shall not waste your time with trivialities. Our endeavor may soon require us to shed blood. Otherwise, we will be ill-prepared for what lies ahead." Upon hearing Cunning's words, Carp chuckled heartily and replied, "Cunning, shedding blood is as routine for me as breathing. From the moment I joined the Navy, my existence has been reduced to a binary choice, life or death. To ensure my survival, I must ensure that my enemies meet their demise." Cunning nodded, aware that each member of the older generation had emerged from a landscape littered with corpses. His words were merely a reminder to Carp that the impending task of safeguarding this child's existence would inevitably lead to a storm of bloodshed. Little did they know, some ill-fated soul had indiscriminately spread rumors across the seas, unaware of the death toll such actions would incur. According to reliable sources, it had come to their attention that CP agents had begun rounding up numerous pregnant women. Showing no signs of halting their operations, that it appeared that the CP agents were prepared to err on the side of caution rather than let a single target slip through their fingers. Given the situation, Cunning sensed that the woman was in grave danger, and they had no choice but to hasten their journey. Thus, Cunning urged Carp once more, "Senior Carp, please expedite our pace. Time waits for no one, and we have already squandered a considerable amount of it." Admiral Carp, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, nodded gravely. However, the vessel's speed left him feeling profoundly anxious, particularly since he was unaware of the circumstances at hand. The rapid progression of events made him feel somewhat out of control. Should they arrive too late, it seemed inevitable that they would have to confront the CP agents. For now, all he could do was await his arrival to truly grasp the entirety of the situation. Time slipped by swiftly, and after 2 days, Admiral Carp finally brought He-1 to a secluded island. Although the island was quite remote, he could still spot several men clad in black suits and hats moving about incessantly. Accompanied by some naval soldiers, this sight startled both He-1 and Admiral Carp, as they had not anticipated the agent's efficiency. Even in such a secluded town, the question of its safety was now debatable. He-1 realized that their objectives were far too conspicuous, and both of them had, to some extent, already made their way onto the world government's CP list. Particularly for Admiral Carp, this naval hero was a focal point of naval propaganda. Anyone could easily recognize him with just a gesture. Consequently, they could not venture onto the island during the day for fear of being discovered by the agents. They would have to wait until nightfall. When the agents had retreated to discreetly search for the woman, He-1's heart grew heavier as he contemplated the predicament. What should have been a pleasant day was now marred by the necessity of accompanying this old man on such a nerve-wracking endeavor. With a look of deep resentment, He-1 gazed at Admiral Carp, who, aware of his own shortcomings, made another effort to feign indifference. With no recourse against the thick-skinned admiral, He-1 resigned himself to resting quietly until nightfall. As dusk approached, the two stealthily made their way onto the island. Once Admiral Carp concealed the small boat, they followed the instructions that Pirate King Roger had given to Carp, arriving at an inconspicuous house on the island. Before entering, He-1 paused momentarily to stop Admiral Carp, leaving the latter momentarily perplexed. However, seeing the seriousness in He-1's demeanor, Admiral Carp chose to wait silently. Curious about He-1's intentions, He-1 proceeded to set up a few rudimentary warning measures around the house. Should anyone attempt to enter after their arrival, they would be alerted and could take precautionary measures. While the observation hockey was indeed a useful tool, its activation would allow others to gauge the user's strength and identity. Their objective was to maintain a low profile. If they drew too much attention, their purpose for being there would be rendered moot. Thus, they relied on these primitive methods for warning, though their effectiveness remained uncertain. They quietly opened the door and stepped inside, inadvertently awakening the guard stationed outside. The startled guard sprang to his feet, intending to intercept Admiral Karp, and he won, only to be swiftly struck aside by Admiral Karp's powerful hand. Seizing the opportunity, Hewen located an oil lamp within the house, and under its dim glow, the two ventured further inside. The guard, still reeling from the blow, attempted to rise again to confront Admiral Karp. But Hewen swiftly drew his long knife and struck the guard on the head with the back of the blade, rendering him unconscious. This abrupt display of force prompted Admiral Karp, who had just entered the room, to turn and glare at Hewen, exclaiming, "Hewen, can't you be a bit gentler? What if you frighten the people inside?" Hewen retorted, "You jest, Admiral. Do you truly believe that those inside are easily intimidated? They are not just any ordinary individuals. That is the woman of Pirate King Roger. She has seen far more than either of us." Karp, flustered, realized that he could no longer turn back. They had to ascertain whether the woman they sought to protect was indeed inside. After tidying up outside, Hewen followed Admiral Karp into the inner room, where they were finally poised to meet this historical figure. Hewen's heart raced with excitement. Although he had initially wished to avoid this affair, he could not suppress his anticipation upon facing the reality of the situation. The woman before them was none other than Portgasti Rouge, the woman of the Pirate King. In that moment, as the drowsy woman beheld two strangers clad in naval uniforms invading her home. Her expression remained unchanged. With an air of tranquility, she inquired, "May I know who you two unexpected guests are, arriving at my home in the dead of night?" Hewen felt a pang of exasperation. Realizing she had preempted his intended introduction, he quickly responded, "Before we discuss anything else, allow me to ask, are you Portgasti Rouge?" Without a hint of panic, the woman smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am Portgasti Rouge. How may I assist you?" Observing her calm demeanor, Hewen could not help but admire her composure. Despite the intrusion of two strangers into her home at such an hour, she remained unfazed, indicating her extraordinary character. Yet, given the urgency of their situation, Hewen could not afford to dwell on this admiration. Admiral Karp, visibly anxious, interjected, "Your situation is exceedingly perilous. We must escort you away from here immediately." As Karp prepared to take Portgasti Rouge away, she coldly retorted, "This is my home, and you two dare to invade it with the intention of taking me away. Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated?" Understanding her words, Hewen realized that they had not formally introduced themselves or explained their intentions. He reluctantly replied, "Madam, I fear you may be mistaken. We are not agents of the world government. Our purpose here is clear. We have been entrusted with the task of protecting you and your unborn child." Upon hearing this, she remained aloof, responding, "I am not with child. You must be mistaken. Gentlemen, your presence in a lady's home at this hour could severely damage my reputation. If there is no urgent matter at hand, I kindly request that you leave." Hewen's brow twitched slightly at her words, realizing she was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, as Admiral Karp was about to explain, Hewen preemptively stopped him, addressing her, "I believe you are misinformed. The one truly seeking to protect you is this man beside me. Not I to be candid. My connection to your family is minimal, and I bear no particular fondness for you. Your husband has entangled my mentor in a predicament, compelling him to assist in cleaning up the mess. Furthermore, I am here against my will for your child. Every child is precious, and you cannot be oblivious to the chaos that your child's birth will unleash upon countless families," Hewen continued. "I am not here to negotiate. I am merely informing you that for the sake of your child and your partner, we are here to help. Should you choose to accept our assistance, then so be it. If not, I will take my leave immediately." Upon concluding his remarks, Hewen gazed calmly at Portgasti Rouge, his earlier anxiety dissipating. The situation had escalated beyond his control, and there was little merit in fretting alongside Vice Admiral Karp. The primary concern lay in whether this woman would cooperate. If she chose not to, he would not linger here, for this place was fraught with danger and the potential for dire consequences. At that moment, a palpable tension enveloped the scene. Vice Admiral Karp, unable to contain his impatience, addressed Hewen, imploring him to act swiftly to relocate the women to a secure location, emphasizing the urgency of the matter given the uncertainty surrounding the arrival of the world government CP agents. In response, Hewen shook his head and stated, "Karp Senpai, We must defer to her will, but if she refuses to leave, we are powerless to compel her. Should we attempt to forcefully remove her, I fear I would have to part ways with you." Before anyone could elaborate further, the previously silent Port Gasti Rouge interjected, "May I inquire why you both are aware of my presence here and the circumstances surrounding my husband?" Hewen sighed in resignation, recognizing that while this woman seemed inclined to accompany them, clarity was essential to prevent any unforeseen complications along the way. Observing the increasingly anxious Vice Admiral Karp, Hewen decided to take the initiative. After gathering his thoughts, he explained, "The unfolding events are rather straightforward. Your husband, the pirate King Joeldit Roger, was just executed. Before his demise, he summoned Karp Senpai to the prison, where they engaged in an extensive conversation about you. This is why we have come to find you, as for the rumors circulating about you on the seas. I regret to inform you that we are not the source of that information." Vice Admiral Karp promptly affirmed, "Indeed, Hewen's account is accurate. The situation is exceedingly urgent that if you have further inquiries, it would be prudent to wait until we have secured your safety before discussing them." Hewen added, "Moreover, I fear that your endurance may soon be at its limit." Upon hearing this, Port Gasti Rouge's demeanor shifted. Her voice, once cold, now bore a note of urgency. "I implore you both to assist me. I can no longer withstand this, that my child is about to be born." Karp and Hewen breathed a sigh of relief, assuring her, "We have come to resolve this matter. First, we must ascertain whether your condition is stable." Acting swiftly, they conducted a thorough examination of Port Gasti Rouge, but the prognosis was grim. Hewen recalled that this woman, as depicted in the anime, had sacrificed much for the sake of her child, her very life. In fact, she was exhausting her vitality to ensure the child's survival. Hewen proceeded to explain the situation to Rouge. After absorbing the information, she appeared to reconcile with the harsh reality. Meanwhile, Karp expressed his confusion, asking, "What do you mean by time is running out?" With a heavy heart, Hewen reiterated the circumstances. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, Karp was enveloped in sorrow, realizing the inevitability of her tragic fate. However, Rouge, now placing her trust in the two men, reassured Karp, "Rest assured, Mr. Karp, that I believe my child will be remarkable. As long as he is well, I shall find peace." Recognizing the urgency of their predicament, Hewen understood that they could no longer linger in pointless conversation. They needed to expedite their departure from this perilous location. It was conceivable that others might soon arrive to investigate, and any slip could spell disaster. Karp clapped his hands decisively, exclaiming, "Indeed, our foremost priority is to vacate this place. This island has become exceedingly unsafe," he added. "I have already identified a secure location where you can safely give birth that, if we delay, all our efforts will be in vain." Poor Gastida Rouge nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, we shall promptly prepare to set off with everyone to that safe haven." Karp continued, "This place is equipped with all necessary provisions. I have arranged for everything in advance. Our primary focus now must be on ensuring your safety." Without further ado, Hewen turned to rouse the unconscious guard, taking her along as they departed the premises. The two rooms were not particularly spacious, and after a cursory inspection, Hewen concluded there was nothing of critical importance to salvage. Soon, they found Karp's concealed small vessel and set sail away from the island. However, shortly after their departure, a large contingent of CP agents surrounded the building, having received a tip-off about a pregnant woman who had failed to report to the world government. Leading the charge was a man in a suit and black hat, who commanded his subordinates to search the premises thoroughly for any signs of her presence. Two CP lackeys soon emerged, informing their superior, "Sir, we have searched the premises and found no one. However, there are signs indicating recent occupancy. Half a kettle of warm water and residual warmth on the bed suggest that someone was here not long ago." The CP officer's eyes lit up with excitement, and he quickly dispatched patrol boats to scour the surrounding waters for any signs of the fleeing individuals. The officer was determined to capture Port Gasti Rouge, regardless of her identity as Joeldit Roger's wife. The mere act of leaving the island at such a critical juncture was enough to warrant severe consequences. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Hewen and his companions had already put considerable distance between themselves and the island. Unfortunately, fortune turned against them as Vice Admiral Karp navigated the vessel. It suddenly malfunctioned, leading to an outburst of frustration from He Won and the others. At such a crucial moment, the boat's failure was utterly infuriating. However, solely blaming the crew of the boat is not a solution. Initially, one ought to consider that not long ago, He Won and his companions had been hastily navigating this small vessel at breakneck speed. Poor little boat, since its departure, had never known a moment's respite, relentlessly roaring forward at full power. Now, after managing to rest for a few brief moments, they were once again urged to exert themselves fully. Such demands are hardly reasonable. It is evident that the vessel is now displaying signs of discontent at this juncture. Amongst all those aboard, only the resourceful He Won possesses the skills to repair the boat. In the training camp, he not only acquired theoretical knowledge, but also honed various practical skills, striving to become a well-rounded individual. While he may not be a master in every discipline, he is certainly capable of addressing simpler issues without much difficulty. Faced with this predicament, the group could only wait for He Won to attend to the repairs. Upon inspection, he informed them that the problem was not particularly severe. After a brief period of work, he successfully fixed the boat, and the delay was not excessively long. However, this time, fortune did not favor them. After the vessel had traveled short distance, they discerned several small boats trailing behind them on the water. As He Won's small craft sped ahead, its lights illuminating the surroundings, they were soon spotted. Before long, a voice boomed through a loudspeaker, demanding, "Hey, people on that small boat, do you see us? We are agents of the world government. Halt immediately and submit to our inspection. At such a critical time, how dare you flee? Are you seeking death?" The tone of these individuals was decidedly unfriendly, yet none present were simpletons. He Won, well prepared, remained unflustered. Upon hearing the brash remarks from across the way, He Won chose not to engage in lengthy discourse, opting instead to wait quietly as they approached this moment. He believed that in situations where force could resolve matters, it was wiser to refrain from wasting time with words. He donned a mask he had prepared in advance and drew his warm blade. When the two CP agents disembarked from their boat, they regarded He Won with hostility, shouting, "You lot must be seeking death. Did you not hear what we just said? How dare you speed along like this? Do you wish to throw away your lives?" Their words dripped with arrogance, but He Won stood resolute, observing them. Vice Admiral Karp cast a glance his way, but said nothing. However, when the two agents got a glimpse of He Won's masked visage and the weapon he wielded, an overwhelming aura of danger washed over them. Without hesitation, they drew their sidearms, intent on attacking. He Won calmly regarded their movements, filled with disdain, just as they were about to open fire. He executed a swift naval technique, closing the distance between them in an instant, and with one decisive slash, dispatched both agents. They fell to the ground, caught off guard by the abruptness of their demise. Having already crossed the threshold of violence, He Won felt little need to concern himself with the world government agent's arrogance. As the sound of others approaching reached his ears, he positioned himself to block their exit. The CP agents, unaccustomed to such indignity, erupted in fury, hurling insults at He Won. Yet when one of them noticed the blood dripping from He Won's blade, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to draw his weapon and fire. The other agents, witnessing their comrade's actions, were momentarily stunned. Upon taking a closer look at He Won, a chill ran down their spines, as they realized the two who had just exited were likely in grave peril. Without hesitation, they drew their firearms, aiming at He Won. However, He Won had no intention of indulging them in idle chatter. Time was of the essence. In a flash, he lunged at them, shouting, "Behold my ultimate technique." The troubling wind, this shameless imitation of another style, was uniquely He Won's own. Instantly, the scene was littered with the fallen, and after confirming that all present had perished, he stepped inside to retrieve a small portion of supplies. Exiting the small boat, he leaped onto his own craft and, with a swift motion, executed a crescent slash that cleaved the enemy vessel in two. In no time, He Won's boat surged ahead. Meanwhile, the CP officer on the island, after a prolonged wait, noticed that the other three groups had returned, leaving only one unaccounted for. That a sense of dread crept over him. He feared the last group had met with disaster or encountered something substantial to pursue. With this in mind, the CP officer could no longer contain his excitement. sensing a promotion looming on the horizon. He ordered all his subordinates to board a large ship and head toward the direction from which Yuan had departed. Yet, as fate would have it, the larger vessel's speed surpassed that of the small boats, and just as Yuan and his crew were about to escape the area, they were overtaken by the larger ship. Upon seeing the pursuing vessel, Vice Admiral Karp cursed under his breath and exchanged glances with Yuan, who felt resigned to the fact that he would have to handle the dirty work. He understood that Karp's presence would inevitably draw attention, whereas he himself was of lesser renown and could operate without attracting undue scrutiny. Thus, it appeared that the burden of this task would fall squarely on his shoulders. Reluctantly, he donned the cursed mask once more, brandishing his worn blade as the large ship bore down on them. Without hesitation, he activated his armament hockey, enveloping his blade in a dark aura, and executed a straightforward strike devoid of flourish. The crew aboard the ship attempted to counter with their own moves, launching into the air to intercept Yuan's attack with a technique from the 6 styles of Navy. However, Yuan's strike proved far more formidable, effortlessly overpowering the agent's efforts and cleaving a substantial portion from the side of the large ship, allowing the sea to rush in, with the vessel compromised. The crew could no longer pursue. A voice rang out, urging, "Forget about them. Quickly patch the ship. Move. Block the breach." Heeding the call, the agent scrambled to staunch the flow of water, seeing the larger ship abandon its pursuit. The crew exhaled in relief. Yuan refrained from causing further carnage, aware that inciting the full wrath of the CP would place them in a perilous situation, with agents from all over the seas pursuing them. Inflicting injuries was the best course of action. Yet, perhaps reflecting on something, Yuan's lips curled into a sly smile as he shouted to the CP agents still mending the ship, "Let be known. My name is Rorinoa Zoro. If you seek vengeance, come find me." He laughed heartily, disregarding their reactions, and strolled back into the interior of his small boat, not because he wished to cease fighting, but rather. At this moment, the long knife at his waist had been reduced to mere powder. That ordinary long knife, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from Yuan, was already commendable in its own right. One should not overestimate the prowess of pirate weapons that are inferior even to the standard equipment of the Navy. If one were to confront them using martial arts, it would undoubtedly reveal certain flaws. Especially considering that his formidable strength was quite distinctive, Yuan remained oblivious to the future troubles that awaited a certain individual named Rorinoa Zoro. Upon setting sail, was immediately besieged by relentless CP agents. Even if Yuan were to learn of this, he would remain indifferent, for as the old adage goes, a friend's demise does not concern a Taoist. The techniques displayed by Yuan this time were rather commonplace. Many individuals on the vast ocean wielded powers comparable to his own. Thus, he was not anxious about being recognized, as these techniques bore no remarkable characteristics. In pursuing the matter, it was crucial to note that he had not disclosed his true name, but rather a fictitious one. Seemingly linked to the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the identity of the person who had set sail with him was now lost to time, and in a moment of dark humor, he chuckled to himself. Upon witnessing his smile, for reasons unknown, both Vice Admiral Garp and Lu Jiu felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. However, it was not long before Yuan's expression turned grim once more as they entered. The others were puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor, their hearts filled with an ominous premonition that it was then that Vice Admiral Garp delivered a punch to Yuan's head, causing a large bump to form instantly. And the brooding expression on his face could no longer be maintained. Garp then addressed Yuan, saying, "Yuan, stop pretending to be so profound. Speak your mind. If you have something to say it quickly. There are ladies present, and I won't tolerate scaring them." That Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, inwardly cursing. This old fool knows nothing and keeps disrupting my rhythm, only causing me trouble. Observing that the previously serious atmosphere had been utterly shattered by Vice Admiral Garp, Yuan decided to abandon his pretense. He cast a menacing gaze at the two individuals who had boarded the ship with him and said, "I must ask you to clarify why. Just after we left Lady Lu Jiu's quarters, we were pursued. There's something the two of you, along with this gatekeeper, need to explain?" The people present were not fools. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Garp's eyes narrowed slightly. Do not underestimate this individual, as he may appear frivolous, but is far from foolish. If he were, would he have survived until now? In truth, suspicions had long been brewing among them. It was evident that Portgast Lugo was the woman of the pirate king, Joel de Roger. The child she carried was the focal point of their pursuit, making it impossible for her to disclose the situation. Consequently, all eyes turned toward the gatekeeper to make tea that moment. However, the gatekeeper was trembling uncontrollably. Although she was a mere gatekeeper, she was still human, and witnessing Hewen's brutal display of strength had instilled a nagging sense of dread regarding her fate. Yet, Lady Lugo reassured the assembly, stating, "I trust my servant. Although her time with me has been brief, I believe she is not that kind of person." That Hewen shrugged, unwilling to engage in further conversation with her, simply remarking, "Whether she is or not needs to be ascertained. Your mere words will not suffice for us to take you at your word, that if we do not clarify this issue now, we may find ourselves facing greater dangers in the future. It would be prudent for you, Lady Lugo, to step aside." Vice Admiral Garp, filled with anger, reflected on the indignity of nearly stumbling in such a small place while accompanied by a follower of uncertain background. What if something were to occur? How would he explain it to his old friend Roger? Thus, he nodded toward Lugo and said, "I apologize, madam, but and I must attend to certain matters that may not be suitable for your viewing as a pregnant woman. I hope you can understand and step outside for about 10 minutes. Lady Lugo was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Her ability to escape was entirely reliant on these two. Deep down, she harbored a sliver of doubt regarding her gatekeeper. After all, she was privy to the truth of her circumstances. Without lingering, she nodded to Hewen and Vice Admiral Garp before exiting the small vessel to breathe in the fresh sea air. Once she had left, Hewen and Vice Admiral Garp wasted no time and approached the gatekeeper. The sight of these two imposing men nearly frightened her into submission. She stammered, "I haven't done anything." "I don't know what you want." Hewen shot her a cold smile and responded, "What do you think? You should already be aware that if you wish for a swift resolution, speak the truth. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret ever entering this world." It appears that this individual is already aware of her impending fate. Having witnessed the brutality of Hewen firsthand, she can now only gaze at him with pleading eyes, hoping for a moment of mercy. Yet, Hewen remains utterly unmoved, coldly fixated on her. Acknowledging the impossibility of continuing to live, she understands that her only option is to quietly settle her affairs with dignity. Ultimately, it was merely the allure of wealth that drew her in. Upon seeing the generous bounty offered by the world government, she succumbed to temptation. Little did she anticipate the formidable background of the pregnant woman she had been tending to, nor the multitude of rescuers that would come forth. Now, realizing her regret is futile, she comprehends that in this world, there is no remedy for remorse. Once one has embarked on such a course of action, one must bear the consequences that arise from it. At this moment, Hewen refrains from sharing further words. Instead, listening in silence until she concludes, he breathes a sigh of relief. It seems this person is not an agent and possesses no knowledge of significant matters. Of course, this is merely one of the countless scenarios Hewen has envisioned, and fortunately, it is among the most favorable. However, now that he has acquired knowledge he should not possess, it is time to deal with her in a special manner. Nevertheless, Hewen casts a glance at Admiral Garp, and upon seeing that he offers no further counsel, Hewen hesitates not and swiftly escorts the individual away. The outcome, as everyone is aware, is that she has permanently departed from this world. Observing Hewen leading her away, Admiral Garp remains composed, devoid of any expression, for he knows that any semblance of mercy in the present will only become a liability in the future. And thus, he shows no concern for such matters. Soon, following a blood-curdling scream, tranquility envelopes the ship once more, albeit now with 3 individuals instead of 4. Admiral Garp regains his composure and steers the vessel toward their prepared destination. Within a couple of days, they arrive at the location, surprising everyone, as the rugged Admiral Garp exhibits unexpected meticulousness in this setting. The environment he has chosen is extraordinarily picturesque, and its position is remarkably secluded, inaccessible to the average person. Furthermore, the midwives and attendants are thoroughly prepared, likely arranged long ago, suggesting a premeditated plan on her part. Hewen muses inwardly. However, this is not a moment for excessive contemplation. Although they have traversed the most perilous phase of evasion, the primary concern now lies with Portgast de Rouge. This woman harbors significant health risks, yet her unwavering willpower masks her condition. As her vitality flows towards the child, she shows no signs of distress, merely gritting her teeth and enduring, thus initiating a countdown to her demise. Witnessing this, Hewan feels a pang of compassion, yet recognizes that this mother has exerted every effort for her child. Therefore, he resolves to assist her in whatever modest capacity he can during her final days. Thus, Hewan summons Admiral Karp outside, and the two engage in hushed discussions for a while before Hewan departs. Admiral Karp then re-enters the room, this time with a subtle smile gracing his face. Noticing this expression, Madame Rouge becomes curious and inquires, "Admiral Karp, it seems your young protégé has captured your fondness." Taken aback momentarily, Admiral Karp then smiles and responds, "What gives you that impression?" Madame Rouge, smiling slightly, replies, "It is not difficult to discern. Throughout your journey, you have often heeded this child's counsel, and I have observed you diligently guiding him in his training. In my view, he is destined to become a pillar of your Navy." Become a pillar of the Navy? Ha ha ha. It is far too early to make such claims. This lad is simply not detestable, which is why I have endeavored to teach him what I can. However, do you know what he said to me just before he left? Admiral Karp burst into laughter. Before departing, I saw you two conversing for a while, but I could not ascertain the contents of your discussion. I presume it pertained to your work. After all, you have both occupied my time considerably, for which I sincerely apologize, should you have matters to attend to. Please do not feel constrained by my presence. Upon hearing Madame Rouge's words, Admiral Karp laughs heartily and replies, "Ah, you underestimate him. Just now, he mentioned going to the sea to catch some large sea kings to replenish your strength. During his earlier examination of you, he discovered that your body is severely depleted. While it may be beyond healing, with proper care, there may still be some recovery." Upon hearing this, Ms. Lugio's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she was acutely aware of her own condition, understanding that once her child was born, her own life would reach its conclusion. Thus, any additional moments she could spend with her child, however fleeting, felt like a monumental blessing. Moreover, she had not anticipated that this young man, who had expressed numerous grievances along their journey, would now be compelled to confront the ferocious sea kings on her behalf. Having witnessed the world, she recognized that these formidable creatures of the ocean were indeed referred to as sea kings. Typically, if an ordinary individual lacked formidable strength, encountering such beings would lead to certain destruction. It appeared that this young lad accompanying Rear Admiral Karp was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Karp continued, stating that the young man had just inquired whether these individuals were trustworthy and if the prior incidents in that small town would reoccur. However, Karp had assured him unequivocally that these people had been under his command for quite some time. He had dispatched them with thorough preparations. They would safeguard him as Lugio during her impending labor. Additionally, Ms. Lugio need not fear, for both he and Hewan were present, and typically, few would dare approach this place. Even the wretched CP agents would think twice before entering. At this point, Karp's eyes narrowed slightly, and it was clear to all present what remained unspoken. After exchanging a few more words, Rear Admiral Karp found an excuse to leave the room, although he, as a man, was indifferent to such matters. And as Lugio, being a lady who had spent an extended period aboard their small vessel, must surely be wearied. It was best to allow her some time to rest, while the overall defense and specific arrangements will be entrusted to him, and he won. Having introduced Rear Admiral Karp and M.S. Lugio, it is now pertinent to discuss Hewan's current endeavors, as previously mentioned. After inquiring about information from Rear Admiral Karp, Hewan did not dwell on it for long. He took the large knives he had seized from the pirates and ventured into the depths of the sea. This served a dual purpose: to enhance his physical prowess and to capture some valuable fish or sea kings, which he could use to nourish Lugio. Simultaneously, in anticipation of any unusual circumstances, he did not stray too far from the island, but instead lingered nearby. As the sun began to set that afternoon, Hewan returned, dragging a massive fish behind him, large enough to feed everyone on the island for nearly a month. However, due to the peculiar conditions of this location, which were not conducive to preserving fish, Hewan had no choice but to slice off the most delectable portions to distribute among the group. The remaining parts he planned to use the following day to attract other fish or sea kings, with the intent of slaying a few more large fish to provide nourishment for everyone. The gathering showed no signs of discontent with Wen's decisions. Instead, they felt immense joy. For ordinary folk to partake in such a feast was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Considering the rich nutrients contained within the fish, their appreciation was evident. The next day, when Wen returned to the shore to fish again, some well-meaning individuals, having completed their tasks, arrived at the beach to observe his fishing techniques. Yet, due to the prolonged tedium, they eventually abandoned their efforts, opting to seek out distractions to occupy their time. Only Rear Admiral Carp remained, meandering around the island, lamenting, "Alas, the Navy biscuits are nearly finished. What shall I do?" Fortunately, Wen was not present, for otherwise, he would have been subjected to a barrage of mockery. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand that hindered them, Carp would have long since vanished from sight. As time passed, the days drifted by, and in the tranquil atmosphere, Port Gasti Lugio finally gave birth to her child. Following this momentous occasion, an inexplicable joy enveloped the island, as everyone rejoiced in the arrival of new life. Ms. Lugio, having consumed the nourishing fish during her pregnancy, had replenished her strength to some extent, despite her frail condition. Contrary to earlier expectations, she did not pass away immediately after childbirth. Instead, her gaze softened with tenderness as she beheld her child. Although her body appeared weak, she still possessed enough strength to lift her head. Having spent a considerable amount of time on the island and unable to communicate with the outside world, Wen and his companions could only estimate the passage of time. Yet they held great admiration for this woman, recognizing the profound strength of maternal love. With the arrival of the child came the task of naming him. What name would be fitting? As the group pondered, it was Ms. Portgasti Lugio, the child's true mother, who spoke up. She declared he once said that if the child were a girl, she should be named Anne, and if a boy, then Ace. Henceforth, this child shall be known as Joel D. Ace. Upon hearing this name, a profound silence enveloped the room. Rear Admiral Carp, trusting those who stood by him, held nothing back, while the others focused entirely on attending to Ms. Lugio. Although they were aware of her precarious condition, the atmosphere, which should have been filled with celebration after the naming, bore an inexplicable tinge of sorrow. Observing this scene, Ms. Lugio understood that the melancholy stemmed from her own circumstances, yet witnessing her child's safe arrival rendered all else secondary. Thus, she smiled at those present and said, "Dear friends, this is a moment of joy, the birth of my child. All of you are his elders and should be celebrating. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Whatever the future holds, we shall leave to fate." After speaking, she entrusted the child in her arms to the crowd. They, too, realized that they may have been somewhat inappropriate earlier. How could they allow the atmosphere to be so sorrowful during such a joyous moment? Soon, laughter erupted among them. However, this laughter seemed tinged with reluctance, and the only person capable of maintaining composure was Wen. In his past life, he had witnessed this scene countless times and was well aware of what was to come. Thus, he did not pay excessive attention to the emotions displayed by others. Understanding that everyone bore their own sentiments, acutely must be said that the women sought by the Pirate King were not ordinary individuals. The woman's name bore the letter D, indicating that she was not someone to be underestimated. Just look at the man beside her, Vice Admiral Carp, whose full name is Monkey D. Carp. His personal charm was undeniable, as he effortlessly rallied the entire island's populace to his side in a short span of time. Lugio noticed Wen standing in the corner, nodded, and smiled in gratitude. Wen returned the gesture with a nod, but did not utter a word before turning to leave. Internally, he felt a profound conflict about the future of this child. He understood better than anyone else what lay ahead. He was also acutely aware of Vice Admiral Carp's expectations. However, in his view, a pirate would always be a pirate, and this child's birth destined him for a path that could not be as simple as that of others. Wen stood outside. Feeling the gentle sea breeze, his emotions were quite complex. After a considerable time, his conflicting heart gradually settled. Just as he had intended to return, he noticed Vice Admiral Carp standing behind him. Karp had perceived Ewan's unstable mindset moments earlier and had followed him silently after he left the room, deep in thought, unaware of his presence. When Ewan turned to look at him, Karp spoke first. "Ewan, young lad, you appeared lost in thought just now. What troubles your mind? Is there an issue at hand?" Ewan shook his head and replied to Vice Admiral Karp. "Karp Senpai, do you not understand what I am pondering? As members of the Navy, is it wise for us to have too much interaction with those destined to be pirates? Just as you did with Roger." Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Karp finally grasped what Ewan was trying to convey. He realized that he had set a rather poor precedent. Yet, such was his nature. If he were to suppress his instincts, he would rather abandon his future in the Navy altogether. With a sigh, Karp said, "I cannot discern whether this is good or bad, but we can only guide them positively. As for the future, we shall resolve it ourselves." Ewan sighed as well, turning away from Karp and seeking a place to train, knowing that if anything were to occur in the future, the decision would not rest in his hands. Thus, 3 months swiftly passed. Poor Gasti, Lu Jio's life ultimately reached its end. Despite her daily intake of nourishing food, she could not withstand the frailty of her body through the autumn. However, unlike the previous narrative, she felt immense satisfaction having spent 3 months by her child's side. She was profoundly grateful to He-1 and Vice Admiral Karp, and in her final moments, she grasped Karp's hand, saying, "Mr. Karp, I truly thank you, but I can no longer accompany this child. I can only entrust him to you, hoping you will guide him towards the right path and allow him to live under the sun." Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Karp nodded firmly, assuring her, "Do not worry, Lugio. I will look after this child and treat him as my own K." In her lingering gaze filled with love for her child. She departed this world. Her passing did not stir significant waves in the world, as no one would remember her existence. People continued their daily struggles for survival. After arranging her final rites, Vice Admiral Karp held the child. The infant, too young to comprehend adult sorrow, gazed up at Karp with wide eyes. As if sensing a connection, he did not cry, but stood silently before the grave for a long time, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance, murmuring softly, "I wonder when I can return to see you again, that I hope you and he can find peace over there. For now, I shall take care of this child." Standing beside him, Ewan said nothing, feeling a twinge of regret for the woman's passing. However, he had no deep ties to these individuals, so he merely gazed at the gravestone in silence. Though the woman was gone, life must continue. The present circumstances were proving to be quite troublesome for both Vice Admiral Karp and He-1. This small island, while idyllic, was exceedingly remote, and its inhabitants were all subordinates of Karp. These individuals obeyed Karp without question, but who could say how they would treat this child in his absence? Without proper guidance, the child's growth could be severely hindered, placing both men in a predicament. Just as everyone was grappling with the child's future, Karp suddenly recalled his hometown, Windmill Village in the East Sea. Perhaps someone there would be willing to adopt the child, provided they concealed his identity well. Moreover, as a resident of Windmill Village, he would be esteemed by most townsfolk. Placing the child there would ensure he received an excellent education. With this thought, Karp turned to He-1 and proposed, "He-1, why not place this child in my hometown, Windmill Village in the East Sea? What do you think?" He-1 momentarily did not comprehend, but, after some consideration, quickly realized the implications. While he might be unfamiliar with other places, he was certainly well acquainted with this one. In truth, He-1 slightly misunderstood Karp's intention. He was unaware that Karp initially intended for the townsfolk to raise the child. For reasons unknown, Karp ultimately decided to entrust the child to a mountain bandit. He could empathize with Karp, recognizing that the child was exceptionally special. Though he was an ordinary person now, leading a peaceful life could help him grow into adulthood. However, the child carried within him an unsettling essence, leading Karp to fear what he might become in the future. Yet, that time had not yet arrived. This was merely the beginning. He-1 nodded in agreement with Karp's suggestion. The two men tidied their belongings, issued instructions to their subordinates, and set sail for Windmill Village in the East Sea. Thus, they were about to embark on an intriguing journey. As time passed swiftly, Karp's small boat was remarkably swift. After a few days of hastening, they finally arrived at a small village in the East Sea, the very village that would later become renowned as Windmill Village. Their distance was not far. allowing the boat to reach its destination quickly. Once ashore, the task at hand was largely removed from He-Wen's responsibilities. The key personnel had been secured, and their child had successfully been born. What remained was for He-Wen and Karp to negotiate with the village chief. This chief, named Upu Shurbu, was particularly interesting. He felt ashamed of the number of pirates emerging from his village while secretly taking pride in those born there. This small town was exceptionally famous for producing notable individuals. The most straightforward example being the three generations of the Karp family. Point one is a naval hero, another a revolutionary leader, and one aspires to become the pirate king. Among the vast realm of pirates, they're the ones who play the game with the most flair. Yet, the esteemed Vice Admiral Karp takes no shame in this. Rather, he wears it as a badge of honor, leaving the later fleet Admiral Sengoku and Auntie to clean up after him. After all, their connections are indeed quite solid. In due course, Ace and his two brothers also embraced the pirate life. And among them was the future Emperor of the Sea, red-haired Shanks, who lingered for quite some time upon reaching this quaint windmill village. Cunning, filled with curiosity, pondered what allure this village possessed that could attract such unusual characters. Thus, he resolved to explore Windmill Village thoroughly. Upon arriving on the island with Vice Admiral Karp, the two parted ways, agreeing to reconvene at the tavern within the village, with nothing pressing to occupy his time. Cunning strolled through the small village. It wasn't long before he had traversed its entirety. To him, it resembled any ordinary village, where the locals rose with the sun and rested at dusk, living tranquil and leisurely lives. Perhaps due to Karp's origins, a significant naval presence surrounded the village to provide protection, which Cunning couldn't help but find amusing that if one had gone to the trouble of safeguarding the village. Why then did Shanks and his crew manage to linger here for such an extended period? Nonetheless, these matters were of little concern to Cunning. The future troubles brought by Karp's three grandsons were his to fret over, and he preferred to keep his distance. Once this mission concluded, Cunning resolved to find a place to relax, tired of being conscripted day after day, especially when there was little reward to be gained. Before setting off, Cunning had already changed out of his military uniform and donned the simplest of attire, ensuring that no one found his presence particularly noteworthy. The villagers treated him merely as a visitor, occasionally offering warm introductions to the local specialties. Through their guidance, Cunning arrived at the village's sole tavern. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon. The tavern offered a variety of convenient dishes, and Cunning indulged heartily, unabashedly enjoying the meal. While the fare was certainly not on par with his culinary skills, he relished the change from his usual routine. After all, one cannot always cook for oneself. Occasionally sampling local delicacies is a delightful experience. As the day unwound, Cunning felt the tension in his heart gradually dissipate. It was a perfect moment to unwind with a drink, for he had always had a fondness for alcohol. However, the naval life imposed strict regulations on alcohol consumption due to rigorous training. Yet having a father who loved to drink meant that Cunning often found hidden bottles of sherry stashed away at home or in his father's office, stealing sips and returning home only to face a thorough reprimanding. As the years passed, the father and son occasionally shared a drink when not burdened by duty, discussing the peculiarities and amusing events of their lives, thus strengthening their bond. Their lives were indeed quite leisurely, and Admiral Ze Fa no longer kept a tight rein on Cunning. Over time, Cunning also took up smoking, indulging in the Navy's special blend, a pleasure beyond compare. After training, enjoying good food, drinks, and a smoke made for an enviable routine. Upon arriving in this village, however, Cunning felt a bit stifled by the lack of excitement. Yet the tavern here had a commendable selection of drinks that suited his palate, prompting him to indulge once more. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Karp, cradling a child, stealthily approached the village chief, Upu Shurbu. The old chief, initially pleased to see Karp, was taken aback upon noticing the child in Karp's arms. He exclaimed loudly, "Karp, I must scold you. How could you deceive another woman? At your age, to have someone bear you a child is quite shameless." Karp, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, restrained himself, thinking it prudent to keep his temper in check for the sake of his current request. "Don't jump to conclusions," he retorted. "This child is not mine. He belongs to someone else entirely." The chief, momentarily stunned, then looked at Karp with incredulity. "Karp, I never imagined you to be so noble. You've been wronged. Yet you choose to care for another's child? At that, Karp could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift punch to the chief's head. Stop spouting nonsense. This child's situation is rather unique. He needs temporary shelter in the village. First, see if there are any families willing to adopt him, and I shall leave him there. The chief blinked in surprise before asking, Are you truly not hiding any ulterior motives? This child is not yours, nor did someone else give birth to him. Karp, suppressing his irritation, replied, For the last time, this is not my child. Why can't you believe me, you old fool? The chief, still astonished, remarked, It shouldn't be, given your family's nature. How is it that you are so composed this time? I find it rather suspicious. Without further ado, the chief said, Very well, Karp, if you wish for this child to stay in our village, that's acceptable. However, I must take down some basic information about him. Upon hearing this, Karp sighed in relief. The old man was indeed a handful, asking questions left and right without getting to the point. Finally, he had managed to navigate through the ordeal. In his mind, Karp believed he had successfully deceived the chief, unaware that the old man had already outsmarted him. Thus, Karp said to the chief, Ask away, and I promise to answer sincerely. The chief, having gathered his materials, began, All right, let's start with some simple inquiries. First, where's this child from? From a certain island in the East Blue. And how old is he? About 4 months old. What is his name? Poor Gastidade is not a name bearing the initialed. It seems he is connected to your family. Karp, he is not part of my family. He merely shares a slight connection with us. So do not pry further. All right? We are almost done. Last question. What is his father's name? Upon hearing that it was the final question, Karp's heart finally relaxed. This old man had been so tedious, asking a barrage of questions, and now they had reached the end. Without thinking, he blurted out, His father is Joel Roger. As soon as the words left his lips, Karp realized his mistake, and he was met with 2 piercing gazes from the chief. Reflecting on his own statement, he wished to slap himself for falling into this old trickster's trap. Had he known, he would have brought Cunning back to deal with this cunning elder, one fox too clever for the other. What was he to do now? Seeing the chief's unkind expression, Karp quickly plastered on a smile and said, I misspoke. His father passed away long ago. His name was Port Gas. Something. Observing the current demeanor of Admiral Karp, the earlier arrogance has completely vanished. The old village chief feels a surge of satisfaction within. Pretending to be in a dilemma, he addresses Admiral Karp, saying, Oh dear Karp, this child is someone that the world government strictly demands to capture. Keeping him in our windmill village might invite calamity upon us. I believe you should refrain from shouldering unnecessary responsibilities and promptly hand this child over to the world government. Who knows, you might even be promoted to Admiral. The thought of promotion to Admiral irks Karp, for he has been evading such positions. This old man, fully aware of Karp's circumstances, is indeed playing tricks on him, demonstrating a petty-mindedness that he believes that the reason for this jesting is Karp's earlier lack of decorum in conversation. However, it is evident that Karp finds himself powerless in this situation. As a famous saying goes, the tides of offense and defense have shifted. Admiral Karp, still wearing a forced smile, responds, No, you mustn't misunderstand that I merely wish to find a home for this child. You know, I spend my days at the Navy headquarters, surrounded by a rough crowd of men. They are exceedingly careless in their duties and lack the time to care for a child. Hence, I thought it best to place him in my hometown, where he would have an excellent environment for growth, and it is a safe haven. Listening to Admiral Karp's words, the astute old village chief does not believe a single word. Setting aside Karp's character, his son is no ordinary person, and now he brings a child of questionable origins to their midst. If he does not unearth the truth of this matter, he shall not rest. He straightens his posture and addresses Karp once more. Karp, this matter cannot be treated lightly. The child's origins are of utmost importance, and if he were merely the child of an ordinary person, I could allow him to stay in the village, fostering him in the homes of those without children. But have you considered what if his identity holds more significance? The old village chief intentionally leaves his words somewhat ambiguous, wishing to afford Karp some dignity while making him aware of the matter's gravity. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Karp must speak up to navigate this situation. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, Admiral Karp admits to the old village chief, This child, as I mentioned, is the offspring of the executed Joel D. Roger, the clamor outside has not yet fully subsided, and I cannot trust most people, so I thought it best to temporarily place him within the village. Therefore, I must trouble you, dear village chief, to take care of this matter. Upon hearing this, the old village chief can only sigh, realizing he has made a decision to proceed with Carp's plan. There is little he can do to obstruct it. Consequently, he resolves to cooperate wholeheartedly. Speaking with a newfound seriousness, Carp, I understand you trust everyone, which is why you act this way. However, do you not know the saying that the heart of man is hidden within the belly? You can never truly know what others are thinking, that if they reveal even a hint of malice, this child's future becomes uncertain, and we cannot allow that. At this moment, the old village chief has made a decision. After all, Admiral Carp is a protector of their village, a guardian spirit. Although the East Blue is the safest of seas, it is not entirely free from the presence of pirates. However, most people tend to flee upon hearing Carp's name. Fearing to cause trouble, having decided to safeguard this child, the village chief contemplates further matters. He turns to Carp and states, Carp, this child is not suited to remain in our village. Yet, before he can finish, Carp interrupts, Old chief, this matter can only be resolved by you, if you do not assist me. I truly do not know whom to turn to. The outside world is in chaos. The profound impact following the death of Pirate King Roger is only just beginning to unfold. I may have little time to return, as I must guard other seas and help Sengoku alleviate the pressure. Upon hearing Carp's explanation, the village chief realizes that Carp has misunderstood his intentions and shakes his head with a smile. Carp, I believe you have misunderstood me. Since you have come to seek my assistance, it seems you are indeed at your wit's end. While I previously stated that the village cannot harbor this child, there are places outside the village where he may find shelter. Carp, perplexed by this statement, wonders what it could mean. Is there truly someone living outside the village? He inquires, Chief, do you mean to say that there are people living outside our village? Are you planning to arrange for this child to dwell in a small hut, living a wild existence alone? Seeing Carp's naive confusion, the old village chief can only sigh in exasperation and explains. Not long ago, a band of mountain bandits came to our vicinity. Initially, the village was quite wary. However, these bandits do not disturb us. Rather, they fish, hunt, and engage in skirmishes with other bandits to procure their supplies. They then trade their surplus for essential goods with the villagers, which has led to a level of familiarity and trust between them and our people. Upon hearing this, Admiral Carp refrains from making any hasty decisions. He intends to consult with a strategist, Cunning, before proceeding. After temporarily settling down, Carp drags the slightly tipsy Cunning back to the village chief's home. Cunning, who had been enjoying a comfortable life, is bewildered by this sudden upheaval, thinking something must have gone awry. Upon returning and inquiring, he discovers the matter revolves around the child's fate, with differing opinions between the two. Cunning, looking somewhat helpless, remarks to Carp, Admiral, shouldn't this issue be considered by you? You were the one who confidently claimed it would be fine to keep him in a village. Why are you now asking for my opinion as an outsider? I'm completely in the dark. Noticing Cunning's reluctance to engage, Carp, without hesitation, delivers a punch to Cunning's head, seemingly hoping to sober him up. In Carp's view, this junior is commendable in many ways, yet he tends to take shortcuts in certain matters, exhibiting undue cleverness at such a young age. This has led to significant complications, and Carp wishes for Cunning to be more helpful, for he may need him in the future. After receiving the blow, Cunning begins to question his life choices. He reflects on how he was enjoying his time at the Navy base, only to be inexplicably struck and dragged back, and after completing one task, he finds himself yanked back again. Then, without warning, he is struck once more. He contemplates his misfortune, realizing that with such a significant figure present, he must ensure he serves Carp well, lest he find himself in dire straits later. Ultimately, Cunning, realizing the situation rests on the village chief's shoulders, suggests, actually, there's another solution. If the village chief is willing to adopt this child, the problem is resolved. You know his character well, and since he is aware of the child's situation, he cannot shy away from the responsibility. It would be better for him to raise the child. If he refuses to cooperate, Cunning turns to cast a sidelong glance at the village chief, causing the chief to flinch, pondering, Is this young man a pirate or a Navy officer? Why does he lack even a hint of the Navy's integrity? With a loud thud, Karp's fist lands once more on Cunning's head. As he bellows, "Cunning, you rascal, why are you always concocting devious plans? Can't you think of something positive? The issue at hand is whether it is reliable to place the child with the bandits." Upon hearing the words, Hewan rolled his eyes at Vice Admiral Karp and remarked, "Predecessor Karp, given the current circumstances, what do you expect me to do? If you wish to leave it on the mountaintop, then by all means, do so, that I cannot hinder your actions. You are merely seeking solace here, are you not? If you do not wish to relinquish it, who could possibly stop you?" Realizing that his intentions had been laid bare by Hewan, Vice Admiral Karp was instantly filled with indignation. Seizing Hewan by the collar, he marched him outside, claiming it was to test the results of Hewan's recent training. Observing this, Hewan began to call for help. But to no avail. Karp even hoped that the village chief would speak a few kind words on his behalf, forgetting that just moments ago he had threatened the chief. The fact that the chief had not taken the opportunity to strike back was already the greatest act of mercy towards him. Resigned to his fate, Hewan was dragged away. After an hour, a man with a head full of bumps and thick lips followed in behind Vice Admiral Karp, and upon seeing him, it was evident that this unfortunate individual had been none other than Hewan. The sight of Hewan in such disarray elicited hearty laughter from the old village chief. His predicament was simply too comedic. Hewan shot a discreet glare at the chief, causing the elder to jump in surprise. He realized he had been rather reckless. If he wished to mock Hewan, it would be better to do so in private. To laugh at him in public was tantamount to inviting trouble upon himself. With this thought in mind, the chief cleared his throat and assumed a facade of solemnity. Though Hewan was not fooled, he mentally noted to deal with the chief properly when he had the chance. Just as Hewan pondered this, he felt a pair of eyes glaring at him from behind. Without a doubt, the only other person present was Vice Admiral Karp. Consequently, Hewan fell silent. Karp gave him a cold look and said, "Hewan, your current task is to ascertain the whereabouts of the bandit named Dayton, rather than lounging about here. You understand?" Hewan chuckled upon hearing this and replied, "Predecessor Karp, are you not even going to inquire about the specifics of this bandit? You seem rather careless. If you were to entrust the task to the wrong person, it could lead to dire consequences, wouldn't it?" Karp's face flushed slightly at this, suddenly feeling that his junior, who frequently trailed behind him, was rather unlikable. He wondered where Hewan had learned such audacity. His own father, Ze Fa, was not one for idle chatter to prevent Hewan from uttering any more nonsense. Karp swiftly kicked him out of the room, shutting the door behind him and ignoring him entirely. Faced with this situation, Hewan could only sigh, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a person. He shook off his hands and ventured outside under the pretense of gathering information. In truth, he was already well aware of the details regarding Dayton. He merely sought an opportunity to enjoy himself. This required a suitable excuse, for with Karp's current temperament, there was no way he would allow Hewan to leave without one. With that thought, he decided to indulge himself in some wine. As time passed, after finishing his drink, Hewan staggered back to the village chief's home, just as Karp and the others were growing anxious and impatient. Finally seeing Hewan return, the two immediately approached him. Eager to inquire about the details, however, upon catching a whiff of the alcohol on Hewan, Karp's expression soured, his brows furrowing in displeasure. At this moment, Hewan was not oblivious. Noticing Karp's frown, he understood that the old man was genuinely about to lose his temper. Nevertheless, he felt unafraid. Gently patting Karp's hand to signal him to let him down, he produced a detailed map from his pocket and handed it to Karp. Upon seeing the map, Karp ceased his scrutiny of Hewan and instead focused on the contents of the map, which indeed confirmed his expectations. He had always believed that Hewan was reliable in his endeavors, and the map provided clear indications of Dayton's location. The female bandit in question was identified as Callie Dayton, a marauder from Galbo Mountain. Additionally, Hewan had included assessments of her character and meticulously outlined all possible routes to the mountain. All that remained was to set out at dawn the next day. Satisfied, Karp tucked the map into his pocket, patted Hewan on the shoulder, and sent him on his way. Watching Karp leave in high spirits, Hewan inwardly cursed the old man for being ungrateful and opportunistic. However, he soon pondered the metaphor of the donkey. Was he the donkey in this scenario? That did not seem quite right. Dismissing the thought, he reminded himself that he still had training tasks to complete. and perhaps a bit of wine would enhance his efforts. With that, he left the village chief's home and headed to the seaside for intensive training. The following morning, just as the first light of dawn broke, He-won, who had trained late into the night, was rudely awakened by Vice Admiral Karp. Despite his reluctance, he was forcefully compelled to accompany Karp to Galbo Mountain in search of the bandit Kali Dayton. Disturbed from his dreams, He-won was seething with anger. Had it not been for Karp's presence, he would have exploded in fury as they journeyed. He-won struggled to suppress his irritation while also pacifying the crying child in his arms, a responsibility he had no choice but to shoulder. After considerable time had passed, the duo finally arrived at Galbo Mountain, traversing a narrow path until they discovered a modest encampment. The encampment was surrounded by a fence, which was only sufficient to deter smaller wild animals. For formidable figures like themselves, it would be easily obliterated with a mere flick of their hands. However, it appeared they had arrived at an opportune moment, for the entrance to the camp was firmly shut. Without wasting words, He-won approached and knocked on the door, yet no response came. This lack of reply infuriated He-won, but with a child in his arms, he could not resort to violence. Frightening the baby would only invite Karp's wrath upon himself. With no other option, He-won performed a six-style moon step, effortlessly leaping into the encampment and opening the door. Karp, who had been absent-mindedly picking his nose, strolled in, seemingly oblivious to He-won's resentful gaze. Once everything was prepared, they ventured deeper into the encampment, but not far into their exploration did they encounter a woman hanging close. He-won observed her appearance and figure and concluded that he had indeed found the right person. With this realization, He-won alerted Vice Admiral Karp to confirm that they had located the target. Following He-won's lead, Karp glanced at the woman and silently acknowledged that she matched the description provided by the village chief. Having verified the target, the two approached the woman, who, upon noticing the strange presence, realized something was amiss. Her door should have been closed. Why had two individuals appeared uninvited? Were they adversaries from a rival band? Thus she raised her voice, calling out, "Douglas, Magra, gather your weapons and come out. We have intruders in our mountain. Let us teach them a harsh lesson." Upon hearing that resounding and powerful voice, the piercing sound instantly startled the child in He-won's arms, causing him to wail inconsolably. This infuriated Vice Admiral Kapu, who clenched his fists slightly, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. He-won, amused, remained silent as a spectator, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Just 2 minutes later, the two minor characters previously called by this woman emerged from the back room, accompanied by a horde of unruly mountain bandits, brandishing knives. This group was particularly intriguing. At the forefront stood a notably short man named Dagla. If one were to add ins in the middle of his name, it would resonate throughout the world as the infamous Douglas Barrett, that in the realm of pirates, aside from the diminutive folk, the rest of the population, in He-won's perception, were towering figures. In fact, he had even encountered the giant vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Their stature and appetite were remarkable. Fortunate for the Navy headquarters, for otherwise, where could one find provisions sufficient to sustain such beings?